Chapter 201 Poaching and Poaching Me. The weather is cold, Wang Pa. Although he took the wrong road, Meng Su also adjusted back in time. Under the constant attack of zombies, he fought his way out. This is Meng Su who went all out. This is the peace order group with full firepower. After adjustment, applied to return to the team. Meng Su was very satisfied, feeling that he had many brave generals under his command. As for the so-called Tiger Squad, their expressions were numb. Captain Ding Zhongzhao even began to consider changing the name of the team to the Sick Cat Squad. In front of the Order Guard Security Company's terrorist mobile team, are they worthy of being called tigers? They are not even sick tigers, at best they are sick cats. After all, the special zombies encountered during this journey, there are some that Ding Zhongzhao even feels that even if he sacrifices all his team members, he may not be able to kill them. And such a terrifying existence, in the hands of the Order Guard, is like a toy. But in the team, Renying's face is pale. Ding Zhongzhao thought that Renying had never been to the front line, so she was not used to the bloody atmosphere here, and he could only try his best to comfort her. But in fact, I have been dreaming every day these days, either the first-person perspective of zombies eating people, or the first-person perspective of zombies being chopped off by the neck. What big scenes have I not seen? What does this bloodiness mean? Renying's psychological quality is extremely strong. In the first few days, she was awakened by nightmares every day, facing those terrifying perspectives. She was in a state of panic all day long, and she couldn't even eat. But as time went on, Renying gradually became immune to these things, and her inner world naturally became stronger. Therefore, Renying had only one real reason for fear. Meng Su knew that he had given him a bad review. It was too scary. Renying had no idea how Meng Su knew about this, nor did she know what the consequences of this bad review would be. She was also very confused, because she had given this bad review in her heart. What consequences could there be? But no matter what, Mr. Ming's fake generous expression still looked like a devil's smile, and could not be erased from Renying's mind. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but shudder. In Renying's opinion, even if there were tens of millions of zombies rushing towards us, they would not be as scary as Meng Su. Roar! The screams of the zombies were very harsh, just like the background music in a horror house. However, because they had been in such an environment for a long time, Meng Su and everyone else had basically become immune to this kind of music. Through the corridor on the second floor, Meng Su glanced out the window and saw the dense zombies outside the window. The zombies gathered in a relatively large open space. Their wrinkled clothes were covered with dust, their skin was shriveled, and a thick black liquid was flowing out. They made a creepy sniffing sound, sharp and shrill. These zombies looked fierce and sinister, but each of them was lifeless, and without any life at all, just quietly waiting for something. In such an environment, people felt an indescribable sense of fear. In dormant state, these zombies did not find any trace of Meng Su and his group. Although the zombies' roars and screams were heard, they stayed on this land for some unknown reason. I don't know why. When zombies have never seen living creatures, they will fall into this standby state to reduce energy consumption as much as possible. Of course, this is currently a speculation. There is also a saying that zombies will gather energy through this standby state to make themselves stronger. But no matter which statement is true, the key point is that when zombies can't see living creatures, they will sleep on standby and occasionally wander around at a slow speed. Yeah. Meng Su saw the zombies outside, but he leaned against the window with interest, wiped the blood splattered on the glass, and looked at the zombies outside, not knowing what he was thinking about. Seeing Meng Su like this, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu also looked outside curiously, wanting to see what was outside that made Meng Su so worried. Meng Su stood in front of the window, clapping his hands from time to time, as if he wanted to make some noise, but after thinking about it, he put his hands down again, and did not clap his hands, but just stood in front of the window, with a deep look in his eyes. The members of the Tiger Squad held their breath, and prayed silently in their hearts, that Meng Su would not have any wild ideas. They began to use his smart brain to issue smart orders. After all, this was not the first time. Mr. Ming always had countless wonderful ideas. It was natural that he would suddenly do something that was difficult for them, the ordinary people in the world, to understand. In short, Mr. Ming was too mentally normal, and often did some abnormal things. However, they were somewhat disappointed. Somewhat unexpectedly, Mr. Ming just stared at the window for a while, and then quietly walked away, and continued to direct the terrorist mobile team to move forward, as if he just stopped to look at the scenery for a while. It's just that the scenery is not very good looking, and there are zombies. But from a certain perspective, the sudden loss of madness by the mentally ill person may be unexpected. Mr. Meng will never let people guess what he will do next. For a moment, the members of the Tiger Squad were very awed by Meng Su's secrecy. It had been a long time since they had seen such an oppressive man, and Meng Su's actions were not without purpose. He was observing. The zombies outside were very strange. Many of them had actually discovered his whereabouts. According to the general inertia of zombies, they would rush like crazy when they saw people. This time, they didn't move? Something was wrong. 9 out of 10 were wrong. Meng Su frowned. Although there were many zombies along the way, Meng Su didn't take them seriously. It seems that the problem here is really big, Meng Su murmured in his heart. And at this moment, he seemed to suddenly feel something, and suddenly raised his head and looked forward. Not only Meng Su, but all the members of the violent terrorist mobile team were stunned and looked forward at the same time. Even Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu were no exception. Among the Tiger team, those muscular physique-type superpowers had nothing to say. And Wang Jiawei, Ding Zhongzhou, and Renning also felt something vague at the same time. This kind of vague thing makes people feel very confused. Ding Zhongzhou and Renning only raised their heads slightly, but soon lowered their heads. For them, the feeling just now was like waiting for a traffic light, and suddenly a horn sounded. Although it can attract people's attention, it is normal to hear a horn sound on the main road after all, and there is nothing special about it. But for Meng Su, it is completely different. Perhaps, this is the difference between Meng Su, who has a mental value of 27 points, and ordinary people. Meng Su clearly felt that there was a signal coming in front of him. But this signal didn't match him. It seemed a bit cross-streaming. However, Jiang Xiaqiu, Qi Liao, and the others obviously received it. And their expressions were very strange. The members of the terrorist mobile team also received it. But they stood still and ignored it. What's going on? Meng Su tilted his ear and asked Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao. They encrypted the channel and didn't let me listen. Tell me, what is the zombie saying in it? Is it wavy wavy? Wavy babu? Meng Su is not stupid. There is only one zombie in the entire nuclear power plant that can send out such a signal. It is the mentally mutated zombie with a high level hidden in it. It is most likely a mentally special zombie. To be honest, Meng Su has seen 3 heads, wings, zombie skins, sickles on his back. These are just physical special zombies, with appearance changes. I have never seen a mentally special zombie. I really don't know what a mentally special zombie would be like. Can it be calculated as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2? It means to gather, Jiang Xiaqiu said calmly, to the guys around. This is an order, to those who are stronger. It is a request. Qi Liao echoed on the side. For some reason, Qi Liao has rarely spoken recently. Meng Su always feels that if she doesn't speak again, she will become mute. On the other side, Meng Su was about to nod, but suddenly saw a flash in front of his eyes. And then densely packed gilded small characters appeared in front of Meng Su. A startup company is recruiting employees, and has extended an olive branch to your employees. What kind of behavior is this? This is poaching. Oh my god. Host, why aren't you in a hurry yet? Why are you still so slow? It's really the system that's in a hurry, not the host. I suggest you act quickly. Poaching like this, it's clear that they don't take you seriously. A business war is often fought like this. Let's show this new startup a little color. Let them know. What is a high-end business war? The weather is cold. Let this company go bankrupt. Triggering task. High-end business war 2. Task introduction. A business war started due to poaching. Please use all your skills to quickly bring down the other party, including but not limited to pouring hot water on the money tree, unplugging the other party's network cable, stealing the lucky cat, and a series of other methods. Task requirements. Defeat the hostile company. Task rewards. Spirit value +1, credit points +3 million, points +100, enable monthly random black technology function. Meng Su, what's going on? Is BYD trying to poach people? Meng Su was furious. It's really like 1 less steamroller out of 9, 8 steamrollers. You poached me and it's on my head? You really think I'm made of mud? Right? For 3 million. No, in order to resolutely resist this kind of bad poaching, Meng Su felt that he had to strike hard. At this thought, Meng Su's murderous intent surged, and he was fully exerted. It's a pity that he didn't bring his exoskeleton magnetic mecha, otherwise he would definitely turn into a little Iron Man and kill him 7 times in and 7 times out. But even so, the murderous intent in the aura around Meng Su also surged like a river, which was really terrifying and terrible. Renning felt the full-throated atmosphere of Meng Su, and was so frightened that her face turned pale. She looked at Meng Su with awe, and trembled a little. It's bad. It's bad. Mr. Ming won't want to settle the score later. Right? But Renning was obviously a bit of a common believer. What kind of status is Mr. Ming? Why would he mobilize a large army just because of a bad review? At least, he will settle the score after the action is over. And it's like crossing the river and destroying the bridge. Do you understand? All troops, charge. Meng Su drew his sword and suddenly shouted. And then without any hesitation, he fought forward. With full momentum, Meng Su swung his sword forward, and several zombies were immediately cut into 2 pieces, and blood gushed out. The swords and knives broke through the air, sometimes sweeping, sometimes slashing, and hitting a bloody light. In an instant, blood was splattered everywhere, and the whole corridor seemed to be raining. Sword lights flashed all over the sky. Meng Su charged forward at a speed that was even faster than the speed of the terrorist mobile team. Roar! Suddenly, a huge zombie appeared on the road, mixed in with the ordinary zombies. But he was more violent. The ordinary zombies in front of him blocked his way, so he stretched out his giant hand, crushed these ordinary zombies, and then threw them away casually, as if throwing away garbage. This Flesh Mountain zombie is exactly the same as the one Meng Su had seen in the Chinese medicine hospital before. Humph. Meng Su's eyes were cold, and he even disdained to read people's expressions. He then stood with his sword across his body. Immediately, a chill filled the air, and Meng Su swung his sword and chopped. It seemed that there was an invisible aura attached to the blade of Meng Su's sword, and he slashed towards the Flesh Mountain zombie. This invisible aura in the sky cooperated with the blade, but with just one slash, the terrifying zombie body was instantly cut off. However, without any pause, Meng Su slashed one sword after another, and in just a few seconds, he swung dozens of swords. The blade turned into a residual image. Puff! 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 The sound of the blade piercing flesh and bones resounded throughout the universe. The horrifying wounds followed one after another. The huge meat mountain was finally chopped apart by Meng Su's several slashes. The blood mist exploded in the air. Roar! After the meat mountain zombie was chopped off, a zombie of the same size as a normal one suddenly appeared in its core. At this moment, it was looking at Meng Su's direction with its fangs and claws bared. There seemed to be some kind of scales between its hands. When Meng Su saw this, he raised the blade directly and chopped it down fiercely. This time, there was no such huge momentum as before, but only the purest sharp edge. The knife chopped down, just like cutting melons and vegetables. The scales on the zombie's arms, which were proud of, looked like the outer skin of a carrot when it was cut. They looked very hard, but in front of the blade, they were no different. The knife chopped down, along the neck, and the zombie's eyes became increasingly dim. Soon, blood splattered, and the head soared into the sky, spinning in the air and landing, and died with eyes open. Roar! The ordinary zombies around were unconscious, still stretched out their evil hands towards Meng Su, and Meng Su saw this, and did not delay at all, waving his long knife, and rushed forward to kill. This scene made Deng Zhongzhao dumbfounded. I thought this violent terrorist mobile team was scary enough, but compared with this Mr. Ming, it was nothing. This violent terrorist mobile team can only be called a mobile team in front of Mr. Ming, the real violent terrorist. There are others. When Renning saw this situation, she was completely shocked. At this moment, there are only 2 words in her mind. Regret. Really regret. There was once a delicious fried starch sausage in front of me, but I didn't cherish it, and even gave it a bad review. It was too late to regret when I really gave a bad review. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God can give me a chance to do it again, I will say 2 words to this fried starch sausage. Good review. If I have to add a word count to this good review, I hope it is 15 words. It would be best if I can get a 3 yuan cashback for a 15-word good review. Chapter 202 Blood Cocoon next to the nuclear reactor. After Meng Su's strong entry, the team's advancement speed became faster and faster. It can be said that it was advancing by leaps and bounds. And the members of the Tiger Squad were already stunned and shocked. Mr. Ming looked gentle and had a hole in his brain, but he was unexpectedly so strong. Although everyone knew that Mr. Ming had always been the world's #1 ADC, no, the world's strongest psychic, but in everyone's impression, Shouldn't the world's strongest psychic be the one wearing white clothes, holding a sharp sword, and opening the gates of heaven with one sword? Why did Mr. Ming's performance feel a bit completely crazy? Ming Su and the terrorist mobile team moved forward together. The ground was full of corpses that had turned into pieces. The death was extremely miserable. And Ming Su was now covered in blood. He was refreshed and felt that he was getting braver and braver. The suit on his body had been stained red with blood. It had changed from black to a deeper brown red. If the original color of the suit was not dark, it would have been stained into a big red robe. But even so, Ming Su's white shirt had been stained red. The fighting was really brutal. But for Ming Su, he only had one idea now. Fight, cool. Kill all the nuclear power plants, and the sword on his waist is still bloody. Renning looked carefully at Ming Su's position, with fear in her eyes, and worried, whispered to Ding Zhongzhao beside her. Mr. Ming looks so scary now. Will he kill us all in a bit? Renning, who had a criminal record, looked at Ming Su's fierce look, and her face turned pale, and she was panicked. Hearing Renying's words, Ding Zhongzhao frowned, glanced at Renning, and said seriously, how is this possible? You must believe Mr. Ming. Mr. Ming is a good man. Don't talk about Mr. Ming behind your back. Oh! Renning shrank his head, and immediately kept silent. However, Ding Zhongzhao was also aroused by Renying's words, and subconsciously looked up in the direction of Ming Su. At this moment, Ming Su chopped down with a knife, and the zombie's head flew up and fell at his feet. That angry face, which made people feel a little scared. It seemed. It was a little scary. Right? Ding Zhongzhao thought of Ming Su's previous strangeness again, and suddenly, his heart, which had been hanging in the air, became even more hanging. Don't say it, you really shouldn't say it. It's really possible. After all, Mr. Ming has countless strange ideas, who knows? He might turn around and chop himself with a knife. For a moment, Ding Zhongzhao was panicked, and then he glared at Renning fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? You're making me panic too. And the look in Renying's eyes when she looked at Ding Zhongzhao, she was also aggrieved. Why are you looking at me? I am just making a bold assumption. It is none of my business. As for Ding Zhongzhao and Renying's strange ideas, the other four people, led by Wang Jiawei, did not have any other ideas. Instead, they looked at Ming Su with admiration, feeling their blood boiling, and wanted to rush forward and fight shoulder to shoulder with Ming Su. They clenched their weapons, but seeing Ming Su's heroic demeanor of killing corpses like hemp, they could not get involved. It's not that they didn't want to, but because Ming Su and the violent terrorist mobile team cooperated perfectly. They had no chance to take action. They could only follow the team and move forward. For a moment, they were even a little frustrated and helpless. They didn't need to take action to carry out the mission. This made the Tiger Squad, which claimed to be an elite force, very frustrated, and even felt that they were about to be eliminated. How about, ask Peace Order if they still recruit people, and after we retire, we can go to Peace Order to make a living? Do I still need to retire? I was a volunteer. I didn't even join the Self-Rescue Corps. That's right. I forgot about it. The three unknown superpowers of the Tiger Squad whispered to each other, and one of them was quite happy. He decided to look for opportunities in Peace Order after retaking Hiching City. Before, he read novels and movies, and the protagonists there all liked to be unique and solitary. So he didn't join the Self-Rescue Corps right away in order to show off. Later, after being beaten by life, he was just about to join the Corps after this mission, and become a member of this big organization. Unexpectedly, he encountered an unexpected new force. Peace and Order. He was fascinated by it, and longed to put on that handsome combat uniform, gain powerful strength, and defend peace together. All beings are different. But Ming Su just thought they were a little noisy. Ming Su didn't have the heart to do these things. He was now concentrating on the shot put, wanting to practice the skills of killing zombies. More and more, how many are there? One after another. Ming Su complained in his heart. Now he felt that this place was much more difficult than the zombie tide. During the zombie tide, everything he saw was zombies. At that time, he had only one thought in his mind: kill, kill, kill. Heaven created all things to feed people, but people have nothing to repay heaven. And here, such a small space, the difficulty is indeed much lower. It can be said that it is easy to do, but the endless zombies that come one after another must make Ming Su feel a little overwhelmed, somewhat endless feeling. There were fewer corpses than the zombies, but Ming Su felt that there were more corpses than the zombies. If Meng Su's team hadn't been moving, there would have been corpses everywhere in front of him, and the corridors would have been filled with corpses. At this time, Meng Su's speed was very fast, and he had already moved forward to a very large space. Meng Su had never been to a nuclear power plant. He didn't know where it was or what it was for. He only knew to pick up a knife and chop from east to west, and then from west to east. It can be said that he killed his way through the entire nuclear power plant. So it didn't matter to Meng Su what space it was, except for the zombies in front of him. There are 3 more roads. Wait a minute. Which road should we take next? Meng Su stopped when he saw this, sheathed his knife, and then looked at the members of the Tiger Squad who had been doing nothing behind him, and said, their only role for Meng Su was to lead the way. Ah? Ding Zhongzhu was stunned, and then looked at Wang Jiawei. Wang Jiawei immediately whispered, there are many zombies coming from 3 sides. The number is the same, and I can't tell. But according to the intelligence, the middle channel and the left channel can both lead to the reactor. But the nuclear reactors are placed in the basement of several rooms. So you have to choose between the middle channel and the left channel. Meng Su couldn't help but sigh deeply when he heard this, and felt that it was another choice of fate. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you choose the wrong one. At most, it will take a little longer. You can kill them back. And the zombies here, you can say that the more you kill, the fewer there are. Go to the left passage. At this moment, Ren Ying's voice suddenly sounded timidly, and said firmly, in the left passage, I dreamed of a perspective the day before yesterday, which was very high, and it should be a zombie with extraordinary strength. He walked through here, and took the left passage, where I saw the zombie we were targeting this time. What did that zombie look like? After Meng Su determined the direction, he nodded, and then spoke casually, seemingly very interested in the zombie. But is there anything different from ordinary people? Rening carefully recalled the figure in her memory, and said uncertainly, no. If I hadn't suddenly remembered it when I saw the scene here, I would have thought that the zombie was an ordinary person trapped here, and I was wondering why no zombies attacked him at that time. Rening answered truthfully. After hearing Renying's words, Meng Su nodded. Okay. I understand. Those who look like normal people are the targets. Just kill them. It's normal to think about it. This nuclear power plant has turned into a mansion in the biochemical crisis. How can there be survivors? Meng Su thinks that the survivors are quite strong, and they are estimated to be close to level 20. Since the route has been determined, there is nothing to say. Left channel. Attack! Meng Su gave the order without hesitation. So, the army marched to the left. At this moment, Wang Jiawei and the team was stunned, and then shouted to Meng Su, Mr. Meng, something is wrong. A strong breath came from the 3 passages ahead. It should be a powerful zombie. In addition, a similar breath appeared behind us. Huh? Meng Su heard this, and stopped, looked at Wang Jiawei, nodded slightly, and praised him. For Meng Su, in this complex environment, he could feel that there were powerful zombies attacking, but he couldn't feel how many. After all, the scene was too messy, and there was always that looming spiritual core zombie making trouble. So Meng Su couldn't judge clearly. But I didn't expect Wang Jiawei to be able to detect the situation in such a complicated environment at the first time. Really good. It doesn't matter. Just 4 pieces of trash. Let them come. Meng Su chuckled, and pulled out the knife that had just been put back into the sheath again, with a kind of long knife in hand. The world is mind, spirit, and confidence. This is Meng Su. Seeing Meng Su like this, Ding Zhongzhao couldn't help but be fascinated, and also took out the sharp blade in his hand. Their sharp blades are not quite the same as Meng Su's. Their weapons seem to have a layer of electricity on the surface, a bit like those surgical knives that can stop bleeding when powered on. But they are much longer, and it seems they can also be charged with batteries. Ding Zhongzhou said loudly, since Mr. Meng is interested, our Tiger Squad should advance and retreat together with Mr. Meng. Rening just glanced at Ding Zhongzhou and said nothing. Captain Ding, you mean we should advance and retreat together with Mr. Meng? You must be wrong. If we join the battle, it seems that we will only hinder Mr. Meng. Right? Mr. Meng doesn't need us at all, and I think Mr. Meng can win. Rening, who is well informed, thinks that Meng Su is likely to complete this decapitation operation. So he is extremely confident in Meng Su, and is even considering what to do after returning. As for the members of the terrorist mobile team, Rening did not take them to heart. After all, the rear was like this. The soldiers on the front only needed to devote themselves to the battlefield, obey orders, and fight hard. But the people in the rear had to consider more things. Renning thought so. But soon she changed her mind and felt something was wrong. So she withdrew an idea. She was a soldier on the front line. She had been protected by Meng Su for too long and almost forgot her roots. She must be more important to shed blood on the front line. After all, the security of logistics came from the front line. How could they compare with those who did not care about life and death? The terrorist mobile team. Awesome. Meng Su did not know, and did not want to know about the crazy thoughts in Ren Ying's mind. He held a long knife and looked at the location of the 3 passages. At the same time, familiar zombie figures appeared in the 3 passages. Seeing these 3 zombies, Meng Su was happy. Bone-winged zombies. Oh, old zombies. Meng Su chuckled. If the other party flew directly into the sky, Meng Su might not be able to do anything with them. But for some reason, they chose to block him indoors. What was the reason? But soon, Meng Su thought about it, and understood the specific reason. Yes, the outside is now surrounded by the Self-Rescue Corps, and the Self-Rescue Corps has numerous anti-aircraft weapons. If these guys go out to fly, they might be shot into a mess. Such a fast plane can be shot down. These bone-winged zombies don't fly that fast. It can only be said that as long as the sniper is good, they can even be hit with a sniper rifle. Therefore, it is normal for them to choose to fight indoors. Roar! After the 3 bone-winged zombies appeared, they rushed towards Meng Su without hesitation. And there was only Meng Su in their eyes. Meng Xiuanping, Li Xiang had already fearlessly faced them. And Qi Liao, Jiang Xiaqiu also immediately drew their swords and stepped forward to protect Meng Su behind them. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but chuckle. And then he shouted, "Protect yourself. Don't get hurt by the enemy, or you will be fired if you die." In the blink of an eye, Li Xiang and Meng Xiuanping had already fought with 2 of the bone-winged zombies, and they collided fiercely. As for the last one, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao joined forces to stop it. However, Meng Su was very satisfied with his employees' spontaneous rescue behavior. Although Meng Su felt that his strength was the same as Lu Bu. Even if these 3 bone-winged zombies came together, they were not his opponents. But seeing this heartwarming scene, I was also moved. Woohoo, it's so touching. In this case, then let's defeat them one by one. With this thought, Meng Su suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction behind him. A sickle zombie appeared in front of Meng Su. On the chest of this sickle zombie, there was a layer of deep scars. The wounds were so deep that the bones were visible. It could even be said that it was a bone frame, with a few pieces of meat hanging on it, and the bones also looked very worn. The zombie's oval head was missing a small part, as if it had been blown off by a bomb. But the sickle on its back was not damaged at all. In his eyes, there was only Meng Su's figure. Looking at this, Meng Su probably guessed a lot. It was probably blown up by the Self-Rescue Corps outside? Perhaps. It was hit by a rocket. Roar! Before Meng Su could finish his guess, the sickle zombie roared and attacked Meng Su. The powerful air wave rushed towards him. Meng Su breathed steadily, staring at the sickle zombie rushing towards him. His feet suddenly stepped forward, and the sickle behind the sickle zombie also attacked Meng Su at a very fast speed. Crack! With a crisp sound of metal clashing, the sickle and the long sword broke in the middle together, falling into the endless small blood flow on the ground. Seeing this scene, the members of the Tiger Squad were stunned. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they realized that something was wrong. Then they panicked. Mr. Ming's weapon was broken? In a flash, the sickle zombie's sickle suddenly separated from the split mouth and transformed into 2 small sickles, which looked like a parasitic beast. Seeing this, Ding Zhongjiao knew that the situation was critical, and immediately raised his weapon. Just when he was about to shout, "Mr. Ming, take the sword," to show off, he didn't expect Meng Su to just sneer. With 5 fingers clenched, the sleeves of his suit fluttered in the wind. Then, Meng Su punched out, aiming directly at the sickle zombie. Clang! Another crisp sound of metal clashing. The 2 small sickles brushed past Meng Su's cheek, and Meng Su's other hand directly grabbed the tentacles of the sickle. And with a strong tug, he pulled the sickle zombie in front of him. And then his right hand roared out like a violent roar. Bang! There was only a loud bang, and Meng Su's 5 fingers directly pierced through the sickle zombie's head. The suit entered the skull, and the strong hand crushed the skull. When Meng Su pulled his fingers out of the zombie's head, between his fingertips. There was a bloody red top evolution crystal. Bang! The sickle zombie immediately collapsed to the ground powerlessly, just like the ordinary zombies that were chopped into pieces beside him. There was no difference at all. Meng-Su looked calm and composed. He shook off the blood in his hand and stuffed the top evolution crystal into his pocket. But his pocket was already full. So Meng-Su did not hesitate and grabbed a handful of ordinary evolution crystals and threw them to the injured employee, John Wei, who was hiding behind to guard the 4 directions and check for any fish that slipped through the net. And Zhao Zhilai, you are rewarded. Meng-Su was bleeding and turned to look at Ding Zhongjiao. What did you want to say just now? No. Nothing. Ding Zhongjiao put away the sword in his hand angrily and swallowed the words, Mr. Ming, that were already at the tip of his mouth. He felt that Mr. Ming didn't seem to need the long sword. Without the long sword, Mr. Ming seemed even more terrifying. In the past, Mr. Ming, with the long sword in hand, was like an emotionless killer on the battlefield. But now, Mr. Ming, with his bare hands, punched a zombie to pieces and directly dug out the evolution crystal in his brain. Hiss! The members of the Tiger Squad all took a breath of cold air, saying how terrifying it is. Is he still a human? Misunderstood. I thought that Mr. Ming's fighting power would plummet after he'd lost his long sword. But I never expected that this long sword was actually a weapon to seal Mr. Ming. Mr. Ming without the long sword was in his strongest state. After Meng-Su killed the sickle zombie, his face was full of regret. This weapon that had been with him for more than a month finally came to an end. It was the weapon that had accompanied him the longest since the end of the world, although it was not the most prominent. But it didn't seem to matter. It felt worse than the prison stick and fire axe. I miss my weak self every day. JPG. But after being with him for so long, I still have some feelings for him. It's not convenient now. I'll give him a funeral later. Meng-Su shook his head, then turned his head indifferently, looking at the 3-headed bone-wing zombies, who were fighting with his employees. When the bone-wing zombies were fighting indoors, their core output weapon was the pair of big wings. The wings could cut iron like mud, and seemed sharper than the sickle zombie's sickle. But the only problem was, it seemed that after the bone wings were broken, it was difficult to revive again, and it was not as convenient as the sickle zombie. As for why Meng-Su said that, because Meng-Su saw that the skeleton wing zombie that was besieged by Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, the 2 large skeletons had been removed, had been pressed to the ground and beaten violently, and was about to reach the step of craniotomy. Skeleton wing zombies are just like that. Meng-Su shook his head. These 3 skeleton wing zombies can be solved without even taking action himself. Yes. Meng-Su took a deep breath, suddenly felt an inexplicable murderous intent around him, and was stunned for a moment, and immediately became alert, and carefully observed the surroundings, wanting to see where the owner of this murderous intent came from. Looking around, Meng-Su suddenly felt this murderous aura in the zombie group behind him on the left, and immediately looked over to observe the expressions. Zombies level 5. Zombies level 3. Zombies level 7. Everywhere he looked, there were zombies. They were so densely packed that Meng-Su almost felt embarrassed. And at this moment, suddenly, a murderous intent arose. A very short zombie suddenly rushed forward very fast. It could even be said to be a flash of lightning. Seeing this, Meng-Su clenched his 5 fingers again. But Meng-Su found that the target of this short zombie did not seem to be himself, but the zombie employees who were responsible for resisting the surrounding area. Fuck. Meng-Su couldn't help but blurt out, and then hurriedly stepped forward and directly threw a punch, hitting the short zombie. However, Meng-Su was still a little slow to react. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zhilai was hit in the chest. In an instant, Zhao Zhilai's chest was sunken, and then he fell to the ground. Meng-Su saw this and reacted quickly while throwing a punch. He shouted in a low voice, "Fire Zhao Zhilai. You are fired." He was very angry. Meng-Su was very angry. Zhao Zhilai was considered an old employee. He was ambushed just like that, and he had to pay for it. He was very disappointed. Under Meng-Su's angry punch, the short zombie was instantly hit. Immediately, blood mist filled the air. The short zombie was like a ball. It was instantly slapped away by Meng-Su and hit the wall straight on. It immediately made a very obvious groove. Then it fell limply, with blood gushing out of its mouth and nose. Its face was extremely haggard. Its eyes, which were originally red, had completely dimmed. It was completely lifeless. It is detected that employee Zhao Zhilai has no major faults. No passive sabotage. And works hard. Please confirm whether to fire him? Fire requires N+1 payment. After testing, 20,000 yuan of salary needs to be paid. In view of the fact that our company advocates people-oriented, 30,000 credit points of human care bonus need to be increased. A total of 50,000 credit points need to be paid. After testing, the employee is a lawyer and is good at using legal weapons to protect himself. The 80% reduction by the company's legal department is invalid for him. This time, 150,000 credit points need to be paid. Payment has been successful. The current remaining credit points are 8.345 million. The system notification quietly appeared in front of Meng Su. Meng Su looked at the deduction in front of him, and then looked at Xiao Zhilai, who was breathing heavily on the ground, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. You have been working hard during this period. Don't worry. I will take care of your wife and children, so you don't have to worry. Meng Su sighed deeply, and then snatched away the evolution crystals he had given him before, and threw them to Zhang Wei. Take them. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Su did not dig out the evolution crystals in Xiao Zhilai's brain. Forget it. Although he is a mutant zombie, he has worked for me for so long. I am not a plant or a tree, so how can I be heartless? Give him some respect. Anyway, Meng Su doesn't need an ordinary evolution crystal. Of course, if it is an evolution gem, it will be another matter. Meng Su will choose to let him accompany him in another way and become his company's eternal loyal minister. Mr. Meng. Ding Zhongzhou stepped forward and looked at Xiao Zhilai, who had been beaten unevenly. He wanted to persuade him for a while, but Meng Su stood up without emotion, took off his suit jacket, and said coldly, Zhang Wei, you are responsible for handling the bodies. Open the skulls of the zombies just beaten, and dig out the evolution crystals. The rest of you, keep moving forward. After that, Meng Su put on the blood-stained red shirt and strode forward, gradually walking to the front of the team. Meng Su is in a very bad mood now. He lost an old employee in one trip, and still has 150,000. Although Meng Su had said arrogantly before, saying that he could fine him at will, he had plenty of money. But when the fine was really imposed on Meng Su felt his heart bleeding. Question Mr. Crab, understand Mr. Crab, become Mr. Crab. This is Meng Su. I want to start a killing spree. Meng Su's murderous intent filled the air. Seeing that Li Xiang and Meng Xuanping had already solved the bone-wing zombies in front of them, Meng Su had already started to move forward. Looking at Meng Su's back, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu were a little worried. They immediately stepped forward and stood on Meng Su's left and right. The members of the violent terrorist mobile team and the Tiger Squad also began to quickly catch up. Looking at Meng Su's advancing figure, the members of the Tiger Squad were all shocked. With one punch, there was a blood mist. And it was also a real explosion. That's right. An explosion. Every time Meng Su threw a punch, an ordinary zombie was blown up directly. No one knew what kind of power this was. But in everyone's eyes, Meng Su's strength was simply unmatched. Is this the world's strongest superpower? Ding Zhongzhu's eyes flickered. He already admired Meng Su very much, and even subconsciously muttered to himself, no, not the world's strongest superpower. Hearing Ding Zhongzhou's words, Wang Jiawei subconsciously wanted to refute. Isn't this the strongest superpower in the world? Then who do you think is it? If it's not Meng Su, then it must be me? But before Wang Jiawei could speak, Ding Zhongzhou spoke again. This should be the strongest in the galaxy, the strongest in the universe. Wang Jiawei, you are really good at licking. No wonder you can be the captain. For a moment, Wang Jiawei didn't know how to describe his current mood. He felt that he still had a lot to learn, and his room for improvement was still quite obvious. As for Ren Ying's current situation, she stared at Meng Su's back with her eyes wide open, not caring about the lingering smell of blood nearby. Her eyes were full of worry. Mr. Ming was so strong. Could he make me cry with one punch? Probably not. After all, if he punched me, I might have been lying on the ground, or even buried on the spot. Ren Ying had a complicated expression, and she just felt a little depressed. There was nothing to say. Just keep licking. Try to get rid of the bad review. As long as Ren Ying launches a dog-licking offensive, everything will be fine. Ren Ying clenched her pink little fist, thinking secretly in her heart. While everyone has all kinds of ideas, Meng Su's mentality is very stable. Meng Su now has only one idea in his mind. That is, fighting. Cool. After killing these special zombies, Although Meng Su encountered many zombies on the way, and there were also many zombies pouring in from outside, but compared with the previous fierce offensive, it can be said that it has been reduced a lot. Meng Su had a feeling. That is, the opponent seemed unable to organize a new round of attacks. It seemed that the special zombie just now had exhausted his strength. In this regard, Meng Su actually had only one comment. That's it. That's it. That's it. I thought it was so powerful, but it was just this. Woof woof. Roar. Just as Meng Su was sneering, he suddenly heard a dog bark. Then, a large number of zombie dogs suddenly rushed in from behind. Their long tongues kept licking their mouths and noses, their bodies were skinny, their skin was dry, they exuded a strong stench, but their teeth were extremely sharp. They kept roaring, like a group of hungry devils, and rushed towards Meng Su frantically. The appearance of these zombie dogs obviously scared the tiger team. But Meng Su only sensed it roughly and chuckled. You are at your wit's end. Are you sending these ordinary zombie animals? Although Meng Su didn't know where these zombie dogs came from. They were not that powerful. So Meng Su could basically judge. They were about to reach their destination. The other party was also anxious. Kill them all. After Meng Su left a word, Meng Xiumping, who had been impatient for a long time, did not hesitate, and jumped up directly, emitting a shining cold light. As the saying goes, dogs that bark don't bite, and dogs that bite don't bark. Let them see what the fierce dogs of the group are really capable of. As Meng Xiumping escaped from the cage, Meng Su did not even look at him, and continued to move forward. Seeing this, the members of the tiger squad were a little nervous. They kept looking back in the direction of Meng Xiumping, and found that Meng Xiumping killed dogs, as if he was in an empty space. He could be said to be a professional dog killer. For a moment, they relaxed a lot. Walking in, Meng Su could already feel that he was getting closer and closer to the destination. He immediately asked the members of the tiger squad beside him very easily, by the way, my employee died here. Will the safe zone pay for funeral expenses and death compensation? Hearing Meng Su suddenly ask such a serious question, Ding Zhongzhou was a little confused. But he still answered honestly, generally speaking, yes. According to internal regulations, after dying on the battlefield, a one-time compensation of 200 work points will be given, and priority will be given to the families of the deceased for job opportunities. But this is for us. We are a team of superpowers, and we usually carry out the most dangerous tasks. As for ordinary soldiers and those who transport and logistic personnel, I don't know. Ding Zhongzhou didn't really want to know about other situations. After all, for him, it's enough to care about his own treatment. Why should he care about others? After hearing Ding Zhongzhou's words, Meng Su was thoughtful. 200 work points. Isn't that equivalent to 160,000 credit points? Although the current prices have certainly risen, the purchasing power of these 160,000 credit points is at most about the same as the 1.6 million before the end of the world. Right? Can this money buy a life? Not to mention, this life belongs to a superpower. All people are born equal, and superpowers are also people. But superpowers are considered high-level talents after all. These superpowers who perform the most dangerous tasks will naturally be treated better. As if he saw the doubt in Meng Su's eyes, Ding Zhongzhou smiled and continued, what is valuable is not the work points, but the work assigned by the safe zone. After all, this is a doomsday environment. Even in the safe zone, there is a huge difference between jobs. Some jobs are responsible for carrying zombie corpses after the war. Who is willing to do this kind of work? Only those who are short of money, and those who are unlucky in the lottery can do it. Who doesn't want to be a teller in a warm house? After that, Ding Zhongzhou laughed dryly again and said, in addition, the value of the glorious sacrifice home. I don't need to say more. Right? Hearing what Ding Zhongzhou said, Meng Su nodded. If that's the case, the reasons are much more sufficient. After all, for people in the safe zone, this situation is undoubtedly better than work points. After all, no matter how many work points you have, they can't replace your life. However, through this incident, Meng Su felt that he had discovered a business opportunity. If a lawyer like Xiao Zhilai died, even if he fired him, he would only have to pay 150,000 yuan. But if the death compensation from the safe zone is counted, he would still make 10,000 yuan for nothing. This is because the person who died was a lawyer, and he was the veteran lawyer Xiao Zhilai. If it was an ordinary zombie employee, there would be no such a big deal. Wouldn't I earn more? But doing so would also easily expose the truth. I need to dress up properly and exchange the action uniform. This way, I can get another set of action uniforms. But according to Ming-Su's calculations, it's a profit overall. Huh? For a moment, Ming-Su seemed to have discovered a brilliant road, which could make him rich, and truly become the richest man in the end times. I could continue to recruit zombie employees, change their action uniforms, and then take them out to participate in the safe zone operations, and find an opportunity to die. It would be best if there was a scene where the person was beaten to a pulp in front of the people in the safe zone. If this is done, on the one hand, it can make the company trustworthy enough. After all, in the process of calming the zombie crisis, so many of our company's employees died, so they are naturally loyal. On the other hand, it can also make the company earn a little money. It's like killing two birds with one stone. A win-win situation. Win-win means you win twice. But be careful when doing this. Don't make too much money out of the safe zone and devalue the currency. The big capitalist who is about to be hung on the street lamp is here. However, in the next battle, don't let the employees deliberately die, just let it go. After all, the remaining ones are Ming-Su's right-hand men, all of them are very wise. Ming-Su doesn't want them to die. And what if the safe zone is completely unscrupulous and doesn't give pensions to friendly troops fighting away from home? So, it's better to be cautious. Thinking of this, Ming-Su and others continued to go down. When they got here, in fact, the zombies were almost dead, and they were about to reach the core area of the nuclear power plant, near the nuclear reactor. Stop the zombies chasing behind. After Ming-Su gave a brief instruction, he immediately entered the last room, the room where the nuclear reactor was. As soon as he entered, Ming-Su saw a sealed iron box. According to the logo and font on it, this should be the nuclear reactor. Around the nuclear reactor, there are countless pipes and well-defined equipment, densely arranged, like a huge machine, wrapping the entire scene in it. The smell around the nuclear reactor is a strange smell, like the smell of burning metal mixed with sulfur, filled with a faint fluorescent green, like a mysterious power permeating the air. I don't know what the principle is. The power here has not been cut off. The machines are still in a busy state of operation. Looking around, Ming-Su did not find the zombie that looked like a human near the nuclear reactor as Renning said. He was a little puzzled. Did he go in the wrong direction? Renning lied about the military intelligence. Should he go to the middle? When Ming-Su was wondering, he suddenly found a red thing in the innermost corner of the nuclear reactor. It seemed to be a group of red cocoons? Blood cocoons, as delicate as silk, as bright as blood, hanging in the corner, surprisingly large. Its body was slowly moving, as if it was waiting for something. Its body was bright red, flashing a soft light, and it looked less like an insect cocoon and more like a cradle that nurtured a mysterious creature. Its surface had intricate patterns, almost like an elegant tattoo, making people want to get closer to observe. Ming-Su was like this. He walked forward with a swagger, looking at the strange patterns on it, but suddenly heard a few insignificant buzzing sounds. Hey, what is this? Ming-Su chuckled. At this moment, the blood cocoon pupa's body trembled a few times, as if it was about to hatch. The unique smell it exuded was chilling. It seems that you are about to hatch. Ming-Su chuckled, and then without hesitation, he punched it directly. You think I'm an idiot, right? I can let you hatch? Die. Fair competition. Experience a strong opponent? No. 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 What Ming-Su likes more is take advantage of his illness. Kill him. Chapter 203 Harvest Season. A punch roared out, with great force and momentum. Ming-Su's punch can be said to be all out, without any pause, as if the entire space had fallen into a state of stillness, and the only thing in his sight was the huge blood-red cocoon in front of him. The whistling wind sounded in his ears. Ming-Su's punch was really the first punch that shocked Kitching, and people in the martial arts world called him Little Pei Chinhu. This punch swept up boundless power. Under Ming-Su's punch, severely blasted towards the blood-red cocoon, faintly, as if there was a sharp dragon roar resounding through the universe, echoing in the room of this nuclear reactor. It was only a moment. A punch was thrown down. Blood splattered, and the blood cocoon was split into two. A dull sound rang out in the room, and a powerful force swept out. The powerful fist not only broke the blood cocoon, but also hit the wall behind it, causing the whole room to tremble and creating a big hole. The punch was very powerful, and the faint dragon roar made everyone stunned. especially the members of the Tiger Squad. But there seemed to be some intellectuals in the Tiger Squad who understood in the moment of daze that the so-called dragon roar was the sound of the fist being too fast, tearing the air apart, and the sound of cracking the air. What was really surprising was that this punch actually made a not small hole in the wall. You know, this is the room of the nuclear reactor. The walls here are extremely strong. They were originally built to prevent wars from breaking out and weapons from attacking. So they were made of various materials. Such a majestic and solid wall, under Mr. Ming's punch, actually shattered? And, more importantly, Mr. Ming's initial target was not this wall. This wall with a hole in it was just a casual act when he was blasting the blood cocoon. Ming Su did not respond to the many reactions from other outsiders. He looked straight at the half-broken blood cocoon in front of him. In the remaining half of the blood cocoon, there is a hunched-over man who looks quite miserable. He is very thin, and his appearance can almost be described as skinny. The man has his eyes closed, and is wrapped in the blood cocoon. His lower body has completely disappeared. As for why it disappeared, his lower body was destroyed by Ming Su and the blood cocoon with this punch. However, what is surprising is that there is no blood spurting out of the man's lower body. On the contrary, from the fracture surface, it is very smooth and flat, and is completely wrapped in the blood cocoon. It looks like it was born this way, and there is no sense of disobedience at all. Name, Yang T. Occupation, Screamer Zombie. Level, 19.9. It's quite interesting. After seeing the news revealed by observing words and expressions, Ming Su couldn't help but nodded. 19.9, not bad, another Peng Ting. I thought there was only one Peng Ting in Hiching City. I didn't expect that. I underestimated the world's heroic zombies. But for Ming Su, the current situation can only be said to be fortunate that he came early. Judging from the progress of the blood cocoon, this screamer zombie named Yang T is obviously more evolved than Peng Ting. Even his profession has changed. If he hadn't broken the blood cocoon with his punch, he might have already reached level 20. Seeing this, Ming Su felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have waited until he reached level 20 to see what level 20 would be like. Ming Su was worried that the blood cocoon would become stronger, so he decided to strike first. However, now seeing this guy's appearance, he felt that it was a sure thing, and he regretted not killing this guy who might reach level 20 in the future. Alas, Ming Su sighed deeply, and at this time the blood cocoon was surging wildly, and the zombie hatched in the blood cocoon had slowly opened its eyes, and was stunned when it saw Ming Su. After looking at the awakened screamer zombie, Ming Su smiled slightly and said, "Are you awake? The operation was successful. You are a girl now. Well, I shouldn't say that after all. Your lower body is gone." Before the screamer zombie could react, Ming Su suddenly felt compassion for the world, and directly raised his hand and punched, and attacked the screamer zombie with 5 fingers. "In that case, then you'd better die, so as not to cause trouble with me." Accompanied by Ming Su's very plain-sounding sentence, the next second, the head of the screamer zombie exploded instantly, and an evolution gem appeared in Ming Su's hand. The second evolution gem, it was really hard to come by. Ming Su exhaled, after taking a look, found that this evolution gem was a little different. The previous evolution gem was for breakthrough points. This evolution gem, actually, directly increases 1 point of spirit value. It's a bit strange, but it's good this way. The attributes of recent tasks are all related to spirit value, so my spirit value will also improve by leaps and bounds. I guess it won't be long before I can become the most spirited young man in history. Ming Su was very satisfied. Recently, he also felt that his 28 points of spirit value were not enough. He needed more spirit value to make himself energetic. Today's harvest was good. There were no special zombies around. There might be a few mutant zombies, but it was not a big problem. Some small fish and shrimps. Let them go to the safe zone. People came all the way here. You can't let them return empty-handed. Right? You have to know how to share the cake. Ming Su felt that he was too smart. If he traveled to ancient times, he would be a figure like Zhuge Liang or Xiao He. Right? Ming Su was very confident. Then he turned around and waved his hand. Okay. Family. Mission completed. Return. Although he didn't know why he hadn't received any feedback from the system after completing the mission. But it doesn't matter, it's all over if we leave. After hearing Ming Su's words, the members of the Tiger Squad looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with joy. Although most of them had already realized that Ming Su killed many enemies during the time they followed him to the expedition, it could be said that victory was a sure thing, but no one dared to speak rashly until the last moment. And now, after everything was settled, everyone dared to speak, and they cheered and jumped for joy, feeling genuinely relieved about the situation here. At the same time, they were full of confidence in the important task of retaking fucking city. After all, with the help of such a powerful peace and order group, such a powerful terrorist mobile team, and such a powerful superpower joining in, how could those zombies without mind not be defeated? Even the most powerful zombies. They couldn't beat Mr. Ming. Right? Everyone was very confident now. And it could be said that they were completely inspired by Meng Su. Meng Su. Invincible. This was the consensus of everyone at present. Meng Su just thought they were a bit noisy. And he just wanted to go out and get the reward. The zombies outside were still roaring and rushing towards Meng Su. But compared to before, they were much looser. If you look at it from a god's perspective, you will find that many zombies have begun to leave here and wander outside. The Screamer zombie died. And these zombies that were originally controlled also gained freedom. However, no matter what, some zombies still rushed to die frantically after sensing that there seemed to be traces of humans inside. What could Meng Su say about this? He could only allow them to die. So, the members of the violent terrorist squad wielded sharp blades and slashed wildly, trying to carve out a bloody path. These sharp blades had already been chipped or even broken. But for the members of the violent terrorist squad, they were not very important. For example, for the two zombies, Li Xiang and Meng Xuanping, the sharp blades meant the same thing to them as the long sword in Meng Su, except that they were sealed. For the zombies, it was still a bare-handed fight, which was more familiar to the zombies. After receiving Meng Su's instructions, the violent terrorist squad pointed their blades outward and began to return along the original route. Another massacre is coming. However, this time the massacre is much milder than the previous one, because Meng Su did not participate in the battle. But even without Meng Su, the speed of everyone's evacuation is not slow. Because those special zombies that blocked everyone had been killed by Meng Su, there are no more masters on the way back. The nuclear power plant. Let Meng Su do whatever he wants. Outside the nuclear power plant, Lu Song, Zhang Jinming have arrived at the front line of the nuclear power plant to inspect the situation here. After all, Meng Su has led his elite team to arrive, and it is not appropriate for them not to come. And more importantly, they can negotiate with Meng Su as soon as they come here, about the recovery of Huqing City, as well as the treatment and trading issues. Especially the trading issues. Lu Song now wants to figure out, what does this dogtail grass mean? Although the dogtail grass submitted by Meng Su can be said to be growing very well, but no matter how good the momentum is, it can't compare to wheat and rice. So, what is the use of this thing? Lu Song never thought that Meng Su was shooting at nothing after all. Meng Su said before, as long as he gave him work points, he would allow him to not suffer from nightmares in his sleep, and as a result, Meng Su did what he said, and really let him sleep well and feel in good spirits. Therefore, in this case, Lu Song felt that Meng Su's every move was unfathomable, so this dogtail grass must have other uses. Lu Song thought of the Plants vs. Zombies plan that Meng Su mentioned during the previous meeting, but after thinking about it carefully, there was no dogtail grass in Plants vs. Zombies. Strange. And Zhang Jinming had a stern look, pacing back and forth. He didn't have as many ideas as Lu Song. His only idea was whether he could take back the nuclear power plant. Although he didn't understand people's livelihood, he also knew the importance of nuclear power plants. After all, in the entire Nanjiang province, in addition to Huqing City, only Pingsha City has a nuclear power plant. And its importance is self-evident. Commissioner Lu. Corps Commander Zhang. Suddenly, Captain Liang appeared in front of Lu Song and Zhang Jinming, and reported to them. The zombies in the nuclear power plant showed abnormal behavior, and began to wander outside. Our soldiers tried to lure the enemy, and successfully lured out some zombies. They have now been annihilated. After hearing Captain Liang's words, Lu Song and Zhang Jinming were stunned. The two looked at each other, and immediately realized what was going on. Meng Su's decapitation operation was successful. These zombies were not controlled anymore. So they scattered like this. Good. Zhang Jinming was overjoyed. And then he laughed heartily. Immediately lead these zombies out. And pick up Mr. Ming. Yes. Captain Liang saluted immediately. And Lu Song was not idle either. He walked out of the military tent without hesitation, and moved quickly towards the edge of the camp. When the soldiers in charge of security saw this situation, they were shocked and hurriedly followed Lu Song's pace. However, they saw that Lu Song had already come to the vicinity of the sentry tower, and took a telescope without hesitation and began to observe the situation of the nuclear power plant. Seeing that it was just as Captain Liang said, Lu Song couldn't help but smile. When he saw a group of people breaking out from the nuclear power plant, he couldn't help but be even happier. He then said, "Prepare hot water. Let our allies, the soldiers of the peace order group, take a hot bath. It is indeed difficult to get hot water here and take a hot bath. After all, this is a temporary camp. They just set up a temporary camp for the purpose of attacking the nuclear power plant. It has only been half a day. The infrastructure is not yet complete. But, yes, I'll prepare it right away." Captain Liang was very excited and nodded immediately. It's nothing. Not to mention preparing hot water for a hot bath. Even if he was asked to find a ton of gold bars and put them here, he would do it immediately. After all, these people are heroes, going deep into the nuclear power plant and carrying out the decapitation operation. If it weren't for the existence of peace and order, they didn't know how many casualties they would have to pay to take down the nuclear power plant. For such an achievement, what's wrong with a little hot water? You can't really say the front line is only responsible for fighting. The rear is more important. Right? Lu Song adjusted his state at the first time and prepared to welcome this triumphant team. The sound of gunfire came to my ears. After zombies were led away from the nuclear power plant, they were shot in the head. Everything was going according to plan and in an orderly manner. Everything seemed to be peaceful. Lu Song walked over quickly and immediately met Meng Su. He saw Meng Su covered in blood from a distance. The smell of blood hit his nose. In addition to Meng Su, the other fully armed terrorist mobile teams were also covered in various kinds of blood. The blood-stained equipment seemed to reflect their achievements on this trip, and also reflected how dangerous this nuclear power plant was. After looking around, the ones with the least blood stains on their bodies turned out to be the elite superpower Team Tiger team in their safe zone. Some of them didn't even have any blood on them, and only the blood stains on their feet were covered with blood. The stench of blood did not make Lu Song frown. Instead, he came to Meng Su with great respect, stretched out his hand, and wanted to shake hands with Meng Su. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Meng. If Hiching City can be recovered, the Peace Order Group will have great achievements. You are all great, and you are all heroes of Hiching City. Commander Lu, you are too polite." Meng Su smiled slightly, then looked around, waved his hand, and signaled the outsiders in his team to go home and find their mothers, and then gave Lu Song a private chat gesture. As for who the outsiders in the team are, it was naturally the excited Tiger team who respected Meng Su. They obviously did not consider themselves as outsiders. After hearing Meng Su's words, Ding Zhongzhou even looked around. Who is the outsider? Why didn't I see him? Ren Ying was frowning on the side. "Captain, what are you looking at? Aren't we outsiders?" When Lu Song saw this, he also understood something. Then he took a deep breath and waved to Ding Zhongzhou. "Captain Ding, you have worked hard. The rear staff has prepared a hot bath for you. Go take a bath and rest." When Ding Zhongzhou saw Lu Song like this, he suddenly realized, "Oh, yes, I am an outsider." For a moment, Ding Zhongzhou even showed a little disappointed expression, but he still nodded politely, and then led the Tiger squad to the back. Seeing this scene, Ren Ying was ecstatic, but she remained calm on the surface, as if nothing could affect her expression. Ren Ying's heart was pounding now. "Mr. Meng, didn't notice me? Great. I finally don't have to sleep like a baby and have a cenotaph." After the Tiger squad left, Lu Song calmed down and was about to say something, but he saw Meng Su suddenly shouted, "Ren Ying, wait a minute." Hearing this call, Ren Ying's heart skipped a beat, and she secretly said that it was not good. "Oh no! Could it be that my final destination is still a cenotaph?" At this moment, Ren Ying thought of Meng Su's invincible iron fist, and was really desperate. But just when Ren Ying was desperate, he heard Meng Su say, "Record all the contents of the dream for me, and I will let you off with the bad review." Hearing Meng Su's words, Ren Ying was delighted and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will go back and write it down in the form of a diary and bring it to you." And Lu Song stood aside. He felt as if he was ignored by Meng Su and Ren Ying. "No, I am the boss of the safe zone." "Okay. You guys are discussing this openly. Aren't you a little bit disrespectful of me?" But Lu Song didn't take this matter to heart. After all, it's just information, it's not a big deal. Even. Don't bother, I have someone here who has recorded Ren Ying's past dreams. I will have someone bring them to you when I go back. Lu Song smiled slightly, and was about to say something enthusiastic, but Meng Su raised his hand and interrupted Lu Song's spell. Commissioner Lu, we are all capable people, don't talk nonsense, just get to the point. My mission is completed, the nuclear power plant has been recovered. Right? Hearing Meng Su's sonorous voice, Lu Song nodded immediately. Yes, your company has made an indelible contribution to the battle to recover the nuclear power plant, and Hitching City will always remember it. While Lu Song was talking about the honor, the system's reward also arrived. No poking. No poking. No poking. The feeling of completing the task is no poking. Congratulations, you have successfully completed your first contracting project. It's just that what makes people curious is that other companies are contracted to build residential buildings, bridges, roads, etc. Why are you repairing nuclear power plants? My goodness, do you have any special skills that even I don't know about? It seems that you are really hiding your talents. Task completed, task evaluation, perfect. Task rewards. Physical value +1, credit points +3 million, points +10, open a small technology mall, top talent recruitment card X1. Seeing this, Meng Su can't help but feel refreshed. His current physical value officially reached the 31-point mark. Soon, it seems that some options are being generated. But Meng Su decided to wait and choose. After all, he still had things to do. Seeing Lu Song still talking, Meng Su took a deep breath and smiled. Of course I should. General Manager Lu. I think we should talk about the compensation next. What's the point of calling me General Manager Lu? It's strange. Just call me Brother Lu from now on. Lu Song said cheerfully. What's the compensation? Did an employee sacrifice his life? Brother Lu? I think you are only about 20 years older than me. And you still call me Brother Lu? In our peace order company, even if you are 90 years old, you have to call me Brother Ming when you see me. Meng Su complained in his heart. Then he pretended to be very sad, and said, there are indeed employees who died. The employee who died is Zhao Zhilai. He was an outstanding soldier. He used to be a senior lawyer at Dasheng Law Firm. After the end of the world, for all mankind in Hitching City, he came here without hesitation and participated in the operation to recapture the nuclear power plant. Unfortunately, he died here. What about his wife and children? What about his old and young? How can I face his wife and children? Meng Su. Sorrow said. Of course. We, Peaceful Order, came out not for money, nor for anything else, but to help mankind restore order and complete our company name. But I think, for such employee sacrifices, everyone should at least pay half of the compensation. Right? After hearing Meng Su's words, Lu Song sighed. This is what I should do. No need for half of the compensation. After all, Peaceful Order is here to fight for us. We will pay all the compensation, calculated according to the standard 200 work points. I will give 400 work points of compensation. Are Mr. Zhao's relatives here? If you don't mind, I will arrange a more decent job for them in the safe zone, which will definitely be very relaxing and safe. 400 work points? That is 320,000 credit points? Yoshi, Zhao Zhilai, thank you. Your death is valuable. Meng Su nodded, and then said, okay. Then 400 work points. Oh, by the way, I didn't find Zhao Zhilai's family, so I don't know where they are. Please help me find them when you have time. Dasheng Law Firm. Zhao Zhilai. Lu Song? Are you serious? You don't even know where his family is, and you still say I have no face to face my fellow villagers? Lu Song was sweating profusely. But what could he say? Obedience. 400 work points is a small matter after all. Lu Song paused, and continued, Mr. Meng, let's talk about the dogtail grass next. When you came, you mentioned that this thing is the highlight of the next transaction. So I want to ask, what is this thing? Or, what is its function? This matter is the most puzzling thing for Lu Song. What is the use of this dogtail grass? This thing is incredible. Meng Su became excited when he heard it, and felt that he could make a fortune again. He immediately said, this thing is a new species developed by our Biological Research and Development Department. As long as it is planted, it can generate electricity, and after planting, It can ripen a field of grain. According to experimental research, planting 1 acre of this thing, the power generation capacity is no less than that of a small or medium-sized diesel generator. In the end times, what is the most important thing? Of course, it is electricity. Don't you lack such resources? There is a lot of work to be done. Hurry up and buy this thing. It's not expensive. Brothers, I'll give you a discount. Meng Su talked freely. Although his sales ability is average, he is very confident. After all, how new is this thing? Even if there is no demand, you can buy 2 kilograms to take a look. Right. After listening to Meng Su's words, Lu Song was shocked. But he didn't say much. After all, the building that Meng Su just helped to recover is called a nuclear power plant. A modern large nuclear power plant can provide electricity for 8 small and medium-sized cities. Although the Taoxian nuclear power plant in Heqing City is not a large one, it also provides power generation for Wuyang City and Heqing City. Of course, Wuyang City has a large population, with a population of over 10 million. So this nuclear power plant can provide sufficient power. But there are also times when it is not enough. Fortunately, Wuyang also has its own power plant. Now that the end of the world has come, the population has been greatly reduced. So there is naturally no confusion in this regard. So strictly speaking, the Sei Zone is not short of electricity at this stage. But this thing looks so magical. Lu Song was a little surprised and couldn't help but look at the dogtail grass in front of him several times. Before the nuclear power plant restarts, there must be something to replace the nuclear power plant, to supply some electricity, and to relieve the pressure on the nuclear power plant. And more importantly, the nuclear power plant cannot be taken away, but the dogtail grass can be taken away. From a certain perspective, the dogtail grass is actually more mobile, which fits the tone of the end of the world. Lu Song took a deep breath and asked, "Good stuff. How much do you sell it for?" It is indeed a good thing, and he decided to buy it. Even if he can't use it, it is very good to make a good relationship. Moreover, Lu Song felt that they might be able to use this thing. 5,000 credit points per pound, Meng Su said without hesitation, equivalent to 6.25 work points per pound. Meng Su's offer was not high, and it could basically be said to be very cheap. After all, this thing may seem magical to others, but in Meng Su's eyes, it is just the product of a failed experiment. What Meng Su really wants is the sheer teeth? So let's sell this thing at a low price. But 5,000 credit points is not a low price. It can only be said that I didn't make much profit. Lu Song nodded. Okay, there will be a special official to discuss business with Heqing Order later. He believed that there must be room for the price to go down. But he is not good at this, so let someone who is good at this do it. But in any case, this price is acceptable. Seeing this, Meng Su smiled lightly, and was about to say something, but he saw a flash of small gold-plated characters in front of him, and a long string of words appeared in front of Meng Su. What day is it today? Your company finally opened, and sold things? Damn, is today your lucky day? It's great, and the price is very reasonable. I just don't know when your company became a grain company, and it sells such mixed goods, the buyer must be crazy to buy it. Task completed, task evaluation, normal. Get the mission reward, points plus 50, cash plus 100, 000, distributable breakthrough points plus 0.5, golden gun invincible. Seeing this mission reward, Meng Su was stunned. When was this mission? Oh, yes, it seems to be a few days ago, when Captain One came to see me. There is such a mission, I almost forgot about it. Meng Su couldn't help but feel ashamed. He decided to pay attention to the mission system and complete all the missions, so as not to procrastinate. If he procrastinates for a long time, he might forget what mission he took. However, this golden spear, hee. Meng Su's mouth corner slightly raised. Ignoring Lu Song in front of him, he started to check what the golden spear was. Ability, Unbreakable. Introduction. You will have extremely strong willpower. No matter what setbacks and blows you encounter, you will be able to survive. No matter what physical injuries you suffer, you will not fall into a state of fainting. Requirement. You need to have at least 20 points of mental value. Meng Su? You call this unbreakable? Fuck you. This is not called unbreakable. Can you use adjectives? Shouldn't this be unyielding and tenacious? A good skill of the spirit that cannot be taken away in the face of great festivities. You made it sound like some special medicine that can be bought in some alleys late at night. Meng Su was a little speechless, but he could only take a deep breath and suppress this thought. It doesn't matter. I don't have this ability of Golden Gun, I am still Golden Gun. This is an innate ability, not worth telling to outsiders. Meng Su gradually calmed down his heart, while Lu Song, who was standing beside him, talked to Meng Su about many ideas about building a beautiful new huqing during this time. Meng Su was not interested in this. He was only interested in his own piece of land. After proposing several suggestions for vacant land, Meng Su was ready to bid farewell to General Committee Member Lu, but before saying goodbye, Meng Su suddenly said, General Committee Member Lu, do you need more manpower here? There are many soldiers in our company who are proficient in cold weapon combat. If you need it, just let me know, I will send someone to help you. Ah? Lu Song was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Meng Su suspiciously. Chairman Meng, I wonder what the price is. They really need a group of elite teams proficient in cold weapon combat. Although we don't know what they went through during the nuclear power plant operation. According to the current intelligence, Meng Su's terrorist mobile team is very powerful. If they join, the recovery campaign will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. And the mercenary company, the so-called security company, will not go out in vain. So Lu Song was prepared and asked directly. Free. Meng Su smiled slightly. Protecting huqing is everyone's responsibility. Why should I charge? But if someone dies, remember to pay the pension. Lu Song looked at Meng Su in surprise, feeling a little surprised, but then patted his chest and assured, that's no problem. Seeing Lu Song's scene, Meng Su almost couldn't help laughing. Ahem. You don't have to pay too much. Just pay as normal. Meng Su coughed lightly, and then said, in that case, I will go back to the company to prepare. If there is any military action, you can come to the company directly to find me, or contact me by telegram. Okay. The communication ended successfully. Obviously, although Lu Song is more than 20 years older than Meng Su, he is still too young to know that free is the most expensive. After returning, he can recruit more zombie employees. Let the zombie employees go out. Meng Su smiled lightly. He had found a way to make money. This is not called fleecing. After all, his zombie employees will reduce the casualties of human soldiers. And they are experiencing the most dangerous projects. If they are ordinary human soldiers, they may cause great casualties. Moreover, what Meng Su wants is currency, not direct materials. As we all know, currency is actually worthless, and materials are the most valuable. As long as Meng Su keeps the currency, there will be no problem, and it will not disrupt the market at all. In this way, it is a win-win situation. Oh, by the way, we can also go to the black technology market. And there is also a choice of 31 points of physical value. Looking forward to it. Meng Su smiled lightly. While walking, he checked the mall. The first technology mall he got after completing the task. Although the name is not black technology, it is produced by the system. How can it be an ordinary product? Excited heart, trembling hands, Meng Su clicked on the small mall. Only 4 kinds of technology. But this technology made Meng Su tremble. Because the first technology, his name is Cybertron Planet Car Maintenance and Empowerment Technology. Price, 300 points or 10 million credit points. Meng Su. Meng Su's current mood can be described by the cat-shocked emoticon. You call this a small technology mall? This is even more black technology than black technology. Good guy, Cybertron Planet has come out, what else is next? Meng Su took a deep breath, continued to read on, and found that the prices of the other 3 technologies were the same. The other 3 items are neural connection and interaction technology, dinosaur gene extraction and fusion technology with all dinosaur genes from the Jurassic, Cretaceous, and Triassic periods. Biological xenograft implantation technology for this. Meng Su didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only say that it was so terrifying. Meng Su took a deep breath, and after holding it in for a long time, he could only say in a muffled voice, there will be more such activities in the future. Which one to choose still needs to be considered. But then again, the mission is completed, and there are new technologies to buy, and today is really a harvest season. Relief. Lu Song is not stupid, and naturally understands that something is fishy. Especially the pension, Meng Su said. No commission. But what can he do? If he can buy the safety of his soldiers with money, then it doesn't matter. And how many employees can Peace Order have? Thousands. Tens of thousands? So, Lu Song doesn't care about this. On the contrary, he cares more about the application of dogtail grass. He needs to go back and test it quickly, so as not to be cheated. After returning to the camp, Lu Song saw his secretary waiting there early. Lu Song immediately asked, "What did the Tiger Squad say? What is the situation inside?" "General Secretary." The secretary bowed slightly and said calmly, "According to the response and report of the Tiger Squad, the entire operation at the nuclear power plant was carried out by the terrorist mobile team. They were basically only responsible for the appearance and the role of the compass. They encountered countless special zombies along the way, but the one who made them most excited and surprised was Mr. Ming-Su himself." "What happened to Ming-Su?" Lu Song turned around and looked at the secretary. "Ming-Su is very strong," the secretary said seriously. "According to the captain of the Tiger Squad, Deng Zongzhi, the Bone Wing zombies, the Meat Mountain zombies, and the Side zombies can barely withstand a single punch from Ming-Su. Even if he encounters a zombie tide, Ming-Su can still fight his way out of the encirclement with his skills. More importantly, his defense is amazing." The secretary paused and continued, "Deng Zongzhao has observed that all attacks against Ming-Su have not caused any effective and substantial damage to Ming-Su." Lu Song nodded and then sighed. "It seems that Chairman Ming is really the darling of the times, the pride of the world. With his current combat power level, I'm afraid tanks can't do anything to him. He's so powerful. He's already an inhuman existence. Have all the zombies been cleared? Then clean up the battlefield in time and put the nuclear power plant into use as soon as possible. By the way, send a modified military bus to Chairman Ming, and let Chairman Ming drive the bus back. If it's really inconvenient, we can also provide a driver." Lu Song said, "The survivors rescued recently have been settled, among whom there are hundreds of highly educated people. By the way, inform Mr. Ming that if you want to recruit, you can go to the temporary safety zone to recruit recently. We will never interfere." Lu Song felt that he had done enough. Talent is the cornerstone of scientific and technological progress. Allowing Ming-Su to recruit first is a big concession. Of course, there is no need to guess. Many people will not choose a peaceful order. Who makes the safe zone represent the order of the past. Zheng Zixin died, he died as an agile person, and there was no news? In Wuyang City, Wang Xian's face was gloomy, a little angry. He received the signal from the Lord again. The Lord was urging him to set off quickly, not to let Heqing City continue to be arrogant. He must find back the things left by Tianhe before. Wang Xian actually had some doubts about this, because he could clearly feel that the master who gave him the order was different from the master he usually met. The master who gave him the order to find the remains seemed a little sneaky, as if he didn't want others to know. Wang Xian vaguely guessed something, but he didn't dare to say it. However, Wang Xian felt that this was an opportunity for him. An opportunity to rise to prominence and become the king of the East Country. He looked at the map of Nanjing province in front of him, and after pondering for a long time, he finally sighed. "You can't get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? This matter cannot be entrusted to others. I still need to do it myself. Chapter 204 Spending all my money, I still get it back." To be honest, Ming-Su wanted all of them, but he was short of money. Currently, Ming-Su's points and balance can only buy 1 points, 255 points. Total assets, 10.895 million credit points. This is Ming-Su's current strength. Points are 45 points short, and the assets are enough. Regret, Ming-Su now only has regrets. If I had known this would happen, I would have saved some, and not wasted points. However, Ming-Su suddenly realized something. This small tech mall seems to have no time limit. You can buy it anytime? Ming-Su realized this, and couldn't help but get excited. If that's the case, it's even easier. Save money. From today on, I'm going to save money to buy all 4 kinds of black tech. But I can buy the first one now. What should I buy? First, rule out Cybertron. Because Ming-Su believes in the nature of the system, this BYD cannot be the spark source. Maybe it's just a weakened and low-profile version of the spark source, to make you a Jarvis like an Iron Man. After all, if it is the spark source, it will only sell for 10 million. The spark source is the source and destination of the Transformer spark. In short, if you hold the spark source, Ming-Su can continuously create Transformers, and directly form an Autobot army, and directly sweep across all directions, sweeping the world. Zombies? Can they beat Transformers? So in this case, Meng-Su doesn't think that the Cybertron technology of the system will be the spark source. Your perfect life system and others are all working on the spark source. Can he do it? No. You don't have the ability. Do you know? 10 million, version trap. After removing Cybertron, there are still neural links, dinosaurs, and biological alien implants. The second thing that was ruled out was biological xenotransplantation. The reason was simple. It was being studied. There were 3 research specimens. As for neuronal connections, it was a bit impressive. Meng-Su didn't know what it was for. As for dinosaur gene extraction technology, it was quite interesting. The end of the world and dinosaurs were a perfect match. Indominus Rex, Indominus Velociraptor, Indominus Spinosaurus. Jurassic World started. But to be on the safe side, Meng-Su decided to go back and ask the experts for their opinions. Anyway, he really wanted to raise dinosaurs. Don't rush. Buy it when you go back. Meng-Su took a deep breath and casually sat in the lounge provided for him in the safe zone. Several soldiers brought brand new suits and a shower room at the door. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction and then prepared to wash off some of the blood splattered on his body while thinking about what new entries he would get after his physical strength reached 31 points. The rest of the members of the violent terrorist squad stood outside Meng-Su's lounge, standing there, motionless, and the logistics staff, who notified these members of the violent terrorist squad to take a sparse rest, were also confused and at a loss. After Meng-Su washed himself, he put on a new suit, tied a tie, combed his hair into an adult style, and then stepped out of the lounge. Seeing the members of the terrorist squad standing there, standing still, he immediately waved his hand. Go and wash off the blood stains on your bodies. After hearing Meng-Su's voice, the terrorist squad led by Li Xiang and Meng Xuanping immediately took action, wearing combat uniforms, and walked towards the shower room together. They started to shower in their combat uniforms, and washed off the blood stains on their combat uniforms. After all, the combat uniform is worth 50,000 credit points. After being splashed with blood, it is natural to just rinse it off. Even if some parts cannot be washed off, it is not a big problem. It is enough to look normal overall. However, Meng-Su's method of enforcing orders has shocked the logistics staff who are accompanying him. Is this still a human being? Although the veterans of the Self-Rescue Corps can also enforce orders, they are still human beings after all. After hearing that they are going to rinse, they will naturally wash themselves well and try to wash themselves as clean as possible, and then assemble as quickly as possible in the final analysis. The soldiers are also human, but the terrorist mobile teams of the peace order group in front of them, each one of them was like a killing machine without emotion. If Chairman Meng did not give the order, they might really stand there all day, ignoring the dirty blood on their bodies. After the flushing, they also stood around Meng-Su's lounge, protecting Meng-Su's safety. Although Meng-Su's strength is obvious to all, these terrorist mobile teams cannot beat Meng-Su, who is protected by them. But it's just a ceremony. Why do you care so much? Meng-Su sat in the lounge and began to check this time's in choose in. According to the previous routine, you should be able to select all of them this time. Right? You have discovered the secret of physical evolution, and you can currently select one of the following 4 blessings. Longevity. You will have a lifespan of more than 500 years, becoming an immortal species. As the saying goes, a 1,000-year-old turtle lives 10,000 years. So if you choose this option, you will become half a turtle. Extreme teleportation, as we all know. A slide can kill a tiger. So with your strong strength, you should be able to easily kill a star destroyer with a slide. You will be able to teleport your body within a 10-meter range to a limited extent. But you will need to bear the possible spatial pressure, which requires extremely strong muscle strength. Based on your current situation, you can teleport up to 5 times a day. But each time you teleport, you can temper your body. Power of boiling sheep. Rumor has it that the boiling sheep emperor of Qingqing Grassland can wield a 10,000-ton hammer to fight. The power of boiling sheep can greatly enhance your strength. Of course, to reach the strength of boiling sheep emperor, you still need to strengthen yourself to a certain extent. Tom Cat's immortal clone technique. Rumor has it that there is an immortal spirit cat on the other side of the ocean. Even if it is cut in half, it can be restored to its original state as long as it is reconnected in a short period of time. If you choose this option, you will have abnormal recovery ability, and you are not afraid of being cut in half. It just takes a certain amount of recovery time. Meng-Su? Didn't you say that you could give me all? Why did it become a choice of 4 again? But This time, the choice seems to be much stronger than before. Each one of them was described in a very impressive way, and the examples were very vivid, which made Meng Su a little nervous. If he didn't choose longevity, he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, Meng Su felt that, along with the improvement of his physical strength, his life limit was also increasing. Meng Su was only 23 years old this year, and there was still a lot of time. There was no rush. Moreover, the system scolded him and said that he was half a turtle if he chose this. How could he tolerate this? The other three items actually corresponded to speed, strength, and physical fitness. It's just that the strength and physique are obvious, and the speed has been compressed into a situation called teleportation. This thing is very buggy. It's not just fast. It's fast like teleportation. But it's real teleportation. It's so difficult to choose. I choose teleportation. Without hesitation, Meng Su made the choice. According to previous experience, when he reaches 36 points, he can choose again. Sophia Shandy and Tomcat can wait until the physical value reaches 36 points before choosing. It doesn't matter. I will wait. Choose success. After a simple gilded text flashed, Meng Su soon felt that he seemed to have not changed much. He stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and then released it, and didn't feel any difference. I'm going to the door. Meng Su thought to this, and didn't react. However, when he raised his leg, he only took a step. But the next second, his figure appeared at the door of the lounge. Huh? Seeing Meng Su suddenly appear here, even the terrorist mobile teams, who were Meng Su's close subordinates, were a little surprised, and they all looked in Meng Su's direction. Meng Su was surprised, and waved his hands repeatedly. Continue to stand guard. Don't worry about me. After hearing Meng Su's words, the terrorist mobile team stopped paying attention and continued to stand guard. Meng Su was extremely surprised. It only took a thought, and then a leg lift. To achieve teleportation, Meng Su had no other feelings at all. This teleportation seemed like an innate ability, and he didn't feel any discomfort when he took a step, as if he just took a normal step forward. That's all. Interesting. Interesting. Meng Su said interesting twice in his heart, and then he felt his muscles slightly sore. This surprised Meng Su even more. You know, Meng Su just killed through the nuclear power plant with his bare hands, and he was only slightly tired. Now he just teleported once, and he felt sore in his muscles. This shows how difficult it is to hide this skill. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that after performing it once, his whole body would be limp and his bones would be broken. However, fortunately, I am not an ordinary person. Meng Su exhaled and turned back to his lounge. As soon as he returned to the lounge, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu quickly surrounded him and looked at Meng Su in surprise. You. Qi Liu's beautiful eyes widened, and her eyes turned around Meng Su, constantly examining him, and seemed to have a desire for knowledge. But unfortunately, this famous lawyer seemed to have lost the ability to speak, and kept repeating the word you, and couldn't say anything for a long time. On the other side, Jiang Xiaqiu was much more natural. She even threw herself on Meng Su, sniffing his scent carefully, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, looking back and forth at Meng Su, and finally asked in surprise, Su, why did you suddenly disappear? A secret. Meng Su smiled lightly, but did not tell the reason, but smiled and said, okay. Pack up and get ready to go home. Seeing Meng Su say this, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu did not ask more questions, but just nodded. And then Jiang Xiaqiu added worriedly, then I still have to drive. Okay. You continue to drive. Meng Su nodded decisively, indicating his approval. Hearing Meng Su say this, Jiang Xiaqiu couldn't help but cheer and jumped for joy, and immediately took Meng Su's hand, and happily wanted to go out. Qi Liu saw this, and naturally she was not willing to be outdone, and also took Meng Su's other hand, with a beauty on each side. Meng Su saw this, and was quite helpless, and could only let the two women do this, and walked out of the house together. As soon as they left the lounge, the employees of the terrorist mobile team looked at them again. This time, Meng Su nodded slightly, and walked forward. The employees of the terrorist mobile team lined up and followed Meng Su, but did not clear the way for Meng Su. After all, this is a camp in the safe zone, and Meng Su still has confidence in the safety facilities in the safe zone. even if they are attacked. It's okay. Meng Su will use his body to protect the employees. He really is. I cry to death. After all, to Meng Su, his employees are gold. If they are gold, they will always be spent by Meng Su. Therefore, before they are spent, Meng Su will not allow his employees to die. Mr. Meng, Chairman Meng. Just as Meng Su was moving forward, suddenly, several logistics personnel hurriedly shouted, "Stop Meng Su," and seemed to want to get close to Meng Su to say something. But unfortunately, he couldn't get close to Meng Su at all. Just when he came not far from Meng Su, he was blocked by the terrorist mobile team. The terrorist mobile team looked at these logistics personnel coldly, and the murderous intent was released, which instantly frightened these logistics personnel, and they hesitated whether to move forward. But after just a moment of hesitation, the logistics staff took the initiative to shout, "Mr. Meng, our General Committee Lu gave you a military bus, which is parked on the other side. If you want to go back to the company, you can take that bus. If you need a driver, our logistics management team also has several drivers who can support you at any time." Hearing this, Meng Su was a little surprised. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Okay, a driver will come." After hearing Meng Su's words, Jiang Xiaoqiu's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Her heart was in pain. As if she had been betrayed, she stared at Meng Su intently, with two words written in her eyes. "I feel wronged. We agreed that I was the driver. Why do you need another driver?" "Okay." The logistics staff was delighted and nodded immediately, and then said, "Chairman Meng, General Committee Member Lu also said that if you have time, you can go to the temporary safety zone. It is in the open space on the left side of the original safety zone, very close to the original safety zone base. The temporary safety zone is naturally to restrain the newly rescued survivors. After all, no one knows what the situation of this group of new survivors is in the past few months. Some are real survivors, some are evildoers, and some may be the chosen ones. In addition, there may be people who are infected by the zombie virus. But the virus is weak, and there is no mutation for the time being. According to the observation of the safe zone, some people have higher antibodies at present, and the zombies that caught him are ordinary zombies, which will mutate at the latest in 2 days. Therefore, in this case, we still need to be on guard." After hearing the words of the logistics staff, Meng Su nodded, "Okay. I will go there after I go back to the company for a small meeting." This is also Meng Su's purpose. Although the logistics staff reminded Meng Su once, Meng Su knew this before. Therefore, Meng Su asked the driver of the safety zone to drive over, and he did not hesitate to make Jiang Xiaoqiu angry. After all, when he went to the temporary safety zone, Meng Su planned to go alone. This time, when he returned to the company, his main purpose was actually only one. That was to hold a small meeting with the experts, to discuss which senior talents to focus on recruiting, and to ask the technical talents which black technology would be more suitable. As for the general staff meeting, no need, just let Xiaoyu hold it. So, the team turned around and immediately headed in the direction of the military bus. The appearance of the military bus is actually no different from that of an ordinary bus, and even the decoration inside is no different. But it is more collision resistant and safer than an ordinary bus, and the glass is also bulletproof. But, after Meng Su got on the bus, he waited for a long time, but he didn't see the driver coming. So he rolled down the window and said to the logistics staff waiting on the side, "What's the situation? Where's the driver?" Seeing Meng Su asking, the logistics staff was also a little surprised. Just now, Vice President Jiang said, "You changed the plan, and you don't need a driver." "Chairman Meng, do you need a driver?" Hearing what the logistics staff said, Meng Su immediately looked up at Jiang Xiaoqiu's position, but saw that Jiang Xiaoqiu was already sitting in the driver's seat, looking back at him, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, with a sly smile. Seeing this, Meng Su laughed, and then said to the logistics staff outside the car, "No need. I have a driver." After that, Meng Su rolled up the window, looked in the direction of Jiang Xiaoqiu, and shouted to Jiang Xiaoqiu with confidence, "Xiaoqiu, let's go. You have been driving for so long. Let's see how your driving skills are now." Beep! Jiang Xiaoqiu honked the horn twice, put on an expression of no accidents with me here, then decisively released the handbrake, and then pressed the wiper. "Meng Su? Accident." Jiang Xiaoqiu said naively, turned off the wipers again, then started the bus crookedly, gradually drove away from the camp. There were still dense gunshots not far away. Apparently the aftermath of the nuclear power plant recapture war was not over yet, but it had nothing to do with Meng Su. In short, the result was good. And looking at the route that the military bus left, the logistics staff, who had been responsible for Meng Su, opened his mouth, but closed it again. Because he didn't know what to say. He only knew. You are playing with me. Right? I am also part of your play? After he sighed, he immediately went back to report his work. In addition to serving Chairman Meng Su, he also had key information to report. That is, when Chairman Meng was in the lounge before, he suddenly appeared at the door of the lounge, and he seemed to have the ability to teleport. This matter needs to be recorded. Meng Su's strength is like an iceberg in the Arctic. The part floating on the water is already so majestic that it almost makes people breathless. Not to mention the depth under the water. What they know now is just the tip of the iceberg. The mysterious Chairman Meng is unpredictable. Meng Su left here. And in this temporary gathering place, the senior executives of the safety zone held an urgent meeting. The main research direction of the meeting is the use of this dogtail grass. In the meeting room, there is a large potted plant in the center. But the precious flowers and plants in the past have long been dug up and thrown aside, like weeds on the roadside, and replaced by the former weed dogtail grass. The once high-ranking lady of flowers and plants can only fall to the ground helplessly now, watching the once insignificant boy who looked like a dog showing off in his private field of grass. JPG look. Everyone. This grass can indeed provide electricity. In front of the potted plant, Lu Song pointed at the dogtail grass in the pot and said very seriously, "Now, he looks like an expert in the flower and plant market. The electricity is sufficient. This piece alone is enough to provide electricity for half a building." After hearing Lu Song's words, the people attending the meeting whispered to each other and talked a lot. Most of those who can appear at the forefront are actually members of the military. They don't have a deep understanding of people's livelihood, but they know what this means. And they know what it means for military defense. Ahem. Seeing the noise on the field, Zhang Zhiming coughed twice, and the scene immediately regained its calm. In addition, there is another major discovery. Lu Song paused, took a deep breath, and said very seriously, "This is even more exciting than its main function of generating electricity." Hearing Lu Song's words, everyone was surprised. Weeds. The dogtail grass can generate electricity, which is enough to surprise everyone. Now you tell everyone, this dogtail grass can not only generate electricity, but also has other functions? Commissioner Lu, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. Zhang Zhiming chuckled. The recovery war is still going on. You are all important personnel in various departments, military commanders, and you can't delay here for too long. After all, every minute of delay, maybe one survivor will die. Lu Song heard this, nodded immediately, and immediately said, "Please take out your mobile phones and have a look." Huh? Everyone was stunned, but it was already so late. Who still had a mobile phone? But before everyone could react, Lu Song had already taken out his mobile phone. The phone is covered with cracks. The screensaver is a family of 3. Who look happy. However, no one knows the family of 3 on the screensaver. Lu Song said seriously, within the vicinity of these dogtail grasses, the phone will break through the signal shielding. Seeing this, a participant said puzzledly, "Commissioner Lu, but your phone still has no signal." Ahem. Lu Song coughed awkwardly, and then said, "This is because the satellite outside the blue planet has been destroyed. If we use other methods, there will still be a signal." What does this mean? We can use these dogtail grasses to build a new network. It is relatively easy to build a local area network and a metropolitan area network. In this environment, once the network reappears, it will be much better. Let alone other things. Just arrange it in several important departments, then it will save a lot of effort. After hearing Lu Song's words, everyone was surprised for a moment. And the news I just got is that Chairman Meng of the Peace Order Group has the ability to teleport. Just as we expected before, this Chairman Meng is probably a multi-powered person. Such a strong man can no longer be described as a superpowered person. Lu Song took a deep breath and said, "I suggest that people like Chairman Meng who are beyond human power be called supernatural people, meaning people who are extraordinary and unworldly. It's just a title, naturally no one objects. Regarding the issue of the Peace Order Group, we must build a good relationship with them. Countless wonderful ideas are produced from within the group, and the power within the group is very strong." Chairman Meng promised that There will be a security force proficient in cold weapon combat to cooperate with us to move forward, so we should do next. Meeting in progress. Military buses are really amazing. It is indeed much better to drive than ordinary buses. How can that bus compare with it? However, it may also be that Jiang Xiaoqiu's driving skills have improved now, so there are no problems along the way. The return journey was rather bumpy. But Meng Su still only took 4 hours to return to Qingnan district, and return to his own small piece of land. Along the way, Meng Su did observe that many zombies were moving towards Tao County. He was very confused. I don't know why this happened. Maybe it was because of the constant sound of gunfire, which attracted the surrounding zombies. Meng Su thought for a long time and decided to give up thinking. Once he admitted that he didn't think much, he would be invincible. Give the amazing wisdom a break today. But no matter what, the current zombie tide is definitely something that the safe zone can handle. Although the current zombie level has generally reached level 4. Level 5. What use are those ordinary zombies even if they are level 10? A shell will hit them, and they will just be a pool of rotten meat. There is no such thing as level 4 or level 10 for rotten meat. As for these zombie tides, it is actually our side that is somewhat powerless. The wavy babu plan is imminent. We must study it carefully. I not only want pea shooters, but also corn cannons, celery bombers, and cherry bombs. High nuts are also okay, although I don't know the principle of these plant weapons. These things are all solved by scientists. I am not a scientist. Why should I worry about this? It's okay as long as it works. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Hello, Mr. Meng. As soon as he came back, Meng Su received sincere greetings from the employees. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. As soon as he got off the car, he hurried to the laboratory to listen to the opinions of experts. After getting off the car, Meng Su immediately said to an employee who was on duty to keep order, "Go find Wen Yuan and have a meeting between senior intellectuals in the empty room next to the mechanical laboratory warehouse." After the employee was stunned for a moment, he immediately went to notify. Meng Su did not say much, and immediately asked people to call Hu Guangqing, Li Daong, Adela and Dumi to come, and everyone had a meeting together. Soon, Wen Yuan also came late, and Che Meiping also came with him. These are all the senior talents under Meng Su at present. First of all, please urge everyone to submit the list of relatives. I will communicate with the safe zone. Once I find your relatives, I will contact you as soon as possible. After saying that, before they could react, Meng Su immediately continued, the second thing. If there are 4 technologies now. One is Autobot transformation. One is neural connection. One is dinosaur gene. And the last one is xenotransplantation. Which technology do you think is more helpful to our company's current situation? After hearing Meng Su's words, the brothers were stunned. Mr. Meng, aren't you too impatient? How come we didn't react? Yes, Meng Su was impatient. From the time he got off the car to now, it was less than 10 minutes in total, and he had already called everyone up to a meeting to discuss these things. Many of them didn't react, especially Wen Yuan. He was confused. No, what does this have to do with me? I majored in architecture, even if it's a little exaggerated, it's civil engineering. What do these 4 technologies you mentioned have to do with me? Wen Yuan felt very tired in his heart, but it was enough to listen. It's just a meeting anyway. Che Meiping, on the other hand, is more interested in neuron connection technology. What are neurons? It's a bit complicated to explain, but neuron connection and interaction, which works in orthopedics, can perfectly make a prosthesis, and it is likely to be able to be controlled as usual. In addition, if the technology is high enough, it can even be controlled remotely, just like the door frame robots shown in the movie The Wandering Earth, which can be controlled from a distance. Or Pacific Rim. Besides, Che Meiping is quite interested in allogenic implants. This is related to her major. When Hu Guangqing heard this, he immediately became excited. Chairman Meng, I think Autobots. The last time the Van Man incident made Hu Guangqing very interested in Autobots. And after hearing the content of the current meeting, he spoke subconsciously. When Meng Su heard this, he immediately nodded and said, I have always respected your opinions. Old Hua, if you don't listen to the old man, you will feel comfortable for a whole year. The Autobots would not be the first to change, even if they killed Meng Su. The reason for saying this was to make Lao Hua and Lao Li feel a little involved. Dinosaur gene. This name made Adela and Dumi's eyes widen. They were eager to study it, but they quickly rejected it. Mr. Meng, we are currently studying plants. The team is not large. If we add dinosaur genes, I am afraid it will be a waste of effort. Both will lose. It was Adela who spoke. After that, Ming-Su looked at Adela in surprise. The Chinese language has improved so much. She can even say idioms? Is she really a genius? However, after listening to Adela's analysis, Ming-Su also felt that it made sense, and felt very sorry for it, because he could not see dinosaurs. As for the other two technologies, Mr. Ming, these two technologies actually complement each other. Doomy said on the side. According to the data of experimental subjects number 1, number 2, and number 3, we are deciphering the situation of allogenic implant technology, and the connection and interaction of neurons will greatly increase the difficulty of deciphering and connecting our current allogenic implants. But you have a ready-made allogenic implant option to choose from, which makes us a little confused. After hearing Doomy's words, Ming-Su began to analyze rationally again. Yes, neural link is essentially seems to have a great relationship with allogenic implantation. But if you directly exchange for allogenic implantation, then is the option of neural link a bit redundant? The system should not have such a low-level error. So, for a moment, Ming-Su already had a choice. Neural link. Among these 4 technologies, the other 3 are very obvious. Ming-Su can roughly understand what he does through the name, only this neural link is Ming-Su completely in the dark. But according to the specific analysis of biological experts, this neuronal connection does work. So you can give it a try. Okay. I got it. Ming-Su nodded, but did not announce the news immediately. Instead, he continued, everyone should make some preparations. I will go to the safe zone to recruit new employees. The employees this time will all be highly educated. I will try my best to recruit new mechanical and biological talents. As for other talents, they are welcome to come. After that, Ming-Su stood up and shouted, dismiss the meeting? Ming-Su acted decisively. The meeting lasted less than 10 minutes, and Xiaoyu was waiting at the door. I thought it would take a while for the meeting to end, but I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Everyone left one after another, while Ming-Su sat where he was, and had already started to exchange. Do you want to spend 10 million credit points to exchange for neural link and interaction technology? Yes. Ming-Su gritted his teeth and felt his heart bleeding. This is not a small amount. 10 million? 10 million? This is a full 10 million. But Ming-Su believes in himself. Even if you spend all your money, you can get it back. If you can earn the first 10 million, you can earn the second 10 million, the 10th 10 million, and the 100th 10 million. Exchange successful. Your current balance is 895,000 credit points. In this regard, Ming-Su actually has only one evaluation. Once back to before liberation. Heartache. Ming-Su now has only heartache. 895,000. Can only support Ming-Su to pay 1 month's salary. But, Ming-Su sighed deeply, and his eyes became firm. Sorry. Safe zone. Next, I will use you to earn some Zayamawawa. With this thought, Ming-Su stood up and was about to go out when he saw Xiaoyu walk in. Seeing this, Ming-Su suddenly changed his mind. Xiaoyu, you and I will go to the temporary safe zone together later. After all, he is a big star. Traveling with Xiaoyu will help improve the value of the peace order group. Although his company is already very valuable within the safe zone, Ming-Su is still worried that those ordinary survivors do not understand the value of the company. Yeah. Although Xiaoyu didn't understand, she still smiled and nodded. She opened her mouth, as if she was about to say something. But she saw Ming-Su had already left the room at lightning speed and walked towards the biological laboratory. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was also quite helpless and could only follow her boss, who loved to make trouble. After arriving at the biological laboratory, Adela and Doomy had not had time to start working. But Ming-Su waved his hand and threw a thick stack of information on the table. Neural connection and interaction technology, go study it. Ming-Su said cheerfully, which made Doomy and Adela full of questions. Not Mr. Ming, you are Doryman. How can you take it out just like that? You were teasing us in the meeting just now? Although Doomy and Adela were a little surprised, they still nodded together, expressing their great joy. After handing them the technical information, Ming-Su suddenly found that this technology mall had a new product after selling neural connection and interaction technology. Neural interaction mature exploration robot. Price, 3 million credits or 300 points. Purchase limit, 5. Additional introduction. This item is an after-sales item for the neural connection and fusion technology, as a reference for mature skills, sold at a reduced price. After the purchase of other technologies is completed, after-sales items will also appear. Ming-Su? What is this? After a moment of astonishment, Ming-Su soon understood what this thing was. The system is afraid that the company is full of idiots, who can't figure out the technology even if they buy it, so it provides qualified assembly line products. If you really don't understand, you can buy a sample and take a look. There is a sample here, you can always copy it. Right? Ming-Su guessed that the system had this idea. In response, Ming-Su was furious. What do you think of my employees? 5 is not enough, at least 50? After calming down his inner thoughts, Ming-Su didn't stay in this biological laboratory for too long, and left immediately. Ming-Su left in a hurry, so that Adela and Doomy did not have time to report the latest situation. They were quite helpless about this. After all, the results this time were quite good. However, it was not the results of plant weapons, but the results of magnetic power charging. Mr. Ming, during your absence, the company, and Xiaoyu immediately followed and was about to report the situation to Ming-Su, but was interrupted by Ming-Su. Let's talk about it on the way. Let's set off now, and go to the talent recruitment market to recruit some people. Now? And Xiaoyu heard this and exclaimed, is it so urgent? Yes. Ming-Su nodded. As the saying goes, every second counts. Ming-Su just wants to recruit employees quickly, and put them in the bag. In response, Ming-Su and Xiaoyu hurried all the way, and soon returned to the military bus. At this moment, Li Xiang, Ming Xuanping had already gotten off the bus, and Zhang Wei and the injured propaganda department employee also got off the bus. Only the remaining 4 tigers of the propaganda department, Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu, were left on the bus, together with Ming-Su and Xiaoyu, who had just got on the bus. The team of 8 people was complete. Ming-Su thought about it, and felt that the configuration was enough. He immediately said to Jiang Xiaqiu, who had been sitting in the driving position, let's go. After hearing Ming-Su's words, Jiang Xiaqiu was overjoyed and immediately put on an attitude of receiving orders, driving the vehicle, and quickly drove away from the peaceful order. He came and went in a hurry. Xiang Jinzhong, who was in charge of the gate security, was stunned when he saw this. Ming-Su's return this time took no more than 30 minutes. Xiang Jinzhong couldn't help but burst into tears and sighed. Mr. Ming really sacrificed his life for the company. I am so lucky to have such a boss. Seeing Ming-Su's diligence, Xiang Jinzhong now had only one thought in his mind. He was willing to give his heart to Ming-Su. Wuyang City was full of the chosen ones. After the selection by Wang Xian, the new Siming of Nanjiang province, 10 powerful chosen ones were selected. They will follow Wang Xian to Heqing City to inspect the remains of Tianhe. In addition, Wang Xian also issued an order as the Siming of Nanjiang, Pingsha City, Baifu City, Zhangde City, and Shufeng City were ordered to send out chosen ones as well. Each city must send no less than 5 people, and at least 1 apostle must go out to hunt together in Heqing. Wang Xian even ordered the chosen ones of Zhangde City to not only come by themselves, but also find a way to bring a dominant zombie. With such a lineup, Wang Xian believed that it would be absolutely foolproof. Unless the opponent has a cheat. How can he lose? Wang Xian was full of confidence. Chapter 205 Riots in the Temporary Safety Zone. Mingdong, according to the developments during this period, the most obvious change is that the wall has been basically built. At the same time, Su Jinjin sent news from the biological laboratory and the mechanical laboratory. The magnetic power charging is ready. The box you gave them has shown that it is charging, but the speed is relatively slow. It is expected to take about a week to be fully charged. The vehicle shook, but it did not affect Xiaoyu's work report. Listening to Xiaoyu's report, Ming-Su was surprised. They actually figured it out. Ming-Su was a little surprised. I thought that this exoskeleton magnetic power armor would not be useful in the short term, but I didn't expect that the scientific researchers in my company were so powerful. They could research electromagnetic charging with dogtail grass, but the only pity is that it takes a week to fully charge. If you operate this mecha with all your strength, it will take less than half a day to use up all the energy. It takes 1 week to charge and half an hour to fight. But it's okay. After all, before that, it couldn't even charge, let alone a week. As for the other work reported by Xiaoyu, Ming-Su didn't take it seriously. The rest of the work didn't matter. It was just organizing the data and cleaning. Ming-Su didn't care. The only disappointment was that the programmers in the company didn't seem to be very good. They were slow to build a program architecture. Now the company is full of dogtail grass. The signal shielding has been cracked, so I hope they can make some achievements. The vehicle continues to move forward. The whole world has become unrecognizable. Ruins are piled up like mountains, and weeds are overgrown. Most of the roads are broken down and abandoned cars and collapsed ruins, which seem to have been forcibly pushed from the road to the sides of the road to ensure traffic, and even occasionally there are some traces of bombardment. In this desolate area, an abandoned industrial park has been transformed into a temporary safe zone. The wall was full of withered weeds, but some cracks and patches could still be seen, which were traces of the hard work of the security zone staff. Meng-Su received a lot of inquiries along the way, but after all, as a strategic partner of the security zone, he would not be questioned too much. On the contrary, a team that was originally supposed to carry out the mission temporarily adjusted its mission to escort Meng-Su's convoy. Meng-Su was quite embarrassed about this, and even said that he did not want to delay the mission because of his arrival, and he could leave. However, the captain of the team insisted on doing so. Meng-Su had no choice but to follow them to the temporary safety zone. The team obviously sent Meng-Su to the temporary safety zone from the other side. When the bus passed by, Meng-Su could see many vehicles coming in from the other side. Through the glass, Meng-Su could also clearly see the survivors crying with joy in those vehicles. Enter! The door was open. After passing through the door, a wide square came into view. The ground was covered with thick stone slabs. In the center of the square was a watchtower surrounded by iron fences. The watchtower was covered with heavy canvas to ensure that the soldiers on duty on the watchtower were not threatened by the outside world. As soon as he came in, Meng-Su saw the entrance on the other side. Soldiers gathered, and the team entering the temporary safety zone was in a long line. Every survivor was strictly screened and checked. Meng-Su just took a look and said, I think the safety zone is not very big. It can accommodate at most 40,000 or 50,000 people. Right? Yes, Chairman Ming. The captain of the team responsible for escorting and guiding Meng-Su nodded and said immediately, We have established 7 such temporary safety zones nearby, with the current safety zone as the core. Although they are temporary and crude, these places are just overused. As long as Hiching City is recovered, these places will naturally be abandoned. In his words, the captain of the team looked very confident. As if for him, the recovery of Hiching City was a sure thing. Seeing this, Meng-Su nodded calmly. His mental state was extremely stable, and he asked, Do I need to go through all 7 temporary safety zones? The team leader was not aware of this matter. But soon, a logistics officer from the place came and smiled sweetly at Meng-Su. Chairman Ming, General Committee Liu has already instructed that scientific research talents who meet the requirements are concentrated in the number 1 temporary gathering point, which is where you are currently. So you don't need to go to the other 6 temporary gathering points again. The logistics manager was a woman, wearing a dark green camouflage uniform, with short and neat hair, and a cold look in her eyes. Every move revealed her professionalism, and she looked very professional. After that, the girl, who was resolute and seemed to have had a military career, stretched out her hand and introduced herself. Hello, Chairman Ming. I am Lu Jingyi, Deputy Director of the Temporary Management Bureau of the number 1 temporary gathering place. Please follow me. Yes. Meng-Su nodded indifferently, and then followed the person in charge, who claimed to be Lu Jingyi, and Xiao Yu followed closely behind, and the 4 tigers of the propaganda department, who were fully armed and wearing combat uniforms, naturally followed behind Meng-Su. With the same pace, and a rather decisive and murderous atmosphere, which really made Lu Jingyi look at them several times. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu did not get off the bus, but stayed on it. They seemed not very interested in recruiting talents. On the contrary, they seemed to want to get familiar with the condition of the bus, so that they would not drive crookedly in the future. Unlike a normal person, however, Meng-Su found it funny to see them like this. A zombie did not study how to eat people, but studied how to drive. What? Do you want to be Dr. Zombie King in the future? Meng-Su smiled lightly and continued to concentrate all his energy, planning to take a good look at the talent recruitment market to see what talents he could use. Although, his current cash flow is only 895,000, and he has to spend 536,000 every month. Meng-Su doesn't care about it at all. On the contrary, Meng-Su still feels that he has so much money, and he can spend it for a while. Anyway, there are still 2 weeks before the salary is paid. At most, he can work hard in these 2 weeks and make tens of millions in one go. However, for this talent recruitment market, Ming-Su doesn't think he can find too many outstanding talents. I judge others by my own standards. Ming-Su thinks that the safe zone should have absorbed all the real experts. Most of the remaining ones are only capable of being assistants. No one is as strong as Adela. Even Doomy is rare. Looking for talents, you still have to rely on yourself. Ming-Su sighed deeply. But fortunately, he now has 2 cards about talents. One is a high-level talent tracking card, and the other is a top-level talent recruitment card. The 2 cards are different. The former gives you a direction to guide you, and you can bring it back. The latter is amazing. As long as you use it, the top talent will come to you, just like Adela. However, Adela is customized, but this card is not customized. But why don't I use it right away? Why waste time? With this thought, Ming-Su followed Lu Jingyi's route, while splitting himself in the system, and called out this top talent recruitment card. Do you want to use the top talent recruitment card? Use? Ming-Su said silently in his heart. Then, Ming-Su's front was shining with golden light, which was really beautiful. Please choose one of the 3 options, chef. Programmer sports. Ming-Su? Chef. Programmer sports. Ming-Su was a little confused. He didn't want any of them. It's not that he looked down on the above professions, but being born in the end times, Ming-Su currently needs biologists the most. After all, most of his skills are related to biology, and the above 3 options basically have nothing to do with biology. That's not the case. Cooks seem to be related to biology, and are good at turning biology into food. After thinking carefully, Ming-Su decided to choose programmer. That's fine. It's not bad to have a top programmer. Maybe he can help me solve the problems in the program. As for sports, after choosing, I guess I will get a strong athlete, most likely a world champion level athlete. Athletes of this level have good physical fitness, but what Ming-Su lacks the most is physical fitness. Selected programmer, locking in progress, locking successful. Accompanied by a small gilded text in front of him, Ming-Su soon saw a photo. After seeing this photo, Ming-Su was shocked, and then nodded with satisfaction. It's settled. It's settled. A Mediterranean man in his 40s. His name is Yin Maodong. And he also has an English name, which Ming-Su is not very knowledgeable and can't read. According to the above introduction, he is actually the designer of the computing system of Google's AI section, which makes Ming-Su nod with satisfaction. Okay, this is a big shot in the programming world. Responsible for Google's AI section. A master of masters of masters. However, Google is not in China. Could it be that it has to do the same as Adela, James and others, and use the system to perform the art of heaven and earth to directly pull people from the United States to itself? Ming-Su was extremely satisfied. And Lu Jingyi, who was leading the way for Ming-Su, occasionally secretly looked at Ming-Su with a side eye, and was very curious about Ming-Su, and was also very puzzled why Ming-Su couldn't suppress the smile on his face before he saw the target. I heard that Chairman Ming is the strongest superpower in the world. But these superpowers have some mental problems to some extent. Could it be, thinking of this, Lu Jingyi's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but think of a game she particularly liked before the end of the world. In that game, some individuals who were strong for various reasons would become emotionally unstable mental patients for various reasons, and would often go on killing sprees. Chairman Ming shouldn't be like this. Right? Although she thought so in her heart, Lu Jingyi couldn't help but take 2 quick steps, subconsciously wanting to distance herself from Ming-Su a little. Seeing this, Ming-Su immediately raised his legs and followed. And Xiaoyu and the 4 members of the terrorist squad also followed closely. Lu Jingyi saw this and subconsciously stepped forward again. Ming-Su followed. And so did Xiaoyu and the members of the terrorist squad. As a result, the soldiers on patrol and the survivors who had just passed the inspection and entered the temporary camp saw several figures running at lightning speed. And they were shocked. The survivors were also surprised when they saw this. And soon they sighed again and again. It's the end of the world. But they still don't forget to race walk to keep fit. And their speed is so fast. These people are really determined. Yes. Yes. Look at those people. They are equipped with different equipment. They should be elite. Right? TSK. There are words on them. Peace and order? Why does it sound familiar? Huh? Isn't this the company written on the flyer we used for burning a few days ago? Ahem. Be careful. Be careful. The survivors were talking about it. And Meng-Su was now keeping an eye on everything. So he naturally heard the survivors' discussions. When Meng-Su heard that his company's flyer was used by these survivors for burning, his face turned black. But if you think about it carefully, it's nothing. Being able to save a life with a flyer is better than building a 7-story pagoda. As the pioneer of charity in Hiching City, Meng-Su is the best choice. Huff Lu Jingyi panted and took Meng-Su to a building that looked simple but still quite good. Mr. Meng, please wait here for a while. I will notify the administrator here and ask him to gather everyone together, so that you can focus on publicity. It can be seen that Lu Jingyi is a little tired. Okay. Meng-Su didn't blush. Didn't even breathe, looked at Lu Jingyi with concern, said to Lu Jingyi with great concern, Xiao Lu, don't be so anxious next time, I don't mind the short time. Look at you, you are so tired and sweaty. You should pay attention to physical exercise in the future. Don't be weak at such a young age. Lu Jingyi. That, I seem to be older than you. Although she complained in her heart, Lu Jingyi didn't dare to say much. She could only silently endure the ridicule from the younger generation. After all, when Lu Jingyi left just now, she was serious and used her supernatural power. Even so, she was still followed closely by Meng-Su. And she was sweating profusely. While Meng-Su was not bothered at all, and thought he was just taking a walk with her. Lu Jingyi had nothing to say about this, and could only say, as expected of the world's strongest supernatural person, I am Meng Lang. After saying goodbye to Meng-Su, Lu Jingyi dragged her tired body and walked straight into the building in front of her. Just as Meng-Su was about to follow him in and find a place to sit for a while, he suddenly realized that something was wrong and turned his head suddenly, looking at the temporary camp in the safe zone that looked peaceful. And Xiaoyu was also very tired from Meng-Su's speed. Her toes were a little sore. She couldn't help but bend down and pinch them. But after seeing Meng-Su in this state, she couldn't help but ask sweetly, Mr. Meng, what's wrong? Nothing. Meng-Su shook his head. He felt that just now, there seemed to be a signal flashing by. Meng-Su didn't feel what the signal was. Maybe it was just his illusion. But, seeing Xiaoyu like this, Meng-Su couldn't help but chuckle and said, your feet are sore. Let me rub them for you. Ah? And Xiaoyu's cheeks blushed when she heard it. But soon returned to normal. They are an old couple. Why blush? So, and Xiaoyu immediately adjusted her mentality, straightened her back, blinked at Meng-Su, and whispered, it's not good. Right? There are outsiders here. Rub them when you get home. Meng-Su heard it, and felt quite regretful. He also wanted to play the role of a foot massage master, and try to cheat Xiaoyu out of her money. This girl is a celebrity after all, so she must have a few million. Right? Take it out for emergency. Although Meng-Su didn't know the exchange rate between cash and credit points, he believed that the system would not be so heartless as to cut it off. But it's okay. He can find a chance later. And Jiang Xiaochu's assets. Meng-Su would be willing to exchange 36 billion for 3.6 million. It's nothing to eat a gigolo for a while. And Xiaoyu didn't know what kind of weird thoughts Meng-Su had in his mind at the moment. She just smiled charmingly, then took Meng-Su's arm and said to Meng-Su, Meng-Su, let's go in. I heard some noise inside. I'm afraid they have already gathered. These talents inside are the cornerstones of our company's future. They are all your right-hand men and your humorous. You have to take them seriously. The ancients knew to respect the wise and humble. Don't go crazy. And Xiaoyu's voice was full of concern. As the chief secretary of the peace order group, and Xiaoyu can actually be said to be the real, but unnamed helmsman of the group. After all, the top leader Meng-Su is often on business trips. And the nominal second in command, Vice President Jiang Xiaochu, often drags Qi Liyat to form a small group, and likes to go on business trips with Meng-Su frequently. So the people in the group naturally fall on Xiaoyu. Therefore, and Xiaoyu knows best how hard it is for Meng-Su to have this foundation. So while arranging Meng-Su's suit, he also gives him good advice. If it wasn't for Meng-Su, who wouldn't want to lie down? Meng-Su heard this, looked at Xiaoyu's cheek, nodded, and said, okay, I'll be more serious and respectful. After that, Meng-Su smiled heartily and strode into the talent recruitment market. As soon as he entered, Meng-Su saw about dozens of people sitting in a place similar to a cafeteria, quietly waiting for Meng-Su's arrival. Among them, There were men and women, ranging in age from 50 to 60 to 30 or 40. And each of them had an inexplicable bookish air. After seeing Meng Su enter, everyone's eyes were focused on Meng Su. They were full of curiosity about Meng Su. These days, the information about the Peace Order group has been deeply imprinted in their minds. Especially many people have seen the Peace Order flyers before coming. So they have a very good impression of the Peace Order. This time, the Peace Order group came to recruit employees. And many researchers around 30 years old were very interested and wanted to join the Peace Order group and become a member of the Peace Order. Of course, those who hold this view are actually a minority. After all, no matter how powerful the Peace Order group is, in everyone's impression, it is just a company. Good afternoon, everyone. Have you eaten? As soon as Meng Su came on stage, he immediately scanned the whole group with his eyes. And he was a little disappointed. But his mental state was still stable. No one was above level 15. Fortunately, no one was below level 8. Most people were around level 8 to 13. And there were not many talents that Meng Su wanted to find. That is, talents in biology. I won't introduce too much. Our Peace Order group has various top laboratories, its own private armed forces, and other high-tech levels. We are a strategic partner of the security zone. Those who come to work in our company will receive a monthly salary of 8,000 credit points, including food and accommodation. Meng Su did not hesitate and said directly, of course. There are many channels for promotion and salary increase. 8,000 credit points is just a starting point for you. You can get a monthly salary of up to 1 million. Opportunities are rare, and they will never come back. He just painted a big picture, and it was done. $1 million annual salary, you dare to think about it. After all, the current chairman of the company, the great Mr. Meng Su, only earns 1 yuan a month. The chairman takes the lead in advocating low wages, which employee dares to ask for a raise. After hearing Meng Su's words, everyone immediately whispered, and Meng Su saw this, then said, biology, computer talents, salary can be raised to 10,000. Our company sincerely invites talents in this field. Meng Su decided to be generous. There is no need to say much about biology talents, and computer talents are because a top programmer has come, there must be some supporting facilities. Right? You can't let the Mediterranean programmer do everything. What if he becomes bald in 2 years? After hearing Meng Su's words, everyone was confused. Those who have worked in our company for 3 years or have made great contributions can be granted the right to awaken their superpowers as an exception. Our peaceful order has the ability to turn ordinary people into superpowers. After saying that, Meng Su waved his hand, and then walked off the stage without hesitation, and said to Enchiu, count the number of people who have registered. Before Enchiu could react, Meng Su continued to shout, come and find Enchiu to register. You all know Enchiu, right? It doesn't matter if you don't know her. Just find her. After saying that, Meng Su commanded the 4 members of the violent terrorist mobile team, U4, protect Enchiu. After hearing Meng Su's order, the 4 fully armed members of the violent terrorist mobile team immediately took action, standing on both sides of Enchiu with murderous intent, protecting Enchiu's safety, and would never let anyone attack or harass Enchiu. The average level of the 4 members of the terrorist mobile team has reached level 13. The 4 of them work together, even if Li Xiang comes. They can hold him off for a while. Facing these guys who are powerless in Meng Su's eyes, they are naturally gentle and relaxed. And Xiu finally reacted and glared at Meng Su coquettishly. I asked you to be respectful to the wise. And you are so respectful. Right? Although she said it coquettishly. And Xiu immediately got into the mood, showing a sweet smile, and immediately came to a table and picked up a thick stack of papers. If you want to join our Peace Order group, please come up and get a form. After filling out the form, we will review your information. If the information meets our recruitment requirements, then congratulations. You will join the greatest and most magnificent multinational group in the world. And Xiu can also draw pie in the sky. Yes. Is there any company in the world greater than the Peace Order group? What's more, the Peace Order group is indeed a multinational company. And there are foreign employees in the company. After Meng Su let go of everything, he walked out of the room very confidently and came outside. Meng Su is not good at treating people with courtesy. Instead of doing so, it is better to make the treatment clear directly, so that people can come if they want. However, Meng Su believes that saying the 3 words superpowers will naturally attract many people to join the peace order group. After all, gathering great power in oneself. Who wouldn't want such an ability? And especially in this doomsday situation, no matter how much knowledge you have, you can't pull the knowledge out of your brain to form a weapon when facing zombies. But if you have superpowers, you can even blow up the zombie's head with one punch, and let the zombie know why the flowers are so red. Lu Jingyi looked at Meng Su, who was leaving, and was somewhat surprised. She immediately said in astonishment, "Chairman Meng, what's wrong? Is there no one willing to join your company?" This was somewhat beyond Lu Jingyi's expectations. If this was the case, Lu Jingyi decided to use some means to let several military scientific research data officers temporarily join the peace order group to help the peace order complete some basic work. This was also the instruction of General Secretary Lu Song. After all, they were strategic partners, and they should not have some unnecessary grudges between each other because of these trivial matters. As long as they could research high-end technology for mankind. Talents were talents wherever they were. Not really. Meng Su shook his head. The recruitment is handed over to Enchioyu. I am not good at this. I came out to take a breath. By the way, I always feel that there is something wrong. The fleeting signal made Meng Su very concerned. Because this signal is not a communication signal in the traditional sense, but a spiritual signal. It is also fortunate that Meng Su has a high spiritual value, otherwise he would not have found it. So rather than believing that this is a coincidence, it is better to believe that there is indeed a problem. After hearing what Meng Su said, Lu Jingyi took it seriously. Mr. Meng, what is the problem? I need to walk around here, maybe I can find out what went wrong. Meng Su took a deep breath, and slowly said, but I suggest you notify the garrison troops to be prepared. I think it may be the Chosen One. The signal is very familiar, a bit like the Chosen One receiving the Lord's message. Not sure. Let's wait and see. But it's always a good idea to take precautions in advance to prevent any accidents. In the evening, the sky was full of rosy clouds, reflecting the earth. Low concrete buildings stood in this rather shabby temporary safety zone. Groups of people sat in tents with dull expressions, holding the steamed buns and hams distributed in their hands, eating in a mechanical way. The road was bumpy, and the environment was harsh. But it was safe. However, these dull people were not dull because of the harsh environment here, but because they also came from a strange place. And it was the team of the self-rescue army that rescued them from a group of armed brutal elements. The life they had led before was worse than hell. The end of the world has come, and the dark side of human nature has been aroused. Those brutal elements directly treat people as livestock, and beating and scolding them at will is the best result for them. When there is a shortage of food, these people will be eaten as two-legged sheep. It is disgusting. In this environment, although people have been rescued, their mental state has always been in a trance, and they can't get better no matter what. Now, in the safe zone, psychologists are in urgent need. After all, in the end times, there are many depressed people, and many people with painful experiences. Even psychologists are powerless when facing some patients. The setting sun shines through the tent, dispersing the darkness in the tent, and shining on the face of a young man with slightly messy hair. The young man sat dejectedly in the tent, looking up at the sunlight shining in. His bloodshot eyes revealed a strong sense of teasing and playfulness, and then he quickly pulled up the gap in the tent, dispersing the only inch of sunlight. I will obey my master's orders. After closing the curtains, the young man smiled softly, muttered to himself, and suddenly his nails grew longer, and he cut his wrist, and blood began to flow out. The tent was filled with the smell of blood, and the young man immediately stood up, looking at his roommate, who was drowsy in the sleeping bag, chuckled, and immediately dripped the blood into his roommate's lips. The virus carrier appeared. As the Chosen One, he was a little different. His ability was mediocre, but his blood contained a large amount of zombie virus. So when he walked in the apocalypse, he would not be attacked by zombies, and he only needed to scratch other people to achieve the same effect as the zombie virus. In other words, he was actually just a zombie with reason. As his blood dripped into the mouth of his roommate, the roommate, who was originally drowsy, immediately turned pale and began to tremble. He felt a burning and nauseous feeling in his stomach. His eyes instantly lost their vitality, and his body began to twitch and shake violently. Seeing this, the young man immediately opened the tent and pretended to be very panicked. Come on. It's not good. My roommate is in trouble. Come and take a look. After hearing the young man's words, a doctor at the nearby contact point was immediately suspicious, and ran towards the young man's tent with a medical box. The young man also looked very worried. The doctor didn't think much and walked in immediately, but was directly knocked down by the mutated zombie. Ah! The zombie bit him hard, and his white coat was instantly stained with blood. What's going on? Yes, there are zombies! Run! All of a sudden, the tent area was in a panic, and the soldiers were shocked. They all chose to move in that direction, ready to suppress it as soon as possible. However, in this chaotic crowd, the young man had quietly followed the chaotic crowd and started running around. There was only one idea in his mind now. Go to the car of the so-called peace order group, hijack the two women, threaten Meng Su of the peace order group, and ask him to return the things that originally belonged to Tian He Siming. Of course, this was just one of his tasks. If he could get it, it would be the best. If he couldn't get it, it didn't matter, because his real mission was to confuse the audience, buy time for the other two chosen ones, who had been lurking in the safe zone long ago, and steal the top secrets of the Heching City safe zone. For the new Lord Siming, Wang Xian, and the other lords who came from other cities, get a good start. When he thought of this, the young man showed a ferocious smile on his face. If I remember correctly, what were the names of the two women left on the bus? Jiangqi? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Just capture them. Why care about those names? He is a dignified Lord Chosen One, and he doesn't care about the names of two ordinary women. Similarly, the two ordinary women were not qualified to know his name. Tada! Tada! In the distance, gunshots were heard. In the room, the prospective new employees, who were filling out their employment applications, were startled, and they were worried about each other, and they didn't know what to do. Although Xiaoyu was also a little surprised, she still smiled and said, just fill it out with confidence. Here, peace and order are your pillars, and they will protect your safety. After that, the 4 members of the violent terrorist mobile team were full of killing intent. Feeling this bone-chilling coldness, the prospective new employees immediately cheered up and began to fill out the information. Many people who had not planned to join the peaceful order were also very nervous after hearing the gunshots outside. After struggling for a long time, they also stood up and asked Xiaoyu for an application form. They thought the safe zone was seamless and impregnable. But now it seems that the safe zone may not be safe. Outside the room, after hearing the gunshots, Lu Jingyi was shocked. She had not had time to notify them. But the incident really happened. So, Lu Jingyi did not hesitate and said decisively, Mr. Meng, please go to the room for shelter. Hearing the word refuge, Meng Su couldn't help but feel happy. Take refuge? Do I need to take refuge? They are the ones who should take refuge. Are there any other people in Heching City who I need to avoid? No. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately said, I will stand here and see who dares to kill me. Meng Su's voice was full of confidence. It can even be said that he did not take the turmoil outside seriously at all. Seeing Meng Su so excited, Lu Jingyi did not know what to say for a moment, and at this moment, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of Meng Su. Terrible terrorists are committing atrocities. As a security activist in Heching City, a pioneer in charity, and one of the top 10 outstanding young people who have touched Heching, how can you sit back and do nothing? Of course, you still have to strike hard while ensuring your own safety. Task requirements: quell this terrorist attack. Task rewards: credit points plus 500, 000, points plus 5. Looking at the information in front of him, Meng Su frowned immediately, thought for a while, sighed, and said in his heart, forget it, a mosquito is still meat, 500, 000 is 500,000. When Lu Jingyi thought of this, before she could react, Meng Su had already stepped out and angrily said to Lu Jingyi, protect Xiaoyu and my future employees. I will go to quell the chaos. You dare to act wildly in my territory. You are really tired of living. Ah? Is this your territory? Isn't this a safe zone? Lu Jingyi was stunned. Just when she was about to say something, she suddenly saw a flower in front of her. The next second, something very strange happened to Lu Jingyi. Meng Su, who was standing beside her, appeared 10 meters away in the next second. What was going on? Extreme speed? Or teleportation? Lu Jingyi widened her eyes, full of disbelief, and her mouth was slightly open, almost enough to fit an egg. This Mr. Ming was indeed the strongest psychic in the world. It seemed that with him taking action, she would have nothing to worry about. Lu Jingyi, who was originally a little anxious and panicked, calmed down completely at this moment. It's worth it to use Mr. Ming's help in exchange for my protection here. Roar! A zombie in hospital gown rushed directly towards Ming Su without any eyesight. Seeing this, Ming Su did not hesitate to punch him directly, and kill the zombie in hospital gown into slag. Not even a complete body was left. Ming Su looked around, and found that although the scene was very messy, but the soldiers of the self-rescue army were cleaning up the zombies that suddenly appeared in an orderly manner. Based on the current situation, Ming Su felt that even without him, these zombies would be pacified within half an hour. So, could it be that the chosen ones just want to create a small-scale turmoil? Ming Su frowned, feeling that it shouldn't be that simple. Forget it, just catch a chosen one and ask him. With this thought in mind, Ming Su immediately began to observe the surroundings. As we all know, the chosen ones will emit a strange brainwave signal, but they will only emit it when they receive the signal from the Lord. The so-called Lord had just issued the order not long ago, and the signal had not completely dissipated. As long as he looked carefully, he could find some clues. Ming Su closed his eyes and felt it with his heart. Got it! The noisy sounds around him made Ming Su feel a little noisy. But he calmed down, carefully distinguished, and soon he was happy to find a weak signal. It was not too far away, in an office building in the former industrial park. Ming Su immediately rushed away quickly. As soon as he arrived near the building, he saw a figure flipping down from the window and rushing out quickly. Name, Yu Lu. Occupation, Gene Enhancer. Taxi driver. Level 6. Level 5. Looking at the information given by the person in front of him, Ming Su found that he was not wrong. He was about to slide over to smash this guy named Yu Lu into pieces. But Ming Su saw that he seemed to be holding a stack of information in his hand, and thought about it again, and gave up the idea of smashing him into pieces with a punch. He decided to follow him, see where this Yu Lu would go. It's impossible that he stole this information to read it himself. Right? Find out where they are staying, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. As we all know, cockroaches are best killed in nests. If a few escape, it will be troublesome. Chapter 206 Ming Su. Want to be the Simon of Nanjiang. Ming Su followed all the way, like a pervert, and didn't look like a good person. Perhaps it was because Ming Su's tracking skills were superb. Or perhaps it was because this guy named Yu Lu didn't have much vigilance, so Ming Su could follow him so easily. The man came to the edge of the temporary safety zone, and came to a place where the patrol and guard force was relatively weak. He hid behind a container, and waited quietly for the time. When he saw that the time was almost up, he climbed over the wall, and quickly got into a hole behind the wall. Huh? Seeing this, Ming Su felt a little surprised. This underground cave was obviously used for escaping. After all, the surrounding field of vision was wide. If he ran straight, he would be seen by the guards, and then he would be shot dead after firing a warning shot. So, this was actually a premeditated action. It's interesting. It seems that my idea of tracking was right. If not, how could I catch all these cockroaches in one fell swoop? Gout. It seems that my amazing wisdom has awakened again. Ming Su was satisfied. He felt that he was really awesome. I used to think that if I were in ancient times, I would be Zhuge Liang Xiaohe. Now it seems that I am beyond Zhuge Liang Xiaohe. It seems that I also have the potential to become the world's top counselor. Ming Su was full of confidence. Then he followed the same pattern, climbed over the wall, and entered the tunnel. It was called a tunnel. But in fact, we didn't walk very far. We quickly got out of the tunnel. After coming out, Ming Su saw Yu Lu looking around from a distance, and then sneaking through the ruins. Ming Su followed closely, also tiptoeing. However, unlike Yu Lu, Ming Su's actions were sneaky. Not as sneaky as Yu Lu. After all, I am a positive character. So, even if we both hide our bodies, he is sneaky, and I am sneaky, which is normal. Although Ming Su had no tracking skills, and had not learned any reconnaissance methods, but with his superb physical fitness, Ming Su was still able to escape danger without being discovered. The reason was very simple. Because Ming Su was very strong. He tracked him from a distance of 100 meters. Although the other party entered the ruins of the old city, and was turning around and deliberately going in circles. It was not difficult for Ming Su, in addition to his physical strength. Ming Su's spirit value was also very high. Moreover, this guy's anti-reconnaissance methods were not very good. He kept going in circles in this place, and Meng Su was trapped. He simply found a tall building and squatted at the highest point to watch Yulu going in circles. He didn't know what he was doing. After waiting for a long time, under Meng Su's speechless gaze, he actually walked into the tall building where Meng Su was standing. Meng Su was speechless all of a sudden. No. You took a detour for a long time. And the destination is here? Then what is the meaning of taking a detour? What does it mean that the most dangerous place is the safest? Meng Su is speechless now. But it's good that he came here in advance, so he can observe the situation better. So, Meng Su thought of this and immediately went down from the highest rooftop, looking for Yulu's location, and finally found him on the second floor. So, Meng Su hid at the staircase between the second and third floors, quietly waiting for the arrival of other chosen ones. Just when he squatted down and was about to perform overheard, Meng Su suddenly heard this guy named Yulu suddenly snorted coldly, and said in a very low voice, "Come out, I have seen you." The voice was cold and confident. It sounded like, "I have seen through you." After hearing this, Meng Su was stunned. Ah? Has he been discovered? Can he find his whereabouts? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Meng Su was extremely shocked. He couldn't help but use the observe the words and looks again. He found that Yulu's ability level was indeed not high. But he still didn't feel relieved. He was still very vigilant. Could it be that observe the words and looks has been deprecated? There is now a way to hide observe the words and looks. The chosen one has appeared? Just when Meng Su was in doubt, he heard Yulu continue to sneer. "Your Excellency hasn't shown up yet. Are you asking me to come out and invite you?" Maybe he was lying to me. "Hey, I won't come out, to make you anxious to death." Wait a minute, actually there is no need. After knowing the gathering place, I can just kill this guy and wait here. Right? With this thought, Meng Su, who had turned his head, did not hesitate, and took decisive action, stepped forward directly, in an instant, flashed and teleported in front of Yulu, and directly picked up his fist as big as a sandbag, and blasted it towards Yulu's face. "You can find me like this? It seems that you have some skills. I can't let you go." The fist was fierce, like a tiger roaring and a dragon running. Meng Su went all out when he came up. After all, the opponent's strength made Meng Su a little unpredictable, and he had to take it seriously. On the other side, Yulu had never expected that someone would suddenly appear. When Meng Su suddenly appeared in front of him, he did not react at all. He had been circling around before because he had forgotten how to get in. He shouted, "I found you on the second floor," because he had a new trick learned from watching TV dramas to see if he could trick someone out. In fact, he did not think too much about it. He was just bored and entertained himself. If Meng Su did not come out this time, he would even say something crazy later, such as, "I have been walking on thin ice all my life. Do you think I can get to the other side?" Or, "I'm sorry. I'm a policeman." I didn't expect that he would really reveal it now. The fist was so close, Yulu suddenly felt that the whole time slowed down, and he immediately realized that he had entered the time stop before death. Regret? Extremely regretful. I should have stopped talking nonsense earlier. Maybe I could live a little longer. Not long after the thought of regret appeared in his mind, the fist wind had arrived. Bang! With a crisp sound, Yulu's head exploded like a watermelon. The headless body collapsed to the ground. The document that Yulu was tightly holding was splattered with blood. He killed Yulu with one punch. The process was smooth, and there was no strong resistance. This made Meng Su a little confused. Ah, that's it? After Meng Su was stunned, he immediately shook off the blood on his hands, casually took out his backpack, took out a bottle of mineral water, and washed away all the blood. However, the blood on the clothes could not be washed off. Meng Su had no way to deal with it. Fortunately, it was not a peaceful era. It was normal to have some blood on the body. It would be terrible if there was no blood. Meng Su looked at the corpse on the ground and thought that this might scare the visitor. So he cleaned it up without hesitation, threw away the broken skulls and other things, and then washed the blood with mineral water, leaving only a headless male corpse here. But after thinking about it, Meng Su picked up the stack of information again, dragged the corpse, and came to the first floor. After arriving on the first floor, Meng Su found a sofa from the ruins, and then sat on the sofa casually, flipping through the information while waiting for other survivors to come and join him. This information is not very complicated. It mainly records the personnel composition of the 7 temporary safety zones in the safety zone, which are mostly senior talents and backbone forces. The next 2 pages also have plans for future infrastructure. Meng Su took a look at the content. The infrastructure plan is actually similar to what he thought. There is no big plan. Just to mobilize the power of tens of thousands of survivors to build a new home together. This may be a bit complicated, but to put it simply, it is actually to use work instead of relief to find something for everyone to do. After all, in this depressing end-time environment, if we don't find something for everyone to do, something might happen. It just so happens that building roads and walls are what we lack now, and they can fully meet this need, so that people can be fully utilized, so that everyone won't gather together to cause trouble. After all, whether in ancient times or in modern times, if the victims of disasters cannot be guided, they are likely to destroy the original order. Meng-Su understands this very well. And he also feels that this is not a secret. After all, his company is doing this. And finding something for employees to do every day can't be a waste of wages. However, Meng-Su thought that the main target of these chosen ones might be the list of backbone forces in the temporary safety zone camp. What is the use of this list? Meng-Su did not understand. But it did not matter. He just had to wait for the contact person to come. With this thought, Meng-Su took out a cigarette, lit it calmly, and began to pose and show off. Anyway, he was free. He did not wait for long. After about 10 minutes, Meng-Su heard footsteps coming from outside. Two figures hurried over, and they seemed to be a little pale. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Meng-Su sitting on the sofa smoking, and saw the headless male corpse next to Meng-Su. They were stunned for a moment, and then they became alert. Who are you? Where is Yu Lu? After that, the auras of the two chosen ones were released. This aura made Meng-Su want to refine them instantly. Name, Ran Xiao. Occupation, Gene Enhancer. Chef. Level, 8 Force. Name, Li Yuanhang. Occupation, Gene Enhancer. Financial Manager. Level, 9 Nines. After observing the expressions of the two people, Meng-Su immediately found out their identities. Then he took a deep breath and said with a sad face, Brother Yu Lu was shot in the head by a superpower in the safe zone when he was evacuating. Meng-Su looked extremely sad. Seeing Meng-Su like this, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were stunned. Then, they immediately found the information in Meng-Su's hand. Their eyes lit up. But they still shouted vigilantly, Yu Lu is dead? Then who are you? What's the matter with the body next to you? I am Zhao Zhilai, Yu Lu's life and death brother. After his unfortunate death, in order to prevent his body from being insulted, I risked my life to take brother Yu Lu's body from those superpowers, and carried him all the way here. Meng-Su took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm his grief, because before brother Yu Lu died, he entrusted me with this information, and asked me to hand it over to the Lord. After that, Meng-Su took the initiative to hand over the information. I beat him to death myself. So we are brothers in life and death. No problem. Seeing Meng-Su's reaction, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were stunned and took a breath at the same time. What kind of brotherhood is this? After Yu Lu died, this friend named Zhao Zhilai actually fought his way out of the siege to save his brother's body from being insulted. He really? I cried to death. It's so touching to have such a brother. I didn't expect that you, Brother Zhao, are so loyal and righteous. Ran Xiao was shocked, and couldn't help but say, then, do you know our identities? Of course I know. Meng-Su held his head high. The chosen one. The one chosen by God. I, Zhao Zhilai, have admired my master for a long time. This time, I came here to serve the master and officially become a chosen one. After saying that, before Ran Xiao and Li Yuanhang could speak, Meng-Su immediately said, if nothing unexpected happens, you two should be brother Li Yuanhang and brother Ran Xiao. Right? Hearing what Meng-Su said, Li Yuanhang couldn't help but be alert. How do you know our names? Brother Yu Lu told me. Meng-Su sighed and said, Brother Yu once recommended me to the Lord. So he also told me some secrets among the chosen ones, such as the news that Lord Siming had visited our Hiching city not long ago. After that, Meng-Su pretended to be in admiration. I really don't know how elegant Lord Siming is. After hearing Meng-Su's words, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao looked at each other. And one of them said, Lord Siming was killed in Hiching city not long ago. Now the new Lord Siming is Lord Wang Xian from Wuyong City. Wang Xian. This name sounds familiar. It seems that I heard this name from some chosen ones a month or two ago. At that time, it seemed that he was the strongest chosen one in this area. I don't know how strong he is, but after Tian he died, It was normal for him to inherit Siming's position. Meng Su nodded, pretending to be regretful, and felt that his acting skills were worthy of an Oscar. However, after feeling regretful, Meng Su said, in this case, this stack of information will be handed over to Brother Li and Brother Ran. If there is anything, just let me know. I have a lot of strength, and I am quite confident in my supernatural powers. There is nothing else. Li Yuanhang already believed Meng Su 50% to 60%. But he still had some doubts. But they were slowly fading. Next, just wait for Xiao Gui to withdraw. Strange. Didn't Xiao Gui create chaos in the area you and Yu Lu were responsible for? Why hasn't he come out yet? Hearing this, Meng Su immediately shook his head and said, I don't know. Because the distance is relatively close. Brother Yu is worried about being exposed. So he has not contacted Xiao Gui. So I don't know what happened. After that, Meng Su said curiously, Brother Yu died in a hurry. But he didn't tell me other things. Brother Li, Brother Ran, can you tell us what we are going to do? This will also make it easier for me to help. Besides us and Brother Xiao Gui, are there any other people? Nothing. The main thing is to find the information of a man named Meng Su. The Lord and Siming seem to care about this person very much. Ren Xiao said carelessly. That man is the chairman of the Peace Order group. Now he seems to be deeply involved with the safe zone. My Lord and Siming suspect that he has joined the safe zone. So they asked us to create a riot, steal the list, and find Meng Su's specific location. As for manpower, alas, after Yulu died, there are only a few of us left. Ran Xiao sighed. Not long ago, our Hiching City chosen organization was attacked by this abominable Meng Su, which resulted in the annihilation of the entire army. Therefore, there are only a few of us left in Hiching City's chosen. If we don't take revenge, I will not be a human being. At the same time, the Lord also issued instructions to tear Meng Su into pieces, and those who tear Meng Su into pieces will receive a generous reward from my Lord. Speaking of this, Li Yuanhong's eyes could not help but become hot, and he seemed to be very eager for this generous reward. But they actually wanted to find their own position, which really surprised Meng Su. Was he so famous? He actually made these chosen ones so afraid. Haha. I am Meng Su indeed. But when I stood in front of them, they couldn't find me, which was really stupid. With this thought, Meng Su immediately adjusted his spirit and narrowed his eyes slightly. You just said, there is no one behind. Right? Meng Su clenched his 5 fingers, ready to let them taste the taste of fist. Buy one get one free, Meng Su will give you the same death method as Yu Lu. But just when Meng Su wanted to take action, he suddenly heard Li Yuanhang say, okay, let's not stay here. This place is too close to those safe zones. Our traces of action are too obvious. It is entirely possible that we will be discovered by the people in the safe zones. It is better to leave first. It just so happens that Lord Siming has come from Weiyang City. Let's go and meet Lord Siming and present this list. It can be said to be a great achievement. Hearing this, Meng Su immediately gave up the attempt to take action and showed a silly smile. Ah? Are you going to pay a visit to Lord Siming now? Can I do it? I am not the chosen one yet. It's okay. We are all brothers. Ren Xiao smiled and continued, we believe in you. You can bring back Brother Yu's body and hand over the information to us, which is enough to prove your identity. You are a big bad guy. This time when you go to see Lord Siming, you are guaranteed to be the chosen one. Li Yuanhang also nodded on the side. But while nodding, he looked at Ran Xiao in tacit understanding. Do they believe Meng Su? They believe him 50% to 60%. But they are still very suspicious. After all, it is hard not to doubt this point. The reason why he said so much is to take him to see Lord Siming. Lord Siming is the strongest chosen one among them. Moreover, Lord Siming came this time with only 10 confidants. And they are all masters among the chosen ones. Even if the man surnamed Zhao in front of him is an undercover in the safe zone, Lord Siming can kill this beast calmly, and then lead everyone to evacuate together. It can be said that it is effortless. If he wasn't an undercover agent in the safe zone, this Zhao had done a great deed, and he seemed to be a good one among the superpowers. By accepting him into the Church of the Chosen, it would be a great deed. In any case, it was not a loss. The 3 people present, each had their own ulterior motives, but they pretended to be happy. Thinking of this, Li Yuanhang looked in the direction of Meng Su, and said enthusiastically, let's go, ally. When Ran Xiao and Li Yuanhang were about to leave, they saw Meng Su suddenly said righteously, Everyone wait for me, I will bury Brother Yu's body. Act to the end, and the character setting should run through the entire plot. Since the performance has not yet come to an end, then you must pour out all your emotions. Meng-su is quite dedicated. If you want to perform, you must perform to the end. After hearing what Meng-su said, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao looked at each other again, with helplessness in their eyes. We are not brothers, so that's enough. Li Yuanhang immediately advised, in an emergency, we should make decisions. Let Brother Yu do this for the time being. I believe that after a few years, when my lord comes, Brother Yu will definitely be reincarnated in heaven, and then he can enjoy eternal bliss. This? Meng-su looked embarrassed. Seeing this, Ran Xiao also added fuel to the fire. Yes. Yes. If Brother Yu knew about this, he would definitely not want you to be in danger just to bury him. Right? When we left, the unrest in the temporary safety zone had been almost quelled. If we don't leave now, we might really be caught by those black dogs in the safety zone. Let's go first. Brother Zhao. It seems that this is the only way. Meng-su was heartbroken and nodded, in this case. Brother Yu. Take care. After that, Meng-su turned around and left, as if he couldn't bear to see Yu lose body. Seeing this, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao could not help but feel a lot of emotion. Their trust in Meng-su had increased to 70% or 80%. How could such a loyal person be a black dog released from the safe zone? If Yu Lu knew about this, he would definitely be happy that he had made such a good friend. Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao thought in their hearts. As for Yu Lu, if he knew about this, he would probably criticize Li Yuanhang first, and then criticize Ran Xiao. You two pigs. You believe whatever others say. Brothers in life and death. He lives and I die. This kind of brother. Right? It's a pity that Yu Lu can no longer speak now. At the same time, Meng-su, who was on the road with Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao, also saw a line of small gilded characters in front of him. It's you. It's you. It's you? Our hero. Lil Meng-su. You used your resourcefulness to successfully eliminate a thug by means of legitimate defense. At the same time, you used your intelligence to lead the remaining two thugs away and successfully infiltrated their ranks. You are really great. Mission completed. The next stage of the mission undercover work begins. Mission reward, credit points plus 500,000. Points plus 5. Seeing the small gilded characters in front of him, Meng-su was very satisfied. I didn't do anything, but I got 500,000 yuan. It's great. Although it's only 500,000 yuan, it's undoubtedly a timely help for Meng-su now. Without this 500,000 yuan, I guess I can't even pay the salary after recruiting new employees, and I will become a company that owes wages. But what is the new task of undercover work? With this thought, Meng-su immediately checked the new tasks. You have successfully penetrated into the terrifying terrorist group. Although you are resourceful, you should also pay attention to your own safety. Please learn from your role models Lu Jiaming and Chen Yonghan, and strive to achieve the achievement of Sir. If you don't close the net, I will become the boss. Task requirements: penetrate the enemy and obtain a higher status. Task reward: depends on the status when you are discovered. The higher the status, the richer the reward. There is no actual reward. Meng-su couldn't help but feel a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, it's actually not that bad. Missions with rewards are too boring. Such missions without rewards add a touch of fun to Meng-su's ordinary perfect life system. Status. Right? Good. Good. The next Nanjiang Siming will be me. Temporary safe zone. The unrest has subsided. Although the unrest has been quelled, they also realized a big problem. That is, the only strategic partner of the safe zone, the current world's strongest chairman of the world's strongest group, and the world's strongest superpower, Mr. Meng-su Meng, is missing. This incident attracted great attention from the safety zone, and they were even a little nervous. No. How could someone go missing? It was impossible that he went to the toilet and got lost. In response, the safety zone started a large-scale search mode, and the self-rescue team was dispatched to conduct a carpet search. Lu Jingyi and other people who were responsible for receiving Meng-su were also taken to the small dark room for questioning. Lu Jingyi never expected that this incident would have such a reversal. If she had known this would happen, she would never let Meng-su go. But it was too late to say anything. However, compared to the panic management of the safe zone, the employees of the Peace Order group, who traveled with Meng-su, seemed to be very stable. And Xiaoyu heard this, and just said oh, and continued to recruit talents, but she soon reacted, and took the opportunity to ask for benefits from the safe zone, asking them to send more talents, as long as the biology major is related, and anyone who has been to college is fine. Jiang Xiaqiu, Qi Liao need not say more, they didn't even say a word. On the contrary, in front of the bus of the peace order group, there was a body that had been torn into 5 parts. According to the identification of the guards in the safe zone, it can be vaguely recognized that this might be a guy with the registered name of Xiao Gui. During the turmoil, the first zombies were born from his tent, and some survivors saw with their own eyes that he could transform humans into zombies. Although no one knew why the initiator of this riot appeared here, he was torn into pieces by 2 beautiful female executives of the peace order group. No, maybe it wasn't torn. It was crushed by a car. When they came, they saw that Vice President Jiang seemed to treat Xiao Gui as a parking sign and kept practicing driving. So he tore it into several pieces, each serving as a marker. It can only be said that the senior leaders of the peace and order group are a bit full of martial virtues. And the 4 members of the violent terrorist mobile team need not say more. They said nothing and focused on protecting Qiuyu's safety without blinking an eyelid. Of course, no one could see their eyelids under the masks. In this regard, the backbone staff of the safety zone were all amazed. What can we say about the peace order group? Well, everyone's mental state is very good, and they feel very relaxed, as if the disappearance of their boss is not a big deal. Compared with these people, the people in the safety zone have a weird feeling of the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. The reason why the employees of the peace order group are not anxious is also very simple. And Xiaoyu naturally knows the erratic personality of her boss, and it is normal for him to go on a business trip temporarily. She often can't find him. The reason for Jiang Xiaqiu, Qi Liao, and the 4 members of the terrorist mobile team was even simpler. If Meng Su died, they would be able to sense it. Especially the 4 members of the terrorist mobile team. If Meng Su died, they would immediately think of revenge for Meng Su, and then rush to the place where Meng Su's last life signs appeared. This is the reason. Therefore, no matter from which angle, the employees of the peace order group would not think that anything would happen to Meng Su. However, from the perspective of the safe zone, there is indeed a kind of beauty with a very relaxed state of mind. In order to avoid the patrol soldiers in the safe zone, Li Yuanhang and Ren Xiao used the most primitive way of trekking, walking. This made Meng Su a little helpless, and he didn't know when he could meet Wang Xian. Meng Su was looking forward to this meeting. He had never met Wang Xian, and according to the descriptions of these people, Meng Su could also be sure and certain that they didn't know him either. In this case, let's go and have some fun. At worst, they can just flash and run away. Meng Su's personality traits are steady and reckless. Steady when it's time to be steady. Reckless when it's time to be reckless. But the 3 of them are extraordinary after all, so they are very fast, and soon they have reached Zanyang County, found a small shop, killed 2 blind zombies, and started to share beer. In this regard, Meng Su couldn't help but recall his childhood. He started drinking at the age of 12. At that time, he could be said to be invincible in drinking. His parents and elders were all impressed, and he himself could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and he could be called a fairy in wine. But all this ended when he was 17. Because after he turned 17, Meng Su found out that he was drinking Dayo from a glass bottle. No wonder he didn't get drunk, and it even tasted orange. When he was a kid, he always thought that it was fruit wine. But perhaps because of this, Meng Su didn't like the taste of wine. It's not that he couldn't drink it, but he would occasionally drink a few sips when he met with good friends, but most of the time he just tasted it and never got drunk. As for why he thought of this, Meng Su's idea was actually very simple and crude. Who are you two? Are you qualified to drink with me? I am the chairman. Although Meng Su thought so in his heart, he just declined on the surface. Then he said very seriously, Brother Ran, the road ahead is dangerous. Although these alcohols have little effect on us, what if they have a slight effect? You know, between life and death, a slight effect is enough to be fatal. It's a small matter for us to die. If we delay Lord Simon and delay my master's important things, we will die. Meng Su was heartbroken. He even felt a sense of responsibility towards Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao. If you delay my master's important things, how many people will be saved in this world? When will my master's great ambition to purify the world be fulfilled? Listening to Meng Su's deafening voice, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Yes, these two chosen ones, their attitude towards my main cause, is not as sincere as the quasi-chosen one in front of me. Zhao Zhilai. This is really wrong. They suspected Zhao Zhilai was an undercover agent before. This is really wrong. If Zhao Zhilai was an undercover agent, then they should take the opportunity to get them drunk, so that it would be convenient to act. I blamed you wrongly, I'm sorry. I thought you were a good guy pretending to be a bad guy before, but I didn't expect you to be so bad. We two little bad guys are willing to admit defeat, and we are willing to respect you as the big bad guy. At this moment, Li Yuanhang, Ran Xiao's trust in Meng Su has reached 80% to 90%, only the last bit of disbelief remains. But as time goes by, this last bit of doubt will eventually be diluted by time. So, the two immediately threw away the beer bottles, and said to Meng Su, Brother Zhao is right. It is our problem. Our most important task now should be to try every possible way to eliminate all human beings, kill more people, and purify a beautiful new world. Instead of drinking and having fun here, I have learned my lesson. Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao have decided that they must rise to the occasion, work hard, and strive to be a person who is of great harm to society. Knowing the good and being able to change is the greatest virtue. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he had trained these two people well enough, and immediately said, Then let's move on quickly and meet up with Lord Simon as soon as possible. By the way, I have a car and a bell at home. I will definitely take you to see them when I have time. Meng Su thought these two people were good, and after they died and turned into zombies, he could recruit them as cattle and horses, and switch to musical instrument work. It happened that after Zhao Zhilai's original body died, the chime business was missing a corner, and new zombie employees were needed to fill it. In addition, it is also a big deal to find a way to earn the pension in the safe zone. Meng Su continued to move forward with Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao, thinking about the real big deal. They did not encounter too many zombies on the road. Perhaps because the route they were taking was the route that the Finko Corps of Finko City had taken when they went to the Tao County safe zone. They went smoothly all the way, and finally came to a desolate town that looked very remote. Meng Su recognized this town, which was a junction town between Zongyang County and Finko City. Strictly speaking, it belonged to Zongyang County. It's just that the chosen ones of Finko City once had a team of 100 people stationed here. So Meng Su came here and slaughtered all the gunmen here, leaving no one alive. Revisiting the old place, Meng Su felt a little nostalgic. Not long after that, he got the exoskeleton magnetic power mecha. Hey! Meng Su suddenly had an idea and thought of something. Did they come to him for the exoskeleton magnetic power mecha? If so, he had to prepare well. However, standing in front of this familiar town, Meng Su also felt a strong breath inside. If nothing unexpected happens, the new leader of the chosen ones in Nanjiang province, Mr. Wang Xian from Wuyang City, has arrived. As expected, when Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were talking and laughing and stepped into the town, a crack suddenly appeared on the intersection of the road that the town must pass through. Then, before the two of them could react, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from the third floor not far away, staring at the three people, or rather, staring at Meng Su, and said, Who is he? After that, the black shadow actually raised his hand and pointed a shotgun at Meng Su, and the dark muzzle exuded a dangerous breath. But for Meng Su, it's just a firewood stick. The chosen ones can sense each other through information. After meeting each other, they know that they are one of their own. And Meng Su, obviously, does not have this kind of information sense that can match the brain waves of other chosen ones. Seeing the black shadow pointing the gun at Meng Su, Li Yuanhang was stunned at first, and then he exclaimed repeatedly, Don't get me wrong, this is one of our own. Ran Xiao also said on the side, Yes. Yes, Brother Zhao has a sly look, and you can tell at a glance that he is one of our own. And he is also very righteous, helping us complete the mission, and he admires my lord very much. He is definitely one of our own. When the black shadow heard this, his body stood still. Behind him, another figure was already rushing towards the town, as if to inform the real owner of this place. However, just after the figure who was sending the message left, Meng Su looked at the muzzle of the shotgun pointed at him, and couldn't help but sneer, and stepped forward violently. Before the man could react at all, he grabbed the barrel of the shotgun and twisted it hard. The barrel of the shotgun was directly broken by Meng Su. In the instant of breaking, Before the man had time to pull the trigger, Ming-Su had already snatched the gun away and threw the shotgun that had turned into scrap metal on the ground, and said coldly, "I hate others pointing guns at me the most. If you dare to point at me again, I will kill you." After that, murderous aura was released. It was like a breath crawling out of a sea of blood and corpses. And it came creepy. This breath made people feel that Ming-Su had killed many people. And this was what Ming-Su intended to do. Show a little of his own value, so as not to be used as a lackey. After all, the mission said that the higher the status, the better. Feeling Ming-Su's murderous intent, the man's forehead was sweating, as if he was frightened by Ming-Su. Good. Suddenly at this moment, a loud and hearty voice came from the town. And then a strong and cheerful man strode out. Good skills. Such a warrior came to me, Wang. And I am lucky. This person's eyes were bright and sharp, which made people admire him. He was dressed very decently, with a shirt on the upper body and suit pants on the lower body. But the color was off-white, which represented comfort. And the bright color seemed to bring the light of life to himself and the people around him. Ming-Su narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Name, Wang Xian. Occupation, Gene Enhancer. Leader, Head of MLM Organization. Level, October 17, 15. Please note that this person is offering a reward for the police station for the A-level wanted criminal of the East Country. An international wanted criminal, with a reward of 5 million yuan. Ming-Su's eyes lit up when he saw this. Wang Xian also noticed the brightening of Ming-Su's eyes, and his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. It seems that my goodwill is getting stronger and stronger. With just a few words, I can make a powerful superpower return to my heart. Thinking of this, Wang Xian immediately chuckled and said, "What is your name, brother? But you are a local of Hiching. I wonder if you know the name Ming-Su. Or do you know the location of the Peace Order Group?" After hearing Wang Xian's words, Ming-Su did not hesitate and said immediately, "Master Simon, I am Zhao Zhilai, a real Hiching local. As for Ming-Su, I know him very well. The Peace Order? I also know the location of the group. They distributed a batch of flyers to recruit workers. Then the location of the Peace Order group was on them. If Lord Simon doesn't mind, I'll take you there right away." Ming-Su said seriously, "I heard in the temporary safety zone that Ming-Su is visiting the safety zone this time. So his company must be well defended. Apart from Ming-Su, the entire company is probably made up of researchers. This time, we must act quickly and inflict heavy losses on Ming-Su." Wang Xinwen said, his eyes lit up. Ming-Su is not here. Then, the things left by Tianhe, wouldn't it be most likely in his company? To be honest, Wang Xian was very worried about fighting Ming-Su. After all, Ming-Su could kill Tianhe, so he could probably kill him too. But now that he got the news that Ming-Su was not in the company, Wang Xian's mind became active. Stealing the house. It might not be a bad idea, although the reinforcements from other cities have not arrived yet. If they succeed, they will not be needed. With this thought, Wang Xian made a decision. "Zhao Zhilai, lead the way. If this is successful, I will report to my master, and you will be the apostle of Hiching City." Listening to Wang Xian's words, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao looked at Ming-Su with envy and jealousy. "Zhao Zhilai, we treat you as a brother, but you have such important information. But you didn't tell us earlier. It seems that you have been on guard against us for a long time." "Right." When Ming-Su heard this, he nodded heavily and immediately took the initiative to lead Lu Lai. "Master Simon, please come this way. Enter the village quietly. Don't shoot. Tianhe has a mecha, and this Wang Xian may also have a trump card. To be safe, after leading him to the company, use everything and kill him." Chapter 207 P Shooter is ready. Ming-Su is loyal and faithful, looking like a guide. It must be said that Wang Xian is indeed more confident than Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao. He drove forward directly, speeding all the way. But Ming-Su found that Wang Xian hung something in front of the car, like a small sachet. After hanging the sachet, the zombies around him actually avoided him from a distance, dared not to approach the car. Only a few mutant zombies saw the scene, looked at Wang Xian's car with fear, and watched the convoy go away. Ming-Su was very curious about this. Sitting in the passenger seat, he immediately looked at Wang Xian and asked Wang Xian curiously, "See Ming, what is this thing? It's so magical. After hanging this thing, These zombies actually avoided us automatically. Wang Xian, who was driving, glanced at Ming Su and said very complacently, "This is a gift from my Lord God. It is dedicated to preventing these inferior and obsolete products from harassing us. When you become the Lord of Hiqing, my Lord will naturally give you some. When I become the Lord of Hiqing? When you die, I will take it apart and see what is inside." Ming Su was very calm, looking like he was not surprised by praise or criticism. Seeing Ming Su like this, Wang Xian was even more impressed with Ming Su. Most of the chosen ones under him were mentally ill guys. There had never been such a mature and patriotic person. If he could recruit this Zhao Zhilai for his own use, I'm afraid he would have more confidence when facing the deities of other provinces in the future. After all, the deities of the chosen ones were not all friendly. There was competition and comparison among them. After all, my lord is quite ruthless. He usually believes in the idea the capable are promoted and the mediocre are demoted. If the KPI assessment at the end of the year fails, it will be over. Therefore, after seeing Zhao Zhilai, Wang Xian couldn't help but be extremely happy. He thought that after the raid on the peace order, he would quickly ask Zhao Zhilai to be the chosen one and follow him. As for whether Zhao Zhilai is an undercover agent, Wang Xian doesn't care much. As long as my lord blesses. Even if he is an undercover agent, he is also one of us. Thinking like this, Wang Xian liked Zhao Zhilai more and more, and even couldn't help but praise him repeatedly, and sometimes even drove the car a little crooked, almost falling into the ditch on the side of the road, and hitting the roadblock. And for this kind of look, Ming Su can be said to be extremely unhappy, and even a little resistant. Damn, he's like a gay inside gay. If Ming Su hadn't been in a good mental state these 2 days, he would have taken the knife and chopped it into mincemeat for Wang Xian. Hold it. There will be plenty of time to chop him into mincemeat later. Ming Su took a deep breath, and his energy was sinking into his dantian. After calming down his mood, he immediately felt better and began to lead them to the peace order group. Ming Su was very familiar with this road. Wang Xian also praised Ming Su's directions, thinking that Ming Su was too familiar with the road layout and environment here. It would be better to have a local guide. After speeding all the way, the vehicle, led by Ming Su, stopped not far from the park of the peace order group. See Ming. The location of those 2 tall buildings is where the peace order group is. Ming Su pointed at Peace Building A and Peace Building B, and reported to Wang Xian, "What should we do next?" "Humph." Wang Xian sneered, and then started the engine that had just stopped. "Just rush in and kill them without leaving a single piece of armor." Wang Xian's words were full of confidence. "See Ming. It's not right." Ming Su shook his head, showing a wise and brave look, and said to Wang Xian with confidence, "Although the peace order group is now leaderless, it is still a technology company after all. I heard that the roads around the peace order group are full of potato mines, and their guards often use cherry bombs. If we move forward rashly, something big may happen. We have to be on guard." Wang Xian. Other chosen ones? Is there something wrong with my ears? Wang Xian's first reaction was not that Ming Su was wrong, but that there was something wrong with his ears. After all, Ming Su was very serious, without any joking intentions, so Wang Xian did not doubt Ming Su, but doubted his own ears. What is a potato mine? What is a cherry bomb? Is it a code name for a weapon? Potato mine cherry bomb? Wang Xian took a deep breath, and said with great seriousness, "Is it a new type of weapon developed by peace order?" "Yes." Ming Su nodded and said, "I heard there is also a corn cannon. Have you never played Plants vs. Zombies? These things have not been developed. Even the pea shooter has only been completed for the most part, but it does not prevent Ming Su from talking about it and making a big fuss." After hearing what Ming Su said, Wang Xian fell silent. "I'm sorry. I thought you were fine before. Now it seems that you are the one with the most serious problem. Other people are just a little crazy and like to kill people in various cruel ways. You are different. You have a cognitive problem, and you can't distinguish between illusion and reality. They are just slightly crazy, but not crazy. And you, my friend, you are the real Shinsu." For a moment, Wang Xian said nothing, and didn't even know how to communicate with Ming Su. When Wang Xian was confused, Ming Su spoke up and said in a sonorous voice, "See Ming, please assign 2 good people to me to go with me to find out the truth of the peace order. After I find out the truth, I will come back to tell Si Ming. If we can't come back, please make preparations in time." Hearing Ming Su say this, Wang Xian always felt that something was wrong. But he was confused by Meng Su's previous remarks. And Meng Su's words just now could even be described as deafening, which made Wang Xian hear it clearly but confused. But thinking that Meng Su was a local after all, he immediately called out his troops and said, Zhang Si, Li Wu, you two should go with Zhao Zhe. Yes. After hearing Meng Su's order, two burly chosen ones stood up in the back seat and obeyed the order in a muffled voice. Seeing this, Meng Su opened the passenger door without hesitation, jumped out of the car, patted the dust off his shoulders, and stretched his body. This 7-seater broken car is really uncomfortable to sit in. Your chosen one church is such a big organization. And you usually drive this broken car to go out? It's really lame. Not as good as my military bus and armored vehicle. Lord Zhao. After Zhang Si and Li Wu, the two chosen ones, got off the car, they immediately bowed to Meng Su, then said seriously, please give us your orders, and we are waiting for your orders. These two people looked like cold robots, and their actions were particularly firm and decisive. Of course, they were not called Zhang Si and Li Wu. They were indeed surnamed Zhang and Li. Meng Su did not remember their specific names, but looking at their state, he knew that they must have been brainwashed by MLM. After all, this Wang Xian is the head of MLM, etc. The proportion of people in Wuyang City's Chosen One Association, there are too many of these pyramid schemers. When Meng Su went to Wuyang City last time, one of the chosen ones he met was a pyramid scheme leader. Meng Su seemed to have realized that the original component of Wuyang City's Chosen One Church was actually a notorious pyramid scheme organization. No wonder Wang Xian, after becoming the Chosen One, was able to control the other Chosen Ones under his command like an arm. But there is one thing to say. Tian he went to the battle with an exoskeleton magnetic power armor. If he had not accepted a mission and given his exoskeleton magnetic power armor to intercept the most important torso in advance, it would have been an extremely difficult task to defeat Tian He. Now, Wang Xian has appeared. His strength may be higher than Tian He. Be safe and be careful. With this thought in mind, Meng Su adjusted his state, and then pointed to the direction of the Peace Order Group Park, shouting, let's go! Zhang Si and Li Wu immediately followed Meng Su and walked towards the gate of the Peace Order Group with Meng Su. His steps were swift and quick, and he walked a few meters away in the blink of an eye. Wang Xian looked at Meng Su and his two subordinates leaving, and his eyes were full of complicated emotions. Although Meng Su looked a little shaky, like a wave, he was indeed loyal, and his loyalty was beyond words. In this way, even if he was a little crazy, it was no problem. Wang Xian was filled with emotion as he watched his future loyal General Zhao Zhilai walk into the gate of the Peace Order Group with his two ordinary subordinates. Ran Xiao, who was standing aside, hesitated for a moment, and seemed to want to say something. He wanted to say, Lord Simon, aren't you afraid that he is an undercover agent of the Peace Order? That's right. Ever since seeing Meng Su talking freely in front of Wang Xian, Ran Xiao, who originally believed in Meng Su, and Li Yuanhang were full of doubts about Meng Su again. Seeing this scene, he instinctively realized that something was wrong. But it was hard to say. After all, Wang Xian's current appearance clearly showed that he was going to reuse Zhao Zhilai as a marginal figure who had just joined the army. There was no need to speak out here and offend the rising star. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. With Lord Wang Xian here, what is there to be afraid of? Ran Xiao swallowed his words and didn't continue to speak. But unexpectedly Wang Xian suddenly sneered, Everyone, follow me around the wall. Climb over the wall and go inside. And find out the truth. Yes. Wang Xian's 8 confidants did not hesitate at all. Stepped forward, obeyed Wang Xian's orders, turned like the wind, and got off the car immediately. The only ones who were somewhat caught off guard by Wang Xian's order were Ran Xiao and Li Yuanhang. Listening to Wang Xian's words, the two were quite flustered and at a loss. Wang Xian did not bother to explain, but just stared at the direction of the Peace Order Group. What Zhao Zhilai said might be true, but he would not sit and wait for death. Let Zhang Si and Li Wu follow him. If anything happened, I believe Zhang Si and Li Wu would be able to deal with it. And they walked through the main gate, which also attracted some attention to themselves. So if not now, when? Wang Xian is not good at repeating others' words. What he wants to do is to be quick and decisive. Those messy potato mines, cherry bombs and the like, are nothing at all in Wang Xian's eyes. 9 times out of 10, they are made up by the lunatic Xiao Zhilai himself. What he wants to do is to steal the tower himself. After Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were stunned for a moment, they immediately understood Wang Xian's idea. In this regard, they have only one evaluation in their hearts. Wang Xian is still stealing the tower. He has a famous sword Siming. The person on duty today is Zhang Qingyang, one of the 3 famous local generals of the Order Guard. He led 4 new recruits of the Order Guard with steel guns, guarding this gate. Of course, there are other guards guarding around the wall, but the guards are mainly guarding the walls in the direction of the laboratory and the dormitory building. There are only 2 watchtowers there. It seems that the defense is very weak, but in fact, the surveillance probe has found out everything, and Li Xiang, Meng Xuanping and Shi Wanning, the 3 giants, led many zombie employees to patrol mobile. If they encounter foreign enemies coming from other walls to offend, they can also detect it at the first time, so that the armored vehicles can be driven over. The armored vehicle is not important. What is important is the things on the armored vehicle. The top of the armored vehicle has been transformed into a water storage pool, and there is a lotus leaf in the pool. Some people may ask, what is this lotus leaf for? It is used to plant pea shooters. Some people may ask again, can pea shooters be planted on lotus leaves? Of course, please see the Plants vs. Zombies swimming pool copy for details. Ahem, if you must ask based on the current scientific principles of Blue Star, then you can learn about soilless cultivation of pea seedlings. Soilless cultivation is a major trend in the current research direction of botany and agronomy. Many graduate students' graduation theses study this. Therefore, based on this situation, the armored vehicle currently held by the Peace Order Group is called the Mobile Amphibious Pea Shooter Armored Vehicle, or P Armored Vehicle for short. This can be said to be the product of the first cooperation between the biological laboratory and the mechanical laboratory. Although the name sounds weird, the effect is still good, especially when 3 peas are planted together, which has a bit of fire suppression. He vomited very quickly. Therefore, under the current precautions, standing guard at the gate is more like a symbol of appearance. However, Zhang Qingyang was still conscientious, and did not dare to be careless. After all, if the enemy did not break through the outer wall, but broke through the main gate, then he would be blamed for his death. But soon, he found 3 figures appeared on the front road. He could not help but be alert, and just when he was about to go to check, he found that the person in the lead was actually their beloved chairman Meng Su. Huh? Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingyang was greatly surprised, and had no idea what was going on. Strange. Mr. Meng drove out this time. Logically, he should have driven back a more stylish car. At worst, he could have driven back his own car. Why did he come back on foot this time? Could something else have happened? That's right, Vice President Jiang, Secretary and Manager Qi didn't come back with him. When Zhang Qingyang thought of this, he was immediately shocked and hurriedly walked down from the watchtower, planning to meet Meng Su. However, just as Zhang Qingyang got down from the watchtower, he saw Meng Su, Zhang Si, and Li Wu had already arrived at the door. Zhang Si and Li Wu were full of hostility towards Zhang Qingyang. Just when they were about to take action, they saw Meng Su raised his hand and said to Zhang Qingyang calmly, use the intercom to notify the biological laboratory. Don't charge it. Bring me the white box. Got it. Zhang Qingyang nodded immediately. Although he didn't know why Meng Su did this, he just obeyed the order. Seeing that this fully armed piece and order guard actually obeyed Meng Su so much, Zhang Si and Li Wu were also stunned, and their eyes were full of astonishment. Zhang Si immediately asked Meng Su, Mr. Zhao, this is... After hearing Zhang Si's voice, Meng Su suddenly realized, oh, by the way, I forgot about you too. After that, Meng Su suddenly exerted force with both arms. His eyes were calm, and his knotted muscle lines seemed to contain an extremely terrifying and amazing force. He grabbed Zhang Si and Li Wu's shoulders. Capture! In Meng Su's sight, Zhang Si and Li Wu, who were entrusted with important tasks by Wang Xian, had flaws all over their bodies, and every meridian was not as carefully observed as Meng Su, ever since he first met Zhang Qin and Lao Taitao. And after Meng Su failed in his bone setting, he would catch 2 zombies to practice his bone setting skills. But he would fail every time. Or he would take off the zombies' heads. Or maybe he would remove the zombies' arms. Over time, he had developed a set of self-developed grappling skills. As long as he was caught by Meng Su, he would be dead. In the blink of an eye, Meng Su's hands were already on Zhang Si and Li Wu's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. Bang! With a crisp sound of bone breaking, Zhang Si and Li Wu's arms were directly pulled off by Meng Su. Without waiting for them to groan in pain, Meng Su's hands moved like a ghost, and he tore off another arm in the same way. And then he stretched out his legs to kick, breaking the knees of the two men. In a flash, all four limbs were broken. They didn't have any time to react at all. After that, Meng Su casually said to Zhang Qingyang, "Use a dagger to cut their necks, and then they will mutate into mutant zombies. But their limbs have been torn off by me. After you kill them, just dig out the evolution crystal in their heads." Zhang Qingyang immediately nodded in agreement. Meng Su was too lazy to look at the two little karamis in front of him. Sherwaning, dressed in combat uniform, had already come to Meng Su with a white box containing the exoskeleton magnetic power mecha and handed the box to Meng Su without saying a word. Meng Su took the box and pressed the button on the handle. It showed 12% battery, which was a low battery state. This charging was actually quite fast. Would it take a week to fully charge? It didn't matter. 12% of the battery was enough for Meng Su to support a battle that happened in a split second. At this moment, Zhang Qingyang suddenly looked serious and reported to Meng Su, "Boss Meng, the surveillance camera shows that a mysterious person of unknown origin has appeared on the southwest wall. Manager Li and Meng Juexiong have already attacked. Meng Xueping's position is the group's fierce dog. No, he has been promoted to fierce wolf some time ago. Therefore, when ordinary members call Meng Xueping, they all call him Meng Juexiong. After all, you can't call him Meng Dog, right? The boss's surname is also Meng. You dare to call him that? It's treasonous." When Meng Su heard this, he took a look at the surveillance screen in the security room, looking at the figure who was shocked by the electric wall and looked quite unnatural. Meng Su was startled and began to get close to the screen and look carefully. It took him a long time to figure out who the guy with flying hair was. "It's Wang Xian. I thought Sadako had released the fifth part." Meng Su chuckled, looked at the armored vehicle with a P on top not far away, smiled immediately, and said, "This is the pea shooter, right? Come, bring it over to me to see what level the pea shooter is at, and see if this thing that I spent a lot of effort and money to develop is really useful." With the pea shooter and the exoskeleton magnetic power mecha in hand, Meng Su is now very calm and confident. "Wang Xian. But that's all. The pea shooter is just a small monster for testing." What makes Meng Su happiest today is probably that the pea shooter has been developed. Meng Su is eager to know what level the pea shooter has reached. Can it beat AK? Chapter 208. Wang Xian hit something, hit a ticket to hell. Boom boom. The P armored vehicle is moving. Meng Su carried the box, walked very fast. Seemingly he couldn't wait to see the P armored vehicle show its skills. After all, Meng Su's money didn't come from the wind, it all fell from the sky. He wouldn't allow a project to spend so much of his money, still get nothing, or perform poorly. Even if it was unsatisfactory, Meng Su would accept it. After all, the money has been spent. What else can he do? With such a helpless mentality, Meng Su could only move forward with the P armored vehicle, and even had to take care of the speed of the armored vehicle. Now the infantry and tanks are working together. Meng Su shook his head helplessly in his heart. But he soon thought of another point. Wait a minute. I'm the chairman. Drive faster. Without hesitation, Meng Su knocked on the armored vehicle's skin and shouted to the people in the car, "If you miss the opportunity to fight, I'll skin you." After hearing Meng Su's words, the speed of the armored vehicle was also faster. But the speed is very limited. Although the Park of Peace Order group is not small, it is not that big. In a short while, Meng Su appeared in the side wall where the fight was going on. At this moment, a body lying in a pool of blood appeared on the ground. Meng Su took a look and found that it was not his employee, which made him relieved immediately. Li Xiang and Meng Xuanpeng were attacking Wang Xian fiercely at this moment. Wang Xian was in a very bad state. He had to fight against the attack from Li Xiang and Meng Xuanpeng together with the other 2 or 3 chosen ones. The condition was very bad. The other few gene enhancers were fighting fiercely with other zombie employees, and they also had to avoid bullets from the watchtower. There were 2 new recruits guarding the watchtower. When encountering a war, they would naturally use the advantages of their hot weapons to shoot. The 2 bodies lying on the ground in a pool of blood had many bullet holes on their bodies. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was stunned. "I thought you were a powerful character, But you were just like this. You couldn't even beat Li Xiang and Meng Xuanpeng? But think about it carefully. It's the same reason. Li Xiang is now level 19. And Meng Xuanpeng is also level 19. However, Wang Xian's genetic enhancement level is only level 17. Which is still 2 levels short. It is estimated that only when Wang Xian dies can he exert his true power. Or, Meng Su's eyes condensed. He also has something similar to an exoskeleton magnetic power armor. But the price is too high. So it is not easy to take it out now. Stop for a while. With this thought, Meng Su was worried that Meng Xuanpeng and Li Xiang would force people into a corner. And Wang Xian would use his ultimate move in advance. He immediately stopped and asked these ordinary zombie employees to retreat so that the pea shooter could deal with him. After all, Meng Su has to keep an eye on the current situation of the zombie employees and be ready to fire and optimize employees who may have problems at the first opportunity. Meng Xuanpeng. After Li Xiang left, Wang Xian's pressure suddenly dropped, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he have time to look around, but suddenly saw Meng Su standing next to an armored vehicle. He was stunned and said angrily, "It's you. I didn't expect that you are really a spy." Although he had been prepared for a long time, Wang Xian still felt extremely angry when he saw Meng Su really appear next to the armored vehicle. He felt that his authority was trampled on. "How dare you betray me? How dare you?" Before the apocalypse, Wang Xian was a male lecturer who was well versed in human nature. 3 sentences could make people spend 500,000 yuan on him. After the apocalypse, he was the general manager of the chosen association of a super city with a population of 20 million in Nanjiang province. Now he is the life of Nanjiang, and no one dares to mess with him. So, he has long been accustomed to the style of play centered on him, which can be said to be simple and proud. Now a harsh voice suddenly appeared, which really made Wang Xian blush. After hearing Wang Xian's words, Meng Su's expression remained calm, without any change. He just looked in Wang Xian's direction and gave the order indifferently. "Pea shooter. Fire!" "Pea shooter. Fire?" After hearing Meng Su's order, Wang Xian, who was still angry, was stunned. Wang Xian's younger brothers, including Ran Xiao and Li Yuanhang, were also confused. When they heard these words, they felt absurd and funny. The potato mines and cherry bombs can be washed. What if the code names of these mines and bombs are potatoes and cherries? But what about the pea shooter? You can't say that the model of the gun in your hand is called the pea shooter. Right? Just when everyone was shocked and thought that Meng Su might not be able to distinguish between fantasy and reality, the pea seedlings grown without soil on the lotus leaves of the armored vehicle suddenly grew 3 large-caliber mouths and began to spray peas in the direction of Wang Xian. Beep, beep, beep. The peas came fiercely and made a fierce rumbling sound in an instant. At this moment, Wang Xian was horrified, and the chosen ones beside him were also terrified. "Ah! The pea shooter is real. There really is a pea shooter. The speed of these peas is as fast as bullets." And they quickly pounced on Wang Xian. Wang Xian was careless for a moment and hid in a panic. But it was too late. He was hit by the peas, and could only run away while resisting the damage from the peas. The peas hit his shoulder, and the strong force made him lean back. But fortunately, his physical fitness was good enough, and he withstood the power of the peas, hid quickly, and headed towards the nearby buildings. While Wang Xian hid, the other chosen's men were in a miserable state. The firing speed of this pea shooter was not as slow as in the game. The firing speed of the pea shooter here was like a machine gun, spitting out beep, 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 without any hesitation. One of the chosen ran slower, and was even hit in the head, falling heavily to the ground, covering his head in pain, bleeding profusely. And Meng Su stood next to the pea-armored vehicle, pointing in the direction ahead with a show of force, and suddenly felt that something was not right. So he immediately took out his mobile phone, opened the game, turned the volume to the maximum, and started playing the BGM. Thump, 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 ho, ho. The background music of the game was mixed with the low cries of the zombies in the game. And the peas in front of him were spitting seeds, which made Meng Su extremely satisfied. Meng Su could see that the chosen ones hiding behind the concrete buildings did not dare to show their heads. And the peas of the pea shooter hit the concrete wall, leaving deep marks. Not bad. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Although the damage was not satisfactory, it was actually okay. This pea shooter could actually be used as an unmanned automatic machine gun. And it was even more useful than an automatic machine gun, because the pea shooter would automatically search for enemies. In most cases, automatic machine guns are actually remotely controlled. If the signal is cut off, it means giving away a machine gun for free. Damn it! Wang Xian, who was hiding behind a concrete wall, had a gloomy face. He felt half of his body was numb, which was obviously the result of being hit by the pea shooter just now. Damn! Why is there really a pea shooter? He thought Meng Su couldn't distinguish between fantasy and reality, so he just said it casually. But he didn't expect that there really is such a thing as a pea shooter. What's going on? Are we living in a huge world of Plants vs. Zombies? Wang Xian has fallen into self-doubt. He took a deep breath, looked at his fellow chosen, and clenched his fists, and then looked at the one who ran too slowly, who was knocked to the ground by the pea shooter, and then was shot by peas, like a machine gun, whose body was full of blood holes, and his heart sank. The chosen who was shot into a sieve by peas was named Sun, and was called Sanda among his subordinates. His ability was to burrow underground and dig holes. Originally, Wang Xian thought that if he was trapped in layers of encirclement, he would let Sunda take him to escape, but he didn't expect that Sunda ran too slowly, and was shot into a sieve by peas and died. Damn it, damn it! You are good at running away. How come you failed to run away when I needed you the most? Wang Xian's mood now can be described as very surging. Who? Sunda, who had fallen in a pool of peat blood, had begun to transform into a zombie. He staggered and turned into a hideous zombie, but the difference was that his legs were full of mud, which seemed different. Huh? Seeing this, Meng Su was surprised, and then shouted without hesitation, "Pea shooter, shoot him to death. Spray his head off." The pea shooter in the game sprays zombies, first the arms, and then the head, which can be said to be done in one go. The real pea shooter should have such power. Right? But when Meng Su was commanding, he suddenly saw that the pea shooter seemed to be stuck. Huh? Seeing this scene, Meng Su looked back, but saw that the pea shooter on the armored vehicle seemed to be wilting, and the pea shooter mouth buckle drooped down, as if he had struggled 4 or 5 times in one night. It means that he worked all night to finish his homework, and wrote it 4 or 5 times, not anything else. Meng Su? No. Buddy, you are wilting now? Meng Su was a little confused, but he reacted quickly, and gave Meng Xuanping a look. Meng Xuanping immediately rushed towards the zombie, half of whose body was already buried in the soil. Like a wild dog, his helmet was lifted, revealing a bloody mouth. He bit the zombie transformed by Sunda madly. In the blink of an eye, his mouth was full of blood. The group's fierce wolf is worthy of its reputation. Meng Xuanping's merits are outstanding. In a few days, he will be promoted to the group's fierce leopard. As for the title of fierce tiger, it is natural to promote it step by step. If you can't be promoted in one breath, what should you do if your merits are too great? Therefore, for Meng Xuanping's safety, Meng Su can only bear the pain and become a capitalist chairman. Extending the promotion time, Meng Xuanping bit off Sun Da's neck at the speed of light, and then skillfully took out the evolution crystal in his brain, and ran to Meng Su like a dog to flatter him. Meng Su nodded, took a look at the evolution crystal, and then casually said, "Eat it yourself." Roar! Meng Xuanping was as excited as a gorilla, and swallowed the evolution crystal in 2 or 3 bites. After everything was ready, Wang Xian also stuck his head out, staring at Meng Su's direction, looking at the pea shooter, and after a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but feel a little scalp tingling. Could it be that this pea shooter was the gift given by our lord to the former Sima Tianhe, and then captured by the peace order group? Perhaps. The dispute can be resolved through negotiation. Wang Xian had a lot of thoughts in his mind. After a moment of silence, he smiled and planned to use his old skills. He shouted to Meng Su, "Come on! Zhaozhe!" Before Wang Xian finished speaking, Meng Su didn't want to say anything more to him. Without hesitation, he pressed the equipment button of the silver box. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The next second, the box was spread open. Meng Su was completely wrapped in white light. This exoskeleton magnetic power armor began to assemble. "Good afternoon, Master. Death 1 form armor is at your service. Current energy is 13%. Estimated usable time is 39 minutes and 45 seconds. Please pay attention to the time limit. If other functions are used, additional energy will be consumed." A long-lost female mechanical voice came to his ears, and Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Under Wang Xian's panicked eyes, he raised his hand and said calmly, "Start the electromagnetic cannon." After seeing this set of white armor, Wang Xian's heart stopped for a moment. Looking at the armored arm that was constantly replenishing energy, Wang Xian hurriedly shouted, "Wait! We can talk! Go down and talk to Tianhe." Meng Su sneered. And the next second, a thunder beam burst out from Meng Su's armored arm. In an instant, the air was filled with dazzling white light and scorching breath. The power of the electromagnetic cannon made Wang Xian feel unprecedented fear in an instant. The electromagnetic cannon fired from Meng Su's arm instantly pierced through Wang Xian, who was trying to escape. In a moment, his body was engulfed by the energy fired by the electromagnetic cannon. The metal surface instantly exploded with high temperature when it came into contact with the human body. Lightning flashed, and an arc formed at the point of contact with the skin. In an instant, the current passed through his body, completely burning his body. When Wang Xian fell, there was even a charred patch on the ground. Warning! Warning! The current remaining energy is 8%, which is seriously insufficient. Please recharge in time. Please recharge in time. The power of a cannon is very strong. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. He wanted to try it out. What would happen if he took this electromagnetic cannon? Would he die on the spot like Wang Xian? Or could he resist for a while? Meng Su didn't know. He could only say that there would always be a way out. He couldn't stop moving forward, as long as he couldn't cross the universe physically and blow up a planet with one punch. He would have to face up to his own weakness. Meng Su was filled with emotion. At the same time, he was also very confused. Didn't Wang Xian have a trump card? Shouldn't he hide something? Why didn't he use it until he died? Hiding something? Hiding a ticket to hell? Meng Su was puzzled. Wang Xian couldn't have nothing and come to die empty-handed. Right? How is this possible? Seeing Meng Su's heroic act, Li Yuanhang, Ran Xiao, and other chosen ones were dumbfounded. What happened? Where is Lord Siming? Did Lord Siming just die like that? Isn't this too hasty? This is Lord Siming, the head of Nanjiang province. How could he die so easily? Just when Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were stunned, they saw the other 4 surviving chosen ones from Wuyang City were extremely sad, and shouted directly, "Revenge for Lord Siming." After shouting, they all rushed towards Meng Su, ready to die. Seeing this, Meng Xuanping immediately bared his fangs, loyally protecting his master, hiss. And Li Xiang said nothing, also raised his head forward, with a clear gaze. Kill them. Meng Su waved his hand, indicating Li Xiang and Meng Xuanping to deal with it, while he focused his attention on Wang Xian, wearing this exoskeleton magnetic mecha, and walked step by step to Wang Xian's body. Wang Xian's body was wriggling. Based on the previous situation, Wang Xian was about to transform into a zombie. Meng Su wanted to see what kind of zombie Wang Xian could turn into. Just consider it as a new experience. In fact, Meng Su didn't even know what Wang Xian's ability was. The electromagnetic cannon was too powerful, and Wang Xian's death was too sudden. His level, however, is higher than Pengting. Gulyalu. An inexplicable sound appeared beside Meng Su's ears. The charred corpse gradually woke up in the flash of lightning. Its eyes were empty and lifeless, and its skin was terribly charred, as if it had been pierced by electricity, leaving a series of twisted traces. Its arms stretched out, its fingertips were broken, but it seemed to still maintain some strange power, and stretched stiffly into the distance. Name, Wang Xian. Occupation, Thunderer Zombie. Level 22. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was very surprised. Level 22 zombies. Meng Su finally saw the 4th type of zombies after ordinary zombies, mutated zombies, special zombies. Of course, I had seen them before, in a nuclear power plant, but that was a semi-finished product, and had not yet evolved to perfection. This is the perfect version. Roar! Wang Xian opened his eyes, and let out a roar, just like thunder rolling. Zombie Wang Xian, surrounded by arcs of electricity, was like a messenger from hell. His eyes were red, and Meng Su was standing not far away, wearing an exoskeleton magnetic-powered mecha. He sneered, and stepped forward directly. The power system inside the mecha shook violently, the magnetic field expanded instantly, an invisible force field sucked all the dust around into the air. Seeing Meng Su like this, zombie Wang Xian was about to get up from the ground, but was knocked down by Meng Su again. I asked you to get up? Zombie Wang Xian? After being knocked down by Meng Su's punch, zombie Wang Xian's jaw was completely shattered. He was stunned for a moment, and then he roared again, and wanted to get up again, but Meng Su punched him again. Bang! With a loud bang, Zombie Wang Xian was knocked to the ground again. He was a little bit skeptical and tried to get up, but was knocked down by Meng Su's punch. Meng Su was wearing a magnetic-powered mecha, which exuded a frightening pressure. A trace of electric arc flashed on Meng Su's mecha. Meng Su looked at the Zombie Wang Xian and was also very surprised. Then his fist suddenly blasted out like a gust of wind. This zombie above level 20 was really resistant to punches. Meng Su's original strength was already terrifying enough. And now that he was wearing an exoskeleton magnetic-powered mecha, it was even more terrifying. Even so, a punch only smashed the zombie's jaw into pieces. Each subsequent punch, which was to smash the ribs into pieces. This advanced zombie really has something. But Meng Su also began to go completely crazy. This mutated Zombie Wang Xian felt a little aggrieved. As an advanced zombie, he actually still retained a little bit of his memory before death, and was slightly intelligent, unlike ordinary zombies, whose intelligence was completely gone. So, compared to ordinary zombies, the current Wang Xian was actually more aggrieved. After all, without intelligence, there would be nothing to worry about. With intelligence, it would be aggrieved. Can't get up at all. Just got up and was knocked down, got up again and was knocked down again. No, what the hell am I doing? In this unwilling state, he was beaten to death by Meng Su's 2-minute bombardment. Meng Su did not hesitate, stepped forward to peel open the head, and dug out the evolution gem. This time, it was the complete version of the evolution gem. The introduction and function are exactly the same as before. Nothing to say, the only difference is, this evolution gem can provide a complete 1-point breakthrough point after eating. This is a major discovery. Meng Su exhaled, and then said without hesitation, "Turn on portable mode." Following Meng Su's order, white light flashed again on Meng Su's body, and the next second, a silver white box appeared in his hand. Very good. I can go back and recharge. Meng Su nodded, and looked not far away. The 4 loyal chosen ones were lying on the ground, with a big hole in their heads. Yes, they had died once, then turned into zombies, and then died again. All the evolution crystals were dug out. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. You can divide them among yourselves. Meng Su now had quite a few evolution crystals in his pocket, and he looked down on this little bit. After all, in the nuclear power plant copy, Meng Su had brushed quite a few evolution crystals, and there were at least 80 in his pocket, so he didn't look down on these 4 at all. After hearing Meng Su's instructions, the zombie employees were very surprised, and they all started to eat. If it weren't for Meng Su, they might have started fighting. What surprised Meng Su was that, in front of the wall not far away, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were kneeling at the foot of the wall, trembling. It was too scary. What was going on? Wasn't it said that Simon was the strongest chosen one in the province? What was going on? Everyone came to Meng Su with a proud look on their faces, and finally found him. Meng Su was knocked to the ground by Simon with a single electromagnetic cannon, and just after the sanctification was over, he was beaten to the ground again. What was going on? And how could this peace order group control zombies? These guys in combat uniforms, dressed like the FBI, were all zombies? How did they do that? And that P? What was going on with that P? Li Yuanhang? Ran Xiao was already somewhat unconscious, and even began to talk nonsense. When Meng Su saw the 2 of them, he was immediately curious and looked at Li Xiang and Meng Xuanpeng. Why didn't you kill them? In fact, it was because Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao knelt down and begged for mercy. Li Xiang and Meng Xuanpeng thought Meng Su wanted to spare their lives, but they didn't expect to be killed. They were immediately full of hostility towards Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao, and immediately walked towards them angrily. Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were already scared out of their wits. Seeing Li Xiang coming with a fierce look in his eyes, they were already scared. They hurriedly shouted, "I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Obviously, compared to Wang Xian's men, these 2 chosen ones, who were lingering in Iching City, were more afraid of death. Hearing this, Meng Su became a little interested, raised his hand, and said, "After killing them, I will ask them." After hearing Meng Su's words, Li Xiang stopped immediately. Meng Su stepped forward, facing Li Yuanhang. Ran Xiao said lightly, "Go on. Say." "What?" Ran Xiao was a little confused. Seeing this, Meng Su raised his hand. Meng Xuanpeng stepped forward immediately, showing his fangs. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Ren Xiao and Li Yuanhang were frightened, and then immediately told everything like pounding garlic. To be honest, if they were caught in the safe zone, they might not behave so badly. At least, they would not say it at the beginning. When they wanted to say it, the master had already reacted, and then sentenced them to death. But facing Meng Su, the situation was completely different. Exoskeleton magnetic power mecha, P-shooter, enslaving zombies, turning zombies into an iron-blooded army. Too scary. How come this peace order group is more like the Chosen One than our Chosen One Association? Who is the traitor organization funded by extraterrestrial civilization? So, it can be said that Li Yuanhang had a mental breakdown. Ran Xiao's psychological defense line completely collapsed, and then everything was revealed. After hearing this, Meng Su nodded and then asked, so, the leading Chosen Ones of Pingsha City, Baifu City, Zhangde City, and Shunfeng City are also heading here? Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao nodded repeatedly. Hearing this, Meng Su had a bold idea in his mind. Okay. Confess the crimes you two have committed. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be strict. Meng Su nodded. And while speaking, he thought about the next countermeasures and layout. Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao immediately told him everything they had done. Except for the one in the end times. They even told him about the despicable things they did when they were young. Such as peeping at the neighbor's widow taking a bath. After the end of the world. Including but not limited to murder, arson, rape and robbery. Anyway, all kinds of evil will be done. And Meng Su is already full of murderous intent. Such people must not be kept. However, they are still useful. After they are used up, they will be destroyed and killed. With this thought, Meng Su chuckled and said, I will give you a chance to make amends. When the Chosen Ones from Pingsha City, Baifu City, Zhangde City, and Shufeng City come over, you will say that I am Wang Xian. Have they seen Wang Xian? As for the so-called master, don't worry. Our company has signal shielding and interference, and they can't silence you. Hearing what Meng Su said, the two were immediately ecstatic and quickly expressed their loyalty to Meng Su. Boss, they should not have seen it after the end of the world. But they have seen it before the end of the world. After all, Wang Xian is a bit famous. Hearing this, Meng Su felt helpless. Just as he was about to say, in that case, you two go to hell. He suddenly heard Ran Xiao say, Boss, you just said that Wang Xian was seeking his own death. And you have killed him. You are now the new Siming. Meng Su was stunned when he heard this. Then nodded with satisfaction and said, Yes, you are right. From now on, I am the leader of the Chosen Ones of Nanjiang Province. And the only Siming. Meng Su was very satisfied. Then clapped his hands and said to Li Xiang, keep an eye on him. He was going to the office to change some medicine. And then eat the evolution gems and top evolution crystals. And then welcome the guests from afar with a brand new spirit. As the Siming of Nanjiang, he naturally had to do his best to be a good host. Meng Su, the Siming of Nanjiang. Chapter 209. I am Sima Ming. You dare not listen to me? White small pills, blue small pills. Take them together. Easily withstand the sequelae of evolution gems and top evolution crystals. But the quantity this time is a bit large after all. There are 5 top evolution crystals, 2 evolution gems. A total of 2.6 breakthrough points can be provided. So, Meng Su decided to exchange more small pills and small pills. After all, Meng Su will receive the chosen from the other 4 cities next. Time is tight. There is no time to slowly adjust. Exchange successful. Current points balance, 200 points. In one breath, Meng Su exchanged small pills and small pills with a total of 60 points. Then facing these evolution gems and evolution crystals, it was like eating jelly, crunchy, just eat it clean. Gulp. When eating those top evolution crystals, Meng Su had no reaction, as if he was really eating jelly. Only when eating evolution gems, he felt a little bit, as if, staying up all night, and his head was a little dizzy. It seemed, not very uncomfortable. Not long after Meng Su had this thought, he suddenly felt a clearing of the brain. Apparently the small pills and tablets he had taken earlier were working. It seems like I'd lost. Meng Su touched his nose, and stood up from his office chair, feeling a little surprised, moving his body as much as possible, trying to find a little strange feeling. But unfortunately, Meng Su was in very good health. And nothing happened. In this regard, Meng Su actually felt a little melancholy. My physical fitness is so good. I should not have exchanged so many points. Meng Su felt that he was at a loss now, and the points he exchanged were useless. However, in this situation, Meng Su had already used his amazing wisdom to make a judgment. It was very simple. His physical fitness had improved. Therefore, his resistance to infection had also improved. For Meng Su, ordinary evolution crystals were really like snacks now. And top evolution crystals, which were the kind that could increase by 0.2 breakthrough points, were still the same, without any uncomfortable characteristics. When Meng Su eats these things, it is just like eating spicy strips produced in small workshops when he was a child. It is even easier than eating those spicy strips produced in small workshops. After all, eating those spicy strips may cause diarrhea. Meng Su can't have diarrhea now. However, he was able to resist poison when he was a child. He ate the periodic table of chemical elements and nothing happened. Am I a genius since I was a child? Meng Su thought so in his heart. After all, he was smart since he was a child. He was called very smart by people in the world. He also has a childhood friend named Qiyuan, who is rampant in the town and is affectionately called Wulong Fengchu by the neighbors. He is Wulong and Qiyuan is Fengchu. After thinking about his childhood friend, Meng Su felt that he had become rich and had to take care of him. Although he had lost contact with his childhood friend since graduating from high school, and his childhood friend's family had moved to the neighboring Hanong province, Meng Su still missed the old times. If he could find this childhood friend, he would definitely hire him as a security guard. Meng Su was not very reassured to let him take charge of other sections. After all, his face was full of stories. Meng Su was also worried that the collapse of the business empire would start from him. You have obtained 2.6 breakthrough points, and the current total number of breakthrough points is 3.2. While Meng Su was daydreaming, suddenly, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of him. Meng Su nodded, and then he wanted to add all the breakthrough points to his physical strength without hesitation. Although the physical value is already 31 points, Meng Su has found a bug. The higher the balance value of the two, the more difficult it is for Meng Su to obtain a breakthrough point. In this case, why not increase the physical value in one go? Meng Su, who thought he had found a bug, soon discovered that this bug had been disabled long ago. Please increase the spirit value to 31 points before continuing to increase the physical value. If the gap between spirit and body is too large, some negative feedback may occur. The gilded small words appeared in front of Meng Su again, and Meng Su could only helplessly add all the breakthrough points to the spirit. It doesn't matter. Let my spirit value become stronger. Added points successfully. Current spirit value is 31 points. In an instant, Meng Su's spirit value has reached 31 points. Ha ha ha. Is this 31 points of spirit value? I feel very comfortable. Meng Su laughed, and felt that his mental state was very good now. No one in the world could compare with his current mental state. You have discovered the secret of spiritual evolution. You can choose one of the following 4 blessings. Inception. You will sneak into the dream of a person with weak spirit, and play with his/its dream in the dream. Mental oppression. You will have an extremely strong mental aura, and people who are close to you will feel a splitting headache. Similarly, you will also consume some energy. The effect of spirit is mutual. Good guy, you will exude an unprecedented sense of goodwill, and anyone will have a better impression of you. And some people will even fall in love with you because of it. The lower the spirit value, the higher the impression of you. If the other party's spirit value is almost the same as yours, or even exceeds yours, this ability is invalid. Emotional giant. You can use mental power to evoke emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, fear of any target. The lower the target's spirit value, the higher the success rate, and the more obvious the effect, the higher the target's spirit value. The lower the success rate, and the worse the effect. Choose one of the 4. But it's late. Compared to the 4 choices for physical value, the 4 choices for spirit value made Meng Su feel like that's it. It's nothing special. I chose good guy. Unlike the physical value, where he hesitated for a while, Meng Su directly chose the enhanced version of friendly. The reason is also very simple. He is now the chairman of the group. He can't always put on an ugly face of a villain. A bad guy. A villain. Right? He has to improve his image. Although Meng Su himself has long been more handsome than Daniel Wu and Eddie Peng. Who doesn't like to make himself better? Choosing this is good for the company's image, and it is easier to recruit employees. With this thought, Meng Su nodded in satisfaction. As for the other three, he would choose them later. Anyway, according to previous experience, at the latest at 46 o'clock, he could get them all. So, no rush. After making his choice, Meng Su took a deep breath, felt good, hummed a little song, and walked out. In order to take the evolution gems and evolution crystals, Meng Su returned to his office. But he didn't expect the effect to be so ordinary. Therefore, Meng Su felt a little indifferent and prepared to leave quickly to go to the temporary safe zone to bring his people back. I left without saying hello this time. My employees must be very worried. Right? Meng Su thought to himself. However, just as he stood up, Meng Su heard the sound of the elevator going up. He sat back down immediately, straightened his suit, pretended to be serious, and then listened to the footsteps outside the door. When the person outside the door just raised his hand and had no time to knock on the door, he said in advance, "Come in," hearing Meng Su's voice. The person outside the door was obviously stunned for a moment, then pushed the door open and said to Meng Su very obediently, "Mr. Meng, this is the expenditure and report of the biological laboratory and the physical laboratory in recent days. Please take a look." The person who came was Su Jinjin, who was appointed by Meng Su as the general secretary of the laboratory. And Xiuyu is responsible for the company's main issues. And Su Jinjin is responsible for the laboratory direction. As for the order guard, it is controlled by Meng Su himself. After all, most of the combat-capable employees are zombie employees. And now they are incorporated into the terrorist mobile team. That's right. Meng Su decided to assign all employees of the first business group to the order guard. From then on, there is no longer any first business group and second business group in the peace order group. There is only the difference between the order guard and the peace order. Yeah. Meng Su recalled some scenes of domineering CEOs in some melodramatic TV dramas, and pushed his glasses. Oh, Meng Su doesn't have glasses. But it doesn't matter. Meng Su still put his hand on his temple, pretending to be deep and flipping over and over, looking at the information. The report on the production of firearms in the mechanical laboratory shows that they have already produced the first batch of firearms, and are currently making improvements. They have not expanded the scale of production, but are constantly making corrections and improvements to the existing firearms. On the other hand, they have also begun to design some armored vehicles. This time, the design is aimed at linking with the pea shooter in the biological laboratory. Unfortunately, there are too few relevant talents. Even if the lame programmer who was rescued is pulled over to write the program, it will still have no effect. Therefore, the main demand of the mechanical laboratory is to increase the number of people, especially programmers. Some large machines cannot do without various intelligent control systems. Although Guangqing is an academician, he is also a good cook who cannot cook without rice. Meng Su deeply agrees with this. And then writes the words "red, recruiting" with a pen. And at the same time orders Su Jinjin, "Tell Lao Hua, prepare a new weapon for me, the knife is broken, and I threw it there. Actually, there is no rush. I am fine with bare hands now. If possible, give me a whole set of boxing gloves to try." Su Jinjin immediately nodded and accepted the order. Meng Su then read the report from the biological laboratory. Regarding the performance of the pea shooter, they made a discovery. The pea shooter is not a machine, it is also alive. It is an intelligent creature. Therefore, it can only spit out 1,000 to 3,000 peas a day, and it will wilt after spitting, and it will take about 17 to 20 hours to recover. The spitted peas can be eaten, but they cannot be planted as a planting product. The growth period of the pea shooter is not high. Basically, as long as a batch is planted, it will mature perfectly in 3 to 5 days. As for the maturity period, it is not clear yet, and it needs to be observed. In addition, there has been a breakthrough in the technology of allogenic implantation. Combined with neuron connection technology, and the help of orthopedic director Che Meiping and orthopedic surgeon Li Wanhai, the theoretical technology is now mature. I hope Mr. Meng can provide some test products, or catch a few harmless zombies. In response, Meng Su said he understood clearly and immediately issued an instruction. "Read it. I will go out and catch a few beasts to use later. You can't use zombies for experiments. After all, employees are not you." Based on the current physical fitness, Meng Su would be fine even if he ate zombie meat, and he wouldn't even have diarrhea. But the employees are not like that. If the experiment goes wrong, then Meng Su will get a zombie scientist. Catching a scumbag is different. Although there is also the risk of the experiment going wrong. When doing the experiment, Meng-Su will let his masters accompany him, so at most he will get injured, but it will not be fatal. If a zombie injures him, he will be infected. If a human injures him, he will not be infected. What is used as a test subject, you will know at a glance. Okay, boss. Su Jinjin nodded, and was about to leave when Meng-Su called her. Wait. Hearing Meng-Su's words, Su Jinjin turned around with a hint of doubt, looked at Meng-Su, and asked very obediently, Boss, do you have anything else to do? Meng-Su smiled and said confidently, What do you think of me? Do you think I have a very friendly feeling? Am I handsome? Su Jinjin? A bit handsome. Boss. Su Jinjin's heart was now sweating like soybeans. She had originally thought that Meng-Su was trying to take advantage of her, but she didn't expect this to happen. Su Jinjin was completely speechless. However, from Su Jinjin's perspective, Meng-Su was indeed quite handsome, with a strong and masculine aura. But for some reason, he was crazy every day, especially when reporting work. He looked like the hero in a romance novel. Boss, please wake up. You are not on the same path as them. They are weak men who can't even tie a chicken. You are different. You are a crazy, peerless strong man who can split a skull with your hands. Su Jinjin complained in her heart. I have a good impression of Meng-Su. Of course. And I have quite a lot. But she is an employee. I have known her for a long time, and it is not the first time I have met her. However, although she had a lot of thoughts in her mind, after hearing Meng-Su's question, Su Jinjin's brain immediately spun rapidly. She immediately put on a starry-eyed admiration look, and said to Meng-Su in a clipped voice, Boss, how do you know that I admire you so much? I have never seen a man as handsome, mighty, and warm as you. If you don't mind, can you give me an autograph? I admire you too much. Hearing Su Jinjin's voice that made her throat smoke, Meng-Su was very satisfied. He immediately waved his hand. Okay. I know. Work hard, and I will sign for you next time. Go back to work. After hearing Meng-Su's words, Su Jinjin immediately left reluctantly. After leaving the house, she sighed and said, It's so hard to be a worker. I always have to play house with the boss. Otherwise it's easy to be confused. Then, she continued to walk towards the laboratory. She also had to report the results to the two heads of the laboratory. After Su Jinjin left, Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, my charm is unstoppable. Unfortunately, there was no mirror in the office, and it was not very elegant to look at yourself while peeing, so Meng-Su had to give up. After handling these two things, Meng-Su hurried downstairs, ready to take the two captives of the Chosen Ones, and then move towards the temporary safety zone together. First pick up the employees of his company, and then let these two guys show their acting skills, deceive the Chosen Ones from the other 4 cities, and catch them all in one fell swoop, and wipe them all out. After going downstairs, facing the greetings of some employees, Meng-Su also maintained a humorous and polite smile, expressing his goodwill. The boss of the company should be like this. After leaving the company building, Meng-Su saw the place where he climbed over the wall before. Li Xiang and Meng Xuanpeng were still standing there motionless, staring coldly at Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao, who were kneeling on the ground and dared not breathe with a pair of threatening eyes. Their legs were numb from kneeling. Seeing this, Meng-Su remembered that he forgot to arrange a cell for the two of them, and just let Li Xiang and Meng Xuanpeng stare at them. So they were kneeling here all the time. But it doesn't matter. If it was someone else, Meng-Su might feel guilty. But for these two beasts, it doesn't matter. Collect? Meng-Su walked over and said calmly, his voice full of unquestionable, you two. Stand up and follow me. Okay, boss. The two were overjoyed, and quickly stood up, trembling, and followed Meng-Su, and walked out of the gate together. Li Xiang and Meng Xuanpeng were relieved of their duties by Meng-Su, and continued their daily patrol tasks. This time, Meng-Su did not drive his company's car when he went out, because Wang Xian drove himself. And he drove 2 cars. Both were 7-seater luxury SUVs. Wang Xian was rich enough. He deserved to be punished for cheating people out of their hard-earned money through pyramid schemes. Meng-Su sat in the car, feeling deeply moved. And Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were timid, sitting in the back seat and not daring to say a word. But suddenly, Meng-Su suddenly thought of something, got out of the car again, took down the sachet hanging in front of the car, and studied it in his hand. What on earth is this thing, and why can it make zombies afraid to come? Meng-Su wanted to take it apart to see, but thought that there was only this one sachet for the 2 cars, and it would be bad if he broke it after taking it apart, so Meng-Su did not take apart the sachet, but continued to hang it in front of the car, and then sat in the driver's seat without hesitation, and prepared to drive. Meng-Su still didn't study a single item. When Meng-Su had 2 sachets, he would open one and study it. Buzz! Buzz! The car made a roar as he stepped on the accelerator. Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were a little scared, shivering in the corner of the back row, not daring to look up. Meng-Su had the driving skills of a professional racing driver. The moment he started, he drove at lightning speed. While driving, Meng-Su said to Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao, "I am now recruiting you two to be members of the Order Guard Violent Terrorist Mobile Team. Now tell me everything you two know." "Do you know?" The small gilded words that appeared were roughly ignored by Meng-Su, and the two looked at each other. They did not refuse Meng-Su's recruitment, and they both successfully joined the Violent Terrorist Mobile Team. As we all know, Meng-Su's terrorist mobile team members are all zombies, and they are mutant zombies. The two of them joined the terrorist mobile team, and the outcome is obvious to all. And Meng-Su did this to fight against the possible God's punishment. Use the system to fight against this extraterrestrial civilization. Is it also a bug? Lu Song's insomnia can be cured, so this should be no problem. After hearing Meng-Su's words, the two looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and began to tell everything they knew. On the 3rd day before the end of the world, they were chosen as the chosen ones. After they got the news in advance, they held a simple online gathering of the chosen ones. First got to know their peers in their own city, and then spread rumors online. For example, "There can't be any problem. It's just a little flu. I've never bought any food. Don't be fooled by bad merchants. They are all for selling promotional products. Yes, it's just a little cold. It's not a big deal at all." 3 days later, there will be a pool party in the early morning. Are there any contestants who have signed up? Go to the hospital? No need, baby. Just go out and have fun. Just be cool. All these rumors came from them. It seems to help maintain stability, but in fact, it is to reduce the resistance of humans after the outbreak of the zombie virus. Well, some people may not believe it, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, they will prepare in advance, plan all actions, and make a big move when danger comes. For example, they went to places with large crowds, such as school dormitories, and sealed the doors, so that the survivors inside could not escape. They looted the nearby supplies in advance, so that the survivors who came later had nothing to search. Meng-Su listened to their description and nodded. The terrorist mobile team was too kind. The laboratory just happened to be short of people to do experiments. So let's take you too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking you to be test subjects. I'm asking you to be targets after the experimental results. As for other things after the end of the world, they didn't know much. They had always been following orders and lurking in the safe zone. After all, their status is just like that. But until a few days ago, they received a signal from the master, who asked them to take back what Tian he left behind, at any cost, and at the same time, to let them obey Wang Xian's command. And then, Wang Xian sent a guy named Cheng Zixin to communicate with them, and they did communicate, and then Cheng Zixin disappeared. After that, they sneaked out, and communicated using the radio, and learned that the leaders of the 5 cities would come, and they were relieved for a while, and then it was what happened now. After hearing this information, Meng-Su fell into deep thought. According to Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao, this lord was a little evasive, and the signal said by the lord before were different. What does that mean? Meng-Su now knows that this extraterrestrial civilization is actually a department, and this situation has occurred. Could it be that an alien employee of this department secretly handed the equipment to Tianhe, thinking of completing a performance, but unexpectedly Tianhe messed up and the equipment fell into his hands? And this equipment is the public property of the department, not his personal property. So he is now crazy and orders the nearby chosen ones to take back the assets of this department at all costs. Meng-Su guessed. But it was not true. Where will you meet with the chosen ones from the other 4 cities? Li Yuanhang said in a muffled voice. It's at the place where you are taking you to meet. According to the time, the people from Zhanda City should be here. Meng-Su nodded, and then drove directly to the small town without hesitation. Zhanda City is also a neighboring city of Huqing City. But because of the gathering point problem, the chosen ones of Zhanda City will arrive a little later than those of Wuyang City. But they will not be delayed for too long. In this case, Meng-Su felt that he had already disappeared in the temporary safety zone. So he didn't care about this moment. So he should go and see the chosen ones of Zhongda City first. With this thought, Mengsu drove away at lightning speed, turning the 7-seater luxury SUV into a racing car and running all the way. However, no matter how fast it is, we must consider the objective distance. About an hour later, this deserted town once again welcomed the sound of galloping cars. In a room in the town, a short-haired girl frowned and said to the other two people beside her with dissatisfaction, "Who is outside?" "Senior sister. They are wearing sachets to repel bad things. So they should be our people." A tall boy immediately said, "There are 2 auras of the chosen ones. But this car looks familiar. It should be the car of Lord Wang Xian of Wuyong City." The short-haired girl nodded. "Since Lord Simon has arrived, let's welcome him." After that, she took the other chosen ones downstairs and came to the front of the building, ready to welcome Wang Xian. The car stopped smoothly downstairs. Mengsu parked the car easily, then got out of the car and looked at the 5 chosen ones in front of him. He took a quick glance and saw that the highest one was about level 14. He immediately knew what was going on and said with a smile, "Everyone looks very energetic." "Huh?" The short-haired girl frowned when she saw this and said bluntly, "Who is he? Where is Wang Xian?" Although she was facing Mengsu, she obviously did not speak to Mengsu, but to Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao behind Mengsu. This is Zhao Zhilai. Zhao Siming. Ran Xiao took a deep breath and said to the short-haired girl with trembling calves, "Wang Xian is arrogant and conceited, seeking his own death, and actually went to fight Mengsu, and was beaten into a pulp by Mengsu. Lord Zhao was appointed to the post of Nanjiang Siming in a critical moment. And when he met Lord Siming, why didn't he pay homage?" Ran Xiao's words became more and more fluent. Hearing Ran Xiao's words, the short-haired girl frowned, and then shouted coldly, "He is not even the chosen one. How can he be Siming?" After that, between her slender fingers, there seemed to be a transparent silk thread flashing, and it cut towards Mengsu's neck. Although she had some good feelings for Mengsu, it did not affect her action. The short-haired girl suddenly attacked, and no one reacted. However, Mengsu said indifferently, "Since you have met Siming, why don't you bow?" Mengsu didn't even move. The transparent silk thread smoothly cut towards Mengsu's neck, but there was only a snap sound, and the transparent silk thread was actually torn directly by Mengsu's neck. "Huh?" The short-haired girl was stunned, but the next second, she suddenly felt dizzy, as if her head was flying in the air. Soon, she fell heavily to the ground and stopped thinking. Mengsu's speed. No one reacted in time. At the moment when the transparent silk thread broke, Mengsu directly slapped the short-haired girl's head with his backhand. "Disrespect Siming. Die," Mengsu said coldly, as if he was the real Siming of Nanjiang. No, he was real. After that, Mengsu looked at the remaining 4 people again, focusing his eyes on a young man with a crew cut. "Who else among you 4 is dissatisfied?" The boy hiding in the back. "You are the leader of Zhongda City. Why do you push a domineering woman to the front?" The person named by Mengsu was caught off guard. He didn't expect his identity to be exposed. He just laughed twice and didn't explain. The next second, his head also flew into the sky and fell next to the girl. Blood spurted out. Mengsu wiped the blood from his hands calmly. "I hate people lying to me the most in my life." After that, Mengsu looked at the other 3 people again. "You 3. Are you convinced?" "Greetings to Lord Siming." The other 3 knelt without hesitation. "This is definitely the real Siming. I just don't know why Siming doesn't have the aura of the chosen one." When Li Yuanhang saw this, he snorted coldly. "Mengsu has a great ability. He can tell the difference between us from this aura." So Lord Siming specially used a secret technique to hide the aura. But he didn't expect these 2 people to be so stubborn. They dared to question Siming's identity, and therefore sentenced to death. Who of you still has doubts? Don't dare. After this explanation, the remaining 3 believed it. After all, you have to believe it. However, a demon who is neither male nor female suddenly said in a low voice, "Master Siming, although the 2 of them do not know the destiny and questioned your identity, it is understandable. Why did you kill them?" Hearing this, Mengsu narrowed his eyes. "Are you questioning my decision? A family with a son who speaks out will not be destroyed. A country with a minister who speaks out will not be destroyed." This person stretched his neck and spoke loudly to Mengsu. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and it was resounding. After hearing this, Meng Su narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. You mean, if I don't listen to you, our Nanjiang Chosen Association will be finished? After hesitating for a moment, he bit the bullet and bowed his head and said, It's hard to say. Okay, you have guts. Then you go and die with them. I am the god of destiny. How dare you disobey me? Die. Die. Die, all of you go to hell. Meng Su felt that being the god of destiny was too frustrating. No one obeyed him. Frustrated.jpg. Chapter 210. Meng Su's body trembled. And everyone bowed down. Soon, the third headless corpse appeared. The remaining two chosen ones from Zhanda City knelt aside, bowed their heads and said nothing. The new Simon was a little scary. Both of them were trembling. But one of them was trembling with fear, like a sieve. The other one was trembling with excitement. That's right. This is the chosen one chosen by the Lord. The Lord once said that the blue star is about survival of the fittest. Since some inferior gene people have been eliminated, the remaining high-quality gene people cannot just enjoy their life in peace. In his opinion, there are still many scums among the chosen ones. Those scum actually wanted to continue to replicate the human model of dominating after destroying humans. He would not agree to this. Those who still thought of inferior human solutions should also be eliminated. It's just that his words were not influential, so he usually endured it. As soon as this new Simon came to power, he killed the original person in charge of their Zhanda city with a thunderous force, which was really gratifying. Looking at the two people kneeling on the ground, Meng Su's expression was gloomy, like a real dragon hidden in the clouds. Uncertain and unpredictable. Name, Lin Mingxian. Occupation, gene enhancer, pervert, murderer, programmer. Level, 10/10/10/10. Name, Li Zhongliang. Occupation, gene enhancer, pianist, war criminal. Level, 11/9/5. The names of the remaining two people appeared in front of Meng Su. After Meng Su remembered their names, he nodded and said casually, I appoint you, Lin Mingxian, as the apostle of the chosen one of Zhanda City, to be in charge of all matters concerning the chosen one of Zhanda City. I appoint Li Zhongliang as the apostle of the chosen one of Zhanda City, to assist Lin Mingxian in leading matters concerning the chosen one of Zhanda City. Yes! The two spoke at the same time, although they were already apostles, but now that Meng Su was conferring the title again, they did not dare to say a word. After they nodded in agreement, they found that Meng Su had stopped moving. He just sat in the car calmly, lighting a cigarette, and waiting for something. This really made the two of them at a loss, not knowing what to do next. Finally, Lin Mingxian, who thought Meng Su was a good kill, couldn't help it, and asked cautiously, Lord Simon, what should we do next? Wait for others. Aren't there still 3 cities where the chosen ones haven't come yet? Meng Su said calmly, Wang Xian. That waste deserves to die. But the Lord's instructions cannot be wasted. Meng Su is powerful. We should hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with Meng Su. Yes. Meng Su was holding a meeting in the Chosen Association, and the leaders of the Chosen from the other 4 cities were meeting to discuss how to deal with him. It was normal. Simon is Simon. Meng Su is Meng Su. Public and private should be clearly distinguished. After hearing Meng Su's words, Lin Mingxian was stunned. And then he said in surprise, Even you are not Meng Su's opponent? Lin Mingxian has an extreme admiration for the strong. The new Xiao Simon in front of him killed the 3 chosen from Zhanda City so easily. Therefore, Lin Mingxian is now extremely flattering to Meng Su. After hearing Meng Su's words, he was also shocked and couldn't help but speak. After he finished saying this, Meng Su, who was wearing a white shirt and a suit, suddenly raised his hand. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help but think of the way his 3 colleagues died. Before he could react, he instantly felt a burning pain on his cheek. You said too much. Lin Mingxian's mouth was bleeding, but he didn't dare to say anything extra. He could only lower his head and respectfully admit his mistake to Meng Su. Yes, Lord Simon. It was a blessing that he didn't die. I dare not contradict Lord Simon. Seeing this, Meng Su also waved his sleeves and said bluntly, It's a 50-50 match between Meng Su and me. But if I die, what will happen to the Chosen One Association of Nanjiang? So, if you can let others die, why should I sacrifice my life? Listening to Meng Su's unquestionable voice, Lin Mingxian even said that he deserved to die. And Li Yuanhang on the side, Ran Shaoran was numb. Not brother, you are quite addicted to self-entertainment. Aren't you? Aren't you Meng Su? The 50-50 match is indeed true, after all. You are Ming-Su, and of course it's a 50-50 match when you beat yourself. Just like playing rock paper scissors with yourself in the mirror, it would be abnormal if you lose or win. And the other Li Zhongliang never dared to speak, just pretending that he was as loyal as his name suggests, standing aside silently, waiting for time to pass. About an hour later, the 5 chosen ones from Baifu City hurried over. They looked exhausted, as if they had come as soon as they received the notice. Seeing Wang Xian's car from afar, Zhang Lei, the apostle of the chosen ones from Baifu City, immediately approached with a smile. Before he saw Simon himself, he saw Li Zhongliang and Lin Ningxian, who had a stiff and ugly face and sweat all over their foreheads. They were stunned and looked around suspiciously. They said in a familiar manner, "Where are Miss Zhou and Brother Huang? Why are you two here?" Miss Zhou and Brother Huang were the man and woman who were killed by Ming-Su first and second. These 2 evil creatures refused to obey Simon's discipline and have been killed by Simon. Li Zhongliang took a deep breath, pointed to the 3 headless corpses hanging on the side, and the heads placed in front of the corpses, and said tremblingly, "Zhang Lei, I advise you to go and pay your respects to Lord Simon. Wang Xian is so cruel." Zhang Lei was stunned. He immediately became cautious and looked at the position of the 7-seater car. He said in a bad tone, "Wang Xian, what's the matter? We agreed to help each other in the past. But now you have become Simon. But you turn your face and don't recognize me?" Noisy, Ming-Su's faint voice came from the car. Zhang Lei was stunned by the strange voice. And the next second he felt his pores burst. "You are not Wang Xian. Who are you?" Hearing Zhang Lei's rude words, Lin Ningxian immediately refuted. "How dare you disrespect the Simon Lord? Wang Xian, the little boy, is seeking his own death, and has been killed by Ming-Su with the loss of soldiers and generals in the association. Xiao Simon is the new Simon appointed by the Lord. Why don't you come and pay your respects?" Lin Ningxian now has only 2 words in his mind: loyalty, sincerity. The Simon who can survive to the end is the most capable Simon. "Let your mother go." Zhang Lei was furious, and his muscles all over his body began to swell rapidly. But before he finished swelling, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. The next second, blood gushed out of his cut throat like a hurricane, dripping on the cold ground, and quickly formed a bright red. Puff! Blood flowed out at a high speed. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a transparent silk thread, which cut his throat. And this transparent silk thread was the weapon of the last killed Sister Zhou. Blood gushed out, and Zhang Lei also fell in a pool of blood. Ming-Su sighed, walked out of the 7-seater car with murderous intent on his face, looking at the other 4 chosen ones from Baifu City, said very disappointedly, "Didn't it say that? Nanjiang Simon is the leader of all chosen ones in Nanjiang Province. Whoever becomes Nanjiang Simon, the chosen ones of Nanjiang Province must obey his orders? Why is it that now that I am Simon, everyone will oppose my orders? I am too frustrated to be Simon. Why on earth do you oppose my orders?" Ming-Su's voice was like a bell, scared the 4 chosen ones from Baifu City so much that they trembled and dared not speak. "Are you feeling aggrieved? Brother, you look much more impressive when you kill people at random than Tian Simon, and Wang Xian. Wang Simon. They feel aggrieved in front of you." Faced with Ming-Su's words, the people present dared not speak, but could only tremble in fear. And just as Ming-Su shouted angrily, Zhang Lei's body on the ground suddenly sat up, his eyes flashed scarlet light, its body began to twist, its muscles swelled, it became extremely strong, so strong that it seemed that it could easily tear apart anything that hindered its progress. Zhang Lei changed. Looking at Zhang Lei's changed appearance, the surrounding chosen ones all wanted to leave. Although they were all chosen ones in their lifetime, after the Holy War, they didn't recognize anyone. They didn't want to be entangled by the troublesome Zhang Lei. After all, after the Holy War, the strength will be more than 2 to 3 times stronger. Zhang Lei will truly become a terrifying zombie. And this newly revived zombie is obviously very arrogant and domineering. He stood up from behind Ming-Su. His eyes could not hide the excitement. His fingers became extremely dry, stretched to the sky. His 5 fingers spread out, and at the same time opened his bloody mouth, roar. The roar was just halfway through. Ming-Su suddenly turned around, slapped him, and shouted angrily, "I'm talking to you. What are you arguing about? Get out." In an instant, the newly revived zombie's head turned 180 degrees, turned completely around, and blood flowed out again. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Just died like this? The 4 chosen ones from Baifu City were shocked, and they couldn't believe their eyes. This time, the Lord Siming was so powerful. Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao were very calm. What's this? The best is yet to come. After killing the man, under the confused and shocked gaze of the chosen ones from Baifu City, Meng Su calmly walked to the zombie transformed by Zhang Lei, and looked at Lin Mingxian on the side. Give me the knife. Lin Mingxian didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly handed his knife to Meng Su respectfully, and was also very confused about what Meng Su wanted the knife for. Meng Su pulled the dagger-like knife out of the scabbard, and then without hesitation, he dug in the direction of the evolution crystal quickly and accurately, and indeed dug out a deep red evolution crystal. Evolution crystal. Everyone knows it. Name, top evolution crystal. Effect. Increase 0.1 breakthrough points. Looking at the evolution crystal in front of him, Meng Su sighed in disappointment. Now it can only increase 0.1? The improvement of these attribute points is really getting harder and harder as time goes by. Without hesitation, Meng Su took out a bottle of mineral water, rinsed the top evolution crystal, and then put it in his mouth in front of all the chosen ones. He chewed it twice and swallowed it. He felt a little taste when he first ate it, but he got used to it after eating it for a long time and didn't feel anything. It was just like drinking water. Similarly, Meng Su didn't feel any discomfort in his body. It seems, after his physical value reached 31 points, combined with the previous invulnerability to all poisons buff, this evolution crystal is completely ineffective against him, or he is completely immune to the virus crystals of this concentration. Seeing Meng Su eating up the evolution crystal, the rest of the chosen one's brains crashed. What happened? Lord Siming, did you just eat an evolution crystal? It was like eating a snack, without any discomfort. Isn't this too scary for the chosen ones? Because they are the chosen ones. Their understanding of the evolution crystal is higher than that of the safe zone. They naturally know that this thing contains a lot of virus energy. After eating it, they will enter the Holy War stage in advance, and even become stronger than when they were in the Holy War stage. And such a thing was eaten as a snack by Lord Siming? How terrifying is Lord Siming's strength? With this thought, the 4 chosen ones from Baifu City did not hesitate at all and bowed directly. We will obey Lord Siming's orders. Please give us your orders. We will go through fire and water without hesitation. Of course, the reason why they would pay a visit to Meng Su was very simple. They really thought Meng Su was Siming. If Meng Su was not Siming, these people would give Meng Su a head no matter what. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel that his ability was really well chosen. Look! These chosen ones all have a good impression of him. He was shocked and bowed down one after another. Meng Su, am invincible. Meng Su obviously misunderstood this matter, thinking that these chosen ones bowed down because his talent was well chosen. Meng Su took a deep breath, and then looked at the chosen ones in Baifu City, and then said, "You are all here. What about Shenfeng City? They are closer to Hiqing City." That's right. The distance between Baifu City and Hiqing City is much farther than Shenfeng City. And it is much farther. Now the chosen ones from Baifu City have arrived. What are the chosen ones from Shenfeng City doing? Why haven't they come yet? As for Pingsha City, Meng Su can only say that it depends on fate. After all, Pingsha City is really far away, and it is normal to arrive late. Meng Su is also considerate. The chosen ones from Shenfeng City may have something against you. A chosen one from Baifu City immediately said to Meng Su. They were Tianhe's subordinates before. After Tianhe died, they naturally have resentment towards the new Siming. They have always obeyed the edicts but not the announcements. Meng Su nodded when he heard this. That's normal. You stay here now. I'll leave for a while. When the chosen ones from Pingsha City and Shenfeng City arrive, you can entertain them first, and then have a meeting when I come back. After that, Meng Su got into the 7-seater car and prepared to drive away. Meng Su's decisiveness caused the chosen ones in Baifu City and Zhangde City to be confused. Someone hurriedly asked, "Master Siming, you are not here. Who will take charge of the overall situation?" "Let Lin Mingxian take charge." After Meng Su made this casual remark, he then started the car and began to drive towards the safe zone. It was as fast as lightning and as vigorous as lightning. Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao in the car looked worried, and no one knew what they were thinking about. While driving, Meng Su was thinking about the feasibility of his plan. Originally, Meng Su's goal was to kill the leaders of the 4 cities of Zhongda, Pingsha, Shanfeng and Baifu, and to cause chaos among their top leaders. But now that his identity as the Xi Ming has been somewhat recognized, why not do something big? When everyone arrives, let them bring their own elites to encircle and suppress him together. Wouldn't it be possible to wipe them out in one fell swoop? He is really a genius. Even if he fails, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Meng Su is the leader of the precision blasting. No matter what those leaders want to say, they will be killed. For example, that sister Zhou, brother Huang and Zhang Lei from Baifu City. No matter what they say, Meng Su will kill them. If there is no reason, he will make one. Such as the clothes you wear today are so ugly, it stains my eyes. You enter the door with your left foot first. I don't like it, and so on. There are a lot of such excuses, and they can be used at will. Meng Su originally planned to wait for these guys to arrive, and then leave after giving them instructions. But he didn't expect that Pingsha City was a long way away, and Shanfeng City was slow. So, Meng Su should go back to the safe zone, and take all his employees away. In order to avoid any mistakes, which would cause misunderstandings among the people in the safe zone, and also make his employees worry. In addition, Meng Su also wanted to submit Wang Xian's bounty. Wang Xian, a level wanted criminal, has a bounty of 5 million. This is very valuable to Meng Su. Meng Su really needs these 5 million. As for Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao, they have been used almost enough, and they will be officially joined in the terrorist mobile team later. They are no longer needed now. However, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao still don't understand what their future fate will be, but they just feel so magical. They have not been punished by the Lord yet. It seems that this Lord is just like that. In the temporary safety zone, the management is holding a meeting, and they are particularly puzzled about the reason for Meng Su's disappearance. However, they are not concerned about Meng Su's safety. After all, if a strong man like Meng Su can have safety problems, then their safety zone will not be able to operate. Moreover, the problem that even Meng Su can have safety problems is not something they can solve. The main thing they were looking into was, where did Meng Su go? Meng Su's disappearance was definitely not a casual disappearance. There must be a reason. They knew nothing about it, which was the main reason. Lu Jingyi sat on the chair, and was completely puzzled as to what had happened. She reported everything clearly, and the superiors did not make it difficult for her, but he also couldn't figure out what exactly had happened to Meng Su that caused him to disappear halfway. The content of each meeting was basically all fantasy, and the news about the theft of the personnel list and other things also attracted the attention of the inspection team, but no one would connect the two together. However, just when everyone was discussing seriously, a soldier from the inspection team hurried to the door and said to everyone, "Dear leaders, Chairman Meng has returned in a car and is about to take the employees recruited by his company away." Before leaving, Chairman Meng asked me to inform the leaders. After hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, they immediately made arrangements and adjustments. Lu Jingyi set out again to meet Chairman Meng Shumeng. As for the others, all of them hid themselves, waiting for the result of the meeting, so as not to show an aggressive attitude and make Meng Su unhappy. In today's world where personal force is extremely powerful, Meng Su, a strong man who can change the whole situation by himself, should not give him any negative feelings. When Lu Jingyi hurried to Meng Su, she was sure that Meng Su was directing the programmers, biologists and other scholars who were about to join the peace order to move computers and other items in the safe zone. This is not a coercion, but a gift from the safe zone to Meng Su, just as a friend. After all, computers are a thing. In the current environment, you can get as many as you want. As soon as she came in, Lu Jingyi heard Meng Su's serious voice. "Paint all computers black. No white ones." "Why? Mr. Meng? You don't understand it. Right? Black computers run very fast. So using black computers is to make them run faster." "Huh?" The chat content inside was a bit of racial nights and hell jokes. Lu Jingyi coughed lightly and walked in, and said to Meng Su in surprise, "Thank God. Chairman Meng, you are fine. This is really great. Where have you been during this period? We are so worried." Listening to Lu Jingyi's concerned voice, Meng Su didn't know how to describe his current mood for a moment. He always felt that Lu Jingyi's words were a bit mechanical, and a bit not sincere, but it didn't matter. Meng Su shrugged and said immediately, "I didn't do anything. I just found out that the civil strife was caused by those damn chosen ones. So I followed them all the way and happened to meet Wang Xian, the new Simon of Nanjiang province, and then killed him. I also killed the leaders of the chosen ones in Zhangde City and Baifu City, and killed more than a dozen chosen ones with good strength. They should be the backbone of the chosen one association of Nanjiang province. After that, Mingsu pointed to his 7-seater car and said, "That's the spoils of war. There is another one left in the company." Mingsu's words were very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. When Lu Jing heard this, she was indeed startled, looked at Mingsu carefully, opened her mouth, and was shocked and speechless for a moment. "Is it Wang Xian, Zhou Wenxin and Zhang Lei?" Lu Jing stuttered out these 3 names, corresponding to the 3 names in their intelligence. The first one was Wang Xian, the head of the chosen ones in Weiyang City. But Wang Xian had become the new Simon, and their system hadn't updated the news yet. But it didn't matter. After all, he died not long after he started. I remember Wang Xian and Zhang Lei. I also killed a woman named Zhou, but that woman was just a puppet. The real leader of the chosen ones in Zhangde City was a man named Huang, who was also killed by me. Mingsu yawned, then waved his hand and said casually, "Okay. Next, our company will adjust the human resource structure and will immediately send a large force to assist you in cleaning up Piching City. I hope everyone can cooperate happily." After that, Mingsu looked at the sky. The sky was dark, and the night was falling. Above the sky was full of stars, like countless small eyes peeping at every corner in the dark. The night wind was slightly cool, with some coolness, which also made people feel a little chilly. Chapter 211. Our company's main business is to earn pensions. Li Shan sat on the bus of the peace order group, gazing at the scene outside the window, somewhat silent. The night was as dark as ink, and the stars were dotted. Such a beautiful picture, but it was created in the environment of the end of the world, which still made people feel a little psychologically afraid. He was a little panicked, and felt that his future was uncertain for a while, and he didn't know where the future was. He, Li Shan, 36 years old, a core coder of a famous internet company, for various reasons, he temporarily returned to his hometown for vacation, but he didn't expect to encounter such a doomsday disaster, and he had been in a daze all the time, until he was rescued by the troops in the safe zone, and then he fell into confusion. In the end times, under normal circumstances, he didn't know what he was good for. He didn't have the best martial arts, nor any other abilities, only the skill of coding. But with his own ability, Li Shan didn't think he had anything worth looking up to. After all, he was laid off and sent back to his hometown. What else could he say? But he didn't expect that there would be a sudden turn of events. He suddenly encountered a company recruiting workers. With the attitude of giving it a try, Li Shan came. Then, because he had worked in a certain big company, he was successfully selected by the big star Miss Enchiu. For a moment, Li Shan was a little confused. However, the question Miss Enchiu asked most often was whether he could do AI technology and operation panel systems, such as missile launches. Li Shan felt a lot of pressure. After all, he used to be a game developer. However, his basic skills were still there. As long as he was trained a little, it would be much better than a newcomer who started from scratch. There were many people like him. After all, Piching City was a city with a population of 5 million. There were quite a few programmers, and many technical directors were in place. Everyone was equally worried. In addition to these programmers, some university professors and chief researchers of pharmaceutical companies also boarded this sturdy bus. Unlike him, the others seemed to have decided to join the peace order company because of the riot that happened in the morning. Huh? Li Shan breathed heavily, trying to calm himself down as much as possible. Listening to the growls and roars of some zombies in his ears, his face was slightly pale. In this dark environment, Li Shan was naturally very scared, even before he set off. He wanted to persuade the company's top management to wait until dawn before leaving. After all, night is the home of zombies. However, he was a person with little influence after all, and he had just joined a new company. In the end times, he did not dare to offend a company with private armed forces. However, driving at night still made these new employees feel very uneasy. However, for some reason, the zombies just watched the convoy from a distance, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes, but did not rush up. This surprised Li Shan and made him a little stunned. Perhaps this is where the company's confidence comes from. Li Shan was somewhat confident about his new company, but he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie howled in the distance. Li Shan was immediately startled by the huge sound. He looked carefully and found that on the side of the road, there was a zombie that looked particularly large in the moonlight. It did not seem to be afraid of their convoy, but rushed towards the convoy without hesitation. The scene in front of them immediately caused an uproar among the people in the car. However, before everyone felt how shocking it was, they saw a steel bar suddenly shot out from the SUV leading the way, nailing the particularly large zombie to the ground, causing its blood to rush but unable to move, and could only struggle helplessly and furiously. This scene made Li Shan's eyes widen, and he couldn't believe what he saw. This is such a strong throwing strength still within human reach? Li Shan was very surprised. He thought of the words of Chairman Ming. Maybe, as long as he worked hard, he would become a superpower one day? With this thought, he looked at the other members in the car. Their expressions were different, but Li Shan believed that their thoughts should be exactly the same as his. It seems that after coming to the company, he has to show his real ability. Even if the company wants to design a moon landing system, he will rack his brains to code it for him. The personnel composition is good. Meng Su looked at the list in his hand, nodded to Enchioyu with satisfaction, and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that you, a graduate of the performance department of Dongla Opera Academy, would have such a perfect arrangement of personnel work and be able to manage the company so well. I underestimated you." After hearing Meng Su's praise, Enchioyu couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing a pair of tiger teeth. While driving, she raised her slender neck like a white swan, and said to Meng Su very proudly, "That's right, you see who I am a genius. If I hadn't entered the entertainment industry, I guess I would be the youngest billionaire." Hearing Enchioyu say this, Meng Su immediately felt inferior, and immediately gave a thumbs up. "What's the matter? Little sister? You have been with me for a long time, how come you can brag? As the saying goes, those who are close to Zhu are red, those who are close to Mo are black, and those who are close to Ming are shameless." Now Enchioyu has already reached a state of not caring about face. Meng Su was very satisfied with this. However, Meng Su was quite satisfied with the recruitment of new employees this time. There were 7 programmers, 2 biologists, 1 medical scholar, 1 chemist, 2 engineers, 1 mathematician, 2 senior fitters, and 6 family members. There were 15 employees in total, 6 family members, and the total monthly salary expenditure was 120,000 yuan. Meng Su was now rich and powerful, and he did not care about this little money. Why were there only 15 employees when there were 16 mid-level talents? Because the medical scholar and the biologist overlapped. There was a medical scientist named Wang Jichuan, who was also a biologist and the chief scientist and CEO of a pharmaceutical company in this city. Although there is no senior talent among these people, they are all in the range of intermediate talents. Only Wang Jichuan, a medical expert, has reached the 14th level in biology and the 13th level in medical knowledge. And he is only 1 level away from becoming a senior talent. Level 5 is for junior talents. Level 10 is for intermediate talents. Level 15 is for senior talents. And level 25 is for top talents. In addition, there is 1 level above 30, which is called a special talent. It can be seen that there is not much difference between the junior, middle and senior levels, and it is difficult to find top talents. And special talents are even rarer. But it doesn't matter. Junior high school students can handle general work. A huge machine is made up of countless complex screws. Biologists need no introduction. They are directly assigned to the biological laboratory. Chemist experts can study explosives and other items. They are talents needed by both biological and mechanical laboratories. And programmers can wait for the top AI expert they recruit to come, and then use them together. It would be best if they could add neuron links to the program and integrate them. After all, the invention of technology in a certain field is not isolated and only requires one profession. A mature technology requires the joint improvement of many aspects. Meng Su is not short of money. The more talents, the better. With this thought, Meng Su hummed a little song, watching Enchioyu drive, heading towards the safe zone. He knew that many employees in the military bus behind him were now worried. But it didn't matter. After the peace and order, they would have a clear sky. The next step is to start the wool-pulling plan. The goal of the plan is to recruit 800 zombies in one go. and then put on combat uniforms worth 50,000 cash for them to join the Order Guards. Establish a new team, different from the third branch of the terrorist mobile team and the special operations team. Meng-Su called it the ground cleaning team, responsible for cleaning the ground. According to Meng-Su's calculations, 800 zombies attack and dismissal. No. Optimizing an employee costs about 30,000 credit points. And combat uniforms cost 50,000 credit points, plus the weapons in hand. So it is calculated as 100,000 per employee. After death in battle, their pensions can be negotiated, but at least 150,000 can be negotiated. In other words, as long as he takes this group of zombie employees to clean the ground, Meng-Su can earn a difference of 40 million. Oh my god! Isn't this taking off? But the premise is that Meng-Su must have an expenditure of 80 million. That is, Meng-Su spent 80 million credit points, and was able to recover 120 million credit points, and finally made a net profit of 40 million. However, Meng-Su currently only had less than 6.4 million credit points, so he couldn't rush it, and had to do it step by step, and there were risks in doing so. For example, if the optimization was not done accidentally, and the zombie employees really died, Meng-Su would need to pay a compensation of about 350,000 yuan. And the safe zone would most likely only pay 150,000 credit points. So Meng-Su would have to pay 200,000 credit points if only 1 or 2 employees died. Meng-Su was confident that he could negotiate the price to 400,000. But with so many employees, Meng-Su felt that the safe zone would at most provide him with other conveniences, and it was impossible for him to raise the price. After all, what if Meng-Su wanted to disrupt the market economy of the safe zone and cause a financial crisis? Although Meng-Su was not that kind of person, he still had to be on guard against others. This while pulling business was risky. However, Meng-Su felt that there were always risks in doing business, and this little risk was nothing. Moreover, he could do it bit by bit, and there was no need to do it so quickly. For example, if you bring 800 zombie employees to attack at once, there are too many people to take care of. But if you bring 200 or 100 people, you can take care of them. Business should be done bit by bit, and there is no need to eat a fat man in one bite. Thinking of this, Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction. But he thought of another point. In addition to the chairman, the vice president can also lay off employees. Right? Meng-Su suddenly thought of this. According to the current size of your company, any employee who is dismissed needs to submit a paper report to you, and you must sign it in the end before you can lay off employees. The small gilded words in front of him suddenly appeared, as if answering Meng-Su's question. When your company has a scale of 1,000 people and a monthly turnover of 1 billion, the president, vice president, and director can choose to dismiss the deputy manager and any employee below the deputy manager. Meng-Su, as the chairman, I am too unfree. Seeing these 2 lines of small words, Meng-Su's idea of asking Jiang Xiaoqiu to supervise 100 zombie employees to earn more pensions was shattered. Meng-Su could only envy these gold and silver mines. In this regard, Meng-Su could only say to himself, "Come on, Meng Xiaoqiu. You can do it. You are the best." And Xiaoyu, who was driving, looked at Meng-Su very strangely, not knowing what Meng-Su was doing. But she still remembered Meng-Su's words firmly, and also began to prepare to change, becoming "Come on, and Xiaoyu. You can do it. You are the best." And find an opportunity to perform in front of Meng-Su later. The main point is a steady hand. However, and Xiaoyu also found something strange. During the driving process, there were no zombies blocking the road. After seeing her convoy, all the zombies avoided her from a distance, and even hid in the buildings on the roadside, and roared at the convoy. But no matter what, they did not dare to attack. This surprised Xiaoyu a little. She just thought that her man Meng-Su was unpredictable, and some zombies were not worth mentioning, but she didn't think too much about it. And Xiaoyu's driving skills were also first-rate. Jiang Xiaoqiu only practiced driving, and barely learned how to drive. But Xiaoyu was different. When the end of the world came, she was preparing for a concert in Shunfeng City. The moment the end of the world came, she and her assistant drove all the way, and drove a bloody road to Heqing City in the most chaotic time. With such driving skills, if Meng-Su did not have the strength of a racing driver, he would have to admit defeat. Meng-Su was also extremely satisfied with the effect of the sachet. This thing can be said to be a Li Xiong who is constantly exerting pressure. Li Xiong's skills will make him out of breath after a while, but this sachet can be released at any time, which is absolutely amazing. It would be great if it could be mass-produced. For this, Mingsu had only this idea, but unfortunately, there is no second one yet, and Mingsu was reluctant to open it. I don't know how long this sachet can last, but it is definitely not eternal. Forget it. Instead of thinking so much, it's better to replan the company's organizational structure. After eliminating the first business group and integrating the first business group as a whole into the Order Guard, Mingsu found that his company's system was extremely chaotic and still needed to be replanned. Give everyone a chance to get promoted. In the second half of the night, the convoy finally arrived at the Park of Peace Order Group. Li Shan said he had no special opinion about this park. He just felt that it was not easy to have such a park in the end of the world. In the Square of Peace Order, new employees and their families looked around curiously. And right in front of them, a middle-aged man with a smiling face stood there, looking at all the employees present, smiled and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. Let me introduce myself. I am the manager of the Human Resources Department. My name is Zhang Lunping. Welcome to the Peace Order Group. I will arrange the staff dormitory for everyone first. Please note that this dormitory is not free." Zhang Lunping's voice was full of confidence, and his voice was loud, so that everyone could hear his voice. And these new employees obviously had some commotion, but Zhang Lunping understood this very well, so he waited for them to stop commotion calmly, and then continued to speak. Li Shan did not speak the whole time. He looked around. Not far away, there were elite soldiers with live ammunition, members of the Special Operations Team of the Order Guard standing guard. Farther away, there was an armored vehicle with a P on its head stationed. Not far away, there was a team of barehanded but murderous, chilling fully armed soldiers, terrorist mobile team patrolling. This scene made Li Shan feel very safe and very scared. From now on, everyone is a colleague. Please rest assured that our company is a harmonious company. As long as you abide by the law and do not violate the company's rules and regulations, the company guarantees that you will not have any life threats. If there are any other abnormal behaviors, then don't blame the company for being ruthless. In the company, your food and accommodation can be guaranteed, and no one will use violence against you. Our company is a large international company, and a company that guarantees human rights. Zhang Lunping was still shouting, and Li Shan's heart was gradually calming down. He had a very strange feeling. This place seemed to be safer than the safe zone. In this case, then try to be the best here. Set a small goal. Become the company's chief programmer. Boss, you just came back to the company. Are you leaving again? And Xiaoyu parked the car, looked at Mingsu, and spoke in astonishment. Yes. Mingsu sighed. Next, I will recruit 100 members of the ground cleaning team to cooperate with the safe zone in ground exploration operations. Time is running out, and we must act quickly. Can I go with you? And Xiaoyu blinked and clenched her pink fists. I'm super strong. Mingsu glanced at Xiaoyu, who was a level 6 psychic, and couldn't help but chuckled. Then he said, "You have to protect this foundation for me. I don't want to fight hard in the front and have a fire in the back. When the company is bigger, I will appoint you as the president. Don't lead our company into the ditch." My baby? Hearing Mingsu's voice, and Xiaoyu blushed, and then nodded. Okay. I will protect this foundation. Hee hee. Women are so easy to deceive. Mingsu chuckled in his heart, then waved his hand, indicating that Xiaoyu could go back to take charge of the situation. After Xiaoyu left, Mingsu turned around and looked at Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao, who were trembling in the car and dared not say a word, and showed a smile that seemed extremely terrifying to them. Meng Dong, if you have something to say, please speak up. We are all your people. Li Yuanhang swallowed his saliva and said to Mingsu tremblingly, "You two have done a good job. You will be rewarded for your contribution to the peace and order." Mingsu spoke very calmly, and with a wave of his hand, he immediately exchanged 2 combat uniforms with 100,000 credit points, and placed them in front of them. Put them on, and you will be a member of my peace and order." Mingsu didn't even cover it up, and he made it out of thin air in front of the 2 of them. Why? Because it's unnecessary. Why act in front of a dead person? They're all going to die. It's okay to show them. It's not a big deal anyway. Many of my employees probably guessed that I can create things out of thin air. They probably thought I also have spatial abilities. Seeing this scene, Li Yuanhang, Ran Xiao were completely dumbfounded. So strong? In an instant, the two were extremely lucky, feeling that they had jumped off a sinking ship in time, and joined a brand new speedboat. So, the two of them put on their combat uniforms without hesitation and at the fastest speed. After putting on the combat uniforms, Ran Xiao immediately hunched over, nodded and bowed to Meng Su and asked, "Boss, what do you think?" Although Li Yuanhang didn't have time to speak, his meaning was the same as Ran Xiao's. "Meng Su, isn't it said that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse? Why do you look so wretched after putting on this combat uniform? But the speed of putting it on is very fast, which is good, compared with putting it on after becoming a zombie. It saves a lot of time." With this thought, Meng Su immediately smiled and said, "Okay, this is just your work uniform, and your reward will come next." After that, Meng Su took out 2 evolution crystals and handed them to the 2 people. "Eat it. You will become stronger after eating it. Peace and order. Reward for merit." Meng Su never break his promise. It's just that he won't give small tablets and pills. As for why, he didn't just kill them directly, and then turn them into zombies. Meng Su was worried that the system would judge him as killing employees. Even if it didn't judge him as this, if it was judged as the death of an employee, he would have to pay a pension. That's a big loss. The main business of my company is to earn pensions, but I can't pay pensions. When they heard Meng Su say this, they were very surprised, and they were stunned at the same time. They didn't expect this. "Boss, after eating this, won't you immediately start a holy war?" "No, you will immediately become a zombie?" Li Yuanhang took a blue evolution crystal hesitantly, and whispered to Meng Su. He suddenly thought of the chosen ones, who were shot in the head by Meng Su in Zhangde City in the afternoon, and was immediately frightened, and hurriedly said, "Of course, we are not refuting your meaning. It's okay." Meng Su said very kindly, "I ate it before, and I ate it in front of you. Do you think I have any problems?" "No, so don't worry. After eating this thing, not only will you be fine, but you will also be able to strengthen your strength and truly become a member of the terrorist mobile team." After hearing Meng Su's words, Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiaokai remembered that Meng Su had eaten the evolution crystal in front of them before, and they immediately felt relieved. Then, without hesitation, they swallowed the evolution crystal in one gulp as if to show their loyalty, and then respectfully said to Meng Su, "Boss, we've finished eating." The other person also nodded frantically, after seeing that the 2 of them had indeed swallowed it. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad." "Old." Li Yuanhang opened his mouth, and when he seemed to be about to say something, he suddenly felt 2 lines of blood flowing from his nose. Li Yuanhang was stunned. He looked at Ran Xiao beside him, but he saw Ran Xiao looking at him with a look of horror. From Li Yuanhang's perspective, the veins on Ran Xiao's forehead were bulging, and he looked really hideous and scary. He opened his mouth, as if he was about to say something, but found that his throat was dry, and he couldn't speak at all, and could only make some low moans. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his body began to hunch over, and a burst of pain instantly attacked his brain. Li Yuanhang had realized something. Shame, fraud. He looked at the Mengxiu sitting calmly on the co-pilot. Work hard to reach out, want to catch Meng Su, at the same time. I can open my mouth with all the strength, want to scold, but at this moment, consciousness has begun to dissipate, the eyes are empty, the end. The end, but only a roar belonging to the zombie. Roar. Chapter 212. Meng Su is recruiting, sincerely recruiting zombie employees, who do not want pensions. In the second half of the night, everything was silent, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The stars were gradually covered by dark clouds. The faint and terrifying roars made this dark night even more terrifying, making the survivors who were still waiting for rescue tremble, and could only dream in this endless fear. The atmosphere of this night can be called a night of murder and arson. And in this atmosphere of fear, a gray 7-seater luxury SUV was driving aimlessly on the street, causing a tide of zombies to surge. In this car, there are 3 figures. Meng Su in the driver's seat, and 2 fully armed members of the terrorist squad in the back seat, wrapped up tightly. One is called Li Yuanhang, and the other is called Ran Xiao. They no longer have the cowardly behavior they had before, and have become real masters of masters. Iron-blooded members of the terrorist squad. Meng Su is very satisfied with this, and said that he will never tolerate cowardly behavior. And this business trip, in addition to making Li Yuanhang and Ran Xiao become real iron-blooded members of the terrorist squad, is also to realize his recruitment plan. However, while driving along, All the zombies Meng Su found were of average quality. Zombie level 2. Zombie level 1. Zombie level 3. Looking at these zombies whose levels were not up to par, Meng Su was somewhat filled with emotion, and wondered if there were regional differences among zombies. How come the ordinary zombies he saw at the nuclear power plant were all level 5 and 6, while the zombies in our Qingnan district were all at level 1 to 3? Could it be that the zombies in our Qingnan district were inferior to the zombies in the nuclear power plant? Meng Su was not convinced, as the saying goes. Zombie kings and princes, are they of the same species? He must find the real high-level zombies in Qingnan district. Although, the 100 zombie employees recruited by Meng Su are mainly used to die to defraud pensions, but there are certain skills in dying. You can't just die without doing anything. Right? If 100 people go out, 100 people die, and the mission is not completed, who will dare to hire Meng Su's ground cleaning team next time? It can be said that they are pure good-for-nothings. Such a company will not have any orders. Therefore, even if there are 100 zombie employees who are ready to die, they must have a certain basic combat power, at least to complete the task, so as not to be looked down upon, and thus affect the reputation of their own company. Alas! Thinking of this, Meng Su sighed heavily, casually crushed a blind zombie, and was full of worry. He was thinking about whether to hang up the sachet and steal some zombies from the nuclear power plant. Anyway, the company's employees' hometowns are not fixed, and they don't necessarily have to be zombies from Jiangnan district. But just as Meng Su was thinking, a dense mass of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of him. Monthly Flyer Distributor Task Trigger, Distribute Flyers. Task Introduction. The security company Order Guard under the Peace Order Group, a new company in Hiqing City, is recruiting employees recently. The internship period is no more than 3 months. The internship salary starts from 8,000 yuan, and the regular employee's salary starts from 10,000 yuan. Safe and harmless, food and lodging are provided. The only requirement is to have a skill. No matter what skill it is, this is really a conscientious company. Please distribute flyers for the Order Guard group. Task requirements. Within 3 days, distribute 50,000 flyers of the Peace Order group. At least 100 qualified employees must join the company. Task rewards. Flyer distributor professional experience plus 100, credit points plus 1 million, points plus 30, opportunity to obtain a number of breakthrough points. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel happy. What does it mean? Is the system offering money? Okay, I'm short of money anyway, I'll take it. Thinking of this, Meng Su did not hesitate and stepped on the brake. Instantly, all the zombies around him surrounded him, screaming and trying to pounce on Meng Su's gray, shabby, luxury 7-seater SUV. It seemed that they wanted to tear the SUV apart. They rushed over one after another, with ferocious faces. Seeing this, Meng Su remained calm and took out the sachet directly from his pocket. In an instant, the zombies around them retreated in fear like mice seeing a cat, looking at Meng Su's car with fear, leaving a circle of about 4 or 5 meters of open space around it. Seeing this, Meng Su smiled lightly, opened the door, got out of the car, looked around, nodded, and stretched. He decided to distribute some flyers first. Although the average quality of the zombies here is not high, there are always some who stand out from the crowd. Among a group of level 2 and level 3 zombies, there are also some level 5 and level 6 zombies. Just recruit those zombies. So, 2 newly joined members of the violent terrorist squad were standing in front of the car, trying to maintain order as much as possible. And Meng Su himself was standing on the roof of the car, collecting the sachet. The moment the sachet disappeared, the zombies around immediately swarmed in like a tide, and soon surrounded the place. Countless hands grabbed Meng Su on the roof. It looked really terrifying, and Meng Su looked at the future employees around him, who were scrambling to apply for the job, nodded with satisfaction, and threw out the flyer without hesitation. At the same time as throwing the flyers, Meng Su shouted loudly, "Our company does not keep idle zombies. Please be careful if you are not capable. Don't come. If the incompetent zombies show their heads, they will be killed in seconds. Haha, I'm kidding you. Even if they don't show their heads, they will be killed in seconds." While speaking, the moment the flyers were thrown out by Meng Su, they immediately turned into deadly blades. Under the colorful, those ordinary zombies were instantly cut into pieces, without a complete posture. This world does not allow the existence of such garbage zombies. Low-level zombies all die. Completely crazy. Trivia: When the pressure is too great, find a corner where no one is around to vent and kill zombies. It is also a way to relieve stress. Congratulations, you're hired. Level 1. Get away, you've grown so big for nothing. What is the terrorist squad doing? Why did they violate the rules and kill employees who were waiting for assessment? You'll be fined half a month's salary. Amidst the scolding, the gilded small characters in front of Meng Su kept jumping, which was dazzling, but Meng Su had to distinguish them carefully. Talent Lu Renjiao was found. The system detected that the host had a strong desire to hire. Talent Li Dania was found. The system detected that the host had a strong desire to hire. The reason for distinguishing carefully is also very simple, which is to prevent mistakes during recruitment, and accidentally recruiting a few low-level garbage. Of course, Meng Su felt that this situation would definitely happen, because he had already recruited 2 level 3 zombies, but it didn't matter, a few minor flaws would not affect the result. However, this mode of looking at the level while considering whether to kill or collect can't help but remind Meng Su of Pokemon. It feels like looking at the race value. Meng Su silently complained in his heart, and suddenly felt some fluctuations, and suddenly raised his head, looking at a place not far away. In a street steak shop not far away, 2 or 3 people were staring at him in amazement, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Talent Yin Maodong has arrived. The moment Meng Su found them, a small gilded character appeared in front of him, full of elegance and luxury. Seeing this scene, Meng Su couldn't help but smile, and took the initiative to wave his hand in the direction of the 2 or 3 people, showing a friendly expression. Great! The top talents have arrived. With this thought, Meng Su was no longer interested in other zombies. He immediately took out the sachet, dispersed the other zombies, and then directed his zombie employees, saying, "Let's go!" Meng Su stepped on the accelerator and moved forward. Behind Meng Su, more than 30 zombies, most of which were at level 5, immediately followed suit, and their speed was very fast, which could be called a 100-meter flying man. After seeing Meng Su's situation, the 2 or 3 people were instantly startled, and then they stood up and crawled, and hurriedly fled to a modified bus on the side. And their movements were very fast, which could be called crawling and rolling. Seeing this situation, Meng Su was stunned, and then shouted, "Yin Maodong, don't run!" After hearing Meng Su shout, one of the middle-aged men in his 40s, with a Mediterranean appearance, shuddered and ran faster. "Meng Su? No. What's wrong with you? Do I look like a villain? Why are you running? I didn't even take the Lotus carriage out today." "No. Catch him and ask." "No. Bring him back and ask." "What's wrong? Why do I suddenly want to go here?" Yin Maodong panted, and felt a bloody taste in his throat, which made him feel a little bitter. The other 2 people on the side were all terrified, trembling and trying to drive away, but it was obviously doomed to fail. If there is a lyric to describe Yin Maodong's current mood, it would be, "I want to escape, but I can't." He regretted it a lot. He is the chief technical expert from Google's AI section. He is very successful at home and abroad. He is known as the Silicon Valley genius. However, he always feels a little boring after staying abroad for a long time. Therefore, he wants to return to China to see if he can help his hometown and establish his own AI section. Therefore, he resolutely chose to return to his hometown and began to visit the new first-tier cities one by one. He was accompanied by his classmates, former colleagues, and some colleagues who came to communicate with him. The academic exchanges were very interesting, and they had a great time in Shanghai. The next itinerary was to go south to Guangzhou for exchanges. Due to some personal reasons, he temporarily stopped in Shunfeng City, intending to meet a wealthy man with investment intentions in Shunfeng City, and then continue to Guangzhou to carry out his trip to Ling'an. Then nothing happened. The zombie apocalypse has come. As a programmer, it would be an exaggeration to say that he was weak and powerless. Fortunately, despite the chaos, he managed to escape with his resourcefulness and agility. He just stumbled along the way, relying on his occasional inventions and creations, and barely managed to survive. Until recently, he adjusted the radio signal and heard the news that the Heqing City Security Zone and the Peace Order Group had worked together to start a war to recover Heqing City. He immediately headed towards Heqing City without hesitation, along with these 2 colleagues, who were also responsible for AI. Their idea was naturally very simple. That is, to return to human civilization. At the same time, Yin Maodong was also particularly interested in this Peace Order Group. After all, as a programmer, He was naturally more interested in the company than the safe zone. So he wanted to come here to see if he could do something for mankind while returning to human civilization. As a result, just after entering the scope of Haching City, they were ready to find some food and look for the army in the safe zone. Unexpectedly, before they started to act, they saw a scene that frightened the three of them. A crazy, devil-like person stood on the roof of the car, dancing with the zombies. The zombies that didn't obey him were all turned into pieces of meat. Only the zombies that obeyed him could escape death. It was too scary. They had seen people training cats, dogs, and even wild animals. But this was the first time they saw someone training zombies. And they succeeded. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing for them. The most terrifying thing for them was that the man actually found them, and waved and smiled at them with blood all over his body, and then drove over like crazy, aggressively, and full of murderous intent. How scary is that? Could it be that they want to chop the three of them into pieces and feed them to the zombies as food? After all, this kind of thing has happened in Shumfeng City. Yin Maodong once stayed in a survivor camp. In that camp, he heard that there was a beast with superpowers named Tian, who not only forced his brother and sister to death, but also turned them into zombies, killed survivors every day, chopped up the survivors' meat, and fed it to his brother and sister. It was really disgusting. Although the situation was completely different, but this atmosphere, Yin Maodong could only say that this moment was just like that moment. But unfortunately, their car is not as fast as Meng Su's. This feeling of despair is like you are a 9-star fighter, fleeing quickly with your Do Chi transformed into a horse, and at the same time wanting to taunt the Do Emperor. Your horse is not as fast as mine, but when you look back, the Do Emperor has already ridden a motorcycle, and is coming at lightning speed. Zing. The brakes are applied urgently. The 7-seater SUV driven by Meng Su is approaching quickly, its huge shadows stretching on the ground, like the claws of the devil. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two cars drove side by side. But then, the 7-seater SUV successfully overtook and blocked the way of Yin Maodong's car. In response, Yin Maodong's car could only brake urgently, and finally stopped on the road. The moment the car stopped, Meng Su's newly recruited zombie employees immediately surrounded it. And it was so crowded that Yin Maodong could not move forward or backward. Yin Maodong and the other two colleagues in the car had turned pale, and their legs were shaking like a sieve. They all could hardly imagine what they would face next. At this moment, Meng Su calmly jumped down from the 7-seater SUV, wearing the sachet, scare away the other zombies around him, who were not his direct descendants, who dared not approach him after hearing the sound. Then he extended his hand to Yin Maodong very politely. "Hello, Mr. Yin, I am Meng Su from the Peace Order Group. I am glad to meet you here." At this moment, Meng Su was already clean and white, without a single speck of blood on his body. Seeing this, Yin Maodong was stunned, and said in surprise, "Peace Order Group?" "Yes." Meng Su smiled and nodded, and smiled in his heart, not only because he found Yin Maodong, but also because of the other two people behind Yin Maodong. Name, Feng Chun. Occupation, Programmer. Level 18. Name, Zheng Jingtian. Occupation, Programmer. Level 23. The two people behind Yin Maodong are both programmers with high-level talents. Not only that, Zheng Jingtian has even reached level 23, and is only 2 levels away from the top talents. And Yin Maodong himself is a level 27 information technology talent. The reason why it is called information technology instead of programmer is because the level of Mr. Yin Maodong is so advanced that it is difficult to describe. With this thought, Meng Su continued to smile calmly. "Mr. Feng, Mr. Zheng and Mr. Yin, welcome to join the Peace Order Group. Our group is eager to recruit talents and needs high-end information technology talents like you. Don't worry. Our company provides food and accommodation, and the treatment is good. We will prepare a whole laboratory for you. You can get whoever you want. As for security issues, you don't need to worry." Meng Su smiled. "We also have the dreaded order guards under the Peace Order Group. Among them, the violent terrorist mobile team is even more terrifying. It has been certified as a top cold weapon special team by the Safety Zone. Yin Maodong, Feng Chun, Zheng Jingtian? Ah? What's going on?" The three of them were dumbfounded at the same time. Seeing Meng Su extend his hand, they shook hands with Meng Su subconsciously. Although Meng Su's previous performance was terrifying, but now Meng Su, makes people feel good about him, and they can't hate him at all. They feel that Meng-Su is a good person. He also claims to be a member of the Peace Order group, so he is definitely not a bad person. And at this moment, the system's recruitment success appeared in front of Meng-Su. Great. Meng-Su couldn't help but feel very happy. 1 top talent, and 2 senior talents were sent. It seems that his company is really full of talents. But in this case, then send the person back to the company first, keep a close watch. Ahem, protect him strictly, so that the duck at your mouth will not fly away. As for the remaining 60-odd zombie employees, there is no rush. Zombies are everywhere. But top AI talents are as scarce as they can be. Since you 3 are willing to join our company, don't drive this broken car. Meng-Su immediately took the 3 people to his 7-seater SUV and ordered the 2 new employees of the terrorist mobile team to stand on the left and right. Then he said easily, let's go back to the company first and take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. Is that okay? The 3 of them were in a trance, and even a little confused. No. What's going on? How come we became employees of the Peace Order group in just 3 sentences? Yin Maodong suddenly woke up, and was about to say something when he heard Meng-Su suddenly ask. Oh! By the way, I want to ask you something. Why did you run away when you saw me just now? Didn't I greet you warmly? Was it because I greeted you in the wrong way? Hearing Meng-Su say this, Yin Maodong froze immediately, swallowed back what he wanted to say, and forced out a smile. No. It's really because, there are too many zombies. We thought it was a group of zombies coming. Oh. So this is the reason. Meng-Su immediately relaxed. It's good that it's not because of him. It's okay. You will hardly see them like this in the future. Yes. In the near future. They will be fully armed and make the greatest contribution to the recovery of Haching City. Any dangerous actions will be their responsibility. Thinking of this, Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction. It seems that my company is thriving. Now with Yin Maodong joining, the Information Technology Department can also be established, and the programming and many other problems can also be solved. As long as I complete the real man task of buying a house, making money, finding a sister, I get the AI smart locking technology. Then his weapons will develop by leaps and bounds. Think about it, when your guns, artillery really have the function of self-aiming and locking, how powerful will it be? What's more, it can really be stable and not blocked. On that day, the Order Guard will not always rely on the zombie employees' terrorist mobile team and ground cleaning team to support the scene. The Special Operations team will also stand up. Chapter 213, the ground cleaning team of the Peace Order group has been formed. And everything is ready. Li Shan feels that what he has experienced in the past 2 days is more exciting than what he has experienced in the first half of his life. Why? Because it is too bizarre. The things seen in the safe zone are completely different from those in the company. The things in the safe zone are still within the scope of his imagination. And everything in the Peace Order group makes Li Shan feel novel. After all, these things, Li Shan used to think that it would be impossible to think of such abstract things without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. And it is impossible to exist in this world. But I didn't expect that after I came to the company, there really are. Pea shooters, electric dogtail grass. What kind of outrageous things are these? The old employees in the company seemed to have been accustomed to this for a long time, and Li Shan also felt very relieved, thinking that it was not bad to stay in this company, at least it was much safer. That night, after coming to Heping Order from the safe zone and getting a house assigned to them, Li Shan and most of the employees recruited by Meng-Su from the safe zone had the same idea. Until the next morning, when the HR manager surnamed Zhang organized a meeting. Li Shan had a new understanding of the Peace Order group. After discussion and research by the company's top management, a new information engineering center was established, which is responsible for developing software engineering, mainly cooperating with the Biological Experiment Center and the Mechanical Experiment Center for experiments, and also connecting with other departments of the company to deal with many matters. After research and discussion by the company's top management, it was decided to appoint Yin Maodong as the director of the Information Engineering Center, Zheng Jingtian as the manager of Information Department 1, and Feng Chun as the manager of Information Department 2. At the meeting, Li Shan heard the dusty chairman Meng announce the new appointment, which made Li Shan feel extremely surprised, and his eyes were full of surprise and shock. Yin Maodong, Zheng Jingtian and Feng Chun. These are all big names in their industry. As a practitioner in the industry, and one who is actively submitting resumes, Li Shan knows these three people too well, especially Yin Maodong. His reputation in AI design is well known both at home and abroad. Such a high-end talent. He actually has the opportunity to work with him. For a moment, Li Shan's expression was complicated, and he didn't know how to describe his current mood. He just felt that the peace order group was too strong. They were able to invite Yin Maodong, Zheng Jingtian and Feng Chun to the company, which was enough to show how deep its power was. It was a pity that Chairman Meng seemed to have something else to do. He just shook hands with Yin, Zheng and Feng in a serious tone and left in a hurry, which made Li Shan quite regretful. Somehow, after becoming an employee of Peace Order, Li Shan felt more and more friendly to Chairman Meng Su. To him, Chairman Meng was like an old friend he had never met before, which made him feel good about him. After Chairman Meng left in a hurry, Manager Zhang from the Human Resources Department came in again and read out the list with a smile on his face. As for himself, he was assigned to the Information Department and accepted Zheng Jingqian's dispatch. In this regard, Li Shan did not have any special ideas. Their office floor was on the 7th floor. After assigning the work positions, Li Shan had learned that the 7th floor had been cleaned up and the computers had been equipped. Next, he only needed to immediately get to work. All difficulties had someone to solve them. As soon as he arrived at the post, he received instructions from the department manager. The task of their information department was to set up a comprehensive operating system, which was mainly used in the driving system of armored vehicles, and adapt to neural connections, how to integrate this perfect technology of neural connections into code and hardware, so that people can combine the human body with the machine during the process of xenotransplantation. In this regard, Li Shan said that he was under great pressure. This is a technology that a small programmer like me can touch? I write code, not hardware. But there is no way, the things are assigned to me, I can only bite the bullet and do it. Although I write code, software and hardware are inseparable. It's still a little bit the same. No big deal, just learn it. Information engineering is not just about typing codes, I also learn circuit diagrams in class. I don't know what the mission of the second information department is, but Li Shan thinks it shouldn't be worse than his own. As the absolute leader of the Information Technology Center, one of the few senior executives, Yin Maodong, who was given the position of director right away, has already started to study the neural connection technology. For such a top talent, this technology is the most capable of Yin Maodong achieving breakthrough results. Without AI technology for the time being, Yin Maodong cannot sit idle. Neural connection technology is Yin Maodong's main research direction at present. After sending the programmer back to the company, Meng Su went back to recruit zombie employees. With the experience of recruiting last time, Meng Su was much smoother this time. However, Meng Su learned his lesson this time. He did not choose to recruit workers from Qingnan district, but drove south to the border adjacent to Wuyang City to recruit workers there. Unfortunately, the zombie workforce there was about the same as in Jiaonan district. So Meng Su had made a wasted trip. Alas, Meng Su sighed heavily, scattered the flyers in his hand randomly, and began to count the employees calmly, and found that the number had successfully reached 100. In front of Meng Su, 100 zombies stood there, motionless, like sculptures. Their clothes were tattered, covered with blood and dirt, and smelled bad. Their eyes were empty, as if they had lost their souls, which made people shudder. Their fingers were stiff, their skin turned pale, and their faces became distorted. They looked like ordinary zombies, no different from the zombies on the ground, and even looked extremely ferocious, drooling, but they were extremely restrained, with their bodies straight, like electric poles in the sun. Meng Su was very satisfied with this, and after yawning, he waved his hand and began to exchange combat uniforms. Do you want to spend 5 million credit points to exchange for 100 sets of full set of customized special combat uniforms? Order guard ground cleaning? Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, Meng Su felt a little painful, but he still nodded and chose to exchange. In an instant, a full set of special combat uniforms appeared in front of each zombie. They even included goggles, masks and helmets. After wearing them, no one would be exposed, so naturally no one would see the identities of these zombie employees. In everyone's eyes, they were special elites full of murderous intent. Meng Su was very satisfied with this, and nodded immediately. Everyone, put on armor. Swish. After hearing Meng Su's order, all the zombies began to change their clothes and put on the special combat uniforms. although they did not make any sound during the whole process. The friction of the clothes and their clumsy methods naturally made a series of noisy noises here. Meng-Su was helpless about this, and could only use mental control to quickly dress the zombies in combat uniforms. The zombies were clumsy, so Meng-Su could only do it this way. Soon, 100 ground cleaning troops, who looked flawless, were ready, just standing there. Their murderous aura was obvious. Very good. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction. Such a troop should be put into battle immediately. With this thought in mind, Meng-Su immediately waved his hand and handed all the remaining leaflets to them, asking them to distribute the leaflets in the border town of Wuyong City. Come on. Each of you take a few leaflets and give them to each other. It was just tens of thousands of leaflets. And in this town, they could actually be completely digested. After all, this is not a foreign country. Those cities with a permanent population of only tens of thousands only exist in foreign countries with vast land and sparse population. And here, the permanent population of towns in prosperous areas is even hundreds of thousands. That's it. At Meng-Su's order, all the members of the ground cleaning team began to move, door to door, delivering flyers. Because they are zombies, there will be no zombies attacking them. Because Meng-Su has a sachet, so when Meng-Su stands on the street, the other zombies dare not approach. Whether the survivors of this town will be injured by mistake, it is unlikely, because there are probably no survivors in this town. Even if there are, seeing the very confusing clothes on the ground cleaning team members, they will not attack rashly. If a survivor continues to attack after seeing the ground cleaning team uniform, then he must not be a survivor, and he needs to be hit hard. In this case, soon, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of Meng-Su. This task was completed very quickly. The recruitment was quite fast. In one day and one night, you got 100 new employees with good physical fitness. That's great. But I don't know why, most of your new employees are cleaning positions. But you are also a conscientious capitalist. Most of the cleaners on the market are old and frail, and they are not paid much. But you, my friend, you recruit workers regardless of gender, age or age, and you insist on paying 8,000. You are really a conscientious entrepreneur. Thumbs up for you. Completed the task evaluation, not bad. Task reward, flyer distributor career experience plus 100, credit points plus 1 million, points plus 30, breakthrough points plus 0.1. You get the achievement, a conscientious entrepreneur. Achievement reward, cash plus 100, 000. When recruiting employees, the recruitment success rate will be increased by 5%. Meng-Su, don't you know why I am a conscientious entrepreneur? Didn't you set the base salary? Meng-Su sighed deeply. The system said before that the basic salary of the order guard can be set at 3,000 yuan. This is indeed true. But this 3,000 yuan is only for civilian staff in the order guard. Employees who really want to participate in the operation still need to have a salary of 8,000 yuan during the internship period and 10,000 yuan during the formal period. After all, this is also a kind of life-saving money. After handing out the flyers, Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction, and then waved his hand and shouted, "Turn around. Return to the camp." With an order, Meng-Su's 7-seater SUV led the way in front. Hanging sachets and countless zombies avoided it. Behind the 7-seater SUV, there was a large group of fully armed elite soldiers. The only difference was that, although this elite force was equipped with everything, it was not equipped with firearms, which looked particularly strange. This strange scene surprised many people, especially the survivors along the way. They all had some hope. It seemed that there was rescue. After training like this for more than an hour, Meng-Su returned to the base with 100 new employees. When Meng-Su led the 100 people back to the peace order group, Xiang Jinzhong, who was on guard duty, was shocked. This. Xiang Jinzhong looked at the 100 colleagues who were wearing similar equipment to himself, except for different text on their bulletproof vests, and his jaw dropped. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. After a long pause, he could only describe it in 2 words. Ecstasy. In the future, guard duty will finally be less tiring. With so many people coming, wouldn't it be easy to take turns? Boss, are these all our new colleagues? Zhang Qingyang took the initiative to greet him and asked Meng-Su excitedly. At the windows of office building A, many employees also stuck their heads out to look over here, with surprise in their eyes, and they all whispered to each other. For the employees, this is a good thing. A great thing. The joining of these 100 new armed forces to the group shows that the security capabilities of the group have been further improved. It is safer. Who doesn't like this? After all, in the end-time environment, safety means everything. Only in a safe place can brilliant scientific research results be born. For example, during World War II, Britain was hindered from studying nuclear weapons due to German air raids, and was forced to negotiate with the United States to transfer all scientists to the United States to continue nuclear weapons research. The result is that, after obtaining the British research data, the United States did develop nuclear weapons, but the British did not get anything. This shows how important it is to have a safe environment for scientific research. The more elite forces there are, the safer it is. That's right. Meng Su replied to Zhang Qingyang's question, and then chuckled. The Order Guard is now divided into 3 parts. One part is the traditional faction, a special operations force using firearms. One part is the violent faction, mainly composed of employees of the former First Business Group, called the Violent Terrorist Mobile Force. And the last part is the current reformist faction, which is the ground cleaning force in front of us. In addition to maintaining the safety of the company, their daily work is also carried out by them. Of course, your special operations force will also be dispatched to cooperate with the elite forces in the safety zone to hone their skills. After hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Qingyang nodded immediately, indicating that he understood. Just when Zhang Qingyang wanted to make further progress and listen to Meng Su's next instructions, he suddenly saw Meng Su said, "Okay, go and inform the mechanical laboratory, that is, the current mechanical experiment center, to equip them with 100 standard weapons, preferably blunt ones, which will not be worn or chipped. After they are ready, they will be uniformly used by the ground cleaning team." Got it. Zhang Qingyang nodded immediately. Then, Meng Su did not hesitate, and after giving an order to the ground cleaning team, he immediately turned the car around and said bluntly, "In this case, you should continue to implement the original plan. Get out of the way. I'm going out for a while." Zhang Qingyang, huh? You're going out again? Zhang Qingyang was very surprised by Meng Su's behavior. During this day and night, Meng Su was in and out all the time. The first time he went out, he brought back a new department director and 2 managers. The second time he went out, he brought back 100 floor cleaning teams. And the third time he went out, it was unknown what Mr. Meng would bring back. And when Meng Su went out for the third time, he suddenly saw Qi Liu and Jiang Xiaqiu waving at the roadside. Jiang Xiaqiu even raised his thumb with the finger used for foreign taxes. Seeing this, Meng Su stopped the car immediately and lowered the window. "What's going on? Are you taking a taxi?" "Yes," Jiang Xiaqiu said very concisely. And then without any nonsense, he opened the rear door with Qi Liu, looked at the 2 new members of the terrorist mobile team sitting upright inside, and the meaning was clear with one look. However, the violent terrorist squad only obeyed Meng Su's orders. Even though Jiang Xiaqiu's eyes could kill zombies, they remained motionless. Seeing that his eye attack was useless to them, Jiang Xiaqiu immediately readjusted his target and, together with Qi Liu, stared at Meng Su with angry eyes. Seeing such eyes, Meng Su shook his head helplessly and said, "You 2 get off." After hearing Meng Su's words, Li and Ran, 2 new members of the violent terrorist squad, got off the car and began to execute Meng Su's orders, patrolling the company's safety regularly. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu were also unceremonious and got into the back car directly. As soon as they got in the car, Jiang Xiaqiu asked, "Why didn't you call us so many times? Isn't this to give you some time to rest?" Meng Su smiled, and then said, "Since you want to come, let's come together." Qi Liu nodded on the side, silently looking at Meng Su, but didn't say much. When Jiang Xiaqiu heard this, he felt that what Meng Su said seemed to make sense, so he didn't continue to talk, but just sat in the back seat, curiously looking around. Seeing that he had settled Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu with a few words, Meng Su couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling that he was simply a master of emotions. And then without hesitation, he stepped on the accelerator and ran out in an instant, before cooperating with the safe zone to sweep away all zombies and chosen ones in Nanjiang. Meng Su still had one thing to do. That was to deal with the chosen ones from the 4 cities that had not yet been dealt with in the town where the chosen ones gathered. Meng Su decided to give them a chance to gather. This would allow him to wipe out all the chosen ones in the 4 nearby cities in one go. At the very least, He could eliminate the main force, which would also be of great benefit to the difficulty of entering the other 4 cities in the future. When Meng Su went there, the atmosphere in the town where the Chosen Ones gathered was already tense. The Chosen Ones from Shenfeng City arrived, and the Chosen Ones from Pingsha City followed closely behind. But the difference was that the Chosen Ones from Pingsha City were extremely impressive. They came riding on a 4 or 5 meter long mutated raptor. The Chosen Ones from the other 3 cities were naturally not happy about the ostentatiousness of the Chosen Ones from Pingsha City, especially the Chosen Ones from Shenfeng City, which was the provincial capital. Although the first generation of Nanjiang Siming was from Pingsha, he lived in Shenfeng City. So in the hearts of the Chosen Ones from Shenfeng City, Tian he was from Shenfeng. Since Tian he's deaf, the Chosen Ones of Shenfeng City feel that their status is declining. Not only are they not as good as Wuyang City and Pingsha City, but even the other cities can control them. This time in front of the 3rd generation of Siming, the Chosen Ones of Shenfeng City will naturally put in all their efforts to restore their status as the provincial capital. Chapter 214 Meng Su. Regarding the Chosen One, I have 3 things I won't kill. The vehicle was moving at lightning speed. The effect of the sachet seemed to be weakening. Meng Su could clearly see that. The zombies that had been hiding far away were now gradually daring to approach his vehicle, but they just didn't dare to block or attack. It seems that the life of the sachet has come to an end. Meng Su nodded, thinking in his heart, while preparing to turn around and open the sachet to see what was inside. Meng Su's racing level was not for nothing. In this terrible environment of the zombie apocalypse, he drove at lightning speed and soon arrived near the town. After arriving near the town, Meng Su felt that it was not good to drive in without a care in the world. So he parked the car far away nearby, and then pretended to sneak in quietly. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao also followed Meng Su, and the 3 of them sneaked in together. These Chosen Ones were still quite alert, and there were sentries in many places. But for Meng Su, Jiang Xiaqiu, and Qi Liao, there was no difference between these sentries and no sentries, and they could easily deceive them. Soon, Meng Su went straight in, and soon entered the town. The current situation here is still quite complicated. From a distance, Meng Su heard the arguments inside. For example, XXX. I greet your mother. You are a Shenfeng City agent who is dismissed from his post and is not of the direct lineage. Why are you showing off here? You don't have a life. And you don't have a gun. Let Simon come out and talk to me, and other words are endless. Meng Su was greatly enlightened by this. He had thought that the Chosen Ones from any city were united, but he did not expect that the differences between them were quite serious. It seems that this extraterrestrial civilization has made a bad move by sending out so many people. However, Meng Su now inadvertently remembered the 3 implant recipients and the laboratory in the Magic City area that they mentioned about researching implants. This needs to be closely observed. When he arrived nearby, Meng Su was about to show up, but suddenly saw 2 sneaky guys coming to a wall not far from him. They seemed to be letting him go, but in fact they were chatting about nothing. One of them had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looked quite decent. He looked well maintained, except for his gray hair. The other one looked like a common villain in TV dramas. It had been a long time since I saw someone who looked like someone in a TV drama. Meng Su couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time, he listened. He only heard the decent-looking man frowning and asking the person next to him worriedly, "Who do you think is stronger? Me or the new Sima? Zhao Shalai? Of course you are stronger." The other person smiled confidently, and then said, "I think you, the captain, are in a state of complete victory." Oh! Hearing this, the captain was a little surprised and asked, "Tell me in detail. What are my chances of winning?" He himself was not confident. Hearing the captain's question, the man cleared his throat and immediately said, "Captain, you are from Shenfeng, but Siming is not. This is 1 victory. Captain, 1 victory. Siming, 0 victory. This is 2 wins. Captain, 2 wins. Siming, 0 victory. This is 3 wins. Winning and winning. It's endless. Captain." Meng Su, who was eavesdropping. Nothing wrong. Although it sounds silly, the captain also understands that this is flattery, and immediately nodded and said, "Oh, you flatter me when you are in the company. Forget it. Forget it. Do you know where this Xiao Zhilai comes from? I just asked around, and the guys in other cities don't know this person, and they have never had any impression of him. Maybe he was parachuted in? But if you don't say anything, even if he is siming, he can only be sidelined. Forget it. Let's go back quickly. We still need to listen to the opinions of those people in Pingshaw City. If someone in Pingshaw City joins our action, as long as we find the things that he lost privately, this guy surnamed Zhao will not stay in siming for long. In the final analysis, it is still the master who has the final say. The two walked away, as if they had returned to the dispute of the main force. Through these few words, Meng Su also understood a lot. The main thing is, what's the matter with this extraterrestrial civilization? Wang Xian is dead, but the third siming hasn't been appointed yet? Or, it has been appointed, but they can't receive it? It's not very likely. Meng Su shook his head, but he didn't think so much. Just as he was about to go down to show up, he suddenly saw Jiang Xiaqiu with a strange look on his face. What's wrong? Meng Su looked at Jiang Xiaqiu curiously and asked, "Why are you so weird? The captain just now seems to be my uncle." Jiang Xiaqiu said calmly, "The other one is a general manager under my uncle. He drove my uncle during the family gathering before." Meng Su? Is it such a coincidence? When he thought of this, Meng Su immediately realized it and observed the person who just passed by. In an instant, he saw the person who just passed by. Name, Jiang Jingwen. Occupation, Gene Enhancer, Chairman, War Criminal. Level, August 13, 15. I didn't see the other one, but just one is enough. A war criminal of level 15. You have a mustache? Meng Su shook his head, then looked at Jiang Xiaqiu and whispered, "Is your uncle called Jiang Jingwen?" Jiang Xiaqiu's eyes were always on Jiang Jingwen, like a cheetah finding its prey. After hearing Meng Su's words, he nodded and said excitedly to Meng Su, "Let's go kill my uncle. Kill him, and all the family property will be mine." Meng Su, what kind of grudges are there among the rich and powerful? But this uncle war criminal is at level 15, which is already considered an iron beast, but letting Jiang Xiaqiu kill him, isn't it a bit against human ethics? Meng Su is soft-hearted, and can't bear to see his relatives killing each other. He decided to hold a meeting later. Let other chosen ones kill Jiang Jingwen. And then, he would kill the chosen one who did it. In this way, it would have nothing to do with him. As if she had noticed something, Jiang Xiaqiu looked back at Meng Su and said seriously, "Don't worry. My uncle, a beast. He has been forcing my grandfather to divide the family property. My parents' death seems to be related to him. I don't believe that there is a drunk dump truck driver. Kill. 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 The assets are all ours. It doesn't matter if there is no bank card. There must be gold bars in his bunker. And there are a lot of gold bars." Although Jiang Xiaqiu didn't know why Meng Su wanted the money, she still spoke up to dispel Meng Su's doubts, and let Meng Su feel free to kill her uncle. There is nothing to say. This is called killing one's relatives for the sake of justice. Meng Su, I agree with your idea, but I hope you can change your words next time. We are obviously righteous people. How come Jiang Xiaqiu said that? We are like villains who kill for money. Especially, there is a feeling of a rich daughter was fooled by a villain, who killed her whole family, and took away her property. Meng Su took a deep breath, and drove these messy thoughts out of his mind, and then told Jiang Xiaqiu, "Xiaqiu, you stay here for a while, I will go with Liu Yao." "Why?" Jiang Xiaqiu was puzzled. "No reason." Meng Su smiled. Although this is true, Meng Su does not intend to let Jiang Xiaqiu do it. Jiang Xiaqiu does not mind this, but Meng Su still minds it. Qi Liu stood up, looked at Jiang Xiaqiu, and then patted Jiang Xiaqiu's shoulder earnestly. "Don't worry, I'll do it quickly. Send it to me." Sisters, killing an uncle is no big deal. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaqiu also nodded earnestly. "Good sister, I'll leave it to you. You must be quick, accurate and ruthless." Meng Su. In just a few minutes, Meng Su was speechless 3 times. Their conversation had always caught Meng Su off guard. But it didn't matter, since everything had been communicated clearly. Meng Su nodded and whispered, "Let's go!" After that, Meng Su turned into a black shadow and suddenly jumped down from the roof. Qi Liu followed closely behind. Jiang Xiaqiu stayed where he was, staring at the direction where the chosen ones were meeting, his eyes full of anticipation. "Shut up. Let me tell you, Mr. Jiang. Don't think we are afraid of you just because you are the boss. Lord Simon has ordered you." The chosen ones still had a noisy quarrel. Meng Su didn't know what they were quarreling about. At this moment, He appeared in front of the chosen ones, and said with a cold face, "Shut up." His voice was cold, and it instantly felt like a bone-chilling cold, penetrating the souls of everyone present, making everyone silent and afraid to speak loudly. After hearing Mengsu's words, everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Mengsu. Even the raptor that was 4 or 5 meters long. The huge raptor was covered with brown feathers, but it was already broken and worn by time and battle. The most hideous thing was its expressionless beak, which was covered by a black mouth cover, as if only death could free it. Its eyes were empty and lifeless, and even its bloody eyes were covered by its bloody feathers. In addition, as the wind blew, the body of this huge raptor would emit a musty smell, which made Mengsu frown. "No, how did you get this thing?" Mengsu was very surprised. "This thing is much more powerful than an elephant. It should be a beast of the same level as an elephant. How did these seemingly insignificant chosen ones tame this thing?" Mengsu was extremely surprised. He felt that he would go back and learn from these chosen ones. After learning from them, he would kill them. However, the moment Mengsu appeared, the whole audience was speechless, but they soon reacted. The little follower, who had followed Uncle Jiang Xiaoqiu, stood up immediately and angrily scolded Mengsu, "You are looking for death." After that, he suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Mengsu. At a fast speed, the sufficient blood and qi surged into his arms, driving the knotted muscles on his arms like a heavy artillery, and punched Mengsu. He was very confident, because he did not feel the aura of the chosen one on Mengsu. Although he did not know where this guy came from, he dared to eavesdrop on the conversation between the chosen ones. He could not be spared. Mengsu just glanced at him, and did not even make a move. A beautiful black shadow attacked from the side in an instant. He punched the follower who was rushing towards Mengsu, and he heard a swish. In an instant, his brain burst, and the whole person fell heavily to the ground, like a dead dog, and could not get up. What's going on? How did Brother Song die? The people around were horrified, especially Jiang Jingwen, who had promoted this man. He was extremely shocked. He suddenly stood up from a broken chair. His face was uncertain, and he shouted at Mengsu, "How dare you?" The chosen ones in Pingsha City also stood up, staring at Mengsu vigilantly, and Qi Liao, who had just made a move and killed the follower in one move. For them, although they had a fierce argument just now, it was just a small conflict within the chosen ones. Now that this guy who didn't have the slightest aura of the chosen one appeared here, he was an external enemy and needed to be fought together. At this time, they couldn't care about some private schemes. "Enough," Mengsu snorted coldly, then waved his sleeves and said to Jiang Jingwen in a cold voice, "Jiang Jingwen, kneel down." After hearing his own name, Jiang Jingwen was a little confused. Before he could react, he saw that the chosen ones from Baifu City and Zhangde City immediately bowed down and said respectfully to Mengsu, "Lord Siming." "Lord Siming?" Jiang Jingwen was stunned when he heard this title, and subconsciously retorted, "Impossible. If it was really Lord Siming in person, how could we not notice it? The aura of Lord Siming?" Before Mengsu could speak, Li Zhongliang from Zhangde City immediately shouted at Jiang Jingwen, "How dare you? Lord Siming is farsighted. In order to penetrate the enemy, he specially hid his aura." That's right. That's right. Lord Siming is farsighted. You know nothing. Only under the leadership of Zhao Siming can we rise step by step. Tianhe, Wang Xian and others died because of this. Only Zhao Siming is the most suitable Siming for Nanjiang. Lin Mingxian, who was also from Zhangde City, nodded in agreement. As for what the three chosen ones from Baifu City said, they all nodded, expressing that Jiang Jingwen was too wrong, and dared to disobey Lord Siming. After hearing the words of the chosen ones from Baifu City and Zhangde City, the chosen ones from Pingsha City were all stunned. Except Jiang Jingwen, the other three chosen ones from Shenfeng City were also a little surprised. They all looked at each other, and didn't quite believe the facts in front of them. After all, Mengsu really didn't have the aura of a chosen one. But colleagues in Baifu City and Zhangde City said it with full confidence, as if it were true, and their reasons were also very sufficient. What is going on here? Seeing this, Mengsu couldn't help but sigh, and then said to everyone, Wang Xian, Tianhe, were killed by Mengsu one after another. If we want to deal with Mengsu, we must prepare well, and not repeat the mistakes of Wang Xian and Tianhe. We must unite, and unite the fellow chosen in Nanjiang province. The first step to unite the fellows in Nanjiang province is to remove these thorns from the chosen team. Meng Su was righteous and awe-inspiring. And he had the idea of doing good for the chosen. Everything is for the great lord. Everything is for the chosen association. Everything is to destroy human tyranny and eliminate those unqualified defective products. Lin Mingxian shouted without hesitation. Zhao Siming is right. Long live Zhao Siming. Seeing this, others also followed the slogans one after another. Seeing this, Jiang Jingwen had already sensed something was wrong. Meng Su did not hesitate and gave an order. Come on. Capture Jiang Jingwen. Yes, sir. Lin Mingxian and Li Zhongliang immediately stepped forward and quickly attacked Jiang Jingwen. The chosen ones of Baifu City hesitated for a moment and also took action. Only the chosen ones of Pingsha City and Shunfeng City stayed where they were and had not yet taken action. Seeing this, Meng Su frowned. What are you doing? Could it be that you are also like Jiang Jingwen, not wanting to unite, wanting to oppose the great lord, oppose the elimination of human tyranny, and eliminate inferior and defective products? Without hesitation, he directly accused him. After hearing the words oppose the great lord, everyone was sweating profusely. If he is not the big brother, do you have to put the blame on him? Among the chosen ones of Pingsha City, one of them asked in a low voice, what should we do? Should we take action? Let's do it. Let's capture Jiang Jingwen first and see what happens. The leading apostle of Pingsha City said helplessly. Soon, Jiang Jingwen was besieged by dozens of chosen ones. Even the other 3 chosen ones of Shunfeng City saw this situation and decided not to suffer any loss. They immediately joined the siege of Jiang Jingwen. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Yoshi, you are all great chosen ones. Qi Liao on the side was a little unhappy. I agreed to do it. Why is it none of my business? As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and this is no longer a simple 4 hands on the field. In response to this, Jiang Jingwen could only be pressed to the ground in a very aggrieved manner, and locked up with a strange iron chain brought by the chosen ones of Pingsha City, and under the personal leadership of the captain of Pingsha City, he was captured and presented to Meng Su. Lin Mingxian immediately claimed credit. Lord Siming, Jiang Jingwen has been captured. How should we deal with him? Jiang Jingwen was still struggling. And Meng Su saw this and nodded immediately. Come here. Give him 100 slaps. Hearing Meng Su's words, Jiang Jingwen cursed. But he was completely controlled. At the same time, the other chosen ones got some steel bars from nowhere and started beating Jiang Jingwen's butt. Meng Su saw this and immediately scolded in a cold voice. Don't show mercy. Beat him hard. After hearing Meng Su's words, the people who beat Jiang Jingwen worked harder. Although Jiang Jingwen was a level 13 gene enhancer, the one who did it was also a level 10 gene enhancer. Moreover, after receiving Meng Su's order, he was even more deadly. Even the steel bars were broken. Jiang Jingwen's but was already torn apart and bleeding. Even if you are Sima Ming, you can't do this to me. When we encircled and suppressed the Shunfeng City security zone, I made great contributions. If it weren't for me, Shunfeng City would not have been completely wiped out. And we would not have the Shunfeng City Chosen One Association today. Jiang Jingwen grimaced in pain and shouted hysterically. It seems that he has admitted Meng Su's identity. Yes. After being beaten with 100 sticks, of course, he admitted it. Meng Su heard Jiang Jingwen's words, and shook his head, and then said, Come here. Turn over, and beat him with another 100 sticks. Hearing this, Jiang Jingwen was shocked. Turn it over. Wouldn't it be just hitting a bird? Beat him with 100 sticks? Ah? Are you beating him to death? Jiang Jingwen felt that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to do something. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death sooner or later. At this moment, the captain of Pingsha City, the apostle-level chosen one, hesitated for a moment and stepped forward. Lord Siming, isn't this a bit too much? Although Apostle Jiang is disrespectful to you, he has made great contributions to the pacification of Shunfeng City. If he hadn't put a lot of zombie viruses into the supplies under the name of donating supplies, we wouldn't have been able to destroy the safety zone of Shunfeng City so smoothly. Jiang Jingwen is in charge of a food processing company under the Jianshan Group in Shunfeng City. The company is located in Shunfeng. Therefore, at the beginning of the safety zone of Shunfeng City, he pretended to donate supplies, which caused chaos, and then broke it from both inside and outside, completely destroying the safety zone of Shunfeng City. It can be said that it was the fastest action. Because of this, Jiang Jingwen's status rose from then on, from a quasi-chosen one to an apostle-level chosen one, second only to Siming. Therefore, in terms of emotion and reason, the apostle of Pingsha City felt that he had to stand up and speak for Jiang Jingwen. After hearing the words of the apostle of Pingsha City, Mengsu narrowed his eyes. You want to stand up for him? Huh? The apostle of Pingsha City wanted to retreat. But after thinking about it, he felt that he had thousands of brothers around him. And he immediately became tough, holding his head high and saying, a quarrelsome son in the family will not ruin the family. A quarrelsome country. Why does this sound so familiar? Mengsu heard. Without hesitation, he attacked suddenly, punching like a dragon, his sleeves swaying without wind. And the terrifying killing intent almost became real, causing the space to shake, go against the Lord's will. Die! The apostle of Pingsha City had never expected this to happen. He was caught off guard and suddenly horrified. The next second, he felt the overwhelming fist wind coming towards him. No! A horrified shout. The next moment, only a bang was heard. The brain burst, and red blood splattered. This apostle of Pingsha City had his head blown up by Mengsu's punch. Really? His head was blown up. This sudden scene instantly stunned everyone and made them speechless. No one expected that Mengsu would attack so suddenly. Everyone was caught off guard, even Lin Mingxian, who had always followed Mengsu's lead, was caught off guard. Jiang Jingwen was completely dumbfounded. His face was covered with blood splattered after the death of the apostle of Pingsha City. He stared at Mengsu blankly, his eyes full of fear. He realized that Mengsu could kill the apostles of Pingsha City, so he could kill him too. What's going on? The chosen ones of Pingsha City were all horrified, and came forward one after another, looking at Mengsu warily, while looking at the apostle whose head was blown up by Mengsu's punch, and they were a little flustered. When Mengsu saw this, he snorted coldly and said, Do you also want to betray the great lord? Go on, turn over, and give him 100 strokes of the cane. After hearing Mengsu's words, the two people who were executing the sentence shuddered immediately, and then continued to execute the sentence, and they were very strong, and they could be said to have beaten him to death. After all, the previous lesson was still lying on the ground bleeding. Who dared to go against Mengsu's wishes? Just like that, Jiang Jingwen was turned over, and continued to be beaten. And Mengsu nodded with satisfaction, expressing his disdain for Jiang Jingwen. You planted a few gourds at home, and you really think you are a grandfather? Let me tell you, what is absolute power? Before Siming's identity was revealed, I am Siming, I represent the Lord. What, you are not convinced? Then beat him to death. Soon, the 100 turns were completed. Jiang Jingwen was already a bloody mess, dying. As for his little brother, it was probably useless. Although it was useless to begin with, there was still a difference between being unable to use it. Before, it was impossible to perform certain actions, but now it was difficult to defecate. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter. After all, he was going to die soon, and he didn't need to defecate. Okay. You did a great job. After the execution, Mengsu looked at the other chosen ones with a smile on his face, and then randomly pointed to a person from Baifu City, Pingsha City, and Shufeng City, and appointed him as the new apostle. He said with a smile, In your respective cities, are there any confidants of the disrespectful people who were just killed? After hearing Mengsu's words, everyone nodded. Of course there are confidants. Then find an opportunity, and kill them all after returning. Mengsu didn't care, and said casually, After killing them, call all the chosen ones under your command, and come here to find me. I will arrange everyone, and unite everyone to break these safe zones one by one. After hearing Mengsu's words, everyone hesitated, and didn't know what to say for a while, and the newly appointed apostle of Pingsha City immediately said, Lord Siming, if we withdraw, then what will happen to the originally suppressed safe zones? Won't it let them revive? Yes, you make sense. Mengsu nodded, and then punched again. Then, the apostle of Pingsha City was replaced again. Mengsu calmed down and asked, Do you have any questions now? No. The rest of the people immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. This Siming is a madman. He would kill anyone if he disagreed with him. Who else would dare to have an opinion? In that case, just give the notice and get ready, Mengsu said casually. That's right. Mengsu planned to let the remaining shrimps go back to fight among themselves. According to the current situation, the extraterrestrial civilization does not seem to have noticed the situation here, or the notification speed is relatively slow. Therefore, Mengsu planned to let them go back and fight among themselves. Anyway, the powerful leaders were killed, and the rest were the former number 3 and number 4 figures, with average strength. Although killing them was to eliminate harm for the people, the remaining chosen ones could also nominate new beasts. Instead of doing this, it would be better to try to wipe them all out in one go. After hearing Mengsu's words, a chosen one in Shifeng City hesitated for a moment, and said to Mengsu, "Lord Simon, we brought a radio out. If you need to give any instructions, you can contact us directly through the radio." Oh! Mengsu was surprised and overjoyed when he heard this, and then waved his hand. "In that case, I changed my mind. Let them all contact through the radio right now, and let them rush here. It seems that I have to prepare in advance. It's such a happy thing." After hearing Mengsu's words, the chosen one of Shifeng City nodded immediately, and then immediately went to a brand new Mercedes-Benz G, took out a radio, and started secret communication. Mengsu didn't understand the radio, and couldn't understand what he was saying. But Lin Mingxian wanted to please Mengsu, and immediately began to translate for Mengsu. "Master Simon," he said, "Wang Xian is dead, and the new Simon urgently summoned us to Hiching to attack the enemy, and take back what my master ordered." Seeing this, Mengsu nodded with satisfaction, and then suddenly thought of something, and said to add, "Mengsu is insidious and cunning, and can imitate the breath of our chosen ones. If you meet a strange chosen one, you must be careful." Wang Xian Simon was killed by Mengsu, and I chose to hide my breath for this reason. After hearing Mengsu's order, the chosen one of Shifeng City nodded immediately, and immediately used the radio to pass on the news. After the transmission was completed, Mengsu immediately asked the chosen ones of other cities to do the same. So, after the transmission in Shifeng City, the chosen ones of Zhangde City, Baifu City, and Pingsha City all sent telegrams to the chosen ones of their own cities, conveying all of Mengsu's intentions. And the new apostle of Pingsha City, in order to flatter Mengsu, even said, "We in Pingsha City currently only recognize Zhao Zhilai as the Ximing, and the rest of the Ximing are all impersonators." Seeing this, Mengsu was extremely satisfied. "You are good, there is a lot of room for improvement," Mengsu praised. The apostle of Pingsha City scratched his head in embarrassment, which made Lin Mingxian grit his teeth. Why didn't he think of it? Just when Lin Mingxian wanted to say something, there seemed to be a voice in his mind, exploding out of thin air. "Yes, the Lord has sent a message." In an instant, Lin Mingxian stood at attention. In addition to Lin Mingxian, other chosen ones also received the message from the Lord, except for Mengsu, the Siming. However, Mengsu also felt this strange brain wave, but he just gave Qi Liu a calm look, and turned around at the same time, looking at Jiang Xiaqiu. The meaning was very clear. Prepare to take action. Lin Ningxian was still confused, and immediately began to listen carefully to the master's instructions. This time, the instructions mainly included 3 contents. First, appoint an outsider from Handong province as the new Siming. Second, the aura of the chosen one cannot be hidden. Anyone who does not have the information of the chosen one is an outsider. Third, try to find back the things left by Tianhe, and forget it if you can't find them. This time, the information was quite mild, without the urgent feeling before. It seemed that the Lord had schizophrenia again, and changed to a gentle personality to communicate with them. But, after feeling this atmosphere, all the chosen ones looked very strange. They all looked at Mengsu secretly at the same time, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. According to what my Lord said, the aura of the chosen one cannot be hidden. Anyone who does not have the information of the chosen one is an outsider. Then, who is this Zhao Siming in front of him? In Hiching City, there seems to be only one candidate who can learn about Wang Xian's death in the first place, and has such terrifying strength, but is not one of his own. What did the Lord say just now? Suddenly, Mengsu smiled gently, and spoke gently to Lin Mingxian. Lin Mingxian said with a stiff face, "The Lord said you did a great job. Let's work harder." "Is that so?" Mengsu looked around and asked the other chosen ones gently. Yes, that's right. We have you in Nanjing province. That's what we call destiny. By the way, Lord Siming, let's go back to greet the other subordinates. They don't know the way. It's not good. The other chosen ones also nodded and spoke compliments. They are not stupid. Now they cannot defeat Ming Su, so they can only find an opportunity to play along with Ming Su, and then immediately launch their most familiar tactics, guerrilla warfare, and fight Ming Su. When Ming Su saw this, he stopped pretending and stepped forward, coughed lightly. Okay, we have been together for an hour, we are all familiar with each other. I will stop pretending I am Ming Su. I will show my hand. There is nothing to say, we have come to this point. I am the chairman of the Peace Order group. I will show my hand. Hearing Ming Su say this, all the chosen ones took a breath of cold air at once. Ming Su saw that everyone seemed to be listening to him seriously, and he was immediately satisfied. He felt that his day as Nanjiang Siming had not been in vain. He immediately said, "We are all family members. I will also tell you the truth. I will tell you that I have 3 conditions that I will not kill the chosen ones. As long as you meet these conditions, I will not kill you." After hearing Ming Su's words, the chosen ones were stunned and listened attentively. Although they had prepared to escape, facing Ming Su's terrifying strength, they had no confidence in escaping. If they could meet Ming Su's conditions, it would be great. Ming Su smiled when he saw this. And then he said loudly, "Listen carefully. I will not kill 3 chosen ones. First, I will not kill those whose heads have been chopped off, because they are already dead. Second, I will not kill those whose hearts have been chopped off, because they are already dead. Third, I will not kill those who have become corpses, because they are also already dead." After that, Ming Su continued to speak calmly. "You can choose one by yourselves. If you really can't meet the requirements, you can create the conditions yourself now." Ming Su's words were like a bolt from the blue. A head that has fallen off, a heart that is gone, and a corpse. Aren't they all dead? What's the difference between them? Instantly, the chosen ones did not hesitate and began to act. However, their actions were extremely abstract. Some attacked Ming Su, while others ran away. Some even crawled towards the car, as if they were thinking of driving away. Abstract. Without hesitation, Qi Liu attacked immediately. Qi Liu's weapon was a pair of brass knuckles. Because he loved to attack with bare hands, so he had such a weapon. With such a weapon, Qi Liu's attack can be described as tearing a tiger and a leopard apart. He can actually tear a chosen one in half, just like in the TV series Anti-Japanese Heroes. So terrifying. Jiang Xiaqiu also took action when they started to run away. Those chosen ones who ran away at the first time were not as fast as Jiang Xiaqiu, an agile zombie at level 19.9. They were caught up in the blink of an eye and became corpses. Soon, all of these chosen ones were dead or wounded. Lin Ningxian was lying in a pool of blood, his face dazed, looking at Ming Su, and he was extremely angry. It was all his fault. He didn't see through such a simple, easy scam. Instead, because of the unique affection for Ming Su, Lin Ningxian was crazy about him, and was the first to jump out and be loyal, to refute other chosen ones for Ming Su and prove Ming Su's identity. Now, he is the biggest clown. With this unwillingness, Lin Ningxian finally died. All the chosen ones died, except for the last one. That was Jiang Jingwen, who was beaten with 100 sticks. Perhaps he himself did not expect that he would be the last one to die among these chosen ones. Jiang Jingwen was horrified at this moment, and the pain in his bloody body was no longer of concern to him. All his attention was now focused on the beautiful figure beside Ming Su. Xiaqiu? Jiang Jingwen was stunned and blurted out subconsciously, "How is it possible? How can you still be alive?" I personally. Uncle. Jiang Xiaqiu was very calm and said, "When will you die? When you die, all of Grandpa's assets will be mine. By the way, you haven't spent my money indiscriminately during this period, right?" Jiang Jingwen? What do you mean? Jiang Jingwen didn't quite understand. And at this moment, Qi Liu had come to Jiang Jingwen and broke his neck without any hesitation. Jiang Jingwen died. Jiang Xiaqiu officially became the sole heir of Jianshan Group. It is detected that your confidant, Ms. Jiang Xiaqiu, the vice president of the group, is now the sole heir of Jianshan Group. She intends to sell all the shares of Jianshan Group to you in the form of 1 credit point. Do you want to acquire Jianshan Group? According to statistics, Jianshan Group still has 1.56 billion in liquid funds on its account. Based on the current purchasing power of various regions, it is equivalent to about 1.8 billion credit points. If you choose to acquire Jianshan Group, you can inherit 1.8 billion credit points. You only need to go to Shengfeng City with Ms. Jiang Xiaqiu for the handover. Ming Su. How much? 1 billion 80 million? Although not as much as the imagined 36 billion, but this 1.8 billion is enough to make Ming Su ecstatic. No. It's not that I don't have the 36 billion. It's because the 36 billion is not all cash flow, but a large part of it is real estate. With this 1 billion, I will be the boss all of a sudden. Fire employees? No, if they die, I will pay compensation. You, Mr. Ming, have plenty of money. However, if you acquire Jianshan Group, you will be responsible for all the current employees of Jianshan Group who have not died, about 3,769 people. Ming Su? It turns out that there are conditions. Chapter 215 Operation Code, Billion Operation. I choose to acquire Jianshan Group. The acquisition is successful. Please take time to go to Jianshan Group in Shengfeng City for the ceremony and handover, and properly place all current Jianshan Group employees. This is a gamble. First, according to the rules determined by the system, employees include both zombies and humans. It is known that the compensation for zombie employees is about 300,000, while the compensation for human employees is about 1.3 million. So, without knowing the specific number, if all these employees died, Ming Su would have to pay 1 billion to 3 billion in compensation. It seems like a lot. Ming Su may have to pay 2 billion. But the problem is that this is the case when all the employees die. Not all the employees may die. Moreover, Ming Su doesn't know what responsible means. If it is to be responsible like saving Private Ryan, it is another matter. It is detected that Jianshan Group is currently in a state of serious disaster. Employees of Jianshan Group are trapped. They need to be rescued as soon as possible in order to inherit the 1.08 billion working capital of Jianshan Group and its intellectual property rights. Ming Su saw this and took a deep breath. It seems that if they choose to acquire Jianshan Group, they really need to carry out the rescue operation and rescue as many employees as possible. It is quite troublesome. After all, there are more than 3,000 people. Of course, there may be zombies among them. But why didn't they mention compensation? Ming Su fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaqiu asked Ming Su why he was so anxious even though he had money. Ming Su casually told Jiang Xiaqiu about the problem he was facing now. When Jiang Xiaqiu heard this, he suddenly realized it and continued, "Our group has bought personal accident insurance for employees. If they encounter major dangers, such as earthquakes and tsunamis, mudslides, fires, etc., we will compensate employees. Our company only needs to pay a small amount of money." Ming Su was very surprised when he heard this, and excitedly shook Jiang Xiaqiu's hand. Is being bitten by a zombie considered a personal accident? Are there any insurance companies that can insure it now? My mother hen. Jiang Xiaqiu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Qi Liu frowned, then slowly said, according to Article 46 of the insurance law, compensation is paid, because biting to death is essentially the same as killing. As for whether there are insurance companies now, well, Xiu, you think too much. Qi Liu's speech became more fluent now. Ming Su was overjoyed when he heard this. A capitalist's idea appeared in Ming Su's mind. In this case, why should I care so much? Let them all die in Shengfeng City. After they die, 1,080 million will all be mine. But his conscience told Ming Su that he couldn't do that. After taking 1.8 billion, he had to be responsible for the employees of Jianshan Group. Ming Su was a conscientious, capable, and responsible chairman. But everything needed to be considered in the long run. After all, Shengfeng City was far away from him, and he hadn't even finished dealing with the situation in his hometown. So he was in a hurry to help others. Ming Su wasn't that high-minded. Looking at the corpses all over the ground that had begun to twitch, and some of the chosen ones that were gradually transformed into zombies, Ming Su shook his head, stepped forward immediately, and began to skillfully peel out the evolution crystals one by one. Some had their heads blown up by a punch, so naturally they would not produce evolution crystals. But some still had their heads, so Ming Su could easily dig out evolution crystals. Although these evolution crystals were no longer useful to Ming Su at this stage, but keeping them could motivate employees and upgrade zombies. It was better to take as many as possible. In addition, there was the 4 or 5 meter long bird. Ming Su had thought that this bird was very strong, But it turned out that this thing seemed to be not only able to fly, but was not even as good as the cats he had met before. I don't know what medicine these chosen ones in Pingshaw City gave it, but it was completely non-aggressive, and Ming-Su couldn't tame it, so Ming-Su could only kill it, and then dig out the evolution gem vulture form. Of course, Ming-Su also just realized that this big bird was actually a vulture. It was quite outrageous. After dealing with all the evolution crystals, Ming-Su clapped his hands, looked at his broken car very calmly, and then looked at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that the group of people from Shunfeng City drove all the way over, and did not hesitate to make a tactical car change. After confirming the current situation, Ming-Su immediately rushed back to the company, assembled his ground cleaning team, began to meet up with Lu Song, and started the daily cleaning task. As for the affairs of Shunfeng City, he also had to take care of both hands. Ming-Su had already made up his mind. After I inherited Jianshan Group, the number of employees in the company has exceeded 4,000. Not to mention 1,000. The company's president, vice president, and director-level management are all qualified to fire employees without my consent. Ming-Su sat in the co-pilot, looking at Jiang Xiaqiu, who was excited and stepped on the accelerator, while thinking about his next steps. Jianshan Group has a ready-made regional office building in Shunfeng City. In this case, he just happened to have a share of the branch company, and he could directly open a branch company in Shunfeng City, thereby taking over the former employees of Jianshan Group on the spot. Ming-Su thought deeply. The only hesitation he had at the moment was whether he should stay in Iching or go to Shunfeng. Alas, I wish I didn't have two clones. Ming-Su shook his head and decided to first eliminate the problems in Iching City, and then gather forces, and then go to Shunfeng City to act. The situation in Shunfeng City was not clear, and now the chosen ones were eyeing them covetously. It was possible that the incident with Wang Xian would happen again. There were some tough battles to fight in Iching City, and he couldn't get away. After returning, maybe he could send a few zombie squads, and sneak into Shunfeng City secretly, and rescue in Shunfeng City. Although it was said that he and Jiang Xiaqiu were going to Shunfeng City to take over, in the current situation, it seemed that they could capture both of them at the same time. As soon as he thought of this, Ming-Su saw the current location and status of the densely packed Jianshan Group employees. Most of them were in Shunfeng City. A small number were distributed in Zhongda City, Heqing City and Weiyang City. And there were 30 or 40 people in Shanghai. Fuck. Why did you run so far? Ming-Su was powerless to complain for a moment. It seems that the 1 billion is not so easy to get. Ming-Su thought a lot, and locked in his mind a person who could replace him and go to Shunfeng City to handle these things. After thinking for a long time, Ming-Su thought of a person who had been idle for a long time, and was also the most suitable candidate for this trip. A superpower. A person who possesses the ability to avoid disaster and seek good fortune. Lin Yi, who has a name and experience like the protagonist. Lin, seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. This ability is indeed more suitable for lurking. However, although Lin Yi's experience and name are like the protagonist, his strength is seriously not equal to that of the protagonist, and he needs to strengthen it manually. In addition, he also needs to find a zombie employee and a human employee to cooperate with him, so as not to be afraid of going alone with the zombie employees and become crazy. Our company does not allow employees to have mental problems. After all, from the chairman to the employees, the mental state of our company is normal, and there cannot be any exceptions. The vehicle sped away, and gradually went farther and farther. The speed was very fast. On the way, Ming-Su also saw a lot of armored vehicles moving. It seemed that the safe zone had recovered Tao County smoothly. Seeing this, Ming-Su also greeted the soldiers who participated in the recovery battle very friendly, and then left in style. On the co-pilot seat, Ming-Su also opened the sachet, wanting to see the structure inside, and found out the sachet did not contain traditional spices, but a black box. After opening the black box, it seemed that there was a signal transmitter of some special signal inside. The complex structure made Ming-Su unable to understand, but he did not want to dismantle it casually, so he installed it again and put it back into the sachet. He planned to let the employees study what it was after returning to the company. On the way to Ming-Su's company, the number of zombies was very small, especially on the road, which was unobstructed. In less than 2 hours, Ming-Su rushed back to his company. It must be said that after the apocalypse, the commuting time became faster. On the one hand, there are basically no cars on the road, and most of the passers-by are zombies. So you can just hit them. On the other hand, because there are no traffic laws, you can run as fast as you want, provided that you don't get into a car accident or die. After returning to the company, Meng-Su immediately found that there were a large number of ground cleaning teams patrolling. About 20 people in a group, looking majestic, and really like an elite force. And the number of people responsible for guarding and standing guard has now increased to 20, of course. Most of them are staff members of these ground forces. Zhang Qingyang, who was on guard duty, had no expression on his face after seeing the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It was normal for Director Meng to change cars every time he went out. He didn't know what Director Meng brought back this time. Zhang Qingyang thought curiously. But this time, he was disappointed. Meng-Su didn't bring anything back. On the contrary, he had to take away most of the ground cleaning team. Hello, Director Meng. Deputy General Manager Jiang. Hello, Manager Qi. Zhang Qingyang, who was on guard at the door, strictly enforced the etiquette standards. And Meng-Su nodded repeatedly when he saw this. Then he drove to the underground garage without hesitation, took Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu together, went up from the elevator in the underground garage, and returned to the office on the 15th floor. After returning to the office, Meng-Su suddenly found an office phone on the table. Meng-Su picked up the office phone and found some number lists on the table. So Meng-Su dialed in Qiuyu's number without hesitation according to the number list. Mr. Meng, you are back? It was not Qiuyu who answered the phone, but another unfamiliar female voice. However, Meng-Su knew that it should be an employee he did not know. However, it did not matter. After he said he said, let Qiuyu come to see me, and notify Lin Yian, Wen Yuan, Zhang Luanping to come over. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Meng-Su felt that life was more convenient. This thing is quite convenient. After all, it is a phone, and it is such a close phone, the technical difficulty is not high. Soon, after receiving Meng-Su's order, several people named by Meng-Su came one after another, and Meng-Su stood on the 15th floor of the office building, looking down from a high place, overlooking the whole company, with a lot of feelings in his heart. As far as the eye can see, the park on the company square has completely become a dogtail grass park, and both sides of the wall are planted with dogtail grass. It looks like the power generation capacity is absolutely full. Among these foxtail grasses, there are many peas planted, which look like immature pea shooters, almost like a circle around the wall. Meng-Su is very satisfied. After all, when the pea shooters are eliminated in the future, these old pea shooters can be picked directly and sent to the kitchen for cooking. But besides that, Meng-Su actually has another question. With my current physical fitness, if I fall down, do you think I will die? Meng-Su thought in his heart. He thought it shouldn't happen, but he couldn't say for sure. After all, he had never fallen. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, which brought Meng-Su back to reality from his thoughts. After Meng-Su nodded, Qi Liao immediately opened the door and invited the three people in. And Qiuyu was still as resolute as ever, but she was a little fatter than when she first came. Fortunately, she was still as beautiful as ever, and even more lovely. Wen Yuan's arm has recovered. It is said that the Biological Experiment Center specifically asked him about allogenic implants not long ago, saying that they now have an opportunity to let Wen Yuan have a handsome mechanical hand. But it was a pity that Wen Yuan declined. Adela, Du Mi and others at the Biological Experiment Center felt very sorry. Zhang Luanping was no longer as embarrassed as before. He even had a beer belly now, and looked very energetic. Lin Yi was also much neater. Although he was the leader of the second team of the Special Operations Force of the Order Guard, he did not like to wear combat uniforms. Instead, he got a black windbreaker from somewhere, and wore it every day. He looked like a protagonist. Good afternoon, everyone. Meng-Su was calm. He turned around from the French window and looked at his loyal ministers. He said, I called everyone here to announce something. After discussion in the company, we decided to promote some people and give them higher authority to better manage the company. Hearing Meng-Su's words, Zhang Luanping and Wen Yuan felt nervous, while Lin Yi looked indifferent. Promote him. It's none of his business anyway. Appoint Qi Liao as legal director, in charge of all legal affairs of the Prime Group, and step up recruitment of people in the legal department. Appoint Qiuyu as vice president, and concurrently as secretary general. Meng-Su promoted his absolute own people right from the start. He promoted Qi Liao, because he couldn't favor one over the other. It was time for him to be promoted to the level of director. Besides, the director is also a real senior executive of the company, with the authority to fire employees. So the ground cleaning team needs Chilia. After hearing Meng Su's instructions, Zhang Lunping and Wen Yuan still did not look disappointed. They believed that they must have something to do. Otherwise Meng Su would not have called them over to play. Right? I have another appointment here. About the branch. Meng Su yawned. And then said, I will open a branch in Shifeng City soon. There is a position of general manager here, which is higher than the vice president. The situation in Shifeng City is more mixed. Vice President Jian officially became the sole heir of Jianshan Group 2 hours ago. Afterwards, Vice President Jiang transferred Jianshan Group to me. So, the Peace and Order branch opened in Shifeng City. It is based on Jianshan Group, so a capable general manager is needed to lead Shifeng City branch and rescue the former employees of Jianshan Group. Meng Su put out a map and a list, which was quite thick, like a book. The mission of Shifeng branch is to rescue these employees and properly place them. After that, Meng Su did not hide anything and looked directly at the two people, asking for their opinions. Zhang Lunping, Wen Yuan, who of you is willing to go to Shifeng City and be the general manager? The two were stunned and began to hesitate. No one expected that there would be a branch company. Then, Meng Su looked at Lin Yi. Showing a very appreciative expression, Lin Yi, I want you to take all the employees of the second group of the Special Operations Force, the members of the terrorist mobile team led by Li Xiang, and 20 ground cleaning team members to Shifeng City to perform the rescue mission. You will be the commander-in-chief, the deputy general manager of Shifeng branch, and the captain of Shifeng Order Guard. What do you think? If you don't want to, I will find someone else, and I won't force you, Meng Su said calmly, giving them time to think. After hearing Meng Su's voice, Lin Yi fell silent. To be honest, no one had expected this to happen before they came. Everyone was very satisfied with the current conditions. Going to Shifeng City now would be like starting from scratch. And without the care of Meng Su, a pillar of heaven, everything had to be done by oneself. This was a little difficult for everyone to accept. And they were a little afraid. Especially Zhang Lunping. He was very conflicted. After all, unlike Wen Yuan, his wife and children were here, and he was reluctant to leave. I'll go. Wen Yuan smiled lightly, and said to Meng Su confidently, Mr. Meng, I also have an impression of Vice President Zhang's Jianshan Group. It is mainly known for producing materials. At the same time, there is a construction company in Shifeng City, which is also an industry under the Jianshan Group. Therefore, there are most infrastructure talents in Jianshan Group. With them, I am confident that I can open up the situation in Shifeng City. In addition, my uncle is from Shifeng City. Maybe after I go there, I will have the opportunity to find a relative. After hearing Wen Yuan's words, Meng Su nodded, and immediately appointed Wen Yuan as the general manager of Peace Order Group Shifeng branch, and allowed Wen Yuan to recruit employees in Shifeng City on his own. At this moment, Lin Yi solemnly said, Mr. Meng, you are so kind. I cannot repay you. I thought about it, and it is extremely important to avoid disaster and seek good fortune for the establishment of a branch company. Please rest assured, Mr. Meng, leave the situation in Shifeng City to me. I will definitely properly place all the employees of Jianshan Group on the roster. Okay. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then said, there may be some zombies up there. There is no need to rescue them when you encounter them. Just kill them directly. I will let Li Xiang and the ground cleaning team listen to your command. Except Li Xiang and the employees of the second group of the Special Operations team. Everyone else can sacrifice. After that, Meng Su instructed, after I finish dealing with the affairs of Huqing City, I will go to Shifeng City in person to help the branch company run well. It's not that Meng Su is cold-blooded. It's really because zombie employees are like this. They can be sacrificed. But sacrificing human employees is a big problem. Lin Yi nodded immediately. The code name of this operation is Operation Billion. Meng Su took a deep breath, then without hesitation, waved his hand directly, exchanged several small pills and tablets. Facing Wen Yuan, Lin Yi said, each of you take 3 tablets, and then choose a brightly colored evolution crystal, and take it. This thing will make ordinary people become superpowers, and make superpowers stronger. What Meng Su provided are all top evolution crystals. He naturally hopes that when Yuan and Lin Yi will be able to protect themselves. In addition, Meng Su also prepared ordinary evolution crystals and small pills for the staff of the 2nd Special Operations Team. They were prepared uniformly. After all the staff had superpowers, Meng Su would let them act with confidence. Lin Yi and Wen Yuan were overjoyed. They quickly took the things given by Meng Su and happily prepared to welcome the glorious evolution. And Meng Su gave them some time to evolve. He quickly went downstairs to look for Li Xiang. Similarly, Li Xiang also needed to be strengthened. The level of 19 was not enough. Meng Su wanted him and Meng Xuanping to enter level 20. Meng Xuanping was easy to deal with. Using the evolution gem of the big bird should be foolproof. And Li Xiang. Meng Su decided to feed him 70 or 80 evolution crystals at once. With so many evolution crystals, he can evolve? Right? After feeding, the next step is very simple. Take at least 60 employees of the ground cleaning team and set off with Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao to the safe zone. After explaining the pension to Lu Song, go to the battle. Heching City should also be taken back. Pingsha City, in the camp of the Chosen Ones. A man in a black robe that had seen the wind and frost, standing here, gazing at the towering building and the corpse hanging on the wall, could not help but sigh. The people of Nanjiang do things in a crude and careless way. With such a look, which surviving little mouse would take the initiative to come to the door. In this respect, we are far inferior to Handong. And the only person who came with the black-robed man also smiled and said, yes, regardless of Jingzhou, even if it is our Lin Cheng, Pingsha can't compare. The words were full of pride. But we can't favor one over the other. Thanks to my master's kindness, I was sent to Nanjiang to serve as the god of life. This is enough to show that something big has happened in Nanjiang province. Meng Su in Heching City is probably not easy to deal with. The black-robed man shook his head and continued. According to the current information, Shunfeng City, the provincial capital, is the most complete area of my master's power in Nanjiang province. Perhaps we can start from Shunfeng City, take it step by step, and plan it slowly. The number of the chosen ones is not large. Often there are only 100 people in a city, which sounds like a lot. But compared with the population of millions, these 100 people can be called a drop in the bucket. It is basically impossible to control a complete area with hundreds of people. Even if you recruit lackeys, it will only expose your position. You may be able to fight against some less rigorous cities. But once the other party recovers, it will be like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, and will be quickly destroyed. Therefore, the experience in Hanong tells everyone that it is enough to turn the scattered into a whole and maintain the state of Doomsday ruins. Even if you recruit lackeys, who can know whether there are spies in the safe zone among the lackeys? After all, such a thing happened in Luzhou City, Hanong Province. The person in charge of Luzhou City accidentally recruited a whole team of cops, which directly led to heavy losses for the chosen ones in Luzhou City. This kind of thing makes him afraid. He thinks that they only need to hide in the seabed, do some destructive things, and wait for my lord to come. There is no need to establish a base. After all, if there are too few people, they can't be controlled. If there are too many people, there is a fear of internal traitors. It's very difficult to deal with. Since it's difficult, just don't do it, and concentrate on destruction. That's right. He is the new Simon of Nanjiang Province, the former apostle of the chosen one of Lincheng City, Handong Province, Gu Dekong. This time, he has been traveling non-stop and galloping, just to arrive in Nanjiang Province as soon as possible, to preside over all the major events of the chosen one of Nanjiang Province, and to put out Meng Su as soon as possible. In addition, the Lord also issued an order that the Magic City will also send people to come, with the current top combat power and technology, to assassinate Meng Su, and to complete the success in one battle. However, the situation in Nanjiang Province seems a bit complicated. Gu Dekong pondered for a long time, and at this moment, Hu Xian, his follower who came with him from Lincheng, also opened his mouth and said, "Si Ming, let's go in." Wait a minute. Xiao Hu. Gu Dekong took a deep breath, raised his hand, and said to Hu Xian, "Next, I can go in by myself. You go to Shunfeng City and inform the people left behind there to prepare. I will first investigate the situation in several nearby cities. Don't do anything for now. Wait for those sky patrols in the Magic City to come over and do it together." Sky patrols? Hu Xian was stunned. Lord Siming, what is this? as a close confidant of Gu Dekong. Hu Xian heard the three words Sky Patrols for the first time, which seemed very novel. Perhaps it was similar to their chosen ones. The other person chosen by the Lord is rare in number, but each of them is an elite who can defeat 10,000 enemies with one. Gu Dekong chuckled and said mysteriously, "Okay. This matter will not be known to others for the time being. Don't reveal it. Even I only learned about this matter after I became the God of Life and received the Lord's order. After the Sky Patrol arrives, we will work together. Do you understand? In addition, there is also a super zombie tide, remember. No matter what happens, don't take the initiative to attack. Even if you are 90% sure, there is still 10% that it is a trap set by the enemy." Gu Dekong's voice was full of confidence. And he also warned Hu Xian very carefully, fearing that Hu Xian would fall into the trap again. Clearly understood. Hu Xian nodded immediately, then turned and left, heading for Shumfeng City alone. After Hu Xian left, Gu Dekong adjusted his state and decided to face his future subordinates in the best state. After all, he was not from Nanjiang, so he had to be more friendly, so that he could get along well with his subordinates. With this thought in mind, Gu Dekong swaggered towards the Chosen One camp in Pingsha City. As soon as he reached the door, he saw two Chosen Ones looking at Gu Dekong vigilantly. "Who are you?" "Relax. Guys." Gu Dekong laughed softly. "I am your new Siming. Just came from Handong province. Where is your responsible apostle?" "Si Ming?" The Chosen One in charge of guarding the door sneered. Without hesitation, raised his gun and rushed towards Gu Dekong. "Humph. Lord Siming is clearly meeting with the apostles in Iching City. We just got the news not long ago that you, who pretended to be Siming, must be Ming Su." The bullet slanted out and instantly hit Gu Dekong. However, Gu Dekong's enhancement level is naturally very strong, and ordinary firearms can no longer cause any damage to him. But the moment the bullet hit him, Gu Dekong was still confused. "Gu Dekong? What do you mean? I'm pretending? I became Meng Su?" After being stunned, Gu Dekong was about to refute, but he saw 7 or 8 people coming out of the chosen camp, each holding a weapon, and instantly surrounded Gu Dekong. Gu Dekong, the local Chosen One, is too rude. Chapter 216. The road to professional legend begins. The Sky Patrolman is revived. No water, no food, no rescue. In the Qingnan District radio and television station in Iching City, several survivors who were entrenched here showed despair on their faces, lying quietly in the safe range blocked by various tables, chairs and benches, lying desperately on the ground. Try not to consume any energy as much as possible, quietly waiting for death to come. The radio and television station also has a night channel. Therefore, when the zombie apocalypse broke out, there were still many people in the TV station. After a period of struggle and hard work, the survivors hid together, shivering, just like this for so long. But now, they have run out of ammunition and food, and they can no longer hold on. The world is like hell, and they rack their brains to figure out why such a thing happened. After running out of ammunition and food, what should they do? Should they? For a moment, the thought of cannibalism flashed through the mind of a male host, but he quickly denied it. Even if he died, he couldn't learn from those beastly zombies, and do such unscrupulous things as cannibalism. Perhaps when he was about to die, he thought of a lot. He thought of the beginning of the apocalypse, when the deputy director with a big belly now became extremely slim, and was on the first floor of the TV station. But unfortunately, he turned into a zombie. And it was not an ordinary zombie. It was precisely because of the existence of the deputy director that everyone was trapped upstairs and could not go anywhere. Alas! The male host sighed deeply and was about to close his eyes and rest patiently, when he suddenly heard an excited voice in his ear. "Look over there. Rescue. It's rescue. Rescue is coming." "Huh?" Hearing this excited voice, everyone suddenly opened their eyes. Even if they were so weak that they had no strength, they still tried their best to get up from the ground and looked in the direction the voice said. Whatever they saw made everyone happy. It was a tank. It was an armored vehicle. It was a modified truck. The steel convoy that gathered into a torrent was like a flood, rolling forward. Everything along the way was crushed by this steel torrent. And in the back, there was a whole team of fully armed soldiers. "Great! There's help! There's help!" In the TV station, many people cried with joy. They all burst into tears. At this moment, the steel torrent turned a corner and moved in other directions. In this building, There were dozens of special forces holding hammers, and they began to push the door and enter the TV station. Behind these special forces were some civilian staff carrying various equipment. Not good. The male host saw this and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He said inwardly that it was not good and hurriedly wanted to open the window to stop their behavior. After all, downstairs, there is a terrifying guy called the deputy director. The deputy director was extremely terrifying before the apocalypse. The apocalypse has lasted for such a long time. And the current deputy director is probably even more terrifying. Right? With this thought, the male host was extremely anxious. But there was nothing he could do. He could only helplessly watch the large number of military vehicles passing by downstairs. And the intermittent gunshots. Now, he could only pray that the special forces would request support in time when they found that the deputy director was not easy to mess with, and use guns to resolve the battle. No, what is this, Dancing King Zombie? What era is it now? How can there still be level 3 mutant zombies? Strange, too rare. Everything went smoothly for the ground cleaning team, and Ming-Su had just kicked a mutant zombie away with a casual kick. He stared at the work badge of the deputy director, and was very surprised for a moment, muttering to himself in his heart. Yes. Level 3 mutant zombie. This is too rare. It's a bit like when the game is in the later stage, about to defeat the devil, and suddenly encountered a slime on the side of the road. Very strange. But for Ming-Su, it was just a little strange. Ming-Su adjusted his state, and then asked a technician behind him gracefully, Secretary Wu, what do you want to do next? Where is the medium wave frequency band transmitter? How should my subordinates move forward? On the top floor, Chairman Ming, there is no hurry. The technician wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the stumps on the ground, and said with pale lips, Your progress is a little too fast. You can let the brothers around you take a break to avoid too many casualties. Since entering the TV station, Secretary Wu has seen at least 10 soldiers of the Peace Order group sacrifice their lives, shed their blood, and regard their lives as nothing, just to allow them to repair the medium-wave transmitter as soon as possible and plant dogtail grass next to the transmitter. It's really touching. But such brave men cannot be sacrificed casually. Secretary Wu never wants to see these brave men bleed and sacrifice because of him. After hearing Secretary Wu's words, Ming-Su didn't care. After all, the 10 zombie employees had been fired before they died. He paid 300,000 yuan. According to what he had agreed with Lu Song before, he would give a pension worth 1 million credit points after returning. But on the surface, Ming-Su still showed a heartache. Secretary Wu. Every second counts. The medium-wave frequency band transmitter is very important. Only by repairing this transmitter can we restore communications in some areas of Qingnan District. We can use the loudspeaker to appeal to the survivors in Qingnan District and deter those criminals at the same time. Can't let my employees sacrifice in vain. Listening to Ming-Su's words, Secretary Wu nodded immediately, followed the ground cleaning team with a firm gaze, and continued to move forward. An employee of the local cleaning team, who was walking in the front, kicked the stairs open, and then quickly went upstairs. Suddenly, there was a huge crowd. Although Wu had never been on field duty before, he also understood the seriousness of the matter. Even if he was sweating profusely, he would not delay the overall work. But what puzzled Wu was that the chairman Ming in front of him, as well as his company's vice president Jiang and director Qi, were so leisurely carrying incubators. What was in the incubator? Although Wu was very puzzled, he was still very sensible. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't ask. Ming-Su, on the other hand, hugged the incubator tightly, and was very content. What was inside? Bowls of millet porridge. There was no other way. The snack stand owner mission had been triggered. This time, he was going back to basics. It was no longer steak or beef, but millet porridge. Although the mission reward was not much, only 500,010 points. It was better to have it than not. So Ming-Su took the millet porridge and followed the operation. But this time, Ming-Su did not waste food. He decided to leave it for the rescued survivors to drink, and collect money from them at the same time. This is much easier than asking zombies for money. The number of survivors? More than 100 people? Easily done. And even if the survivors have no money, it's okay, there are people in the safe zone around them who can pay for it. Go back and ask for money from the safe zone. Since Ming-Su appointed the general manager and deputy general manager of the branch, he sent a large group of troops out of Haching City and immediately came to the safe zone, reached a cooperation with Lu Song, and negotiated with Ming Su for an additional subsidy of 100,000 credit points for the pension, and began to carry out the mission. The participation of the peace order group is divided into two parts. First, as a vanguard, together with the armor battalion, enter the Qingnan district as quickly as possible to carry out the recovery activities. This aspect is mainly led by Ming Su and the ground cleaning troops. Second, the first group of the Special Operations Force led by Zhang Qingyang and the elite troops of the Safety Zone marched in Zongyang County, which can not only hone the combat level of the Special Operations team, but also increase some manpower for the Safety Zone. The first battle of the recovery war in each region, naturally, is to conquer the local TV station and obtain the medium-wave signal transmitter, so that it is convenient to transmit signals to the entire district and the entire county. On the one hand, it is to inform all survivors that the safe zone is still there and rescue will arrive soon. On the other hand, it is also to warn those criminals that the end of the world is not a lawless place, and they should be honest and don't kill people now. After Heqing City is recovered, the punishment will be lighter. Of course, the more important point is to inform all survivors of the progress of the next recovery area in the safe zone. Let the survivors in the priority recovery area prepare for evacuation in advance. And don't remember to pack their bags when the time comes. Meng Su himself, of course, was very happy to do so. He immediately led the ground cleaning team to attack decisively, rescue the survivors, and restore order. That's right. This is what the peace order group is going to do. Going up the stairs, the speed is very fast, although they have to take care of Wu and other technical backbones. The technical backbones are also working hard. In this way, they have been able to move forward smoothly, with almost no obstacles, and arrived at the first floor where the intersection was blocked by various debris. We are here. Help! Help! Before they arrived, Ming Su had already heard the cry for help from the survivors upstairs from a distance. Seeing this, Ming Su stepped forward without hesitation, carrying his own incubator, and rushed over, and shouted, "Vice President Jiang, Director Qi, continue to lead the employees upstairs, and make sure to restore the medium-wave transmitter." Although it was not stated explicitly, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu knew what their tasks were. As for why they were called Vice President and Director in such a cold way, it was naturally because it was more formal. When working, call them by their positions. For example, Ming Su generously let other employees call him P-Shooter. But the employees just didn't want to call him that. Yes. Qi Liu nodded calmly. Then without hesitation, stepped forward, with a cold face and no smile. Jiang Xiaqiu blinked, made a gesture of guaranteeing to complete the task, then quickly leaned forward and walked shoulder to shoulder with Qi Liu. As for Ming Su, he was smiling and alone. Oh no! There were also Meng Xuanping and Shen Zhaozhao. It's just that Meng Xuanping's current state is very strange. Although his level has reached level 20, it is really a bit strange overall. How can I describe Shen Zhaozhao's state? Something even weirder. Strangely excited, he kept taking pictures with his camera, and the memory was probably almost full. We finally got rescued. The male host's eyes were filled with tears. He looked at Ming Su in disbelief, with an excited heart and trembling hands. Seeing this, Ming Su also turned into a warm-hearted boy, and immediately comforted him. It's okay, everyone is safe. While speaking, Ming Su observed the information of the 6 survivors present by observing their expressions, and it turned out that only one of them seemed to be a maintenance worker of the radio station, and the other 5 were hosts, photographers, and the like. Well, it is a very glamorous profession in peacetime. But now, it is basically useless. Thinking of this, Ming Su immediately smiled and said, Okay, let's all come and see the porridge, fresh millet porridge, pumpkin porridge, corn porridge and preserved egg and lean meat porridge, millet porridge, pumpkin porridge and corn porridge 5 yuan a bowl, preserved egg and lean meat porridge 15 yuan a bowl. Each person is limited to 3 bowls. Although the price is much higher than usual, Ming Su thinks this price is still reasonable. After all, it's the end of the world. You think you live in heaven if prices don't change? I don't charge 1,000 yuan a bowl. I'm already a great man. Survivors? After hearing Ming Su's words, the survivors present were stunned. What do you mean, you have to spend money? A female director saw this and frowned, just as she was about to complain, but before Ming Su could speak, Shen Zhaozhao had already put away the camera and said casually, The people who just passed by here are the ground cleaning organization team of the Peace Order Group's Order Guard Security Company. Although our company has a cooperative relationship with the safety zone, it is not subordinate to it. If you want to buy it. If you don't buy, you can go hungry. The voice was calm and decisive, with the beauty of a successful woman. When Meng Su heard this, he looked at Shen Zhaozhao in surprise. A golden unicorn is not something that stays in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. It seems that before this, it was indeed a mistake to let Shen Zhaozhao manage the warehouse and the logistics department. Shen Zhaozhao also has the ability to take charge of things on his own. Perhaps, many people do not know that they have such abilities. For example, Wen Yuan. If it were not for the end of the world, he would probably never dream that he could be a qualified regional leader. Arrange everything clearly, and now he can take charge of things on his own, and go to Shifeng City to serve as the general manager. Meng Su sighed, and waved his hand. Meng Xuanpeng, who was wrapped in a brand new custom combat uniform, came up and distributed food without saying a word. The reason why Meng Xuanpeng was a little strange now was because Meng Su found that Meng Xuanpeng seemed to be growing wings. Perhaps it was the result of taking the evolution gem of the mutant vulture. Meng Su shook his head, and the faces of the survivors in front of him looked a little unhappy. But after all, they were all well-known figures. And finally, they collected some money for Meng Su to pay. Meng Su also discovered that it was not that they had no money, that there were quite a few red banknotes in their wallets, but that they were a little slow. Meng Su was a little confused at first, but soon understood their intentions and couldn't help laughing. They probably thought that the safe zone still used this. If it weren't for the perfect life system, who would want waste paper? You guys continue to eat here. When we go downstairs later, we will take you to the safe zone. Zojia, come with me. Meng Su waved his hand, and then pointed to someone. Go upstairs and eat while you go up. Among the 6 survivors, the one named Zojia was stunned, then nodded, holding a bowl of millet porridge, and eating while walking. Zojia is a maintenance worker at the TV station. Maybe he can be useful and help Secretary Wu. Meng Su also hopes to solve these problems in Hiching City as soon as possible so that he can get away. After going up to the top floor, Meng Su saw Secretary Wu and other staff started the maintenance. The maintenance time would take a long time. Meng Su had nothing to do and ordered the employees to stay on the spot and check the surrounding situation. However, it didn't take long before the intercom that Lu Song left for Meng Su to contact rang. Mr. Meng, there is a problem at the Qingnan District Zoo. There is a mutant python that is good at hiding. Our artillery has carried out 3 rounds of bombing on the zoo. I don't know how the mutant python hides and is still alive. Therefore, we need your company's assistance. We hope you can rush to help us. We are willing to pay 15,000 work points. We hope Mr. Meng can dispatch the terrorist mobile team. Listening to the voice in the intercom, Meng Su nodded slightly. After calculating and finding about 1.2 million credit points, he immediately waved his hand and said, Lu Yao, Xiaoqiu, you are in charge here. You are responsible for commanding the ground cleaning team. Once there is a problem, Shen Zhaozhao, continue filming. We must film the heroic spirit of our ground cleaning team clearly. After giving some instructions, Meng Su turned around and left with Meng Xuanpeng. Terrorist mobile team? Where is the terrorist mobile team? Except for those who stayed behind, all the rest were sent by Meng Su to Shifeng City to open a branch. The only member of the terrorist mobile team who really met Lu Song's expectations was Meng Xuanpeng. It's just a mutant python. What kind of huge waves can it make? Easily controlled. For the 1.2 million, Meng Su and Meng Xuanpeng immediately rushed at lightning speed. It can be said that they used the fastest speed, trying to earn this money in the shortest time. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the headquarters of the Recovery War was not harmonious. What happened? Why did it take 2 hours longer than originally planned to recover these 3 streets? Captain Chen, before we set out, you promised me that you would recover the entire Zanyang County within 6 hours. The progress is too slow. Captain Chen, I'll give you another 2 hours. If you can't get through Dongguang Street and Lingyan Street, I'll dismiss you. The recovery progress in Qingnan District is faster than yours. What? Is it because Qingnan District has the assistance of the Peace and Order Group? This is not an excuse for you to waste time. I require your unit to quickly reach the designated location. Cooperate with the 2nd Brigade to lure the zombies over. And Let's wipe out this zombie tide. Mutated zombies are roaming around again? You still need to call for help from the peace and order for such a small matter? Fire the cannons and blow them up. When cannons are no longer useful, you can only fight in street battles and encounter hordes of mutant zombies. You come to ask for help again. New recruits. The 3rd Mixed Brigade, get ready to go. There is no time to train them. Don't put them in the front line of the battlefield yet. Let them serve as auxiliary troops and escorts for transporting survivors. Use your brains. Don't let the survivors block your progress. During the recovery war, if anyone tries to block the recovery process, will be executed for treason against humanity. In the headquarters, various telegrams and telephones rang one after another. It seemed that this was no longer the headquarters, but a vegetable market. The speed of the recovery war was not very ideal. At least much slower than the pre-war analysis of the safe zone. Many routes were not advanced for various reasons. However, this was normal. After all, man proposes, God disposes. Although heavy weapons are indeed unstoppable in the face of zombies, there are some smart mutant zombies among the zombies. Hiding in corners, good at sneak attacks, deceiving, and attacking passing soldiers. There are even zombies that can pretend to be dead. Commissioner Liu. According to the Qingnan District Recovery Force, the Safe Zone Infantry 1st Brigade and the Armored Battalion report. Secretary Wu has successfully repaired the medium-wave transmitter and has announced to the Qingnan District that Chairman Meng rushed to the zoo. And his terrorist mobile team took action to kill the mutant python that had troubled the 1st Brigade for a long time. After hearing the good news, Lu Song couldn't help but sigh deeply, feeling both happy and helpless. The good news is that the Peace and Order group is really awesome. As long as Meng Su takes action, there is nothing he can't chew. The violent terrorist mobile team under his command is a magical special armed force, capable of destroying many mutants and special zombies that have caused them heavy losses. With the Peace and Order group, it is a sure thing to recapture fucking city. In addition, what makes Lu Song helpless is that it costs money. The pension has come, and in addition to the additional expenses for emergency action, the pension to be paid to the Peace and Order group is not small. Of course, this little money is not enough to shake the foundation. It's just that Lu Song has a hunch that Meng Su is going to do something big. It doesn't matter. Now, restoring an orderly society is the most urgent task. Everything else can be discussed later, as long as the money can be spent on the right things. It doesn't matter how much it is. After all, it can be recovered. Your current assets are 17.58 million credit points. Meng Su looked at the gilded small characters in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotion. He sighed. Time is like a star running through a river. In a moment of distraction, 4 days have passed. In 4 days, I have earned 16 million. Huqing City is still better. During these 4 days, Meng Su can be said to have exerted all his subjective kinetic energy, trying every possible way to make money in the safe zone. But unfortunately, the safe zone does not give Meng Su many opportunities to make money, because only in dangerous close combat, where artillery bombardment, rocket bombs, and tanks cannot be used, will Meng Su's ground cleaning troops intervene, and only at these times can they be used to earn pensions. At other times, even if zombie employees are lost, there is no reason for the safe zone to pay for it. Right? But no matter what, Meng Su has now set all the ground cleaning troops in his hands to die, and will soon recruit the second wave. Because he had money, Meng Su decided to be bold this time. He recruited 200 zombies at once, and didn't care about their levels. They would die sooner or later anyway. His previous thoughts were too shallow. He just gave them away, and that was it. Meng Su didn't plan to use the 17.5 million to buy new technology for the time being. Cybertron, dinosaur genes, and biological aliens were not the 3 technologies Meng Su needed. Instead of taking out 10 million, he might as well use the 10 million to guarantee the potential. What if he didn't have time to fire the employees? And dozens of employees were killed instantly. Moreover, Meng Su now had a bolder idea. That is to hand over the various matters here to Qi Liao. And he and Jiang Xiaqiu will go to Shunfeng City, complete the formalities first, and inherit the company first. In addition, they can also take away the technological patents of the underground safe house mentioned by Jiang Xiaqiu, gold bars and so on, to make the company stronger. At the same time, they can also inspect how Wen Yuan and Lin Yi are doing. As for Huqing City, with the 4 days of fierce recovery battle, The situation is very clear and optimistic. As for the security issues in Hitching City, there is a safe zone, so there is no need to worry too much and rush. However, the safe zone has not yet allowed all the survivors to return home, but continues to expand in the safe zone. After all, although a large number of zombies have been cleared, there are still some zombies, which remain in unknown corners. So the ruins of the past cities will be slowly explored, and new cities will be built on these ruins. However, this is something that will take a long time to do. Meng-Su stretched his body, and felt satisfied with his current assets. At this moment, a line of gilded small words suddenly flashed in front of him. My dear Meng-Su, congratulations, you have reached the pinnacle of your career. Now you are qualified to challenge the legendary road. Start the legendary road immediately. Once you pass the legendary road of this career, you can strengthen this career to the legendary level. Believe in you, go for it. Trigger the task. Legendary road. Please choose a career from Flyer Distributor, Snack Stall Owner, Courier to start the legendary road. Meng-Su? System, what are you doing? I choose Courier. After thinking for a moment, Meng-Su chose to accept. Anyway, there is no penalty for failure. So what if I accept it? Meng-Su also thought about choosing the great profession of courier. First of all, Meng-Su has the other two professions. Secondly, when Meng-Su was in the Great Delivery last time, he used his identity as a courier to intercept Tianhe's exoskeleton magnetic power mecha. What if this time he can intercept some advanced equipment from extraterrestrial civilization? I am looking forward to it. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction. And just after Meng-Su made his choice, the small gilded words in front of him immediately changed. Successfully selected the legendary profession courier. Your current task is delivering a package. Current stage task. The current production process of a factory in Magic City is not smooth. It is often attacked and destroyed by some guys. It is quite distressing because of this. Please use your characteristics of courier to deliver a solution to make this factory no longer troubled. Stage task reward. Breakthrough point +1. Credit points +50 million. Low-end mass-producible power mecha design drawing X1. Encounter buff +1. Meng-Su? Ah? Deliver a solution? What is this? Conceptual level profession? Meng-Su was stunned, then shook his head, began to check the tasks of this stage. It seems that my idea has to come to an end. I will go to the Magic City first. After all, this reward is pretty good, and it is just right. In the end times, the factories in the Magic City that are still open must have a lot of advanced experience. While I go there to handle things, I can also learn from them, and see if I can learn any technology. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction, feeling that his idea is perfect. Magic City. I haven't been there yet. Magic City. Huangjiang West District. A rather secret factory. The ventilation here is extremely poor. The narrow space is full of mechanical noise. The dim light from the fluorescent lamps in the factory illuminates the dusty machines. The air is filled with greasy smell, which makes people feel sick. The ground is covered with thick oil stains, which squeak when walking on it. The large rusty machines hanging on the walls make people know at a glance that they are running tirelessly. In this factory, many workers wearing stained protective clothing are walking in a hurry. In this round glass greenhouse, there are many drowsy guys who have been injected with anesthesia and are lying on the operating table, undergoing transformation by strange machines. This machine, without human operators, but it works very quickly. In just a few strokes, it can cut open a person's stomach, take out a certain organ, and then install another strange organ. Some of the candidates who were subjected to the experiment were still in a coma, while others, after undergoing this kind of transformation, twitched all over, and died on the spot in less than a moment, in a tragic way. Seeing this, the workers in protective clothing would go up to them in an organized manner, remove the dead body from the operating table, and then cut open the stomach again, take out the strange organ, and carry the body away with an expressionless face. The workers in protective clothing all looked lifeless. There was something like a thumbtack embedded in their temples, which occasionally flashed with light. It seemed that this thing was controlling all these humans. However, suddenly, a huge machine that was rumbling not far away suddenly emitted a stream of steam. Then, the connecting door in the center of the machine slowly opened, and a fresh oxygen rushed in. Soon, a naked man opened his eyes in the machine. He felt his body gradually regaining consciousness, and began to try to move his arms and legs, as if his body was very uncoordinated. After a while, He was completely coordinated. And then he roughly tore off the various tubes attached to his body, stood up very calmly, and walked towards a distance. In addition to this man, the connection doors of 9 other machines were also opened. And the other 9 people were also released from the culture dish. And their behavior was almost the same as this man's. The appearances of these 10 people were different. There were men and women, old and young. Some had their arms replaced. Some had half of their bodies gone. And some had their spines completely turned into machines. Some were even worse, with organs that did not belong to humans installed, such as a pair of wings and a pair of gills. In addition, some people seemed to have no changes in appearance, but their internal organs were no longer in human form. After the 10 people gathered, a strange voice came from above the factory, as if issuing some tasks. After a moment, in their hands, there were 2 lines of text. One of them, the last fugitives of the factory return to justice. Second, go to Nanjing province, cooperate with the local church, kill the abnormal factors Meng Su. After receiving the command, the man headed coldly said coldly, start, go to Nanjing province, Shunfeng city, combined with Nanjiang Si Ling Gudiyu. Say, the remaining 9 people, with the pace of this man, stepping towards the outside. In this factory, after lacking the machines of these 10 people, there are only a few 3 or 4 units that are being hatched. Chapter 217, Female Zombie Rider, getting special information from a small city to a big city, what should we do most? Meng Su, we have survived the business wars in small cities, so be alert when we arrive in the magic city, don't lose face. Remember you are great. Triggering task, good job, be alert, don't lose face. Task requirements, after entering the magic city, you must be calm in the face of honor and disgrace, obey the laws and regulations, respect the local customs, and obtain 3 investments of no less than 100 million yuan. Task reward depends on the final result. This task is interesting. Sitting on the heavy-duty motorcycle given to me by the system before, looking at the triggered task, I felt it was interesting for a moment, and I immediately became confident. That's right, I'm a good guy, I must be more energetic, I can't lose face. Buzz, buzz. The motorcycle started, followed the road, moved towards the direction of the magic city, and the white charged exoskeleton magnetic power mecha box was also taken by Meng Su. After all, no one knew what the magic city was like now, so Meng Su decided to go all out and bring his strongest equipment. As for the others, Meng Su said goodbye to everyone this time, neither Jiang Xiaqiu nor Qi Liao. Meng Su asked these 2 company executives to continue to guard Hiching City, and be responsible for early dismissal and earning pensions. This is the company's main profit direction. If it weren't for the fact that this legendary road looked so grand, Meng Su would have gone to Shunfeng City to participate in the infrastructure activities of the branch company. Boom boom. There were thousands of thoughts in Meng Su's mind, and the roar of motorcycles echoed in his ears. Modu is a big city. It's a long way to get to Modu directly from Hiching City, so Meng Su could only passively get on the highway and speed along the highway. On the highway, there was no one in sight. Occasionally, one could see vehicles crashed on the roadside, and corpses with their intestines exposed in the middle of the vehicles, which made Meng Su feel very cruel, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. I told you to wear seat belts, but you didn't, so you are dead now. But seeing this scene, Meng Su suddenly thought of something. Oh, yes, I forgot to bring a helmet when I was riding a motorcycle. Luckily, the traffic police didn't find out, so he quickly stopped the car and picked one up. With this thought in mind, Meng Su hurriedly drove on the highway, looking for helmets that had been involved in the accident. Soon, a female rider was seen. Roar! The female rider turned into a zombie. Her body was covered in blood, and her flesh was bloody. It seemed that she encountered some kind of accident while riding her bike, and fell to her death. Strange. Isn't it forbidden to use motorcycles on the highways in this province? Meng Su felt a little confused, but he didn't say anything. After all, the person was gone, and he wouldn't call to report her. Right? Dust to dust. Dust to dust. Meng Su sighed, and after praying for the female donor in the pink helmet, he stopped the car without hesitation, and calmly walked towards the direction of the female rider in black silk stockings. You have become a zombie anyway, and wearing a helmet is useless. You might as well let me wear it, so as not to be fined by the traffic police. Roar! After seeing Meng Su, the female rider zombie immediately became energetic and pounced on Meng Su. But it didn't seem to be of much use. because the head of the female rider zombie was completely covered by the helmet. She wanted to bite, but she couldn't bite at all because of the helmet. So a very cute phenomenon appeared. Meng-Su held her head with his hand. Although she struggled, she couldn't struggle. She has a bad temper. Meng-Su shook his head and was about to deal with her when he suddenly found that the screen in front of him flashed and a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of Meng-Su. Host, your behavior is too vulgar. Do you know who she is? She is the famous female writer blogger Little Bear Gummy with more than 1 million fans on the internet. If you offend her like this, you will be punished. It will have a bad impact on the company. You should pay attention to yourself. She has a very bad impression of you now. She already thinks you are a low-level man from the bottom of her heart. Current favorability -100. At the moment when this gilded small word appeared, the female writer zombie, who was struggling suddenly stopped, and then walked away as if nothing had happened. Meng-Su. Not buddy. Why do I feel that her favorability did not drop before, but it only dropped after your gilded small words appeared? Meng-Su shook his head, with a very strange look on his face. He actually didn't like these bloggers who ride motorcycles. Meng-Su respected serious female motorcycle bloggers. After all, it's normal to like motorcycles. Meng-Su also likes motorcycles. The motorcycle under his crotch is by Ubia Fast. But some bloggers ride motorcycles to show off every day, ignoring their own safety and the safety of other drivers on the road. Such people, no matter who sees them, will feel bored. This person in front of him, Meng-Su doesn't know him. So he doesn't know the whole picture, so he won't comment. Meng-Su walked over politely, but when Meng-Su left, this female zombie actually sped away. This made Meng-Su at a loss, so he immediately observed her expression. Name, Yen Shooting. Occupation, Agile Mutant Zombie. Level, 2, Meng-Su. I was wrong when I mentioned the level 3 mutant zombie not long ago. I would never have thought that there would be a level 2 mutant zombie now. Like a baby. However, the explosive power of a level 2 mutant zombie is much stronger than that of a level 8 or level 9 ordinary zombie. If ordinary people encounter it, they may not be able to control Yen Shooting, whose ID is Gummy Bear. However, the speed of a level 2 agile zombie is also called speed? Meng-Su sneered, and without hesitation, he took a violent step and instantly appeared in front of her. Then, without hesitation, he directly attacked, grabbed her, and then took off his helmet in no time. Immediately, a pale face appeared in front of Meng-Su. The face was delicate, but the eyes revealed a kind of sick innocence. The body was thin, and the red eyes were full of rebelliousness. She looked pretty. She was not bad. Meng-Su thought of the option of a confidant in the mission. Meng-Su was too lazy to find a normal person with a normal mind. So he just found her. After all, Meng-Su himself was very confident that he was a CPU. No. ADC. No. Anyway, he was just an emotional master of Pua. He was good at fooling female zombies with impaired intelligence. The current Meng-Su no longer needs so many troublesome methods. When recruiting Chi-Wei, it was very difficult. He had to think about how to prevent Chi-Wei from running away. Now it is very simple. Look at me! Meng-Su just pretended to be cool. Without hesitation, he used mental control. Before, Meng-Su always felt that this skill was a bit useless. After all, after controlling, there will be an actual employment relationship, and the zombies will be directly recruited as their own employees. But now there is nothing to worry about. After Meng-Su found that after the pension in the Baiji safety zone, just use this skill to make a lot of money, it is really soothing. Now recruit zombies, it's easier and simple. With the spiritual control of Meng-Su, the bear celery in front of him stopped struggling immediately, beginning to become motionless. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction. Then I picked up the helmet of the woman. I tried to wear it. I found that this helmet is too small, can't wear it. Forehead. It must be the problem of this helmet. Meng-Su was very angry. But he didn't throw it away. Instead, he put it on his head, forming a crown like wearing style. In this way, it should be considered as wearing a helmet. Right? The traffic police should not bother me. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction, and then took Yen Shooting with him, and started walking straight towards his motorcycle. However, when he arrived in front of the motorcycle, Meng-Su was in trouble again. Going on the highway alone is already a bit unlawful. And if he brings another person, it's not good. Right? Meng-Su thought about it, and his eyes lit up immediately. I thought of a way. I drive in front, and let Yen Shooting drive behind. Isn't it wonderful? First, I can avoid the penalty of taking people on the highway. Second, I can cultivate Yin Shooting's ability. Win-win. As for whether Yin Shooting will be angry? Humph, a successful man should always think about women. This can improve her ability. And she will definitely be happy. And this way, it is also very funny. No girl would think that she can be so humorous. A man who is trustworthy to girls should at least be humorous. Yin Shooting, who was mentally controlled by Mengsu, looked at Mengsu without blinking. And then, Mengsu got on the bike. And after saying, "Follow me," Yin Shooting started running. Level 2 agile zombies are not very fast. This also affected Mengsu, who could only drive the motorcycle at a speed of about 60 kilometers per hour. The maximum running speed of humans is about 12 to 15 kilometers per hour. And zombies themselves have reached the limit of the human body. They don't know how to get tired. And the speed of agile zombies per hour will also increase. For a 19.9 level agility zombie like Jiang Xiaqiu, when she goes all out, she can reach a speed of about 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. As for Yin Shooting, she can only reach about 18 kilometers per hour. So, Mengsu basically stayed in the rest area, waiting for Yin Shooting to arrive. In this way, Mengsu drove to the rest area, entered the store to take some things, and then encountered some zombies, and dealt with them neatly, then sat on the chair and played Plants vs. Zombies, while looking through the employee current location list, and spying on the employees' locations through the employee list, while also looking at the information on the other side. 11:44, Vice President Jiang Xiaqiu fired Shinjui, the third group employee of the ground cleaning team of the Order Guard Security Company, currently paid 32,000 yuan in compensation. 11:48, and Wenping, the first group employee of the ground cleaning team, died, paid a subsidy of 306,000 yuan. 11:53, Director Qi Liu fired the Order Guard Security Company. The current panel is displayed above. In response, Mengsu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the ground cleaning team had an encounter around 12 o'clock. What is the situation of this in Wenping? Mengsu checked the file. The death of an employee is a big deal. After checking, Mengsu found that AINI in Wenping was a member of the Shunfeng branch. Under the command of Lin Yi, Mengsu's heart skipped a beat. It's bad. He forgot to let Lin Yi act according to circumstances, and fired the employee in advance when the employee was about to die. Mengsu blamed himself. How could he forget such a big thing? But why did an employee of the ground cleaning team die? Mengsu looked at the map and found that on the 5th day, Lin Yi, when Yuan and his team had arrived at the Jianshan Group building in Shunfeng City, and they seemed to be cleaning up the zombies inside the building. Perhaps, in the process of cleaning up the zombies inside, they suddenly encountered a mutant zombie of level 10. However, there is only news of the death of one employee, which is estimated to have been resolved. Mengsu sighed deeply, raised his eyes, and found that the female rider Yin Shooting had already run over. No, it's too slow. Mengsu shook his head, clapped his hands immediately, stood up, sat on the motorcycle, stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and rushed away like a waterfall. Yin Shooting, who had just arrived in the safe zone, just looked up silently at the direction where Mengsu left, and continued to run all the way. There is no rest for a moment. This is a desperate move. If it weren't for the fact that the favorability has reached the limit of -100, Mengsu would probably be able to see such data all the time. Yin Shooting's favorability -1. Yin Shooting's favorability -1. Yin Shooting's favorability -1. Walking from one rest area to another, Mengsu's journey was slowed down a lot. However, when he arrived at the rest area at the intersection of Modu and Shunfeng City, he was surprised to see some living people. Huh? Mengsu looked at the rest area in surprise. Looking at the bloodstains and corpses all over the floor, he was a little surprised. What's going on? Has anyone been here? Mengsu shouted to the rest area, but no one responded for a long time. The one in the women's restroom, I saw you, come out and talk. After hearing Mengsu's voice, a bald man tremblingly walked out of the women's restroom. As soon as he came out, after seeing Mengsu, he knelt down with a thump. Brother, spare me. Spare me, I was not the one who asked those people to rob you before, it was their own decision. Hearing this, Mengsu nodded. I understand. This group of people blocked the highway and robbed people. There are nails on the road out of Shunfeng City, which seems to be to prevent vehicles from escaping. Not far away, there are also a large number of abandoned vehicles, which should be the victims they robbed. Not long ago, This group of people encountered a tough guy during the robbery, and most of them were directly wiped out. Meng Su was interested in this. Tell me in detail. Who stole your things? After hearing Meng Su's words, the bald man who was shaking like a sieve stopped shaking all of a sudden. Looked at Meng Su carefully, and sneered with disdain. Oh! I thought it was those perverts who came back. I didn't expect this guy? Holding a white box, I don't know what to say. All of a sudden, the bald man stood up immediately, and shouted, not those perverts. Brothers, come out, business is coming. Then, the bald man looked at Meng Su with a sinister face, and a grim smile on his face. Fuck, do you think you are playing the Calabash Brothers? Growing two gourds at home, do you think you are a grandfather? Not only did you not tell me that you are not one of those guys, but you fucking asked me. At this point, the overturned shelves, the men's restroom, and the few people hiding in the gas station appeared one after another, walking towards Meng Su with sticks in hand, looking like they were not easy to mess with. There are about 5 people. And the corpse on the ground? There are more than 10. Can kill more than 10 guys carrying weapons in one breath. It seems the group of people in their mouths. The level is not ordinary. Looking at the person gradually around, Meng Su said calmly, there is no gourd in my family, planting a few peas. What's the meaning? Hearing Meng Su said that bald man is one of the stuns, say subconsciously, what does it mean? The meaning is no matter what you grow, I am your grandpa. Nympho. The bald man did not expect to have a dream, within a day, can encounter 2 stubbles. The first group, a team of 10 people. They came by bus. At that time, they didn't know it was such a team of 10 people. They thought that the other party would be afraid of them, so they wanted to do some business with them, exchange some supplies for a few tires. This was their strategy. When they met a small team of 1 to 4 people, they would rush forward and beat them to death. When they met a large team of 10 or even more than 5 people, they would do business with the other party in a friendly manner, and let the other party exchange supplies for spare tires. After all, there were quite a lot of people on their side. Under normal circumstances, the other party would be cautious. But this time, it was different. Before the tire was punctured, the car stopped. Before they could speak, a strange man got off the car. There was something stuck on his temple, like a Bluetooth headset. Before his younger brother could ask, he saw a knife fall, and his younger brother was cut in half, like a piece of tofu. He didn't even see how it was done. Seeing this, the other brothers surrounded him. Then they all died. Only the 4 people in the backyard, who did not participate in the battle and himself. The boss who ran to the women's restroom when he saw the situation was not right, survived. The other party obviously did not take him seriously. After killing the brothers, he swept away all the nails, and then got on the car and drove away. I was trembling, hiding in the restroom, and stayed there for about half an hour before I met Meng Su. This was the second tough guy. He never expected that this seemingly normal human being in front of him would be so abnormal. Not only was his strength abnormal, his behavior was also abnormal. While killing people, he gestured to a broken surveillance camera, saying that he was acting in self-defense. And then he cracked the skull with his strong hand and blew up the head with one punch. It was so scary. This was even scarier than the guy before. Although the guy before didn't know where he hid the knife. He also killed people with his knife. One by one, mainly cutting the throat, and cutting some into pieces. But they were all within the normal range. They had also seen the broken bodies bitten by zombies. The one in front of him now, but his head was blown up with one punch. That was a real blow. It was so scary. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. I am your grandson. Misunderstood, we are all family, Grandpa. Spare me. Spare me. So, after the death of 4 brothers, the bald man knelt again. This time, he not only knelt, but kowtowed while kneeling, and told everything he knew. After hearing the bald man's words, Meng Su fell into deep thought. This group of people seemed very powerful. They were heading to Shunfeng City. What was going on? Were they going to Shunfeng City for something? But they might not be going to Shunfeng City. After all, it was a highway. They might just be passing by Shunfeng City. But the knife looked very sharp, which was more suitable for him. Meng Su felt a little regretful. Then he looked at Yan Shooting, who had come again. He nodded with satisfaction and said to the bald man, "Thank you for your company for the past 10 minutes. I have finished my questions." After that, Meng Su waved to Yan Shooting. When the bald man saw Yan Shooting, he was stunned, and then he was horrified. It was a zombie. A zombie! Although Yin Shooting's face was intact, there was nothing special. But her behavior was exactly the same as that of a zombie. Unlike Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liu, who were too high level to be seen, Yin Shooting, this little sister, was still too much like a zombie. So, the bald man would not be wrong. Grandpa, there is a zombie coming. You should kill her quickly. The bald man screamed. Meng Su ignored the bald man's words, waved his hand, called Yin Shooting to his side, touched her hair, looked at her level, and was very satisfied. Well, level 3. It seems that training is still useful. Bald man? So intimate? Am I seeing wrong? Can humans and zombies live in harmony? Why doesn't this zombie bite people? The bald man was stunned. And then he saw Yin Shooting glaring at him fiercely, wanting to eat the bald man. Meng Su stopped her in time. You can't eat people. Eating people is impolite. Seeing Meng Su like this, the bald man breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't know why the zombies would listen to Grandpa. It's okay this way. It seems like I have found someone by chance. Grandpa! You? The bald man flattered him. But suddenly, he saw Meng Su raise his hand. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain. And then the world started to spin. At the last moment when he lost consciousness, the bald man heard the last words of Grandpa. If you meet someone, just beat him to death. Don't eat him. The bald man closed his eyes while he was stunned. Yin Shooting nodded, not quite understanding. It was unknown whether she understood Meng Su's words, or was under the influence of Meng Su's mental control. Seeing this, Meng Su was very satisfied and took out an agile evolution crystal. Most of Meng Su's evolution crystals were left in Hiqing City and given to Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liu. If they wanted to steal them, they could steal them. If they didn't want to steal them, they would reward them to the ground cleaning team employees who participated in 3 operations and were still alive, and turn them into mutant zombies, and then transfer them to the violent terrorist mobile team. The death squad also needs to be motivated. Eat it, and then continue on the road? The Magic City is just around the corner, and we will arrive before dusk. Chapter 218. Big cities still have more opportunities. In Meng Su's impression, Modu should be a very prosperous city, like a night city from the future world, full of dazzling and splendid scenery. However, after arriving in Modu, Meng Su saw a dilapidated scene, not as dazzling as he had imagined. Very disappointed, Meng Su had seen a sentence on the internet before, which said that the Modu seen by people who came to Modu by bus, and the Modu seen by people who came to Modu by plane were 2 different Modus. But Meng Su did not take a bus or a plane. The demon city he saw was very dilapidated. Countless zombies were swarming under the viaduct. It seemed that any disturbance could wake up these crowded zombies. Is this the demon city? The quality is too low. They block the road in groups, and they don't care if there is a traffic light or not. Oh, there is no traffic light now. Anyway, the quality is too poor. Meng Su shook his head. Seeing Yin Shooting catch up with him again, Meng Su was about to continue riding his bike and let Yin Shooting continue running, but he saw Yin Shooting actually raised her hand. Meng Su? This action actually made Meng Su look strange. Why raise your hand? Do you have anything to say? Yin Shooting did not speak, but just stared at Meng Su. If eyes could speak, Yin Shooting would have been speaking without a script for an hour. Speak? How can I understand your demands if you don't speak? Meng Su smiled. After saying this, he continued, It seems that you are fine if you don't speak, keep running. After that, Meng Su stepped on the accelerator directly, and headed towards the designated mission location deep in the Magic City. When Yin Shooting saw Meng Su fleeing away, and the zombies around her who were disturbed by the sound of Meng Su's motorcycle, she was stunned for a moment. This zombie, who was obviously only level 6, showed an expression of wisdom beyond her level, revealing a very resentful look. In front of Meng Su, who was driving, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared. Yin Shooting feels very resentful about your current behavior. Favorability -10. Current favorability is -110 points. Meng Su was stunned by the small gilded characters that suddenly appeared in front of him. 110 points of favorability. Isn't -100 the lower limit? What's going on? Before Meng Su could react, another paragraph of gilded small words appeared in front of Meng Su. No. Buddy, how did you do it? This is the first time I've seen a favorability drop below the lower limit. What did you do? Killed her whole family? Are you there? Can you give me a strategy? Dear, your current situation has not been recorded in the system yet. Can you give me a detailed report on what happened? You are invincible. Buddy. Please submit a strategy for the current decline in favorability. After providing the strategy, the system will give rewards according to the degree of perfection of the strategy. In this regard, Meng-Su was a little confused. Yin shooting, you won't repay kindness with enmity. Will you? I'm doing this for your own good. If it weren't for me, could you have upgraded from level 2 to level 6 so quickly? Why do you still hate me? Meng-Su felt heartbroken. He treated Yin shooting sincerely, but he didn't expect that what he got in return was Yin shooting's hatred and complaints. But it doesn't matter. Meng-Su just likes the way she is unhappy with him, but is forced to obey him. Hee. Meng-Su chuckled, and couldn't help but stop the car, and at this moment, several blind zombies surrounded him, and Meng-Su was very kind to send them to rest, so that they could have a perfect sleep. Not long after, Meng-Su finally waited for Yin shooting to arrive. What's wrong with you? Meng-Su looked at Yin shooting calmly, and said with a sad face, You can say whatever you want. What does it mean to blame me secretly without saying anything? I'm not giving you a chance to speak. If you speak out, I will definitely respect your opinion. Yin shooting. Yin shooting was so anxious that she yelled, Roar, roar. Look, it's like this again. Meng-Su sighed, and then sighed, I asked you to speak but you didn't. How about this, I'll fine you 2 months' salary, you don't have any objections. If you have any opinions, just say them out loud, clearly, and say what you think in Mandarin at the first-class level. Yin shooting gave up struggling, and just leaned aside tiredly. Seeing this, Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction, and then immediately began to write the strategy and submitted it to the system. Although he didn't know what the strategy was for. It was fine as long as it could be used to exchange for rewards. Shortly after Meng-Su submitted it, a small gilded text appeared in front of him, indicating the reward. Reward, credit points plus 300,000. Points plus 20. Magic Bubble Machine X1. I know what the first two mean. But what is this magic bubble machine? Meng-Su fell into deep thought. And then he waved his hand without hesitation, choosing to extract the item, and took the magic bubble machine into his hand. This so-called magic bubble machine is the kind of thing that you played with when you were a kid. After you dip it in the magic bubble water, it will blow bubbles in the wind. It's hard for Meng-Su to describe it, but he has played it before. So, what is the use of this machine? Name, Magic Bubble Machine. Introduction, a magical bubble machine. For some reason, it now has magical powers. Function, after blowing out bubbles, it will stimulate the innocence of the child in the heart, and make people become true, kind and beautiful. They will be attracted by bubbles involuntarily. People with strong mental strength are immune to this effect and think that this thing is for children. Meng-Su. For a moment, Meng-Su didn't know how to describe this thing. Adjectives seem a bit strange, but they seem to play a different role. With this thought, Meng-Su immediately wanted to find a few test subjects. So Meng-Su looked around and saw a few zombies wandering under the viaduct. He picked up a stone without hesitation and threw it gently. Plop. A zombie was hit and fell to the ground on the spot, bleeding profusely. It seems that it was scent, but what he sent was very valuable. In an instant, all the zombies around were attracted by Meng-Su, and they roared at Meng-Su fiercely. But their IQ was not high. But his low IQ doesn't mean they can't get up so soon. They climbed up the viaduct from the side in a human wall, and rushed towards Meng-Su fiercely. Seeing this, Meng-Su was not in a hurry, picked up the bubble machine, and blew bubbles. Puff, puff, puff. Several bubbles appeared at a time, and these bubbles flew in the wind, like crystal clear gems, shining in the sunset. The moment the bubbles appeared, the zombies, who were originally extremely vicious, stopped in their tracks and looked at the sky full of bubbles with a confused look. Yin Shooting's eyes suddenly became dull. She looked at the bubbles in the sky, curious, and showed a shy girl's attitude. No, you are a zombie. Why are you shy? Yin Shooting's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points, and the current favorability is minus 90. Meng-Su had nothing to say. He could only say that. And he also thought the bubbles were fun. No. Wait a minute. Didn't they say that people with high spirits are immune? Why do I think the bubbles are fun? Could it be? Meng-Su's heart skipped a beat. My spirit value of 31 points is not high spirit. In an instant, Meng-Su felt like the sky was falling. He always thought that he was in very good spirits, far better than ordinary people. But he didn't expect that he was also a mental patient. Woo woo woo. No. I need to strengthen my spirit value. 31 points is still low. Then 131 points. 231 points. Meng-Su's eyes gradually became firm. As for Meng-Su's thoughts, the system remained silent. Is there a possibility that you are not attracted? But you just think that the bubble is fun? But the system did not give any prompts. Sometimes, motivation is also a step to progress. Meng-Su looked at the zombies with dull eyes, and felt a little useless for a moment. Controlling zombies for 15 seconds? What's the use of this? It's meaningless. If he had time to blow bubbles, Meng-Su could kill from Huching to Shenfeng, and then from Shenfeng to Modu. He could kill for 3 days and 3 nights without his eyes getting dry. Forget it. It's also a treasure. Meng-Su shook his head, put away the bubble machine, and then took a look at the zombies in front of him, picked up an abandoned vehicle on the side of the road, and threw it under the viaduct. In an instant, it was a bloody mess. After finishing, Meng-Su clapped his hands, and very naturally lifted up the fragments of a car on the ground, a child at a time. And after dealing with several zombies that were close at hand, he turned around and saw Yan shooting staring at him. Don't look at it anymore. I'll find a doll for you in the playground later. Meng-Su smiled. And just as he was about to continue running, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of him. Although you kill people, throw cars, and PA beautiful girls, I still believe that you are not a bad person. After coming to Shanghai, you really didn't lose face. Good job. Please keep this spirit. But Shanghai is an important economic, transportation, technology, industry, finance, exhibition, and shipping center in the East. You came here not to lose face, but to attract investment and inject assets into the company. It just so happens that there is an opportunity now. The father of Yan Shooting's best friend is Fu Chanfeng, a member of the board of directors of Shenyang Venture Capital and Chinka Capital. He has a pivotal position in the investment company. I also hold the important position of CEO. Your company is thriving. Now, it's your turn to get an investment through Yan Shooting's relationship. Meng-Su? Not Buddy. The father of Yan Shooting's best friend. What does that have to do with her? For a moment, Meng-Su didn't understand the logic. Triggering task. Attract investment. Task requirements. Obtain 100 to 300 million investment from Fu Chanfeng. Task rewards. Attract 100 million investment. Reward credit points plus 10 million. Points plus 100. Breakthrough point plus 1. Physique potion formula. Attract 200 million investment. Reward credit points plus 20 million. Points plus 200. Breakthrough point plus 2. Strength and constitution potion formula. Attract 300 million investment. Reward credit points plus 30 million. Points plus 300. Breakthrough point plus 3. Strength, agility, and constitution potion formula. Meng-Su. It doesn't matter what logic is. No. Buddy, such a big reward? Whether it is tens of millions of credit points or hundreds of points, or integer breakthrough points, it is fatally attracted to Meng-Su. Even the potion formula, Meng-Su also thinks it is very useful. It has to be a big city. Look. It's only the first day here. How many tasks have been triggered? This small city of Huching. They have to be divided into 10 tasks. 100 levels. And then, they are given to you in batches? Shuting. Meng-Su turned around and held Yan Shuting's hand earnestly. You have suffered. Come. Take the car. After that, Meng-Su took the initiative to pull Yan Shuting into the car and let her sit in the back seat. After thinking for a while, he took off the pink helmet on his head like a crown and put it on Yan Shuting's head. You are so tired. Why didn't you say it earlier? Come. I will take you for the rest of the journey. After that, Meng-Su took the initiative to get in the car and wanted to take Yan Shuting to find this Fu Chanfeng. Tell me. You have a best friend named Fu. Where does she live? A happy best friend? Yan Shuting's mind was blank. After Meng-Su's struggle, and her own talent, she now has awakened some of her intelligence in advance. However, she cannot speak, and her brain is in a mess. She can't understand what Meng-Su is saying at all. A happy girlfriend. There are no happy girlfriends. Yan Shuting's eyes are clear, and there is a kind of stupid beauty. Although Yan Shuting did not answer Meng-Su, it didn't matter to Meng-Su, because after he asked, the system gave him a very warm reminder and map mark. Mr. Fu Chanfeng is in a residential area now. That residential area is quite different from the destination of Meng Su's trip. But Meng Su decided to go in the opposite direction for 30,300,000 points and 3 breakthrough points. Anyway, there is nothing to do, so he can just do it faster. With this thought, Meng Su's eyes were firm, and he sped away in an instant. In an instant, the motorcycle roared. The zombies roared. When the survivors of some buildings in the Magic City heard the sound, they didn't even look at it, but just smiled bitterly. Alas, the zombie tide is coming. Another survivor will be eaten by zombies. Fu Chanfeng, with a full beard, is a little anxious now. He looks a little decadent, hiding in the basement of the villa, not daring to leave. Fu Chanfeng is lucky, living in a single-family villa. When he encountered the zombie crisis, his daughter was out drinking and partying, and his wife had divorced and moved to Hong Kong, so he luckily escaped the first wave of attacks. Because there are a lot of supplies in the house, he has been hiding in the basement, and has persisted until now. During this period, Fu Chanfeng was also very worried about his daughter. One day, he even mustered up the courage to go out and look for his daughter. As soon as he went out, he ran into a group of zombies chasing a few survivors. Fu Chanfeng was so scared that his legs went weak. He started running all the way. Finally, he hid in a public toilet for a day and a night, and then he sneaked back to his villa in a panic. From then on, he dared not go out, and only dared to lock himself in the house and wait for rescue. There was also a radio in his basement, which was used to receive information. But Fu Chanfeng now feels that if there is no radio, he might not be so desperate. It is precisely because of the radio that Fu Chanfeng understands how bad the current situation is. The safety zone of Magic City has suffered heavy damage and cannot be rescued. Fortunately, the terrain of Magic City is good. Now the safety zone of Magic City has shrunk to a small island and is holding its ground. And support from other places is impossible to come. Most of the messages that can be sent by radio stations in various places are messages for help. There is basically no good news. Fu Chanfeng even received a message from abroad. That group of guys clamored to destroy the world. It really made Fu Chanfeng pale and depressed. I did receive news from Heching City not long ago. It is said that Heching City has done a good job. But Heching City is too far away. Distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. And now, Fu Chanfeng opened a can of beer as usual, and was dejectedly planning to listen to the radio to see if there was any other news. Suddenly, he heard a bang sound from outside. Huh? This sound seemed to be the sound of something hitting the wall. Fu Chanfeng was a little panicked, but also a little curious. He couldn't help but want to see what happened outside. But before Fu Chanfeng could stick his head out, he heard the sound of a lock being unlocked, followed by some random footsteps, and some noisy sounds coming from upstairs. Damn. Isn't this the home that bitch Fu Zishan mentioned? Didn't she say that she had a lot of supplies at home? Her father hid the supplies to deal with the unrest. Where are they? I don't know. Brother Zong. It's okay. Let's search carefully. Oh. I told you not to act so early. Let's wait for that bitch Fu Zishan to lead us to find the supplies. Now that she's dead so early, how can we find the supplies? Isn't this an accident? Who knew she suddenly wanted to steal our guns? I originally wanted to give them intact to those adults. I didn't even play with them. But I could only give away the corpse. Search quickly. Don't attract zombies. Although I have superpowers, if there are too many zombies, this superpower is useless. The voices upstairs were intermittent. But in Fu Chanfeng's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't believe it. But for Fu Chanfeng, it is better to say that he is angry and nervous rather than sad. He grasped a compound bow at hand. Compound bows are legal. Although Fu Chanfeng is not very good at shooting, he has played with them a few times and collected one for self-defense. Now is the time to use it. The noisy sound upstairs is getting closer and closer, and Fu Chanfeng is getting more and more nervous. Finally, with a cry of found the basement, the door of the basement was opened, and Fu Chanfeng did not hesitate to shoot an arrow. Ah! In an instant, the man who walked down the basement first was shot in the chest and screamed. Old 5. What's going on? Damn it. Is someone trying to trick us? This scream immediately attracted the attention of the others upstairs. Without hesitation, the noisy footsteps around them became more and more frequent, and Fu Chanfeng was sweating profusely. He raised his compound bow tremblingly, intending to shoot a second time. At this moment, Old 5, who was shot in the chest, was not dead. He raised his pistol with force and shot Fu Chanfeng randomly. Bang! With a loud bang, Fu Chanfeng immediately felt a sharp pain coming from his shoulder, as if it was branded. His body fell backwards, and a blurry scene appeared in front of him. The intense pain continued to penetrate deep into his body, and he couldn't help but scream. At this time, the other people also ran over, looking at the arrow in the chest of Old Five, and the leader was immediately indignant, shouting, "Pull this guy out for me! Damn it, Fu Chanfeng!" Right. The gunshot attracted the zombies. Throw him out to feed the zombies. Fu Chanfeng wanted to struggle, but he was shot and couldn't feel the pain. He had no strength to struggle, so he could only be pulled by two strong men, dragged out of the basement, and thrown directly on the lawn. After throwing it on the lawn in the villa yard, Brother Zhang said viciously, "Beat his hands and feet. Don't let him run away." The younger brother heard this, and was about to take action, but suddenly heard the sound of a motorcycle coming from outside the door. Huh? The sound of the motorcycle appeared very abruptly, and the next second, the door of the villa that was originally locked was kicked open, and an arrogant figure carrying a white box instantly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone stand up. The incident happened suddenly, and everyone was caught off guard. What's going on? Meng Su looked at the scene in front of him, and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he made it in time. The younger brother was so surprised that he subconsciously raised his gun and pointed it at Meng Su. "Who the hell are you?" Bang, bang. Then, he pulled the trigger, and the bullets shot out. Seeing this, Meng Su subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed it, and actually caught both bullets in his hand. Ah? Huh? This scene instantly scared the two younger brothers standing in front of Meng Su. And then, Meng Su threw his hand, two bullets flew into the distance, two bangs sounded, accompanied by two screams. The two younger brothers fell down. I hate it most when someone interrupts my introduction before I even start introducing myself. Chapter 219. A little Mingxu shot to the chosen ones of the Magic City. Brother Zhang Yunze was stunned when he saw this. Catching bullets with bare hands? Zhang Yunze was already stuttering. He had never seen such a tyrannical person. Even the previous sky patrols could not do this. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't, because his intuition told him that if he made any rash move, he would pay the price of eternal damnation. But it seems that if I do nothing, I will be doomed forever? For a moment, Zhang Yunze fell into a state of entanglement. And in the moment of entanglement, Meng Su had already started to observe the words and expressions. Name, Zhang Yunze. Occupation, Gene Enhancer, Shooting Club Coach. Level, 9 out of 10. Oh, it turned out to be the famous experienced baby Chosen One. I really don't know what equipment the Chosen One of the Magic City will drop this time. The Chosen One of Nanjiang has already dropped a set of mecha for Meng Su. I wish the Chosen One of the Magic City can drop some golden legend. In this regard, Meng Su's evaluation is, looking forward to it. But we still have to see Fu Chanfeng's condition. Meng Su glanced at Yan Shooting, who was walking slowly behind him, and then looked at Fu Chanfeng, and found that he was only hit by a bullet in the arm, and kept groaning, but other than that, there was nothing serious. It's okay, just dig out the bullet, Meng Su said very calmly, then waved his hand, and directly stretched out his hand, and forcibly dug the bullet out of the flesh. At the moment when Meng Su dug out the bullet, Fu Chanfeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he cried bitterly, and he didn't look like a business elite at all. Generally speaking, people with bloodshot eyes are angry. But Fu Chanfeng was strange. He was in such pain. Seeing this, Meng Su could only comfort him. Relax. I have a friend. Although he is narrow-minded, but he lost half of his body and head. And he didn't say a word. The friend Meng Su was talking about was Peng Ting. This was the first close friend Meng Su met after the end of the world. But he was a little narrow-minded and couldn't stand the spray, and died after 2 sprays. Then, Meng Su tore a piece of cloth from the 2 dead followers, tied it up, and exchanged it for a super immune drug. Take it. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Super immune drugs can be immune to zombie viruses, but Meng Su is not sure whether they can be immune to infection. But it's better to do it than not to do it. Even if Fu Chanfeng dies, he has to die after he invests 300 million in peace order. Fu Chanfeng was sweating profusely, and nodded with a strong exhalation. No. At this time, Zhang Yunze couldn't help it. My friend, you are a little too arrogant. You treat me as nothing. Didn't you want to introduce yourself? You also said that whoever interrupts your introduction will die. Why don't you introduce yourself now? Although Meng Su is very powerful, Zhang Yunze can't accept that Meng Su doesn't take him seriously. After all, he is also a dignified chosen one, accepting orders in the end times, disguised as a superpower, deceiving some younger brothers to be domineering, bullying men and women, inciting the survivors' team and the safe zone to conflict from a corrupt perspective. For example, he often ignites the perverted desires of some young survivors, making them feel that there is nothing wrong with cooperating with the Sky Patrol. They should do whatever they want in the end of the world. Those guys who are struggling in the safe zone will be devoured sooner or later. After all, recruiting younger brothers as a chosen one may cause some problems. A tall tree attracts the wind. However, sneaking into various forces from the perspective of a single person is different. They are like this in the Magic City Chosen One. Some of them are bullies. Some become group leaders. And some even hold important positions in the Magic City Safe Zone. After all, the area of the Magic City Safety Zone is very large. It is called an island, and the island is not fully utilized. However, the area of the island should not be underestimated. It is much larger than the general county. Therefore, Zhang Yunze is used to being domineering among the survivors, being despised by Meng Su. He was furious for a moment, and could not help but say in a cold voice, "Oh, you are still here." Meng Su heard this, and raised his head. He looked at Yan Shooting, who was wearing a pink helmet, and could not see the road clearly, and kept hitting the wall, but was still moving forward. A black line flashed across his forehead. And then he said casually, "Tell me about the situation of the Chosen One of Magic City. I am Wang Xian, the Special Commissioner of Nanjiang." Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Yunze was stunned at first. Then, he subconsciously retorted, "Impossible, you don't have that smell." Before Meng Su could continue to fool around, he saw Zhang Yunze had become serious, and his expression was particularly nervous. "Who are you?" Seeing this, Meng Su also realized something. It's over. The extraterrestrial civilization has been patched, and it seems that he can't continue to fool the Chosen One. Alas, Nanjiang Siming really only has a few hours of experience card? Meng Su was still unsatisfied. Since that was the case, Meng Su had nothing to say, so he attacked directly, and the wind was howling. Seeing this, Zhang Yunze was horrified. Damn! How can this guy have special effects? It can only be said that the appearance of Meng Su has given the Chosen Ones of the Magic City a little shock. These Chosen Ones from big cities are so pitiful. What have they seen? They are nothing more than the local superpowers and airplanes and cannons of the Magic City. Where have they seen the man among men? The male among males? The dominant man among men? The ruler among men? The lord of men? The terminator of men? The king? The cosmic chairman? The master? The god? The emperor? The devil lord? The overwhelming man? Meng Su? The king of men? Zhang Yunze was horrified and raised his hand quickly, wanting to shoot, although it is known that shooting is useless. But, shoot even if it is useless. Unfortunately, before Zhang Yunze could successfully shoot, the whistling wind had already hit him, and the next second, blood splattered, and the head exploded. The headless male corpse fell straight to the ground, and blood flowed all over the lawn. Seeing this, Meng Su felt very distressed. It actually blew up the head directly. It seems that I still need to control the strength next time. Meng Su felt very uncomfortable. It was not that he could not control his current strength, but he could not estimate the opponent's endurance limit. These Chosen Ones are all gene enhancers by profession. Some of them have physical enhancement, so he can kill them with one punch, and it just gives him a chance to transform into a zombie, so as to obtain the evolution crystal. But there are also some gene enhancers who are not physically enhanced. Meng Su can't grasp the choice of power for this part, and often accidentally blows people's heads. There is no way. The head was blown up, and brains and blood flew everywhere. The other two brothers were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the big brother, who they had placed high hopes on, would be blown up so easily. Aye. The younger brother was extremely shocked, opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to defend himself and give in, but Meng Su didn't want to think about that. He just smiled very charmingly, and then just snapped his fingers, indicating Yan Shooting to go up and deal with the two younger brothers. Bang, bang. Yan Shooting didn't understand Meng Su's instructions, and was still hitting the wall with her head. Meng Su, take off your helmet. Meng Su was speechless for a while, and then he said, "Are you stupid? Wearing a helmet has a blind spot, and you can't walk. Right? This new younger brother doesn't seem to have a very high IQ. Alas. I miss Jiang Xiaoqiu, Qilia's first day. Although one is quick-witted, and the other is slow-witted, they are not stupid. The one in front of me seems not very smart. After hearing Mengsu's words, Yan Shooting suddenly realized, and quickly took off her helmet, revealing a young, pale, and somewhat cute face. Awah! The first moment after Yan Shooting took off her helmet, she let out a fierce roar like a zombie. To be honest, if she wore a helmet, it would be a bit scary. Now that she has taken off her helmet, although Mengsu knows that she is a zombie, but combined with this outfit, she is quite cute. But this is just Mengsu's personal opinion. The two younger brothers beside him were already scared silly. Zombie, zombie. After seeing Yan Shooting's appearance, the younger brother panicked and said with a trembling voice. He has seen zombies, but he has never seen someone raising zombies. Even some people with special abilities, who have the ability to control zombies, they usually don't have such intimate contact with zombies. After all, although they can control zombies, those people still feel that zombies are not their own kind from the bottom of their hearts. So they refuse to have close contact with zombies, for fear that if they are not careful, they will be accidentally injured by the zombies they control and become zombies. But the one in front of him? How did he do that? One of the brothers was stunned, while the other brother was shocked, immediately raised his gun and pulled the trigger. With a bang, Mengsu took action directly and decisively, and caught the bullet with his bare hands again, then turned around and threw it, and in an instant, a red dot appeared between the eyebrows of the brother who pulled the trigger. The other man was already trembling with fear, and was scared silly. At this moment, Yan Shooting also walked over quickly, learning from Mengsu's previous killing state, and directly grabbed his head with force, twisted it, and with a click, the man died instantly and his body collapsed. After finishing, Yan Shooting looked up at Mengsu, showing a look of disgust. Mental control is really awesome. This can be controlled. Mengsu nodded with satisfaction. Then turned to look at Fu Chanfeng, and said to Fu Chanfeng warmly, Mr. Fu, are you there? I have a company, and I am short of money at the moment. Are you interested in investing some money without asking for anything in return? Fu Chanfeng couldn't hear what Mengsu said at all, and he felt a little dazed because of the pain. Seeing this, Mengsu took a deep breath, then took out a bottle of water without hesitation, and threw it in Fu Chanfeng's face. Mr. Fu, wake up. Are you willing to invest money? Name, Fu Chanfeng. Occupation, capitalist. Financial investor. Financial criminal. Level, 13/13/15. Looking at the small gilded words in front of him, Mengsu looked at Fu Chanfeng very calmly, and said to Fu Chanfeng very gently, don't fall asleep yet. Let's talk about investing money first. Fu Chanfeng was directly startled by Mengsu's bottle of water, and he woke up immediately. At this moment, his wound didn't seem to hurt that much. After hearing Mengsu's words, he recovered after a while. He said to Mengsu with a pale face, invest. Invest all. Invest all my money. Without any hesitation, Fu Chanfeng shouted immediately. Although he didn't know what the use of investing was in the end of the world. Since Mengsu mentioned this, Fu Chanfeng naturally had to meet his request, so as to curry favor with Mengsu, and let him lead him through the heavyweight event of the end of the world. Mengsu frowned upon hearing this, and immediately said very seriously, you can't invest all. I only want 300 million. You just need to invest 300 million. The mission says 300 million. So it's 300 million. No more. What if the mission is not given? You must be rigorous. After hearing Mengsu's words, Fu Chanfeng was startled. And then he felt pain, and nodded repeatedly, okay. Okay. I'll invest 300 million. The bank card is in the drawer of the coffee table on the second floor. The password is 6/8. Go get it yourself. I have a medical kit in the basement. Help me. Help me. His voice was full of pleading. Oh my god. Mengsu, you are simply a humanoid succubus. Just appearing in front of Fu Chanfeng, helping him a trivial little favor, he is willing to give you an investment of 300 million. What kind of world is this? It doesn't matter. I wish you a happy life in the Magic City in the future. I love you. Task completed. Task evaluation. You are invincible, child. Task rewards. Credit points plus 30 million. Points plus 300. Breakthrough points plus 3. Strength, agility, and constitution potion formulas. In an instant, Mengsu's credit points suddenly increased. I'm awesome, I'm invincible. Meng Su's mood suddenly swelled to the extreme. Without hesitation, waving his hand, I want to exchange for dinosaur gene extraction and fusion technology, xenobiotic implantation technology, Cybertron planet car maintenance and empowerment technology. 10 million for one technology? Buy. Buy it hard. It's too cheap. Purchase successful. As Meng Su successfully exchanged, the gilded small words appeared in front of him, and then several new products appeared in the store. For example, the product of Cybertron is the intelligent Cybertron low-level truck, which is quite expensive, and strangely, can only be paid with credits, requiring 650 credits. The dinosaur gene is the Indominus Rex, which is priced at 5 million credits and is alive. As for the final xenotransplantation technology, it is the Mantis Blade, which costs 4 million credits. The Mantis Blade is limited to 3, while the Cybertron truck and Indominus Rex can only be purchased at 1. Damn. I'm a pauper again. Meng Su sighed deeply, and then strengthened again. Add points. Add all to physical, spiritual value. Meng Su wanted to add physical value, but thinking of the situation just now, he still added a spiritual value properly. Breakthrough successful. Your current mental value is 34 points. Seeing this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Although there is still a distance from normal mental state, it will be fine if you work harder. Standing up, there were a lot of zombies roaring outside, seemingly attracted by the sound here. Seeing this, Meng Su kindly reminded Fu Chanfeng. Fu Chanfeng, zombies are coming. If you can move, get into the basement as soon as possible, otherwise you will be finished if the zombies come in. Your investment is considered as atonement for your previous behavior. Economic crime, not punishable by death. So Meng Su would not kill him, but he would not save him either. Let him invest money, develop a peaceful order, and save more people. After hearing Meng Su's words, Fu Chanfeng was silent for a moment. Before the zombies came, he said to Meng Su very sincerely, I really deserve to die in this life. I have done a lot of things for money. I deserve to die now. But my daughter died in the hands of those beasts. I heard that they sent her to a place. Can you help me find the body and let her rest in peace? His eyes were sincere, and he seemed to have good acting skills. Just when Meng Su was about to say that it was none of his business, he saw a line of small gilded characters suddenly appear in front of him. Fu Chanfeng's daughter's high school grades were not very good, but she was admitted to a high school and entered a foreign university through the back door. Anyway, the father and daughter have a deep affection. Can you bear to refuse? Triggering task. Deep affection between father and daughter. Task requirements. Find the body of Fu Zishan. Task rewards. Credit points plus 500, 000, points plus 50, biological gun. What is this biological gun? Meng Su was very confused, but the zombies around him had already entered. Meng Su saw this, and under Fu Chanfeng's astonished gaze, he took out the magic bubble machine and blew bubbles. Looking at the sky full of bubbles, Fu Chanfeng was confused. When Fu Chanfeng was about to say something, he saw the sky full of bubbles, and suddenly felt a little moved. He thought of his childhood. He thought of his youthful student days, and couldn't help but be fascinated. The zombies around him were also like this. The moment they broke in, they were all fascinated by the bubbles. Fu Chanfeng reminisced about the past. Feeling warm? At this moment, Meng Su went straight up with a big slap, waking Fu Chanfeng up. Don't be sentimental about your youth. Tell me, where did your daughter die? What did they talk about? What about reminiscing about childhood? It's not easy to come to the Magic City. There are tasks everywhere, and you can't let it affect my earning money. Chapter 220 Recruiting Troops and Horses, Becoming Bigger and Stronger. The magic bubble brought Fu Chanfeng back to his carefree childhood, but he was slapped back to reality by Meng Su. Fu Chanfeng was slightly angry, but when he saw the zombies that were completely attracted by the bubble, his face turned pale for a moment. And he honestly told what he had heard before, and the information he had exchanged with his daughter for a period of time after the end of the world. Meng Su listened carefully and attentively, but no matter how attentively he listened, the original amount of information was so much, Meng Su only knew the scope of the West District of Huangqiang. It's the West District of Huangshan again. What on earth is this West District of Huangshan? Why are they all here? My legendary road is also there. But it's okay. It's on the way. Damn it. I should have left one alive. Meng Su sighed deeply, and felt that his actions were still a bit reckless. Next time, he must wait until everything is ready before doing it, to avoid such an embarrassing situation as now. The mission was accepted, and the NPC who provided the mission information died. Alas! Mengsu sighed, looked at Yin Shooting, who had been staring at the magical bubble with sparkling eyes, and immediately said, "Okay. Stop looking, pack up and leave." Yin Shooting heard this, and immediately recovered from this state of looking at bubbles, then nodded to Mengsu, and then planned to push away these zombies, who were confused by the bubbles, and make way. Seeing this, Mengsu nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. He looks a bit like a younger brother. Mengsu took a step forward and was about to leave. But he saw Fu Chanfeng speaking with some fear and trembling. "Wait! Take me away. I have money. I still have money." "That's Yin Shooting. Right? I'm Fu Zishan's father. Your Uncle Fu. I drove to pick you and Zishan up before." "Shooting. Please tell him for me. Save your uncle. For Zishan's sake. Your uncle will not let you save him in vain, and will give you a lot of money." Fu Chanfeng had already accepted his fate, but he didn't expect that Mengsu would do his best to find his daughter's body when he casually said so. This also gave Fu Chanfeng an idea to survive, and rekindled his desire to live. Since the man who could catch bullets with his hands and blow out magic bubbles could agree to find the body, he should also agree to take me away. Right? He still had a lot of kickbacks from the economic crimes he committed. The operation was simple back then. After all, investment was easy to find. Before opening an investment company, he was in the financial industry, and made a lot of money by opening a rat warehouse. After hearing Fu Chanfeng's words, Mengsu waited for a while calmly. After finding that no tasks popped up, he kindly said to Fu Chanfeng, "Mr. Fu, I advise you not to waste time. Go back to the basement quickly. These bubbles are about to expire. If you can't get back to the basement before the bubbles expire." Mengsu didn't say the rest, but he believed Fu Chanfeng knew what he meant. Fu Chanfeng was shocked when he heard this. He opened his mouth repeatedly, intending to continue to say something, but Mengsu had already got what he wanted. He passed through the zombie group. Some blind zombies were still blocking the way. Mengsu could only punch them to make way for them, and leave smoothly. After that, Mengsu didn't know what happened. He could only say that he hoped Fu Chanfeng could have a happy life in the end times. However, through this situation, Mengsu felt that the magic bubble machine was quite useful. What is this? This is group control. There were quite a few zombies that rushed in just now. Mengsu didn't count them, but there were dozens or even 100 or 200. But it didn't matter how many there were. After he blew a magical bubble, all the zombies were controlled by the bubble. Even Fu Chanfeng was confused by the bubble. Of course, it cannot be denied that Fu Chanfeng was in a state of exhaustion after being shot, and his mind was a little dazed. But even if he was dazed, Fu Chanfeng's mental value was much higher than that of the zombies. I just don't know if it will be effective for ordinary people. If it is possible, Mengsu can say, this magical bubble machine is as powerful as 100,000 troops. With this thought, Mengsu was quite satisfied. Then he strategically found a place with fewer zombies, and began to explore the map to check the surrounding situation. Although when he was in the company, because of the large-scale planting of power generation and anti-shielding signal dogtail grass, the company was completely free from signal interference. But the positioning satellite in the sky was gone, which was an indisputable fact. Therefore, even if there was a network, there was no way to check the real-time map. But the offline maps recorded in the past can still be used. Before Mengsu came, someone had already prepared a map of the Magic City in advance to deal with the possibility that Mengsu might get lost. But obviously, Mengsu underestimated the complexity of the Magic City and underestimated the current situation of the Magic City. Mengsu didn't know what kind of monsters and ghosts the Magic City had experienced at the beginning of the end of the world. Anyway, after passing by a certain place, you could often see some broken walls and collapsed buildings, and some areas are even overgrown with grass and trees. It doesn't look like the zombie crisis has just broken out for more than a month, but it has broken out for more than 10 years. Weird. I can only say that big cities are different, and small cities have their own luck. Mengsu shook his head, and continued to ride his motorcycle at full speed, heading towards the west district of Huangshan. On the way, he often passed by viaducts broken by some kind of human power, and scrap tanks, which made Mengsu feel sorry. What kind of power can destroy the tank? According to the forward trajectory, The tank was originally going to crush it, but it didn't expect that the target body it wanted to crush was too hard. So the tank was directly destroyed from the middle. Ming-Su frowned fiercely. With such strength, Ming-Su was not sure if he could do it. Of course, if he wore a mecha, it would be guaranteed to be able to do it. Magic City, after all, is one of the 3 most famous cities in the East, and is also a world-famous city. It is normal for there to be some special deployments of extraterrestrial civilizations here. It seems that we should be more cautious when doing things here, and we can't do whatever we want like before. After thinking about this, Ming-Su agreed with it, and then he took the initiative to stop the motorcycle, skillfully put the motorcycle on his back, and then chose to walk forward. The reason is simple. The noise of the motorcycle is too loud, which may cause unnecessary trouble. Yin Shooting looked at Ming-Su with a dull look, without saying a word, but Ming-Su always felt that Yin Shooting's intelligence recovered quite quickly, even faster than Jiang Xiaoqiu's at the beginning. Maybe it was because of external stimulation? Ming-Su nodded, then continued to move forward, and thought about the current situation. West Huanjiang District. This place name is very complicated. According to Fu Chafeng, the criminal gang headed by the Chosen One said that they had sent Fu Zishan's body to a certain place, and Fu Chafeng said that his daughter's activities had always been in West Huanjiang District. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the father and daughter even had a phone call. His legendary road mission pointed out that there was a factory in the West Huangshan District that he needed to solve their problems. According to several test subjects who escaped from the Magic City, there was also an underground research institute in the West Huangshan District that was studying the situation of alien implantation. Everything pointed to the West Huangshan District. It's really a storm coming. Ming-Su decided to be on guard. And at the same time, he felt that he couldn't just sit here and wait for death. I'm here. I need to find some help. When he thought of this, small gilded words suddenly flashed before Ming-Su's eyes. As the saying goes, a hero needs 3 helpers. Coming from Hiching City to the Magic City and stepping onto a bigger stage, you will naturally have to show your talents here. Start from here and let your business empire begin to be realized. Triggering task: recruiting soldiers and horses. Task requirements: recruit 20 employees who are of great help to your current business and help you gain a foothold in the Magic City. Task rewards: credit points plus 1 million, points plus 30, top talent X1, portable magnetic power charging chip. Seeing this suddenly triggered task, Ming-Su was calm, without any emotional fluctuations, indicating that he was used to it. Look, this is a big city. If I had known that the missions were so frequent, I would have come to the Magic City earlier. Ming-Su was full of regrets, feeling that he had lost a lot. In Hiching City, the mission rewards are mainly hundreds of thousands, at most 1 or 2 million. In the Magic City, a few million is a small matter, and missions worth tens of millions of credit points are given out casually. But this is just talk. Ming-Su has always adhered to the principle of developing well and becoming invincible in the novice village before going out on the map, so as not to be beaten up and come back in disgrace. However, after having this task, Ming-Su was full of energy. 20 places? Okay. Recruit all bodyguards. Ming-Su has decided to select 20 special zombies with a level of at least 15 in the Magic City and turn them into his bodyguards. Once he encounters something, Ming-Su can also shout everyone. Go together to see the situation first. What? Can't find a zombie of this level? It's okay. Just find the Chosen One. The East District of Huangjiang is full of dangers. Anyway, there is no time limit for the task, so I will fight in the wild first. With this thought, Ming-Su did not hesitate, began to close his eyes and rest, observing his surroundings. After a while, he felt a faint sensation. It seemed that someone was secretly observing him. The distance was very far, but there was no malice. After feeling this gaze, Ming-Su realized there was something wrong with the route he took after coming to the Magic City. It was too far away from human. Find a group of locals and ask about the situation first. With this thought, Ming-Su strode quickly and immediately walked towards the direction of the person who was spying on him. Although the distance was too far and Ming-Su couldn't find the location, it didn't matter. As he got closer, they couldn't help but stare at him. As he looked, he could naturally find where the people were. Old ding. Did you see anything? On a tall building, several survivors trapped on the 35th floor looked at each other and asked a man in his early 30s, who was holding a telescope and observing the situation. I saw a guy with a motorcycle on his back. with a girl in leather jacket beside him. He was very agile, walking on the road with a swagger, and punched every zombie he encountered. He was very fierce. Upon hearing this, Old Dang immediately answered casually, he is probably either a top-level psychic, or one of those guys who claim to be chosen by God, or one of those weirdos who ambushed the self-rescue army in the safe zone before. Alas, a man in a red shirt shook his head, and then said, forget it. Don't worry about him for now. The supplies collected last time have been almost used up, and it's time to go out again. The survivors on the 35th floor. All 5 of them are men. Strong and healthy, 3 of them are supernatural beings. Of course, there were more than 5 people here. There were many survivors in the whole building, but unfortunately, there was a chosen one here. The chosen one sowed discord, causing the survivors to kill each other. Finally, after repenting, several people worked together to kill the chosen one and pushed him downstairs. However, what they didn't expect was that the chosen one would turn into a zombie after death, and now the chosen one they killed was blocking the first floor, so the 5 of them could only look for food in these more than 30 floors and accumulate strength. There are also many zombies and mutant zombies in these more than 30 floors. They can only go down 1 floor at a time. It is unknown when they can reach the first floor. Although there are many people with special abilities among the 5 of them, it does not mean that they are born with special abilities. The special abilities of 2 of them are stimulated later. The 2 of them do not know how to stimulate them. But in any case, the appearance of special abilities has greatly guaranteed the combat effectiveness of this survival team. In that case, let's get ready. Old Dang put away the telescope and began to prepare for going downstairs with the others. The so-called preparations were not advanced things. They just hid some things that looked like they could be used as defenses to their bodies to prevent being bitten by zombies, and then processed everything to turn them into weapons. The preparations took a long time. It took about 20 minutes for them to finish. When they were fully armed and preparing to go downstairs, a thin guy in the team suddenly looked solemn and whispered, Wait a minute. What's wrong? The other 4 were extremely surprised and looked at the thin mutant. What did you hear? The thin mutant's ability was enhanced hearing. To be honest, it's pretty useless. And sometimes there are even side effects. However, my physical fitness has been improved, and I can freely control whether my hearing is enhanced, which is not bad. But before setting off, he must have heard something. There are zombies screaming downstairs. It seems that someone is coming, and they are killing all the way up, without any cover. The thin mutant was as if he was facing a great enemy, and said to the other 4 people, and judging from the sound, the speed is very fast. It seems that they are not mistaken, and they are coming upstairs without any intention of covering up. He could hear footsteps and fighting. In the ears of the others, they could hear the chaotic noise downstairs. But for them, it was also chaotic at ordinary times. Zombies could not help but roar, and no one could tell whether it was a zombie roar or a scream. However, the companions with enhanced hearing said so, and the other 4 also came over, but they did not know what to do next. A long-haired boy who looked like a college graduate clenched the baseball bat in his hand and said hesitantly, What should we do? Wait here now, and see what's going on downstairs. The plan was passed, and the 5 people waited anxiously at the stairs. And just as the hearing-enhanced psychic said, as an unknown being downstairs got closer and closer, they could also hear a sound. The only difference was, what they heard seemed to be the roars of zombies, and no human voices, only the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. And the waiting time was very long, estimated to be a full hour, which did not match the feeling of walking on flat ground described by the hearing-enhanced psychic before. Roar! The zombies on the 34th floor downstairs also heard the sound downstairs. Some zombies that were not locked in the house immediately rushed down, but after a moment, they let out a roar. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and gradually, they could see the figures downstairs, leading the way in front. There were actually 2 zombies. The first one was very big, but skinny, with dry skin like withered bark, and a pair of gray and broken wings grew on its back. Black blood was still dripping through the wings. However, this zombie seemed to have experienced some battles. One of its eyes was broken, and even the top of its head was sunken, but it still exuded a greedy light. They knew this zombie. It often screamed strangely, and its voice was a little dull, like a ferocious beast, extremely ferocious. But usually they only heard its voice, and occasionally saw it flying in the air, but they didn't expect its nest to be in this building. The other one was even bigger, and its body was as high as 2 meters and 5, standing in the corridor, even directly blocking the corridor, with smooth black skin, and scarlet eyes full of cruelty and madness, with extremely strong limbs, but it was missing its left arm, with sharp fangs, and some pits and bumps on its face, with seriously uncoordinated facial features, and even missing a whole piece of scalp. Although the face of this zombie was no longer visible, the 5 of them could still recognize it from its torn clothes. This was the zombie that the Chosen One had transformed into after his death. Damn it! Seeing the 2 zombies, the 5 survivors were immediately shocked, their faces showing despair, and their voices trembling. What kind of zombie is this? Is this a zombie they can defeat? A boy who looked quite tall and a bit like a sports student had a ferocious look in his eyes. He clenched a strange weapon as sharp as a javelin in his hand and said in a fierce voice, "These 2 beasts are coming for us. Damn it. Let's fight him." Hearing this, the other 4 also looked tragic. Damn it. Let's fight him. Just when the 5 of them decided to go all out and fight these 2 special zombies, a gentle voice suddenly appeared in their ears. Wait a minute. I'm not a bad guy. I'm just an ordinary chairman. Ah? Zombies can talk? The 5 people were stunned. The appearance of this voice made the 5 people feel a little confused. At this time, the 2 zombies, who were leading the way in front of them, made way, and a sunny and cheerful young man with a motorcycle on his back suddenly appeared in front of them. Don't get me wrong. These 2 are the new employees we just recruited. I talked to them about salary and benefits downstairs for an hour, and they finally agreed to join my company and become employees of my company's security department. I hope you don't mind if I scared you. After saying that, the young man moved his shoulders and put down the motorcycle. The sharp-eyed people also saw that the young man's fists were covered in blood, and there was black blood splashed from the broken wings on his body. There was even a piece of scalp on the motorcycle, which was very similar to the missing corner of the huge zombie. For a moment, several people were shocked. These 2 zombies must have just been beaten by this man downstairs. However, some people noticed that behind the young man, there was a girl wearing a pink helmet and a leather jacket without saying a word. Let me introduce myself. My name is Meng Su. I come from Huqing City. I am currently the chairman of the Peace and Order Group of Nanjiang Province. I just arrived in Shanghai this afternoon. I want to seek development in Shanghai and make the company bigger and stronger. Meng Su smiled slightly, introduced himself, and then said softly, but after coming to Shanghai, I found that Shanghai seems to be a little different from what I imagined. It's dark now. If you don't mind, you can tell me what happened in Shanghai during this period. What do you think? After that, Meng Su waved his hand again and said calmly, "It's not in vain. There are food. If you can satisfy me, it won't be difficult for you 5 to join our Peace and Order Group. The company will keep you safe." Meng Su was very calm and in high spirits, but this kind of demeanor shocked the 5 people at once. Old Deng was even more dazed for a moment, and then he trembled and said, What do you want to know? What about the abandoned tanks at the intersection and the cut-off viaduct? And do you know where the Chosen Ones are nearby? They are a group of anti-human beasts, very similar to those with superpowers. But they are not superpowers, Meng Su said very politely, and at the same time used observing words and expressions to observe the information of the 5 people present. After seeing that the information of the 5 people was normal, Meng Su continued, in addition, I also want to ask if you know where the other survivors' camps are, or if you know where the safe zone of the Magic City is, whether it has been destroyed or still retains its fire, hidden in a certain area of the Magic City? There is another thing. That is, if I want to recruit talents, where is the talent training market? I want to open a branch in the Magic City. Where is it more impressive? Listening to Meng Su's rapid-fire questions, the 5 people were stunned for a while. Seeing that the other 4 were still stunned, the oldest Lao Deng reacted and said tremblingly, Mr. Meng, I know something about your question, but I don't know the whole picture of many things. I can only tell you based on what I saw. But you can tell me, Meng Su said with a very kind smile. Seeing Meng Su so kind, Lao Deng was about to say something, but Meng Su suddenly turned his head and fiercely ordered the 2 zombies he had just subdued, You 2. Go downstairs and knock on the door one by one. Kill the zombies you meet, and bring the survivors to me. Understand? If the survivors are infected, I will twist off your heads. Roar. The 2 zombies looked at Meng Su fearfully, and tiptoed downstairs. Although they couldn't speak, their voices were full of fear. This scene made Lao Deng and his friends stunned. Can this zombie understand human language? It's over. It's over. Humanity is hopeless. Chapter 221 of course. We came to KTV to sing. What else can we do? Kill zombies? These two zombies were just subdued by Meng-Su. Based on the names, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Meng-Su temporarily named them Xiongda and Xiong-Er. The one with wings is Xiongda, and the one with a big body is Xiong-Er. Xiongda is a level 19 bone wing zombie, and Xiong-Er is a level 18 meat mountain zombie. They are all special zombies. Xiong-Er was the chosen one in his lifetime, and Xiongda actually rose from an ordinary zombie to the level of 19 step by step, which is enough to prove how inspiring he is. If a movie is made about Xiongda, it will be an inspirational blockbuster with a box office of over 10 billion. The two of them went downstairs to carry out their mission. And Meng-Su looked at their backs, which seemed to be somewhat unwilling, and pondered, it seems that we have to catch a bald Chan to play with them. As everyone knows, Xiongda and Xiong-Er also have many good friends. Their work enthusiasm is not high now. As the chairman, Meng-Su feels that it is necessary to improve their work enthusiasm and cannot let them go on like this. While sighing, Meng-Su also turned around and looked at Lao Ding and others. After seeing Meng-Su, old Ding finally came to his senses. He immediately said to Meng-Su, Mr. Meng, what do you want to know? Where should I start? From the tank incident? That happened about half a month ago. Wait a minute. Meng-Su calmly interrupted old Ding's words. Hearing the knocking of the door downstairs, Meng-Su couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He immediately said, let's go in and find a place to sit and talk. It's too noisy here. Old Ding nodded repeatedly, and hurriedly invited Meng-Su to the 35th floor. He immediately found the cleanest chair and cushion, and asked Meng-Su to sit down. Meng-Su was not polite either, and sat down on the chair directly. Yin Shooting did not sit down with him, but stood silently behind Meng-Su, holding a kettle, like a tea boy. Meng-Su looked at Lao Ding very calmly, and put on the posture of a young master of a landlord in feudal society listening to a book, and said lazily, okay, let's start now. Lao Ding and his brothers were not used to Meng-Su's posture, but Lao Ding obviously did not want to become Lao Ding. So he still honestly told the facts that Meng-Su wanted to hear, about half a month ago. I don't remember the exact time. There were 3 tanks passing by here. We all thought it was the safe zone coming, and we were going to help. And we were very excited. As Lao Ding told the story, Meng-Su also figured out what happened to the abandoned tank. They were attacked by a humanoid creature. Yes, a humanoid creature. They were ignorant, and had no idea what it was. Because of the distance, only old Ding had been observing the details with a telescope, and saw the general appearance of the humanoid creature. Generally speaking, it looked like a human, but the whole body was covered with a layer of iron. Rather than armor, it was better to say that the whole skin was a layer of iron. And the right hand of the thing completely disappeared, replaced by a sharp blade. When facing the tank, the thing was very fast. With just one cut, it cut the barrel of the leading tank, and the fracture surface was neat. The other tank accelerated and rushed towards the humanoid creature, and was finally smashed to pieces by the humanoid creature. As for the last tank, it took this opportunity to fire 3 shells, all of which hit the target. The brave soldiers also used flamethrowers and other instruments to kill the humanoid creature under siege, and then quickly carried the corpse of the humanoid creature back the same way, leaving only the tank. At that time, they were disappointed for a long time. In response, Meng-Su nodded. As for other issues, it was much simpler. Although the 5 of them had basically never left the building since the end of the world, it did not mean that they were not clear about the situation outside. This building was also an office building before, with various companies inside. And naturally, there was a lot of information about external contacts. The original chosen one who existed in this building also intentionally or unintentionally lured them with the beautiful life outside. Therefore, they did know some news about the outside world. There is another team of survivors in the Manic KTV. There should be the chosen one there. The Manic KTV is in Fuxing district. In addition, there should be many survivors in the east. I often use a telescope to observe the situation on the roof. I can see that 80% of the survivors are heading east. I don't know what happened over there. After hearing what Lao Ding said, Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction, stood up, and said, well said. You can take the vacated floors downstairs by yourselves. My motorcycle will be left here with you. I will come back to get it after I finish my work. Then you can join my team together. Meng Su also had his own considerations for not including them all in his team today. If we include them in the team now, wouldn't we have to pay them one more month's salary? Although it won't save many credit points. It's said that every bit saved counts. Meng Su still needs to save 100 million to complete the task. Oh, yes. There is also a mansion. This is the simplest. Just draw a circle and build a villa in Jiannam district. It's not a big deal. Meng Su just stood up and was about to leave. Suddenly, the boy who looked like a sports student hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said to Meng Su, "Mr. Meng, I have some special information that I want to tell you." Meng Su, who was about to leave, suddenly paused when he heard the words, and then sat down on the way he came, crossed his legs, looked at the sports student who spoke, and asked calmly, "Tell me in detail. What special information?" He must have a brilliant idea to stop him. Listen. After taking a look at his expression, this boy's surname is Zhang, and his name is Zhang Fong. After seeing Meng Su sitting down again, Zhang Fong continued to speak, "Chairman Meng, I am not from the company in this building. I am a student majoring in track and field at Shanghai Sports University. My sister works here. I accompanied my sister to get the key that day, but I was trapped here." Meng Su heard this and said calmly, "Fast forward. Don't give me the cause and effect." Well, on the third day of the apocalypse, a classmate of my school sent a message in the grade group, saying that he was now in the Maya commercial building. There was a human leader there, who was a reborn person, who was reborn a year after the apocalypse. He had hoarded a lot of supplies, and was recruiting soldiers. As long as we get there, we can work together to survive the apocalypse together, and live a perfect life. Zhang Fong said bluntly, and said the whole thing. I didn't believe it before. But in the first few weeks of the apocalypse, the mobile phone signal was intermittent. I often saw him sharing content about the future in the grade group. For example, the safe zone will attack a certain area at a certain time, and what kind of zombie monsters will appear in a certain area to severely damage the safe zone. There is nothing wrong with these. Meng Su heard this and nodded immediately. Maya commercial building. Right. Where is it? West Wanjiang district. Zhang Fong whispered. Meng Su couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. It was the West Huangshan district again. What do you mean? Gotham City? Okay. I'll remember that. Meng Su nodded, then stood up, thought for a moment, and threw a pistol on his waist to Zhang Fong, and kindly reminded him, "This is a small pistol produced by the company. You can use it for self-defense. Be careful not to fire it accidentally. This thing should be used at critical moments. Otherwise, the loud noise will easily attract a tide of zombies." After that, Meng Su stood up and left without hesitation. Yan Shooting, who was behind him, immediately stood up and followed Meng Su downstairs. As a result, because the pink helmet could not see the road clearly, she bumped into the door frame directly, which was a bit embarrassing. Seeing this, Meng Su said helplessly, "If you can't do it, take off the helmet." Yan Shooting took off the pink helmet innocently, blinked at Meng Su, and looked pitiful. "Didn't you let me wear it? Now I let someone take it off again. Scumbag." Meng Su ignored Yan Shooting's eyes, looked at her level, and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, everything is difficult to open up the wasteland. As long as you finish the opening of the wasteland, the novice will upgrade quickly. Yan Shooting has only been here for a short time, and she has already reached level 7. It's like riding a rocket. Fortunately, you have a good boss like me. Remember to repay the favor. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then quickly went downstairs, following the stairs, moving all the way down. Xiongda and Xiong'er also cleaned the corridor very quickly. When Meng Su looked for them, they had already reached the 12th floor. Seeing this, Meng Su simply let them finish cleaning, since it wouldn't take too long anyway. So, after waiting for a while, Meng Su's 2 bodyguards finished cleaning and went downstairs together and came to the bottom floor. As night fell, the world at the end of the world was dead silent. Meng Su took a deep breath. The air was filled with the smell of mold and corruption. The stars in the night sky were sparse, as if they were the last guards in the sky. In the distance, the intermittent light swayed in the darkness, which seemed very abrupt in this dark environment. Meng Su checked the map. The current situation was clear at a glance. There was a feeling that it was designed. The Manic KTD was in Fuxing District. According to the map, going to Huangjiang West District must pass through Fuxing District. The manic KTV was on the way. So this place where the chosen ones were entrenched was the first place he had to pass. After that, it was the Maya commercial building shown on the map. This building was located at the border of the West District of Huangjiang. As for the factory for finding the body of Fu Zishan and the legendary mission, the location was not clearly stated in the mission. But the West District of Huangjiang was so small that it could be found. The plan worked. So we went to the manic KTV first. After packing up the map, Mengsu embarked on a long journey under the moonlight at night. With his feet, he created a miracle. It was just a little troublesome. Xiongda and Xiong'er are too big to wear combat uniforms. In fact, it is mainly Xiongda's problem. Xiongda has a pair of wings, which he can't put down. Xiong'er can still wear them, but Xiongda doesn't wear them. So Xiong'er doesn't need to spend 50,000 yuan to wear combat uniforms. After all, there is no Lu Song to give him a pension. Let's go! There is only one good mother in the world. And children with mothers are like treasures. Give me a cup of love water. G&I is too beautiful. In the manic KTV, there are bright lights and wine. The door of the private room was open, and the colorful lights shone from inside. Like a dreamy psychedelic world. The door was decorated with thick red velvet cloth, embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes, and a huge crystal ball was embedded on the lintel, reflecting countless lights, making people dazzled. There was a bald man in the private room, holding a microphone, singing continuously. His voice was arrogant and frivolous, and he was hugging two young women on each side, each of whom looked like they were in their prime. Although the two young women had delicate makeup, their faces were ashen, stiff as a wooden man, and their eyes were full of hatred for the bald man. The bald man didn't care about these things at all. Instead, he sang loudly, not caring about the environment he was in. Outside the private room, the atmosphere was equally extravagant. Many young men were smoking, as if they were enjoying the bliss of the world. There were also several naked female corpses lying on the ground, unable to move, as if they had been dead for a long time. Outside the KTV, there were also many zombies surrounding them. They all looked in the direction of the KTV, looking at the lights coming from the third floor. But none of them came forward. They just gathered around restlessly, staring at the direction of the KTV and making bursts of roars. The bald man didn't care about it. The reason was simple, because of the blessing from God, and my Lord is benevolent. Downstairs, there was a spiritual holy warrior sitting in charge. Although the spiritual holy warrior was not very powerful in combat, it had some intelligence and could communicate. Therefore, with that holy warrior in charge, there was no need to worry about the harassment of some small zombies. This kind of life is so comfortable. The bald man hugged the two young women on his left and right with a wicked smile on his face, and he was very happy. Before the end of the world, who was he? A prisoner in prison. When the end of the world came, he became the chosen one. In the chaos, he broke the lock and escaped from prison. He came here and began to enjoy a life of luxury. There were leaves to smoke and cigarettes to smoke. He could also study the upper and lower structures of the word kun with women. Who wouldn't be happy? Even if he got tired of studying, he could change a group to continue studying. Anyway, he was mainly here for fun. As for the safe zone? Humph. Those who are lingering on will be killed by our great demon city Siming sooner or later. The bald man thought in his heart, pinching the face of one of the young women very roughly, and said grimly, smile for me. I took 2 boxes of canned food to exchange you from that Ji Dongha. I didn't let you be an inflatable doll. The young woman was still silent, without saying a word, letting the bald man tear her cheek. Ji Dongha, the legendary reborn person. It was precisely because she believed this nonsense that she took her son to the Maya commercial building. Unexpectedly, it was not as beautiful as Ji Dongha said. It was a pure hell on earth. Compared with here, the situation was different. Here was a vicious criminal gang that could do anything. There was a slave society that was proficient in the slave trade and treated people as animals. But it didn't matter. This world is just like this. The world is like hell. The young woman's eyes were dull. And at this moment, she seemed to hear some different sounds coming from the zombies outside. But that emotion quickly disappeared. It doesn't matter. Even if there is a Tyrannosaurus Rex outside. What does it have to do with her? The bald man, however, felt something was wrong at this moment. What sound? The bald man stood up vigilantly. Although his fat body looked a little clumsy, he was still very fast. However, As soon as he walked to the window and looked outside, he suddenly saw a scene that shocked him. A zombie with bone wings came flying like lightning. It was extremely fast, like a black whirlwind, and it broke through the window, splashing glass fragments everywhere. This zombie with bone wings broke into the room in the blink of an eye. Its wings brought up a gust of wind, blowing the surrounding objects into pieces. The sudden change shocked the bald man. After a brief shock, he immediately came to his senses and attacked. His eyes were wide open. His face was full of anger, and the muscles in his arms bulged instantly, as hard as steel. The seemingly ordinary palms now exuded a frightening breath. Then, the bald man flashed, as fast as lightning, and rushed to the bone-winged zombie in the blink of an eye. His iron palms were like the wind, with a fierce energy, and slapped the bone-winged zombie fiercely. Roar! The bone-winged zombie let out a deafening roar, and its bone wings, which originally looked extremely fragile, changed in an instant. They quickly unfolded, turning into pieces of extremely sharp blades, flashing a chilling cold light. These blades were like lightning in a storm, rushing towards the bald man at an astonishing speed. Each blade carried unparalleled power and murderous intent, as if to tear him into pieces. The bald man felt a strong pressure coming at him. His face turned pale as paper, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was even more surprised and uncertain, and cursed inwardly, "What's going on? Where did the zombie come from?" The bald man was very upset and puzzled. He had no idea where this powerful zombie came from. He was no match for it, and could only barely hold back. Soon, his body was covered with scars and blood marks from the blades. Go, or else die here. The bald man's heart was pounding. He had no idea whether the bone-winged zombie's wing attack would infect him and turn him into a zombie. But now, he didn't have that much to think about. If he left now, he might still have a chance of survival. If he didn't leave, something would happen. With this thought in mind, the bald man did not hesitate. Taking advantage of the gap between the bone-winged zombie's attack, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he did not hesitate to directly grab the two young women on the sofa in the private room, and threw them at the bone-winged zombie without even looking up. Then he quickly walked out of the private room. Although he spent a lot of materials to get two beautiful young women, for the bald man, no matter how beautiful they are, they can't save his life. In this case, using these two young women to delay the bone-winged zombies, and buy some time for his escape is worth it. Thinking quickly, the bald man has left the private room. But the moment he stepped out of the threshold of the private room, the scene in front of him made him shudder. He saw corpses lying in a mess on the long corridor. Blood gathered into a stream, flowing slowly, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The originally white walls were dyed a shocking red, and the ground was soaked with blood, as if the entire corridor was immersed in a sea of blood. In the center of this sea of blood, there were three figures. A muscular zombie with a body of about 2 meters, holding the holy warrior downstairs in his hand like a chicken. One was a girl wearing a cycling leather jacket. The bald man could tell at a glance that she was also a zombie. The leader was holding a white box in his hand. He walked lightly, smiled, and had clear and bright eyes. He gave people a harmless feeling, and even had a bit of the youthful atmosphere of a sunny boy. After seeing the bald man running out, the sunny boy in the lead suddenly had a bright idea. It's Bald Chong. Great. What's the good news? What does that mean? Is Bald Chong talking about me? The bald man was a little confused. Just when he was about to negotiate with the sunny boy in front of him, he suddenly saw the other party's figure like a ghost. And the next second, he fell heavily to the ground. It hurts. Everything happened in a flash, and the bald man didn't even see his shadow clearly. Xiong-er. Kill him, and then work with Xiong-de to subdue him, who has turned into a zombie. Meng-su yawned, said calmly, and then went into the box without looking back. The song Jianai is so beautiful was still playing in the box. And next to the bone-winged zombie, there were two young women with surprised faces and disheveled clothes. Seeing this, Meng-su did not take any precautions. He just used observing words and looking at expressions to take a quick look. When he was sure that it was not the chosen one, he was about to say something, but suddenly saw a line of small gold characters in front of him. There is true love in the world. There is true love in the world. After Zhou Lily was abducted by human traffickers, she has not seen her son. As a charity pioneer in Hiching City, please help Zhou Lily reunite with her son. and let them reunite. Trigger mission. Help Joe Lily achieve mother-son reunion. Task reward. Credit points plus 500,000. Points plus 10. Top piano playing skills. Seeing this scene, Meng-Su nodded. Okay, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. But if it is not convenient, there is no need to complete this task. I have more important things to do. So, Meng-Su paused, and just when he was about to ask Joe Lily about her son's situation, another line of gilded small characters appeared in front of him. I am shocked. As a leading international metropolis, why are there so many homeless vagrants on the streets in the middle of the night? According to the system's observation, they haven't been home for a month. Is it because there is a KTV here, so they all come to sing K? In that case, Meng-Su, please hold a concert for 10,000 homeless people, and then help these homeless vagrants find their final destination. Trigger task, charity concert. Task requirements, hold a concert for homeless people with at least 5,000 people, and help these homeless people find their final destination. Task reward, credit points plus 8 million, points plus 200, top singing voice, natural sound, entertainment star talents x3, qualification to open an entertainment company plus 1. Meng-Su? This task, it looks weird. You are? At this moment, a disheveled young woman looked at Meng-Su in awe, and spoke with a trembling voice. In her ears, the screams of the bald man outside were still echoing. Seeing this, Meng-Su waved his hand casually and said calmly, "Don't get me wrong. I'm a good person." Hearing Meng-Su's words, the two young women nodded, and another young woman named Joe Lily seemed to have recovered some spirits, and whispered to Meng-Su fearlessly, "Sir, what are you doing here? Is it to annex this beast?" "Before, but not now," Meng-Su said calmly. "I want to hold a concert, so I came to this private room to practice singing first. What else can I do in KTV if I don't sing? Kill zombies?" Joe Lily and the other young woman were stunned when they heard this. Chapter 222. Meng-Su is a talented singer, and his solo concert has nearly 10,000 audiences. From childhood to adulthood, Meng-Su has never performed a show. Now someone has offered 8 million to invite Meng-Su to hold a concert, and Meng-Su can only say that he is moved. Therefore, he must live up to this feeling, and at the same time live up to his title of the King of Hiching City Singers. After all, when he was wandering on the streets before, although he saw many zombies, Meng-Su would also sing happily, making himself the most handsome guy in the end times. Since the establishment of the company, Meng-Su has not sung for a long time. Recently, I have been under too much pressure. I am not happy at work every day. Alas, there is no way. Even if a real mental patient comes, he has to go to work normally. What's more, what about me? A fake mental patient? Meng-Su sighed deeply. But this task once again activated Meng-Su's passionate singing heart. In this task, what Meng-Su wanted most was a top-notch singing voice and absolute pitch. With these two, he is a true king of singing. So, Meng-Su adjusted the microphone while choosing songs in this private room. Although there was no internet, the songs in the KTV were all saved locally. With the adjustment made by the bald man, Meng-Su could use them directly. So he randomly picked a song and sang and danced. At the same time, he took advantage of the breathing interval to say to the two young women beside him, "Joe Lily, where is your son?" One of the young women named Joe Lily was stunned and confused. Then she whispered respectfully, "Sir, my son is still in the beast market of Ji-Dongha. The hateful man did not buy my son." The other young woman did not speak, but her face was still indifferent, as if nothing could interest her. Facing the other young woman's cold look, Meng-Su sneered. Just now when Xiongda flew in from the window, you didn't have this expression. But Meng-Su didn't care about this. Instead, he glanced at the screen and changed to another song. "My last name is Ming, which makes me sad, as if I had a dream." Then he asked casually, "Who is this Ji-Dongha? My last name is not as catchy as my last name is sure." Ji-Dongha. Joe Lily's expression changed immediately after hearing this. And even the other young woman who seemed to have lost interest in everything around her gnashed her teeth and said, "He's a beast." "Meng-Su? Can we talk about something serious? Is he a beast or not? Isn't that the answer I want to know?" Fortunately, the two young women quickly told the real origin of Ji-Dongha. "We don't know what he did before. He seemed to be a security guard in Maya commercial building. After the end of the world, I don't know why he claimed to be a reborn person. Hoarded a lot of supplies, and advertised near the community every day, saying that as long as you provide a little bit of supplies, you can come to my commercial building to live together and accept his protection. What happened afterwards was more traditional. Zhou Lili and another young woman named Zhao Wenyao were at a loss in the end of the world, and did not believe Ji Donghe, the reborn person, at the first time, until they found out that Ji Donghe really predicted a lot of things, and a noble lady from the same community encouraged and publicized it. They gritted their teeth and came there. However, as soon as they passed by, Ji Donghe had already bared his fangs. It turned out that Ji Donghe had completely become the master of the Maya commercial building, arrogantly calling himself the King Ji. Others enjoyed the treatment of the emperor, but he really called himself the emperor and made everyone his slaves. In the empire he controlled, he had absolute power and won over many people with special abilities. In that empire, except for the people with special abilities, everyone was a slave, no matter whether they were men, women, old or young. As long as they were ordinary people, they would be treated as objects of entertainment. Not only that, Ji Donghe didn't know any way to cooperate with the Chosen Ones and the superpower gangs in several other areas near the Magic City to engage in human trafficking. Zhou Lili's son was still in Ji Donghe's hands, and Zhao Wenyao's husband was chopped to pieces by Ji Donghe's superpowers more than half a month ago. When the two of them mentioned Ji Donghe, they were very angry, and their anger was beyond words. But besides this anger, you could also see a hint of fear on their faces. It can be seen that Ji Donghe's destruction of them is very profound. Mengsu nodded thoughtfully, and then skillfully cut a song for himself, and asked during the prelude, "Is Ji Donghe really a reborn person?" Mengsu was very curious about this. Rebirth. This is much more mysterious than the system. This is a way to change the timeline. If he is really a reborn person, will he know himself? After hearing Mengsu's question, Zhao Wenyao was silent, and Zhou Lili was silent for a moment, and then replied to Mengsu, "The beast once revealed some news intentionally or unintentionally, and it has all worked." Later, when drinking, he often told his subordinates about the future, and also told us. He said that the future world is desolate, human civilization has been extinct, and the most powerful people in the entire Doomsday have gathered together to resist the final invasion. In Ji Donghe's words, the future Doomsday is a cruel scene. There is no trace of human beings left. The only things left in the world are various zombies that have evolved into extremely complex forms. The bone-winged zombies we encounter now will only be the lowest form in the future. Zombies like the ones we encounter now are almost extinct. There is even a large number of intelligent groups among the zombies. In addition, zombie animals are also showing their skills. They come out from all kinds of places. Some are the legendary moving extinction disaster Plague King, some are doomsday giant ghosts like a walking hill, and there are overlords from the deep sea, who have now evolved to the point where they can walk on land. The future of the end of the world is a battle between zombie animals and zombie humans, and they, ordinary humans, are hiding in the northwest region, in an isolated city in the Qinghai, making the final resistance. Of course, this is only what Ji Donghe knew about the people of the East Country. As for what happened abroad, he had no idea what happened. After hearing the future described by Ji Donghe, Mengsu fell into the greatest contemplation. After a long time, he came back to his senses after being disturbed by the music in the KTV and asked Zhou Lili, did he talk about the topic of the Chosen One? Or, in the future he saw, did he see spaceships, interstellar fleets and the like? After hearing Mengsu's words, Zhou Lili fell into confusion, and Zhao Wenyao also thought for a while, and shook her head. Seeing this, Mengsu was somewhat dismissive. This future is a bit too confusing. Indeed, according to the current momentum, zombies will indeed continue to evolve, and zombie animals will also be a big problem. But all this is based on the existence of the Chosen One and extraterrestrial civilizations. If it weren't for the Chosen One and extraterrestrial civilizations, the authorities would have already used their super firepower to flatten everything. Without the Chosen One's disruption, and without the signal interference of extraterrestrial civilizations, what carbon-based creatures could withstand missiles? Oh, perhaps those that have evolved to the extreme can. But it will not be able to evolve to the extreme, and will be pacified at the beginning of the end of the world. Therefore, everything in the future that Ji Donghe talked about is based on the existence of the Chosen One and extraterrestrial civilization. Of course, it may be because Ji Donghe was a little Karami before his rebirth, and he was not aware of the existence of the Chosen One. But in any case, Meng-Su now has a big question mark about the identity of Ji Donghe, the reborn one. At the same time, Meng-Su also thinks that he is not the chosen one. Because if he is the chosen one, in the future he describes, it is impossible that there is no Lord. He will definitely publicize the beauty after the Lord's coming, and will not just publicize the despair of the future. As a pioneer of charity, how can you ignore the modern human traffickers? And this human trafficker is still playing tricks here, claiming to be a prophet. This is really too hateful. You, kind-hearted, go and take action. Trigger the mission, destroy the human traffickers. Task rewards. Credit points plus 2 million, points plus 20, reputation in the Magic City area plus 100, military standard fighting chip. The mission that appeared made Meng-Su more relieved. I was going to the Maya commercial building, and now I have a mission. That's great. That's great. Brothers, I found money again. Okay. Thank you for the information. Meng-Su nodded, and said kindly, can I trouble you for one more thing? After my concert, take me to the Maya commercial building? For various reasons. I want to meet this reborn. After hearing Meng-Su's words, Xiao Wenya turned pale. And Zhou Lily was also pale. But she still took a deep breath, nodded hard, and said to Meng-Su, okay, I'll take you there. Very good. Meng-Su stood up, nodded with satisfaction, and then threw the microphone on the sofa, turned around, and looked out of the corridor. But the bald man had transformed into a zombie, and was being beaten by Xiongda and Xiong'er. However, he was brave and good at fighting, and he still did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, he became more and more courageous. Not bad. Meng-Su nodded in approval, and then took action himself. He punched out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked instantly. After the bald man died, the zombie he turned into was relatively short, and was quite similar to the bald Chong in the cartoon. Its ability was also to use its arms to shoot something similar to steel balls. Meng-Su was very satisfied with this, and felt that bald Chong was too generous. He was still helping after his death. He was a good zombie. With one punch, the bald man zombie was caught off guard and stumbled to the ground. Xiongda and Xiong'er also seized the opportunity at this moment, and directly pressed down the bald man zombie with an elbow, and began to press him to the ground. Meng-Su saw this and stepped forward very calmly, calmed his mind, and looked directly at the bald man zombie. Meng-Su stared at the other person, as if he could penetrate his empty eyes and reach deep into his heart. He concentrated his energy and mobilized the powerful mental power in his body, preparing to use mental control on this zombie. As his mind moved, an invisible energy surged out of him, rushing towards the bald man zombie like a torrent. This energy quickly penetrated into the zombie's mind, trying to break its original consciousness and re-establish a new control relationship. Time passed by bit, and the bald male zombie's face actually showed some struggle, just like the wild boar being hunted in the hunting ground. Although it kept grunting, it seemed to want to scare away the hunters who surrounded it. But it was still useless. For the hunters, the wild boar had already been a meal on the plate. After a moment, Meng-Su took a deep breath, chose to recruit this employee, and said silently in his heart, I want to recruit him as an employee. Do you want to recruit by Ruibin as? Meng-Su didn't even finish reading the gilded small characters on the system before he chose to confirm and closed it. After a while, the short bald zombie stood up unsteadily. Okay, I will now name you Bald Chong. Meng-Su was very satisfied. In this way, we have Xiongda, Xiong'er and Bald Chong. The next step is to establish King Gigi, Bosley, Squirrel Bing Bing, Squirrel Tayo Tayo, Suehua, and other Bear Ridge group. Okay. Now I order you to move the speakers to the designated location. Meng-Su was very satisfied and began to command the 3 zombies to make some arrangements for the concert. As we all know, this is a concert for 1,000 people. There are probably 1,000 zombies around, but it is far from the 5,000 that Meng-Su needs. Therefore, we need to find a way to attract the zombies. With this thought, Meng-Su suddenly saw the shivering mental mutant zombie thrown aside, and was stunned for a moment. Name, Lu Jiagan. Occupation, genetically enhanced mental mutant zombie. Level 13. Oh, this is the first time I've seen a zombie that is scared. Meng-Su nodded, and after observing the expression, he immediately threatened, I don't care if you can hear it clearly. Spread the signal immediately to attract more zombies. Do you hear me? The mental mutant zombie acted as if he didn't understand. Ming-Su saw this and laughed. You don't understand. Right? The next second, he pulled hard, and the zombie's arm was directly torn off by Ming-Su. Roar! The mental mutant zombie roared. And it was not known whether it was a scream or a roar. Can you send a signal? I was too inexperienced just now. I should have pulled one finger at a time. One piece at a time. And finally tore it into an arm. Sorry. I will start over now. Roar! Hurry up and call your zombie friends to save you. What? Don't you have any zombie friends? Damn. You have grown so big for nothing. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. Zhao Wenyan and Zhou Lily were in the room, watching Ming-Su torturing the zombies outside the door with horror. Their hearts were pounding with fear for a moment, and they didn't know what to say. Is this man a lunatic? Zhao Wenyan looked at Zhou Lily. Her eyes were filled with fear. The bald man Lao Bai was a bad guy. Zhao Wenyan and Zhou Lily had no reaction to him. They were not too scared or afraid of him. Naturally, it was because they could understand the logic of the bald man Lao Bai's behavior. But as for Ming-Su, they couldn't understand it at all. Holding a concert, interrogating zombies? Is this something a normal person can do? In short, Zhao Wenyan felt like she had just escaped from a wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth again. This guy is obviously more crazy, more perverted. But Zhou Lily is fearless and doesn't care about anything. As long as she can save her son, let alone a mental patient, even if a zombie is standing here, Zhou Lily is willing to take him to my commercial building. At any cost. Ming-Su doesn't need Zhou Lily to pay any price. Ming-Su is not interested in young women. His primary goal now is to set up the venue for the concert. Can't sing here? Need to move the equipment out. And then set up a stage. After friendly negotiations between himself and the mental mutant zombie named Lu, he has agreed to promote his concert and invite his zombie friends to come and listen to the songs. Ming-Su is very satisfied with this. Ming-Su also repays the favor. Directly removes the other party's head, digs out the evolution crystal, and gives him a good time. Xiongda, Xiong Er and Guang Tucheng began to set up the scene. Even Zhao Wenyan assisted on the side. Before she married into a wealthy family, she had been a musician for several years, and was familiar with these musical instruments. She even taught Ming-Su how to use them. Ming-Su was very satisfied with this. Soon, Xiongda and Xiong Er persuaded some of the zombies who stayed in front of the KTV, freeing up a large area. Then Xiongda took off again and arranged speakers at the farthest distances, trying to make sure Ming-Su's singing could be heard from all directions. Everything was ready, and Ming-Su decided to go on stage to sing. Woohoo! Standing under the colorful low-quality lights, Ming-Su could not hide his excitement. Looking at the concert audience, who had been mobilized and raised their hands, Ming-Su even wanted to start early. I am really a powerful singer. There are nearly 10,000 audiences at my personal concert. Not only that, the fans are too enthusiastic, even their eyes are red, and they want to go on stage to interact. Ming-Su clenched his fists, felt that he must sing well, so that the audience can get more value for money, and live up to this love. And Zhou Lily and Zhao Wenyan, who were hiding in the private room on the third floor of the KTV, could only look through the window in horror at the zombies surging in from all directions, like a tide. Their faces were as pale as white paper. Their lips were bloodless, and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Especially Zhao Wenyan. She was completely shrouded in fear. Her legs were weak, and she could hardly stand. In the extreme panic, a smelly liquid flowed down from the root of Zhao Wenyan's thigh. This physiological reaction caused by fear made her feel a little ashamed. But facing the scene outside the window, she naturally had no time to care about these. There was no need to describe her fear. She had never seen this scene before, even after the zombie apocalypse. What is this called? This is called a zombie tide. Although Zhou Lily was also a little frightened and afraid, her eyes were always focused on Ming-Su, who was excitedly adjusting his equipment on the stage. Faced with this scene, Zhou Lily and Zhao Wenyan couldn't help but have an idea in their hearts. Crazy. Before the apocalypse, this Mr. Ming was definitely a VIP guest of the mental hospital, the top, the most secretive, and unvisitable existence in the mental hospital. How could a normal person think of holding a concert for zombies? Could it be that only lunatics and psychotics can become such powerful psychics? For a moment, Zhou Lily bit her lips lightly, and didn't know what to do. In the early morning, the dawn began to appear. The faint light was like a fine needle, penetrating quietly through the cracks of the night, gradually illuminating the sleeping world. Roar! The zombies were roaring. Countless zombies were running wildly in one direction in the early morning. The atmosphere of fear enveloped the entire street. These zombies were like a tide, rushing away quickly. What's wrong with the zombies around here? Why are they all moving in the same direction? In a 3-story shop beside the street, 3 survivors looked pale through the gaps in the blinds, secretly observing the situation outside, which was extremely terrifying. They were shown the way by a chosen one, who said they were going to the nearby Crazy KTV, which was a large survivor camp. Once they got here, they wouldn't have to worry about being harassed by zombies. They finally got here. But found? Why were there more zombies? They had no idea what was going on. But their sight told them that there was only one direction for these zombies to run, which was the direction of the Crazy KTV. Could it be that the large survivor camp had fallen? All of a sudden, the faces of the 3 turned pale at the same time. They hid here trembling, praying quietly that the zombies would not find them. It was unknown how long it had been. But the noise outside gradually died down. Just as the 3 of them were looking at each other, planning to evacuate quickly, they suddenly heard a loud, harsh sound coming from afar. Everybody! Welcome everyone to my concert! Ah! I am so honored. This is my first concert. And there are more than 5,000 audiences watching my concert at the same time. 3 people? Ah! What's that sound? The 3 of them were stunned at the same time. And then they heard the sound system continue to make noises. As everyone knows, this is a charity concert, mainly for the homeless. Ah! Shanghai really disappoints me. I thought it was a prosperous metropolis. Why are there homeless people everywhere on the streets? Mr. Meng, I am kind-hearted, and I can't stand the homeless. Wait until I finish the concert. I will kill you all. 3 people? Before the 3 of them could react, they heard a loud voice again, DJ. Music. Then, a familiar melody came to their ears. Hibernation has just ended. I'm still a little confused. Birds are flying in the forest. The sun is already red in the sky. Sing with me. Xiongda. Xiong Air. Your security work is a piece of shit. The audience rushed to the stage. Didn't you know to stop them? Look at Bald Chong. He was firing a gun, standing guard, and helped more than 100 homeless people sleep like babies. It can be seen that the singers seem to have forgotten the lyrics. But what does the following Xiongda, Xiong Air and Bald Chong mean? The 3 of them were a little confused for a while. And finally, they seemed to have a tacit idea. So they quickly climbed onto the roof and quietly looked in that direction. The Magic City is full of tall buildings. Their little house is a bit too short. They can't see clearly what's going on. But they can only vaguely see a corner. In the direction of the extremely far away KTV, there are colorful lights flashing. And a huge stage is presented there. It seems that many zombies are rushing towards the colorful place. But for some reason, the zombies in the front row always fall down. But the zombies behind them continue to move forward. Just like that. In the time of a song, a small hill was piled up. The one who was in charge of singing actually stood on the hill of zombie corpses and continued to sing. At the end of the song, he sang Chinese cabbage, chicken feather vegetables, water spinach, lettuce. The main theme was to recall childhood. Faced with this situation, the 3 of them looked at each other at the same time and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. What do you mean? One of the older men looked at the 2 younger brothers around him. Are we still going? Another excited man said excitedly, of course. Look at this guy, zombies were wiped out while he was singing. How awesome! Even if the other party doesn't take us in, the zombies on this street will probably be cleared. Right? We can stay here, and we can get a small safety zone. Right? With such a master, safety will be guaranteed in the future. And the older man always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he could only nod, and then whispered, since that strong man has been singing, let's go down. If a zombie finds us and rushes towards us, we don't have the ability to escape. Hearing the older man's words, the other 2 nodded, went down the eaves with excitement, and sat on the 3rd floor to listen to Meng Su's singing. Although, Meng Su's singing is not that good. But in the ears of the 3 people, it is like the sound of nature. Especially in the microphone, the occasional sound of blood spurting, and the roar of zombies. It is wonderful. They are willing to call this powerful singer, the greatest singer after the end of the world, artist. Chapter 223, is the mental value of a normal person really 100 points? The sun is high in the sky, shining on this mess. On the concrete ground, there are densely packed zombie corpses. Their corpses are like withered crops after autumn, falling one by one, silently piling up into a small hill. The ground has been stained red with blood, forming pools of blood, shining faintly in the sun. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood. The music is still ringing in my ears. The nursery rhyme segment is over. Now it's the turn of death rock music. Some of the zombies were still in the posture they had when they fell to the ground, with their hands stretched out weakly, as if they were trying to grab something. Some had distorted faces, with fear and unwillingness in their eyes, as if they were telling the pain they had experienced before. Meng-Su was having a great time. He even took out a guitar and started playing it randomly. Meng-Su himself could not play the guitar, but it didn't matter. It didn't affect Meng-Su's playing randomly. Even if the guitar strings broke, it didn't affect Meng-Su's playing the air guitar. It was a real air guitar, which means you have nothing in your hand, and you pretend to have a guitar in your hand. Anyway, it was very cool. The concert lasted a long time, from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m., a full 5 hours. And Meng-Su's talent was amazing. For 5 hours, the styles ranged from children's songs, love songs to death heavy metal, rock music, and finally rap and rap. All kinds of styles were available. It's not an exaggeration to call him the king of Eastern folk songs. And Zhao Wenyao, from the initial shock, fear, not caring about her incontinence, gradually became numb, calm, and even went to the bathroom once, to deal with various problems caused by her physiological reasons. As for Zhou Lily, her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. She stared at Meng-Su without blinking. Even Xiongde, Xiong Er and Guang Tucheng, the three disgusting guys, seemed a little pleasing to Zhou Lily. With such a strong strength, he would definitely be able to lead her back to Maya Commercial Building and kill Ji Donghe, the beast. Whenever she thought of this, Zhou Lily would feel excited involuntarily. It seemed that she had seen Ji Donghe lying in a pool of blood. Her body could not help but tremble. Meng-Su, on the other hand, did not have so many thoughts. Seeing that the music was piled up like a mountain around him, and that the last song he knew was finished, Meng-Su could not help but feel a little tired. It was not physical tiredness, but mental tiredness. Meng-Su had already started to make up lyrics by himself. Finally, at 10:33, Meng-Su received a line of small gilded characters in front of him. Oh my god! I don't know what words to use to describe your great feat. Host, you have successfully broken the historical record in human history. You held a concert while helping homeless people solve their housing problems. 5.5 hours. Just 5.5 hours. Oh my goodness, dear, you are really a philanthropic singer. Any philanthropist who sees you will bow his head in shame. Task completed. Current task evaluation. If charity has a name, then it must be called Meng-Su. Task rewards. Credit points plus 8 million, points plus 200, top singing voice, natural sense of sound, entertainment star talent x3, qualification to open an entertainment company plus 1. Congratulations, Mr. Meng-Su, one of the world's greatest philanthropists. You now have the opportunity to open an entertainment company. As we all know, entertainment companies are one of the more profitable industries. You only need to make some movies, TV series, do some talent shows, select some pretty boys, and you can make a fortune. Meng-Su. People who don't know really think that opening an entertainment company is a business that will never lose money. In fact, the risks of entertainment companies are completely uncontrollable. What if you lose money investing in movies? What if the company's artists fail? In short, celebrities just need to jump around and have fun. But entertainment companies have to consider many things, from stock prices to the psychological guidance of celebrities. And they have to pay taxes legally. Oh, it's so difficult. At the same time, Meng-Su always felt that the system was mocking him, calling him a great philanthropist all the time, which made Meng-Su's ears a little itchy. Today's entertainment industry is full of filth. Fans, skating, tax evasion, murder and arson. Any demons and monsters can enter the entertainment industry. Now you have the opportunity to open an entertainment company. Don't you want to clean up the entertainment industry and become a benchmark of positive energy in the entertainment industry? Triggering task. Positive energy in the entertainment industry. Task requirements. Create an entertainment company with good credit and no negative news. Sign at least 10 artists, 5 of whom must have a certain degree of fame, including 2 top artists. Malicious fabrication and smear by competitors are not included in the task requirements. Task rewards. Credit points plus 20 million, points plus 200, breakthrough points plus 1, top director ability. Meng Su. You really know how to take advantage of opportunities. Like an old sow wearing a bra, the tasks come one after another. Meng Su didn't have much to say about this. Just open it. It's just a company. It's this era anyway. Can there still be a network that allows one's artists to attack one's artists? What bothers Meng Su is that there needs to be 2 top streamers. So, what is the definition of a top streamer? The one with the same name as Xiao Yan's father. The elder brother? If it counted before, does it mean that if Xiaoyu transfers over, she will automatically have a top streamer? Meng Su thought casually. While looking at the entertainment practitioners he had obtained, he shook his head lightly and said, "Use it at will." In an instant, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of Meng Su. 3 senior star-type talents will appear within a 3-kilometer radius of you by chance. I hope you can hire them as soon as possible. No more waiting. Okay. Hire them when you have time. Meng Su casually wrote down the information, but didn't take it seriously. After all, after coming to the Magic City, there are many tasks. And he doesn't care much about the guys, who are not very helpful to his cause. Although the other party is related to a task, but for such a task, there is no special technology reward, just credit points. Meng Su didn't take it seriously. After all, Meng Su is not in a hurry for a task worth 1 billion yuan. Why is he in a hurry for this? Meng Su has now left the vulgar period of looking at the amount of money. Meng Su now mainly looks at technology, and some strange and novel things to determine the priority of the task. Technology is the primary productive force. For example, the magical bubble machine. If it is peacetime, this thing cannot be bought with hundreds of millions. It can really bring back memories of childhood. The concert ends here. Thank you for your patronage. I hope that next time, you can continue to come to my concert if you are lucky. Oh, I will pay attention to the time. Try to hold another concert in 18 years. Pay attention to reincarnation. You must reincarnate early. After completing the task, Meng Su exhaled, threw the microphone casually, and didn't care about the corpses on the ground, said boring, then stretched his body, and shouted loudly, "Xiongda, Xiong Air and Bald Chong, retreat." After hearing Meng Su's words, the 3 zombies bathed in blood immediately returned, and came to Meng Su to obey his orders respectfully. The 3 of them were not in a good condition now. Half of Xiong Air's arm was completely broken, blood was constantly gushing out of the wound, and the once strong arm was now only left with an empty sleeve swaying in the wind, and half of Xiongda's bone wing had disappeared without a trace. Only Bald Chong was in a relatively good condition, but he looked a little depressed, and his entire zombie looked like he was running out of energy, as if he had overdrawn his body, and was quite dying. Very strange. They were clearly zombies. But they gave Meng Su a tired feeling of an office worker after work. Do zombies get tired after work too? Meng Su was not sure, but it didn't matter. For the 3 zombie bodyguards in front of him, Meng Su had only one sentence to say, that is, as long as they don't die, they will be killed. If they die, then they can all be regarded as atonement for the heinous crimes they committed before being infected by the zombie virus. Meng Su shook his head, and then waved to the 3rd floor of the Manic KTV, and shouted, "Zhou Lily, and that guy, you guys come down, the concert is over," and the result of the concert was very successful. Now it's your turn to take me to my commercial building to find Ji Donghe. After hearing Meng Su's call, not long after, 2 young women walked out of the violent TKV. One of them had weak legs, and needed Zhou Lily's support to walk. Obviously it was Zhao Wenya. Meng Su saw this, but he did not show any unnatural expression. Instead, he looked very normal, and said to the 2 people, "Okay, this concert is successfully completed. My personal next plan is to crack down on the human traffickers. It's time to let the criminals feel the iron fist of justice. Take me to find Ji Donghe. I'm a boxer 6. Meng Su was very decent. Because during the concert, except for some zombies that broke through the blockade of Xiongda, Xiong Air and Guang Tuchong, and broke in front of him, the rest of the zombies were stopped outside by the 3 security guards. So Meng Su was dressed appropriately, and was polite in his words, looking like a fighter for justice. If you could ignore the sea of blood and corpses behind him. Around, the whole place was filled with corpses. At a glance, the ground was covered with incomplete limbs and scarlet blood. The air was filled with a strong and pungent smell of blood. Even a few kilometers away, you can smell it clearly. This place seemed to have become a huge Shura field. There were small hills of corpses everywhere. In some places, the corpses were even piled up as high as a hill, completely blocking the view of the small building of the Manic KTD. In such an environment, Zhou Lili and Zhao Wenyao couldn't even find a way out. They looked around and felt as if they were in hell. The scene in front of them was horrifying, with suffocating zombies everywhere. It was not until this moment that they deeply understood what the horrific scene described by the idiom mountains of corpses and seas of blood looked like. Xiongda and Xiong'er and Guang Tuchong were currently performing a necessary task for working zombies, which was to clear the hills of corpses and open up a road to the outside world. Although for Meng Su, it would be faster to walk without Zhou Lili and Zhao Wenyao. But it is inevitable to get lost. There is no use having a map. The big city of Shanghai is full of layers. Who knows if one will get lost accidentally? And it will take a lot of time. Okay. You two. Lead the way. Meng Su smiled, and then pointed to a dump truck that looked like it once belonged to the Manic KTV, and said, "There is a car." Perfect. Zhou Lili and Zhao Wenyao are familiar with this car, because they were in this car, and were brought here by the bald Chan from the Maya commercial building. Because the smell of blood was too strong, Zhao Wenyao was a little hesitant and couldn't speak, but Zhou Lili was full of energy, and took the initiative to sit in the co-pilot seat, and said to Meng Su firmly, "Mr. Meng, let's go." At this time, Meng Su glanced at Zhou Lili, and said calmly, "You sit in the back. You can't put yourself in the right position. Right? You sit in the co-pilot seat?" If you want to choose a confidant, Meng Su chooses the zombie Yin shooting, instead of the young lady Zhou Lili in the Magic City. After hearing Meng Su's voice, Zhou Lili quietly came to the back seat. Zhao Wenyao's heart pounded when she saw this. Just as she was about to sit in the co-pilot seat, she saw Meng Su frowning. Seeing Meng Su frowning, Zhao Wenyao immediately understood, and came to the back seat in a rage. In the end, the co-pilot was handed over to Yin Shooting, who did nothing. Xiongda, Xiong'er, and Guang Tuchong sat in the bucket behind the dump truck. Everything was ready. Meng Su was full of confidence, and he could almost be said to be in a state of utter determination. He stepped on the accelerator and said, "Let's go!" In an instant, he rode away in a cloud of dust. But after starting, Meng Su felt something was wrong. Why is this car manual? The reason why the Mayan commercial building is called this name is because the theme of this building is Mayan. What is the Mayan theme? Natural history originated from the ancient civilization Mayan civilization, which is specifically manifested in the fact that there is a large Mayan pyramid on the first floor of the building. In the end-time environment, these so-called decorations are completely useless. Although this commercial building has a loud name, it is actually only 7 stories high and is not so magnificent. All the windows on the first floor are tightly locked with iron chains and nailed with wooden boards to prevent zombies from breaking in through the windows on the left and right. Of course, this step is actually insignificant and is just for psychological comfort, because on the periphery of the commercial building, there is a circle of large pits dug. It pretends to be a moat. As long as a zombie rushes over, it will fall into this big pit and then struggle in the pit. Of course, it would be useless if there was a zombie tied. After all, the big pit would always be filled. But this is the perfect address that the reborn Ji Dongha painstakingly selected. So he missed many zombie crazes that broke out in the Magic City, and thus survived, which also enabled him to be the king here. The title of the reborn is very useful, at least in this Maya empire that belongs to Ji Dongha. Many superpowers come for this title, and are willing to work for him. Shin Mingzai is such a person with superpowers. Before the apocalypse, he was a delivery boy wandering around the Magic City delivering takeout. However, after the apocalypse, somehow, he actually awakened the superpower of speed. And with the training of superpowers avoiding zombies, he gradually mastered his skills, and even mastered some of the power of wind. This supernatural feeling made Shin Mingzai intoxicated, but he understood the horror of zombies at the end of the world, and accidentally heard the name of the reborn, so he came here to join Ji Dongha. After joining Ji Dongha, he was entrusted with an important task by Ji Dongha, becoming the owner of the first floor, responsible for guarding the situation on the first floor. Once there was any disturbance, he could use his special ability to report to Ji Dongha at the first time, so that Ji Dongha could be prepared. During this process, Shin Mingzai often called Ji Dongha his brother. Ji Dongha became rich and called himself the queen. But he did not forget his good brother Shin Mingzai, and conferred Shin Mingzai the title of first-class marquis, and regarded him as a pillar of the empire. Shin Mingzai was not used to the life here at first. In his eyes, they were all human beings. It was not good to treat them as livestock for fun. But with Ji Dongha's persuasion and the passage of time, Shin Mingzai gradually adapted to this kind of life, and even felt a little accustomed to it. Today, it was noon. Shin Mingzai sat on a chair behind the pyramid on the first floor, enjoying the roasted lamb leg while looking at the slaves squatting not far away, drooling at him. He couldn't help but sneered, "Do you want to eat?" Those slaves nodded one after another, and their eyes showed a look of great desire. In response to this, Shin Mingzai could not help but laugh loudly, tore off a piece of mutton, threw it straight on the ground, and said with disdain, "Come on, whoever can grab this piece of meat can eat it." Seeing this scene, the slaves squatting on the ground instantly became chaotic. Their eyes even glowed green, and they started to scramble frantically, and even started fighting each other. Seeing this scene, Shin Mingzai also enjoyed himself leisurely, and used this as a way to have fun. These slaves all have families. Their wives and children are all acting as other slaves on a certain floor on the top of the building, which is why they are arranged on the first floor. If there is any disturbance on the first floor, Shin Mingzai can push them over to die immediately, and he will run upstairs to report the situation immediately. Interesting. Soon after the dispute, a skinny man won the victory. He greedily ate the small piece of mutton, and under his feet, there was a loser who was hunched over and had a painful expression. Good. Shin Mingzai laughed twice. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a pop sound not far away, and sawdust splashed. Huh? This sound instantly alerted everyone. Shin Mingzai felt something was wrong. He wanted to see the situation and run away if it was not good. Roar! When he saw a giant zombie with a broken arm standing at the door, Shin Mingzai stood up and turned around without hesitation, wanting to rush up the stairs. He moved very quickly, but when he just ran to the stairs, he suddenly saw a young man carrying a white box standing on the stairs, blocking his way. Seeing this young man, Shin Mingzai was stunned. Who is this? Why have I never seen him before? While Shin Mingzai was stunned, the young man suddenly smiled slightly, as if he had seen an acquaintance, patted Shin Mingzai's shoulder, and said to Shin Mingzai in a very familiar way, "We are all in the same system, give me a favor, can you tell me where Ji Dongha is?" Shin Mingzai was very alert. While trying to break free from the young man's arm around him, he whispered, "What system? Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Stop pestering me. Zombies are coming in. Didn't you see it coming? Don't worry." The young man smiled lightly, and grabbed Shin Mingzai's shoulder with his backhand, and bit it hard. In an instant, there was a sound of bone fracture. Shin Mingzai screamed immediately, and then the young man continued, "We are all part of the ecosystem. Can you be a little nicer?" After breaking Shin Mingzai's shoulder, Meng-Su did not hesitate at all, and directly picked up the box, and smashed it hard towards Shin Mingzai's dog legs. Immediately, Shin Mingzai's dog legs were deformed, and the legs that a speed-type mutant was most proud of were broken. After finishing, Meng-Su waved at the door. Zhou Lili and Zhao Wenyao stood up between Xiong Er and Guang Tucheng, their faces full of excitement. Zhou Lili said to Meng-Su respectfully, "Mr. Meng, this is it. Ji Dongha. That beast usually lives on the 6th floor, but I don't know where he is now." "Well, very good." Meng-Su nodded. Xiongde is not here because although Xiongde broke half of his wings, he soon grew them back. But he can only fly, and his attack power is a little weak. So Meng-Su asked Xiongde to wait outside the building with Yen shooting. Once Ji Dongha wants to jump off the building to escape, Xiongde will let Ji Dongha see what a royal air battle is. After saying that, Meng-Su looked around and saw more than a dozen shirtless men squatting on the ground. He was stunned and asked casually, "What is this rule?" Zhao Wenyao gritted her teeth and whispered to Meng-Su, "Mr. Meng, these are the survivors persecuted by Ji Dongha, the so-called slaves. This bit Ji Dongha is really going backwards in history. What era is it now? Still practicing slavery? I'll let Ji Dongha play the free bungee jumping machine later." Meng-Su nodded gently, and then said, "Guang Tucheng, you stay on the first floor to block the exit. Don't let anyone escape, Zhao Wenyao. You tell them the situation here. Zhou Lili and Xiong Er, you follow me upstairs. Find Ji Dongha." After saying this, Meng-Su suddenly remembered that he still had a mother-son reunion mission, and added to Zhou Lili, "Oh, by the way, before looking for Ji Dongha, look for your son first. Your son is also very important." After hearing Meng Su's words, Zhou Lily's tear glands were a little out of control, and a line of tears flowed from her eyes. With a little crying, she paid the highest respect to Meng Su. Thank you, Mr. Meng. It was my fault before. I said you were a mental patient behind your back. It's my fault. You are not a mental patient. You are the greatest person in the world. Meng Su. Damn. My mental value is 34 points. Why do people always think I am a mental patient? Is it true that the mental value of normal people is 100 points? Meng Su fell into hesitation. Chapter 224. Are you a reborn person? After thinking of this possibility, Meng Su kept silent, and just kept walking upstairs. Haha, it's just 34 points of spirit value. It's still 66 points away from 100 points. I don't care about it anymore. I can't even remember it. It's just that it's only been 26 hours. 43 minutes and 39 seconds since the last time I added points. I don't care about it anymore. Who cares about this? It's just... Meng Su had a gloomy face, and said nothing. The desire to kill is rising. Bald Chan followed Meng Su. He looked quite tired but felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. As soon as he went up the stairs, Meng Su saw the younger brother, who heard the noise on the second floor, and came downstairs to check the situation. After seeing Meng Su at the corner of the stairs, the younger brother was stunned. And then he pointed a knife at Meng Su and shouted, "What are you doing?" Meng Su didn't say anything. Bald Chan behind him suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, the silent black bullet flew out from Bald Chan's palm. This black bullet was extremely fast, like a black lightning, and it hit the younger brother's chest in the blink of an eye. In an instant, a dull crash resounded throughout the space, and then a stream of blood gushed out, splashing on the surrounding ground and walls. The younger brother, who was hit, trembled violently, and then fell down weakly. A shocking blood hole appeared on his chest, and blood continued to flow out of it, staining his clothes red. Then he fell to the ground weakly, and rolled down the stairs to Meng Su's feet. Bald Chan's black bullet is not a real bullet, but his bones. What is fired are his bone fragments, pretending to be bullets. It seems that his superpowers before his death may also be related to bones. But in any case, Bald Chan's bones have super strong self-healing ability, which is why he can transform bones into small fragments and fire them as bullets. It stands to reason that zombie employees like Bald Chan should rest for a while after each battle to restore as many missing bones as possible. But what can he do? Who made him meet the black-hearted old? Ahem, who made him meet Mr. Meng Su, the pioneer of charity? Mr. Meng couldn't wait to carry out charity activities. Under the leadership of Meng Su, the pioneer of charity, I believe that Bald Chan will be enveloped by the holy light, with immeasurable merits, and become a saint on the spot. After killing the younger brother who came to investigate the situation, Bald Chan took the lead and walked in the front, and Meng Su didn't think about it, directly pointed to the second floor, and said to Bald Chan, "You go and kill the owner of the second floor. If there are any so-called slaves, keep them in your hands." After hearing this, Bald Chan immediately went into the second floor. Meng Su's steps did not stop, and he continued to move upwards. Not long after, when Meng Su reached the third floor, he could already hear the screams coming from the second floor. The sound was not loud, because it was completely covered by the noisy noise from the third floor. When Meng Su arrived at the third floor, he pushed the doorman into the wall with one hand, and walked into the third floor. What he saw was a lewd atmosphere, and several huge mahjong tables. The smoke was lingering, and it felt like Macau Royal Casino is online. In addition to these guys who were gambling, there were also sexy dealers dealing cards online. Yuji, hurry up and play. What are you always thinking about? I didn't win much money. I didn't win many times. Meng Su entered the third floor, but found that no one seemed to care about him, so he looked around curiously. The situation here can only be described as very strange. The sexy dealer did not deal cards online, but played mahjong online. In addition, their playing methods are also very strange. There are National Mahjong, Sichuan Mahjong, Northern Mahjong, and even Mahjong Seoul. These are all forgotten, after all. Mahjong has different playing methods, and we must respect regional customs. But how come someone plays Mahjong and plays 3 with 1? Is this playing landlord or Mahjong? But he was a little helpless. Meng Su had been standing here for a long time, and no one paid attention to him. For a moment, Meng Su was a little angry, and was ready to kill someone to vent his anger. So he looked around and immediately found the most beastly one among all the people present. Then he walked towards the guy smoking in the corner, with a step that did not recognize any relatives. Seeing Meng Su walking straight towards him, the man just raised his head slightly, looked at Meng Su, took a deep puff of cigarette, and blew out a smoke ring. "Are you here to play?" After that, the man asked Meng Su casually, and then called a woman with an ordinary figure and revealing clothes. "What do you want to play?" "Emily. Come here. Arrange a seat for her." The woman named Emily, but Zhang Erhua, who Meng Su observed, immediately walked over with a twisted waist, with a fake smile on her face. Meng Su heard a sharp female voice that was almost mechanical from a distance. "Sir, what do you want to play?" "I want to play headshot," Meng Su said seriously. The psychic sitting on the chair smoking was stunned. "What is that, mahjong or poker or some other way?" "None of them." Meng Su shook his head, then said seriously, "I'll teach you how to play." The next second, a punch was thrown, like a violent storm. Boom! With a loud noise, the psychic lost consciousness in an instant, and was no longer able to figure out what was going on. The blood mist exploded on the entire wall, and Meng Su felt a little sore. The head was not blown up, but it did produce a bloody mist, and the skull was shattered. All over the floor, blood gushed out from the broken neck, and the headless body collapsed to the floor. When Emily saw this scene, her face turned pale, and she was stunned. She subconsciously let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" This scream completely attracted the attention of the entire third floor. Everyone was speechless, and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. At this time, Guard Chong, who slaughtered all the superpowers on the second floor, also stood at the door of the third floor covered in blood. After observing everyone's expressions, Meng Su glanced at everyone present, and couldn't help but smile lightly, and then said loudly, "Don't be nervous, I'm a good person, let's play a game. The loser will have the same fate as him." Meng Su's voice was resounding. The entire third floor was as quiet as a sleeping giant, without any sound, as if time had frozen here. Even if a silver needle was dropped lightly, the crisp sound would echo in the air for a long time, clearly audible. "If you win, can you leave?" A bearded man from the other survivors' camp in the apocalypse clenched the double-barreled shotgun at his waist, looked at Meng Su, and spoke with a bad face. It can be seen that he was very afraid of Meng Su's strength. "Yes. Kill the host with one punch." Such strength really made him feel odd. Meng Su shook his head when he heard it. "No." After that, Meng Su glanced at Emily on the side. There was a Madam and human trafficker profession in the occupation panel. He immediately said, "The winner will die the same way as her." The next second, Meng Su's eyes suddenly glowed with golden light, and the frightened Emily trembled immediately. And the next second she looked at Meng Su with horror. And Meng Su did not hesitate, grabbing Emily by the collar. As easy as picking up a chicken. Then, Meng Su waved his arm, and threw Emily fiercely towards a pillar not far away. With a loud bang, Emily's head hit the pillar heavily. Blood splattered everywhere. Her head was broken and bleeding, and even the pillar was hit with a gap. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified, and the bearded man who had just spoken raised the double-barreled shotgun fiercely, rushed towards Meng Su and pulled the trigger. "Then you go to hell." "Damn it!" Bang! After one shot, Meng Su was unharmed. "It just hurts a little." Meng Su had a blank expression on his face, smiled calmly, and then slowly walked towards them. "Turn-based game, it's my turn now." "Ah! Run, run! There's a zombie at the door." "Ah! Kill him quickly!" The entire third floor suddenly turned into a scene like hell on earth. Those slaves who were raised squatted in the corner numbly, looking at the blood flying in front of them. Countless broken limbs were torn and thrown aside by Meng Su, and even worse, in front of them, they were directly torn in half by hand. Most of the slaves were somewhat numb, but there were a few who looked at the scene in front of them with a look of shock, trembling, quite scared. And some slaves were also very excited, and seemed to be very happy that Meng Su killed these people to pieces. In a short while, the entire third floor was cleared. Looking at the slaves hiding in the corner, Meng Su said calmly, "Go downstairs. On the first floor. Someone will take care of you." After that, Meng Su pushed open the door that was tightly closed by Guang Tuqiang and continued to walk upstairs. It is called a commercial building, but this Maya commercial building is more like a 7-story private residence. Meng Su is now looking forward to what is on the last 4 floors. Something is wrong. Very wrong. Ji Dongha frowned. He felt something was wrong in his heart. He always felt that some big trouble was coming to him. He seemed to be in a bloody disaster. However, he racked his brains and searched the memories in his mind. But he could not find the source of any disaster in this period. The strongest zombies in the Magic City should still be developing in the suburbs now, and will not take a single step casually. As for Fei Hui in the safe zone, he is acting with the main force, and it is unlikely that he will act alone. Could he be from another province? The Rat King that is roaming in Nanjiang province. That's not right. The Rat King should not have started to roam yet. Ji Donghe was thinking a lot in his mind, and he had no idea where the person who might pose a threat to him would come from at this point in time. However, this feeling of something wrong in his heart made Ji Donghe more and more sensitive. In the end, he stood up and walked downstairs, saying to his confidants around him, "Go downstairs. Go to the 4th floor. See how the supplies are. And call Lao Qi, Lao Lu and Lao Wu over by the way. Let's have a meeting. I always feel a little uneasy. And think of a way to go out and avoid the limelight." The confidants around him heard this, and they immediately stood up and prepared to go downstairs with Ji Donghe. They had unconditional trust in Ji Donghe, who made Ji Donghe a reborn person. The reborn people have all come out. Who wouldn't believe in the reborn people? Ji Donghe walked towards the gate. As soon as he arrived at the gate, the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became heavier. He hesitated and stretched out his hand. Finally, he asked his trusted younger brother beside him, "You go open the door." "Okay, King Ji." The younger brother didn't feel that there was anything wrong. He nodded and bowed immediately. Just as he was about to go forward to open the door, he suddenly heard a loud noise. The door was kicked out directly. The younger brother was caught off guard and was crushed to the ground by the heavy anti-theft door. Then, covered in blood, Meng Su, carrying a white box, calmly stepped on the security door and appeared in front of Ji Donghe. Guang Tuqiang, who was standing next to him, was even more depressed. "Ah!" A scream came from under the security door. Hearing the scream, Meng Su couldn't help but praise. The Magic City is really a big city. Even the security door will scream. It seems that I have come to the right place. After that, he looked at Ji Donghe. Ji Donghe looked alert. In front of Meng Su, Ji Donghe's information also appeared through observing his words and expressions. Name, Ji Donghe. Occupation, psychic, human trafficker, murderer, rapist. Level, 14/12/19/15. When Meng Su saw this occupation list, he was even stunned for a moment. Good guy, this is the first time I have seen someone who can't fit into the occupation list. What is a born criminal? Ji Donghe didn't know what Meng Su was looking at. He looked at Meng Su nervously, his heart pounding. He said to Meng Su, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Have you heard of Ji's reputation? Are you here to explore the mystery of the future?" Ji Donghe was particularly nervous now. He felt that the person in front of him was a peerless strongman he had never seen before. Even before rebirth, he had never seen such a bloody existence. Who is this? Could it be the emperor of the Southern Chu Empire, who is known as the first person with supernatural powers in ancient and modern times? Or is it a zombie character in the future who is comparable to a god? "You are the reborn one." Meng Su chuckled, waved his hand, and asked Bal Chong at the door to wait aside, and then said, "Come, sit down and talk." Ji Donghe must die. But before he died, Meng Su allowed him to explain what he knew. Meng Su was quite curious about the identity of the reborn. He also wanted to see if it was true or not. Meng Su had no doubts about this. After all, I already have the system, and it is normal for other reborn people to appear. Although this system seems to be a bit inconsistent, Meng Su is already very satisfied. Although Ji Donghe was not quite used to Meng Su's tone, he still smiled and nodded. Like a waiter, "Sir, do you have any questions? Tell me about the future of Nanjiang province." Meng Su said calmly, "My name is Tianhe. My buddy is Wang Xian. And I have a friend named Peng Ting. Let's chat." The names of the people Meng Su reported were all the famous leaders of the chosen ones in Nanjiang province. "I've heard of the huge zombie animals you mentioned about the future being occupied by zombies." "Don't tell me that." Meng Su wanted to see if this reborn person knew these three names. "By the way, how long after the end of the world did you reborn?" After hearing the three names Meng Su said, Ji Donghe's face was obviously confused. He smiled bitterly, and then whispered to Meng Su, "Mr. Tian, I was reborn in the 9th year of the new era. I don't know much about Nanjiang province. He had never heard of these three names. What does it mean? It means that the person in front of him should be a powerful zombie in the future. Ah. Such a strong man can become a zombie. The end of the world is too terrible. You just haven't heard of us three brothers. Right? Ming-Su was very calm, and said to Ji Donghe, then tell me about the people from Nanjian you have heard of. Yes, the future emperor of the Nanchu Empire, Lin Yi, who is known as the first superpower in ancient and modern times. Ji Donghe whispered. Although he founded the empire in Wenjiang, he mentioned that he was born in Nanjiang. In addition, Nanjiang province has a strong man in the safe zone named Shen, who is called Zhao Zhao. What a big name, but it is said that he was trying to resist a zombie giant elephant attacking a nuclear power plant, and died together with the zombie giant elephant in the 3rd year of the new era. Ming-Su? Ah? Who are you talking about? Lin Yi Shen Zhao Zhao? Damn, I didn't expect Lin Yi to be a feudal leader. What's the situation with Shen Zhao Zhao? Thinking of this, Ming-Su asked again, have you heard of the Peace Order Group? And Ming-Su? It doesn't matter, he won't pretend. Anyway, Ji Donghe is just a jerk. He can't even beat Xiongde and Xiong'er, he will die today. No. Ji Donghe is very honest, he didn't even lie. Because he had a feeling that if he lied, it would cause some consequences that he couldn't bear. When Ming-Su heard this, he immediately shook his head, then you are reborn as a jerk. The moment he said this, Ming-Su grabbed Ji Donghe's collar and lifted him up with one hand. Ji Donghe was shocked when he saw this. His trusted brothers were shocked and said, damn it. Put down King Ji. Put it down quickly. Without King Ji, the reborn, how can we survive the end of the world? Quick. Let's go together. The trusted brothers around him were shocked and rushed over to rescue Ji Donghe. However, in front of Ming-Su, they were no different from chickens. Ming-Su didn't even need to take action. The brave and fearless Mr. Bal Chan shot all the bones in his body and killed them all. And they collapsed on the ground. Master Tian, if you have anything to say, please talk nicely. Ji Donghe was terrified, but he still tried his best to comfort Tian he in front of him. I am here, you have strong power, I have the experience of rebirth. We can definitely become bigger and stronger, and survive the end of the world. Hee. Ming-Su didn't say much nonsense, he directly grabbed Ji Donghe, and started to tear his limbs. Human trafficker, you deserve to die. Ming-Su wanted to tear off all his limbs, leaving only the torso and head, and throw it to the slaves he oppressed. As for whether the slaves would spare his life, it had nothing to do with Ming-Su. I, Ming-Su, am the most innocent. Although I don't know what this reborn person is like. Ming-Su has learned that the future he knows is definitely not the present future. So he is not panicked at all. There are no chosen ones and extraterrestrial civilizations. You know Ji, right? But Ming-Su is still a little curious about what is going on with him. The ability of this psychic is to simulate a life in a dream. The paths of life are different, strange, and some are completely illogical. There was once a psychic named Charlotte who had the same ability. He returned to the past in a drunken dream, which gave rise to a series of absurd things. He thought he had returned to the past, but he hadn't. After hearing that, Ming-Su understood. It turned out that he was not a reborn person, was it him? Charlotte. Ming-Su shook his head, then he carried Ji Donghe and walked downstairs. Let Xiong'er do it. Ming-Su was kind-hearted, and couldn't bear to see bloody limbs being torn off. Oh, the one on the 3rd floor doesn't count. Touched, you successfully reunited the mother and child abducted by human traffickers. There is true love in the world. There is true love in the world. Ming-Su, you are not only the pioneer of charity in Hiching City, you are also the pioneer of charity in Donghua, the pioneer of charity in the world. If we were to select a person who moved the world this year, the system would definitely vote for you. You are Mr. World Charity. Task completed. Task evaluation. I cried when I watched this episode as a child. Task reward. Credit points plus 500, 000, points plus 10, top piano playing skills. Ming-Su nodded, nothing to say, the appetizer is over. Next, it's time for the main course. Ming-Su was very curious about the military standard combat chip, and now he couldn't wait to kill Ji Donghe to see the value of this chip. Chapter 225 Demon City Siming. I am invincible, I will take people to stop Ming-Su now. Ji Donghe was dragged by Ming-Su like a dead dog, from the 7th floor to the lobby on the 1st floor. This journey really made Ji Donghe feel burning pain. Although Ji Donghe is not a superpower who excels in physique, but with the awakening of superpowers, The physical fitness of each superpower has been generally enhanced, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Therefore, this dragging all the way made Ji Dongha very painful, but he was not dragged to death. Ah! Let me go! Let me go! I'm going to kill you! Kill you! Ji Dongha yelled all the way. He was extremely angry and heartbroken. What's going on? How can I not bear this pain? Meng Su didn't say anything, and Ji Dongha had already begun to doubt himself. The physical torture made Ji Dongha doubt his life, because in his memory, he was brave and good at fighting in the world before his rebirth, and survived for 9 years with his resourcefulness and hard work. During these 9 years, he had suffered a lot of inhuman torture, such as digging out his eyes, tearing out his heart and lungs, which were commonplace. His will should have been tempered to be indestructible. Why was he unable to bear the pain of being dragged along the way? In addition to the physical torture, Ji Dongha also fell into his own mental doubts. It was a double blow. For such a blow, it can only be said that Ji Dongha's brain was too good. If it were a stupid person, he would never think clearly about this. However, Meng Su, who knew the reason for everything, smiled contemptuously and ignored Ji Dongha, who looked like a dead dog. Instead, he went straight to the first floor, looking at the huge group of slaves. Without hesitation, Meng Su directly treated Ji Dongha as a dead dog and threw him down the stairs. Ah! With a scream, Ji Dongha's arm was clearly broken, and even the bone penetrated the muscle, exposed outside, and blood gushed out. The moment Ji Dongha appeared, the slaves present were in an uproar, and then they lowered their heads timidly, not daring to look directly at Meng Su. Their spirits had been exhausted by the torture of Ji Dongha and his minions. Those tough survivors had already been beheaded by Ji Dongha and his minions, and naturally there were few people who dared to resist. Meng Su had no way to deal with this situation. After all, he was just the chairman, not a god. Come on. One man. One knife. Kill him, Meng Su said casually, and then gave Xiong a look. The ferocious Xiong immediately roared, rushed over, and completely broke Ji Dongha's limbs in a few seconds, causing Ji Dongha to scream again. This Ji Dongha is not the chosen one, so he will not produce any evolution crystals at all. Therefore, Meng Su has no desire to kill such a thing. Instead of killing him himself, it is better to let these slaves oppressed by Ji Dongha kill Ji Dongha, and see if he can save him. At the same time, Meng Su also wants to select a circle from these slaves. Are all these slaves good people? Meng Su does not think so. There are always a few unlucky gangs who are accidentally eaten by the gangs, or there are always some who surrender to Ji Dongha and do the things of being an accomplice to the tiger and taking advantage of the power of the man. These people, none of them can be kept alive. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately waved his hand, and the depressed Bal Chang immediately brought a stool to Meng Su. Meng Su sat in front of the screaming half-pig Ji Dongha, and smiled at these oppressed slaves. What are you waiting for? Come on together! Light the sky lanterns! Light the sky lanterns! The fine tradition of the ancient East country, lighting the sky lanterns. This can't be missed. Meng Su has never seen it before. After hearing Meng Su's words, most of them were still a little timid, looking at each other, and there was a whisper, but there were also a few brave ones, or those with deep hatred, who immediately rushed over with strong anger, with bare hands, using teeth and nails as weapons, and began to attack Ji Dongha. Immediately, the whole hall was filled with screams from the King Ji. Zhou Lily brought her son to Meng Su, and burst into tears, and kept kowtow to thank him. Seeing this, Meng Su accepted the kowtow generously, and said casually, no need to be polite. It's just a matter of convenience. Ji Dongha is dead, and now this building belongs to you. I suggest you unite here. Although this place has some painful memories, Ji Dongha is indeed well run and indestructible. Meng Su did not intend to recruit all these people into his company. They are not zombie employees, and they cannot create value for themselves. So, Meng Su let them keep each other warm. When he turned around and saw the safe zone, he notified them and asked the safe zone to contact them. After hearing Meng Su's words, Zhou Lily realized what Meng Su meant, and felt a little distressed, but still nodded heavily and said, thank you for your help, Mr. Meng. I will never thank you for your kindness. If you need us in the future, please let us know, and we will definitely find a way to solve it. Meng Su nodded and said, there are indeed places where we need it. I have a company. You know, I need some talents, whether it is mathematics, physics or biology. as long as they are talents, have a high degree or work in a large company. I need them. This is the Magic City, and it stands to reason that it should be one of the areas with the most talents. Mengsu has no local foundation. But it doesn't matter. These slaves have various occupations, and naturally have different connections. For Zhou Lili, she is probably a real noble lady in the Magic City. But because of the advent of the end of the world, there was a big reshuffle, and she fell to this point. After hearing Mengsu's words, Zhou Lili was startled, then nodded, and said solemnly, "Please rest assured, Mr. Meng, I will organize the information, introduce some friends I know to you, and write a few letters of introduction. Can you please give me some guidance here?" Mengsu's strength made Zhou Lili feel unpredictable. Before, she was eager to save the child. Although she saw Mengsu's strength, she didn't have any other thoughts. Now that the child was rescued, Zhou Lili naturally had different thoughts and wanted Mengsu to stay. After all, only a peerless strongman like Mengsu could lead everyone through the end of the world. Ji Donghe didn't treat them as human beings before. But Mr. Mengsu in front of him was obviously a master who treated them as human beings. How could he remain indifferent when faced with such an opportunity? After hearing Zhou Lili's words, Mengsu shook his head and said, "I'll leave Balchan here. It's enough for you to deal with some daily situations. By the way, let Balchan adjust his condition. I have other important things to do." He naturally knew what Zhou Lili was thinking. But he couldn't stay here. After all, a new storm has emerged. How can he stand still? He still has to go to the west district of Huangshan to find Fu Zishan's body and the mysterious factory. So why waste time here? It just so happens that Guang Tuchang has been out of shape recently. So he is left here to adjust himself. In response, Mengsu looked at Guang Tuchang earnestly. With a resolute look, patted Guang Tuchang on the shoulder, and whispered to Guang Tuchang, "Adjust yourself. Brothers will wait for you to come back." After that, Mengsu started today's Who is the Bad Guy segment. This step is very simple. All it takes is for Mengsu to have a pair of sharp eyes. And it just so happens that Chairman Mengsu has such a pair of sharp eyes that can distinguish right from wrong. So, Chairman Meng's eyes were as big as copper bells, and he shot out lightning-like shrewdness. It made those slaves who had something to hide feel scared and shudder. Not long after, they were all called away. What happened afterwards, others didn't know. Anyway, what they knew was that those who were called away by Mengsu never came back. As for Mengsu himself, after dealing with those bastards who were bullied by the gangsters and those dogs who took advantage of others, he was satisfied and stretched his body. Everyone has the responsibility to fight against human traffickers. Mengsu, Mengsu, you are so satisfying. Charity Pioneer? Charity King. I declare that you are this year's Mr. World Charity. The world can't do without you. Crazy for Mengsu. Crazy for Mengsu. Bang your head against the wall for Mengsu. Come on. You are great. Task completed. Task evaluation. The light of righteousness. Shining on the earth. Task rewards. Credit points plus 2 million. Points plus 20. Reputation in the Magic City area plus 100. Military standard fighting chip. Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, Mengsu nodded with satisfaction, and then, like the blue doryman reaching into its magic pocket, shaking and swaying immediately. With the manual dubbing of dang dang dang, dang dang, he took out a chip. This chip looks only the size of a bank card, but its surface is covered with dazzling tiny components. Different colored lines are intertwined on it, like a maze, which makes Mengsu completely confused about what this thing is. It is a bit beyond Mengsu's knowledge and understanding. But it doesn't matter. The chairman doesn't need to understand this. He just needs to let people who understand it work for him. So, how to use this thing? With this thought, Mengsu immediately checked the introduction in his backpack. Name, Military Standard Combat Technique Chip. Introduction, a special combat technique chip developed by a certain army on a certain planet. After equipping it, you will automatically acquire elite combat techniques. Usage, used in mecha equipped with chip functions, or directly implanted in the brain after prosthetic modification. Seeing this, Mengsu's face darkened in an instant. This thing seems to have no effect on him. The exoskeleton magnetic power mecha, it seems that there is no chip function. Forget it, I'll use it for collection first. I can get this thing eventually, as long as I complete the legendary road, I can get a mass-produced low-end mecha, maybe such a mecha can use this chip. Mengsu pondered secretly. If that's the case, maybe I can find a way to mass-produce the chip. But all of this is based on Meng Su's ability to solve the problem in the West Wanjiang district. If he fails to complete the task, then nothing will happen. Okay. One after another. Right? Meng Su chuckled, his eyes full of confidence. The West Wanjiang district is within reach. He wants to see what is different about the West Wanjiang district. What happened? How did Lao Bai die? I don't know. There are a lot of zombie corpses left at the scene. The preliminary estimate is at least 4 or 5,000. I met 2 survivors on the way. They said someone was holding a concert here at the time. Huh? A concert? That's right. It was said to be a concert. I don't know whether it's true or not. But there were indeed microphones and speakers at the scene. Are there any remaining shells at the scene? No. Not only are there no shells, I looked through several zombies' bodies. They were either chopped by sharp weapons or torn in two. Only some of them had small holes, but those holes were not caused by gun bullets at all. There were several developed photos scattered on the gold-threaded table. The scenes on them were shocking. There were broken limbs everywhere, and the remains of corpses piled up like a small mountain. Through the photos, it seemed that the people present could smell the pungent fishy smell. In front of the gold-rimmed table, a man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked gentle and refined, smiled and raised the photo in his hand. After looking at it carefully, he chuckled and said, "It seems that a great guy has come to the Magic City. Have you found out where he came from?" After hearing the words of the suit boy, the man with a camera hanging on his chest said respectfully, "Reporting to the God of Destiny. According to the trajectory of his actions, he should be from Handong Province, Nanjiang Province or Donghai Province. And it is also possible that he came from Yuanjiang Province. You just say all the provinces around the Magic City and that's it. Right?" The suit boy was a little speechless, and then smiled and said, "I'll give you 2 days to find out where you came from. Otherwise you will go to Holy War on your own." After that, the boy in the suit suddenly stood up, stretched his meridians, and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a strange signal coming, which immediately startled him. Then he knelt on one knee respectfully. "Listen to the oracle of my lord." Seeing the boy in the suit do this, the other 5 chosen ones present bowed in a hurry, showing great respect. However, the 5 of them were obviously treated differently, and they did not hear the content of the oracle at all. They felt that this oracle was a little different. It was always sent to a group in the past. But why was it sent to a private person this time? The boy in the suit was listening carefully to the oracle from the master. His eyes were very serious, and after a while he said, "I will obey the oracle. Xiang Shucheng will kill Meng Su and take back the gift from the master." After that, the demon city Simon named Xiang Shucheng stood up. And then, a wave suddenly appeared in front of him. The next second, it seemed that something was being transmitted. It seemed that the so-called master seemed to be worried that the night would be long and dreamy, and was afraid that the last experience would happen again. About half an hour later, the transmission was completed. In front of Xiang Shucheng, there was a flashlight-like thing, and the method of using it had already appeared in Xiang Shucheng's mind. Holding the flashlight tightly, Xiang Shucheng's eyes were excited. "This is the Lord's gift. My lord, I actually gave you a divine object. Good. 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 With this, I am invincible. Meng Su? It's easy to catch him. I will take back what Nanjiang Simon. That loser. Lost." After calming down, Xiang Shucheng felt very happy and laughed loudly. No need to check his origin. He is Meng Su from Nanjiang Province. Nanjiang Simon couldn't control him, and he lost my master's things. Now my master has granted me the holy object. You all follow me to the west area of Huangshan, to surround and kill Meng Su, and take back my master's things. I am an extremely powerful chosen one, and now I have the blessing of the holy object. Meng Su? Just trash. Nanjiang Simon? Even more trash. He lost the things my lord gave him. What a waste. But it proves from the side that the item my lord gave me before is not powerful, otherwise Nanjiang Simon would have no reason to die. Since that's the case, I will take people to stop Meng Su right now, and make sure he knows the price of offending their chosen one. He will pay the price. Chapter 226. No wonder you can be the god of destiny. West Huangshan, the river is roaring. Meng Su, wearing sunglasses, was drifting down the river, quite comfortable. Behind him, Big Bear and Little Bear were like 2 iron walls, just standing there, making the waterline much deeper. Yin Shooting changed her clothes, removed her leather jacket, and put on a clean waiter uniform from the cruise ship, which looked quite different. As for how she changed her clothes, you don't have to worry about it. In the past, this sightseeing cruise would cost at least several yuan. Right? Of course. There is also a convenient ferry for 2 yuan. But Meng Su searched for the ferry at the port for a long time and couldn't find it. So he could only return disappointed and chose another sightseeing cruise at the dock. What? What if you can't drive? Isn't there an automatic driving? Don't worry. At worst, after the ship sank, let Xiongda take me and Yan shooting away. As for Xiong Air, I believe in Xiong Air's own wisdom. He should be able to swim. If he can't swim, then Meng Su can only reluctantly announce that Xiong Air has perfectly graduated from the Social University of Peace and Order. Meng Su stood at the bow, in a good mood, and wanted to recite a poem. But he was a little lacking in literary talent, and was too embarrassed to speak. In the end, he could only look around, and heard a faint roar, and was stunned. Hey, are there still zombies on the boat? Didn't I kill them all, and then throw them into the Huangpu River to feed the fish? Meng Su was extremely surprised. But soon, he discovered the situation, and found the source of the zombies' roars. It actually came from under the boat. Seeing this, Meng Su suddenly realized, and praised Yan Shooting, who was wearing a waitress uniform. You Shanghai people really pay attention to your health. Huh? Yan Shooting tilted her head when she heard this, seemingly expressing doubt and confusion about Meng Su's words. Seeing Yan Shooting like this, Meng Su said calmly, Look, it's already evening, just right after get off work, you come to swim and exercise right after work. Yan Shooting, oh. But no matter what Yan Shooting thought, Meng Su was full of admiration. No wonder the economy of Shanghai is developing rapidly. It turns out that the people of Shanghai work so hard. I misunderstood. But, Xiongda, drive these poor zombies away. Your master Meng's ship can accommodate any zombies? Meng Su sneered softly and spoke casually. Chairman Meng liked their spirit of hard work. But Chairman Meng was not happy about their idea of boarding Chairman Meng's precious cruise ship. What level of zombies? And you want to be on the same ship with me? After Xiongda received the order, he immediately flapped his wings and flew into the air, and rushed to the bottom of the ship. After a while, the roars under the cabin became much less. Seeing this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, looking at the dock that was about to arrive. Feeling satisfied. But there was a big problem at the moment. That was Meng Su didn't know how to stop the boat. What to do? Alas. Cruise ship. I was very happy to know you for half an hour. But the happy time was short after all. I will miss you forever. Cruise ship. Meng Su gently touched the railing. Regretful, but still without hesitation. When the yacht approached the dock and was about to hit it, he directly hugged Yan Shooting's waist, jumped up, and landed smoothly. And Big Bear also soared into the sky. Only Second Bear was unlucky, and stumbled, and fell into the water. Then, under Meng Su's command, he climbed up the shore in a very embarrassed manner. Seeing Second Bear in a very embarrassed manner, Meng Su could not help but smile softly, and then said, Look at you, you are as stupid as an unlucky bear. Everyone is jumping, but you are not jumping, you deserve to be soaked. Be careful in the future, our company does not hire idiots. Second Bear was very silly. It seemed that he did not understand, or maybe he was a scheming zombie, pretending that he did not understand. But for Meng Su, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Meng Su didn't use Xiongda, Xiong Air, and Guang Tuchong as employees. The original purpose of recruiting them was to use them as consumables, just like those employees who earned pensions in the ground cleaning team. Boom! The cruise ship hit the dock, and there was a fierce crash. In the midst of this rumbling sound, Meng Su fell into deep thought. After I came here, what was I going to do? Oh, right. Look for corpses in factories. Where are these things? For a moment, Meng Su was in a situation where he didn't know what to do. According to the previous intelligence, Fu Zishan's body was taken to a place by those guys. Where exactly is it? Meng Su thought about it carefully, and began to prepare to use his amazing wisdom to think. After thinking about it, Meng Su decided to use the method that his ancestors had used. Wait for the rabbit. Wait, see if there is any team that dares to wander around in this Doomsday environment. It is estimated that there is a situation. You can follow the clues, and find at least one mission target. With this thought, Meng Su calmly looked at the flying Xiongda, and then said, You, go to the sky, and investigate. Xiongda heard this and flew high. After Xiongda flew away, Meng Su continued to say to Xiong'er, "You find a place to stroll by yourself, and come back to me when you see someone." Roar! Xiong'er nodded stupidly, indicating that he knew, and then left carelessly, with a look of snowflakes, bravely traveling the world. Of course, although Meng Su let them act alone, he would not let them go too far away. After all, if it was too far, even if he met the survivors, Meng Su would not be able to catch up. After Meng Su's order, Xiongda and Xiong'er all left. At this moment, Yan Shuing looked at Meng Su expectantly, seemingly wanting to hear from Meng Su if there was any task that he could help her complete. Seeing Yan Shuing looking at him, Meng Su immediately felt a little strange. "Why are you looking at me? Do you have any ideas?" Yan Shuing nodded immediately, looking pitiful. "Come on. You want to beat Suehua? With your small body, you will be the first to die when you meet a group of survivors. Just find a place to play with mud by yourself." Meng Su sneered at Yan Shuing's words and did not assign her any tasks. "Just follow me as a follower." Yan Shuing heard this and felt a little unhappy, but she couldn't say anything. After all, Meng Su was right, and her brain processor couldn't handle such complicated things. So she agreed with Meng Su's words. It's always like this. Sometimes animals are more trustworthy and obedient than humans, because their IQ is not high enough to disobey the orders of those who are stronger than themselves and not keep their promises. Yan Shuing is currently at this stage. At least not high. That's right, at least there won't be any internet stigma. Big Bear, Little Bear has set off, so it's time for us to set off too. Meng Su stretched, and just when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Big Bear, who had gone away 6 or 7 minutes ago, suddenly flap his wings and return. Bone wing zombies, the flying speed is quite good. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was stunned, and then he felt like he was dreaming, very surprised. So soon, is there a result? Meng Su was puzzled. Is the situation in the West District of Huangshan so serious? If so, then let's go and have a look. Thinking of this, Meng Su looked at Yan Shuing, who was doing nothing on the side, smiled immediately, and then said, "Don't you want a mission? The mission is here." Yan Shuing heard this, and couldn't help but hold her head high, looking at Meng Su with eyes full of anticipation. Although, the thunder is not big, but it looks cute. Go and call Xiong'er back. He is as stupid as a bad luck bear. He should not have gone far by now. Go quickly. 5 minutes ago. West Huangjiang District. On the main road, the shadow of the bone-winged zombie was cruising in the sky. The sound of its wings tearing the air was a bit harsh, which made the team of more than 10 people on the ground a little irritated. However, this irritation did not last long, and the bone-winged zombie took the initiative to retreat. The leader, Xiang Shucheng, the god of destiny, who was holding a flashlight, stared at the direction where the bone-winged zombies were going away, revealing a mysterious smile. Besides Xiang Shucheng, a chosen one who looked older and more mature was watching this scene, and asked Xiang Shucheng in a low voice, "Lord God of Destiny, is this a trick? When the zombies saw us, why didn't they take the initiative to attack, but instead circled in the air for a while and left peacefully?" This situation is also a very strange behavior for the chosen ones. Although most of the chosen ones are related to zombies, it does not mean that zombies will not attack the chosen ones. No, that was a former companion, and now a holy warrior. Xiang Shucheng, the god of Devil City, sighed and said to those around him, "Perhaps this is also what we will encounter in the future. Look at that former companion. There are many scars on his wings, and some of them are obviously new. It seems that after the Holy War, he has experienced a lot of fighting." After hearing the words of God of Devil City, the chosen ones around him were silent, and the atmosphere became a little depressed for a while. However, Modu Siming shook his head, and said with a very open-minded smile, "Okay, don't be sad. Now my lord is paying attention to us. As long as we kill Meng Su, everyone will be rewarded. In this way, we will never fall into holy war and end up like the former companion just now." After hearing Modu Siming's words, everyone's spirits suddenly lifted up, and they all looked at Modu Siming at once. Obviously, they were all in a good mood because of Modu Siming's words, and their blood was boiling, and they couldn't help but want to cut Meng Su into pieces immediately. Modu Siming smiled. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a strange wave coming from behind him, which made Modu Siming stunned. He turned around slowly. At the end of Modu Siming's sight, dust was flying, and the dead branches and leaves on the ground were blown up by the wind. Like a storm. In this sandstorm, 4 figures appeared. One had wings on his back. One had one big and one small arm, and was particularly strong. One looked like a normal person, with a protruding front and a curved back. And the last one was holding a white box. Besides Simon, the chosen one who had been speaking in a low voice said, "Master Simon, you are not here with good intentions. The man in the middle, carrying this box, looks a lot like the guy named Ming-Su you mentioned before." The other chosen ones, who were somewhat excited, also turned their eyes to Ming-Su. In an instant, all kinds of strange behaviors appeared in the crowd. Some people's hands were set on fire. Some people's bodies turned into steel. And some people took off their pants directly, revealing long, sweat hair on their legs. Directly became a real sprinter. A bit disgusting. It's not the great deal, man. No hurry. Modu Simon looked like Shuga Liang planning a strategy. And laughed softly. The box doesn't mean anything. There are many people carrying boxes. I also carry boxes when I travel. Look! The figure with wings behind him. Is it the companion who just turned into a holy war? Hearing Modu Simon's words, the chosen ones were stunned, and felt that it seemed there was some truth in it. The senior dog-headed military strategist chosen one beside him was also stunned when he heard the words. But he quickly recovered and said to Modu Simon, "That's not right. Sir." This, halfway through his words, Modu Simon suddenly gave the dog-headed military strategist a look. The dog-headed military advisor immediately realized what was going on and immediately kept silent. The Demon City Simon then chuckled and said, "Everyone, go and greet those people. They may be our new companions. Companions who will go to conquer Ming-Su together." After hearing the words of the Demon City Simon, many of the chosen ones immediately nodded in agreement, and then immediately stepped forward, wanting to listen to the words of the Demon City Simon and join the companion. After they all moved forward, the Demon City Simon had quietly turned around with the dog-headed military advisor and walked in the opposite direction, really protecting everyone behind him. The dog-headed military advisor was very puzzled, but he did not hesitate to move. Instead, he asked Modu Simon in a low voice, "Master Simon, why is it so? That guy is followed by 3 zombies. They are all zombies. And I recognize the box in his hand. Although I don't know what's inside. It is definitely better than mine." Modu Simon murmured in a low voice. His steps were brisk, and it could even be said that he had a sense of escaping in panic. Yes, his heart was pounding, and he was a little nervous. He was able to jump from an outsider to the Demon City Simon of the Demon City, because he could judge the situation. At the beginning, he felt that he was invincible, so he became arrogant, but even if he was arrogant, the Demon City Simon still brought more than a dozen men together to the west district of Huangshan to encircle Ming-Su together, to avoid any accidents. But after seeing Ming-Su, he suddenly felt that he was a little shallow. As the saying goes, there are people beyond people, there are heavens beyond heavens. He felt that he needed to go back and recharge the flashlight. When the dog-headed military advisor heard what the Demon City Simon said, he was actually a little dissatisfied in his heart. He felt that the Demon City Simon was afraid before the battle, and was not worthy of being the Simon. Just when he was about to say something, using the master to check the Demon City Simon, he suddenly heard a boom sound from behind. Boom! The sound was very loud. The dog-headed military advisor looked back, and saw a huge shock wave like a strong hurricane, bringing up billowing smoke and gravel, raging in every corner of the street. All the fellow chosen ones were swept by an electromagnetic cannon-like attack, and turned into nothing. Dust, and the smell of death filled the air everywhere. Seeing this, the dog-headed military advisor was horrified, turned his head silently, and started running without saying a word. He even ran much faster. He looked at the Demon City Simon in front of him, and gave a thumbs up in his heart. No wonder you can be Simon. You have a good eye. Chapter 227. You can make a wish. The target unit is still alive. Are you ready for the second electromagnetic cannon? The electromagnetic cannon has been fully charged. Please prepare the target calibration. After the calibration, you can issue the firing command. Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, a hint of doubt appeared on Ming-Su's face. He couldn't help muttering to himself, "What's going on? Isn't there a level 18 chosen one carrying special items? How come all beings are equal after one shot?" For this scene, Ming-Su was puzzled. The main reason why he chose Mecha Fusion at the first time was because he saw a chosen one with special items. and was worried that the incident with Tian he would happen again. Therefore, Meng-Su decided to take the initiative and prioritize transformation. After all, the reason why Tian he lost so badly last time was because his most important breastplate was stolen by Meng-Su. Oh, no. It was because he forgot to steal the breastplate of Meng-Su. The exoskeleton magnetic-powered mecha originally belonged to Meng-Su. Confirmed.jpg. Back to the topic. Meng-Su was ready for everything. But what he didn't expect was that he transformed, and the person on the other side disappeared. Damn. Where did he go? Meng-Su looked unhappy. Looking around, wanting to catch the guy who escaped. If he didn't catch that guy, wouldn't his exoskeleton magnetic power armor be in vain? Every time he put on the armor, it consumed a lot of energy. With this idea in mind, Meng-Su did not hesitate, and directly activated the armor. The next second, it was already soaring into the sky. Boom! However, this was not soaring in the sky, but a high jump on the spot. After the bounce, the next second Meng-Su drove the armor, gliding, chasing the two escaped chosen ones. And at the same time, the electromagnetic cannon in his hand was rapidly brewing energy, in order to hit the target with one shot. At the moment when Meng-Su jumped high and glided, the fleeing Motosiming suddenly sensed an extremely strong aura, and a great sense of danger immediately emerged in his heart. Immediately, Motosiming reacted immediately, and actually stopped running and took out a flashlight. When the dog-headed military advisor saw Motosiming stop, he also stopped and moved towards Motosiming with a look of surprise. Seeing this, Motosiming kicked the dog-headed military advisor without hesitation, and shouted, "Get the hell away from me." The power of the kick caught the dog-headed military advisor off guard. He did not expect that Motosiming Xiang Shucheng would attack him. He was kicked and several ribs were broken. He fell to the ground, grinning and screaming. After kicking the dog-headed military advisor away, Motosiming did not hesitate and directly pressed a button on the flashlight. In an instant, the field expanded. Wow! At this moment, everyone realized that this was not a flashlight. It was actually an umbrella. At the moment when Motosiming pressed the button, there was only a chee-chee sound, and a dazzling light suddenly lit up. In the blink of an eye, the flashlight actually burst out with countless fine and dense light points, as dazzling as the stars twinkling in the night sky. These light spots quickly gathered into beams of bright light, like the keel of a giant umbrella, standing steadily in front of Motosiming. Each keel exuded a heart-pounding energy fluctuation, as if it contained endless power and mystery, and at the same time tightly united the surrounding air, forming a shield like an umbrella, firmly covering Motosiming behind the umbrella, as if he was controlling a mysterious power from the starry sky. And in the next second, the sky burst into dazzling brilliance. A dazzling light streaked across the sky, which was the trajectory of the electromagnetic cannon falling from the sky. Like a meteorite, it rushed towards the demon city Siming and the dog-headed military advisor on the ground with destruction. Under the impact of the electromagnetic cannon, the air shield umbrella emitted a dazzling light, and the surface fluctuated like ripples. But there was no obvious breakage or deformation. The power of the electromagnetic cannon triggered a violent chain reaction on the air umbrella, and the air seemed to be torn apart, and a deafening roar broke out. Under the bombardment of the electromagnetic cannon, the surface of the air umbrella began to have tiny dents. But that was only temporary, as the surrounding air was continuously withdrawn. The dents of the air umbrella that were blasted were also slowly repaired, although the speed of repair is not as fast as the speed of destruction. But for a moment, there is nothing that can be done. At this moment, in the far distance, there is a middle-aged, elegant, and handsome man with a rather decadent look, looking at the bright light in the distance. And he can't help but be stunned, as if the air was frozen at this moment. He stared at the shocking scene in amazement, and he didn't understand where this extremely destructive impact came from, and why such a scene appeared. Shouldn't I go this way? This man who seemed to appear on the screen often fell into deep thought. Somehow, he was led to the side, and now he wanted to go back. The light faded, but the aftermath was still there, as the man who had been active on the screen hesitated. Not far away, the aftermath of the electromagnetic cannon explosion was still raging in the air. Motosiming felt his arm numb, but he blocked this cannon. However, the dog-headed military advisor was not so lucky. Under such a powerful explosion, the dog-headed military advisor did not react at all, and was fried at the first time. At this moment, he was in a terrible state. A faint smell of meat floated in the air. But even so, Demon City Simon still did not dare to be careless. Looking at the guy who was wearing a suit of armor and was still descending from the sky, Demon City Simon could not help cursing Nanjiang Simon in his heart. Fuck you, Nanjiang Province Simon. What kind of idiot are you? With such awesome equipment, how did you lose to Mengsu? Is Mengsu stronger without the equipment? Demon City Simon Xiang Shucheng did not know who Nanjiang Simon was. He vaguely remembered that his surname was Tian. But no matter who he was, Xiang Shucheng wanted to kill Nanjiang Simon's whole family. What level are you at? You can lose even with this? You are not worthy of being the god of destiny. You are definitely a spy. Go home and feed the pigs. What can defend against this shot? Mengsu, who was gliding down at high speed, saw this scene and felt a little surprised. However, he was not too worried. Instead, he continued to descend. Meanwhile, the third electromagnetic cannon was brewing. It doesn't matter. Let's see how many times you can block it. This time, get closer and shoot. What's the saying? The king descended from the sky and roared fiercely. Awuh! Yin shooting in the distance roared in cooperation. As for Xiongda and Xiong'er, they were standing there stupidly, not daring to speak. Yin shooting was an outlier. She had intelligence before she reached level 10. But Xiongda and Xiong'er were not outliers. They were almost level 20. They naturally had a certain IQ. Their intelligence level was almost the same as that of real bears. In this scenario, even a dog could see that Mengsu was so scary, naturally making Xiongda and Xiong'er tremble with fear. It was too annoying. Let's just follow the boss. We zombies also want to get a bite of the evolution crystal. At the moment when Mengsu landed, the third electromagnetic cannon had already begun to charge. However, what Mengsu did not expect was that the third charge time was a little slow. At this moment, Modu Simon had already taken back the umbrella. Suddenly, he pressed a button again, and the umbrella suddenly turned into a lightsaber again. A real force warrior. Hey! Modu Simon held the lightsaber, shining brightly, like a god descending from heaven, showing unparalleled divine power. He raised the lightsaber above his head and thrust it towards Mengsu without hesitation. Seeing this, Mengsu did not dare to land easily, and an invisible force gushed out from his hand. This force interacted with the ground, generating a strong reaction force, causing Mengsu's body to bounce up again on a small scale. Then he immediately stretched out his hand, and the small electromagnetic cannon started, and a flash of electric light began to gather from his hand. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and the electromagnetic cannon current was released instantly, compressing the air instantly, making a deafening explosion. Then, the current of the electromagnetic gun surged out instantly, forming a powerful electric arc, which instantly pierced through Modu Simon's body. Modu Simon only felt a sharp pain, leaving a black burn mark on his body. After screaming in pain, the lightsaber in his hand changed from the lightsaber state to the umbrella-like light shield state. He didn't dare to move. This time he didn't die, but only left scars on his body after being electrocuted, which was naturally because his supernatural power took effect. Once again, Modu Simon didn't know how many times he could withstand such attacks. Mr. Ming, why do you have to be so aggressive? We can talk. It's not good for both of us to lose. Xiang Shucheng saw that Mengsu seemed to want to look up again, so he spoke up immediately, and after a dry cough at Mengsu, he said, "We have no grudges in the past or today. I was happy to see you, and even asked my men to say hello to you. Why did Mr. Ming want to kill me?" Mengsu thought about it, after hearing what Xiang Shucheng said, and immediately said, "Call me Chairman Ming." Xiang Shucheng was startled when he heard this, and felt that Mengsu's words. He was a little confused, but still nodded and said, "Chairman Ming, since no one wants to fight to the death, why not just stop here and pretend that you didn't see it? How about it? The net may not be broken even if the fish dies. If you continue to fight, it will only be like an egg hitting a rock." Mengsu said calmly, "The energy is almost gone. Did your master give you a charger? Don't you find that your flashlight is very similar to the missing part in my right arm slot?" After that, Mengsu raised his hand to show a missing groove on the right arm of the mecha. Mengsu wanted to know what was in there before, but now he doesn't have to think about it anymore. Hearing what Mengsu said, Xiang Shucheng was stunned. He looked at the groove on Mengsu's right arm, and his heart skipped a beat. So it was given to me by my master. Or was it something left over? Xiang Shucheng's mentality was a little broken. But he still took a deep breath and said calmly, Mr. Meng should want this very much. Right? Give me a chance to live. Otherwise I will destroy it with him. And you won't get anything. Meng Su heard this, thought about it, and then said, How about this? Answer me a few questions, and I can let you make a wish. Hearing this, Xiang Shucheng thought about it. Nodded, asked. Meng Su asked seriously, When did you steal my flashlight? The character setting must be consistent. This mecha is mine. So, the weapon missing from the right arm of the mecha must have been stolen. Damn it. Where did this thief come from to steal my things? Xiang Shucheng? Xiang Shucheng was stunned. Ah. Forget it. I won't ask you this question. Meng Su waved his hand. And then asked, I want to ask you. Isn't there a factory in the west district of Wangjiang? Where is the factory? Also, you have a chosen one in Demon City. Someone named Octopus Brother or Zhang Yunze. Where does he send all the people he captures? Hearing Meng Su's question, Xiang Shucheng was a little surprised. How do you know there is a factory here? Xiang Shucheng was very surprised. This thing is top secret. The factory is full of sky patrols. These sky patrols are emotionless creatures. They usually do some scientific research experiments, which require a lot of talented living people and zombies. Xiang Shucheng doesn't know what they do. But after all, he is the Simon of Magic City, the local chosen one boss. And he knows something about the existence of this factory. Many chosen ones from other provinces don't even know the existence of sky patrols and factories. However, Meng Su knew that, which meant that there was a batch of defective products that rioted during some unintentional attacks in the safe zone, and a few escaped. Maybe they were picked up by Meng Su? Thinking of this, Xiang Shucheng took a deep breath, and could only silently say in his heart, Don't let my friends die. I won't die. And then he sold it to the Sky Patrol without hesitation. Go forward, past Ningchuan Road, and you will see a Dakong Square, and then go left. There used to be something called Furniture City, and after entering the first floor, it's downstairs. Zhang Yunze is responsible for sending some talented guys to that factory. In addition, he also sends corpses, zombies and the like. Xiang Shucheng answered truthfully. Who is the Sky Patrol? I don't know him. I am only responsible for the chosen one. And the Sky Patrol is very powerful. If Meng Su goes there, he might be killed by the Sky Patrol. Xiang Shucheng has entered the fantasy time. After hearing this, Meng Su thought it was reliable. Then he thought about it and asked, Are there any must-eat restaurants in the Demon City? There are many. No, I mean, are there any restaurants for idiots to eat? Meng Su said calmly, I think you look like an idiot. Where do you usually go to eat? Hearing Meng Su's words, Xiang Shucheng's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. This is too much. I am the dignified god of Devil City. How dare you humiliate me like this? The famous god of Devil City. Xiang Shucheng took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and immediately said to Meng Su, Yes, we idiots also need to eat. I mainly go to these restaurants to eat. Xiang Shucheng quickly reported a few restaurants he often went to. Meng Su was very satisfied when he saw this. Okay. You can tell me your wish now. Xiang Shucheng was overjoyed and said quickly, My wish is that you can't kill me. Can't hurt me. And let me leave. You have 3 wishes. You greedy little ghost. Meng Su smiled slightly. And then said, But 3 wishes are 3 wishes. Come on. Hearing Meng Su say this, Xiang Shucheng was overjoyed again. But he was a little confused. Thank you, Mr. Meng. But what does this come on mean? Of course, it means to let you come on and fulfill your wish. Meng Su spoke calmly, and then raised the electromagnetic gun in his hand, looking at the words that had been charged, and said calmly, If you don't believe me, watch the replay. I said I asked you to make a wish, but I didn't say I would fulfill your wish. After that, the electric light was full, and the arc was provoked. Xiang Shucheng. Looking at this extremely expandable electromagnetic cannon, Xiang Shucheng just wanted to say, Alpaca. He called out an animal he liked, the scientific name of which is alpaca. Chapter 228. It's over. I seem to have met the big boss of the end of the world. Boom. Under the electromagnetic cannon, all beings are equal. It's just a pity that this Demon City Simon does not seem to belong to all beings, and this cannon still did not bury him. Even though his body is like charcoal, he still has vital signs. The reason for this situation is, mainly because the light shield umbrella in his hand has never left his hand. So although Meng Su's electromagnetic cannon is a bit unethical, it happened suddenly. But Mo Siming was no longer a young man who had just started out. The light shield umbrella had been in the preparation stage. It was just that Meng Su suddenly used it. In addition, the light shield umbrella was obviously weak last time, and the distance was too close this time. So it broke through the defense in one fell swoop and pierced Mo Siming's body. With such a buffer, he naturally did not die on the spot. However, his condition was not much better. Now Xiang Shucheng could only be like a burnt patient struck by lightning. Trembling his fingers weakly, looking at Meng Su who was walking towards him step by step in front of him with a sad and angry face. And the 3 zombie lackeys behind Meng Su, swallowing hard in his throat, as if he wanted to say something. But when the words came to his lips, only the sound of sobs came out. He was completely speechless. In this situation, he was full of grief and indignation. He looked at the direction where Meng Su was heading and shouted fiercely in his heart, "This is too much." For a moment, Xiang Shucheng did not hesitate. His eyes suddenly widened. The next second, he showed a hearty smile. From Meng Su's perspective, Xiang Shucheng's smile was very strange. Why? Because it was a bit like a black charcoal that suddenly grinned. There is a kind of postmodern weirdness. However, after this black charcoal grinned, then black charcoal's body began to tremble violently, and the next second, his eyes emitted a deep black light. Xiang Shucheng chose to die with dignity. He wanted to take the initiative to holy war. Even if he died, he would cause some trouble to Meng Su. He didn't want to be an idiot anymore. There is no restaurant for idiots in the Magic City. You are the idiot. After turning into a zombie, Xiang Shucheng's eyes were very strange, as dark as the abyss, without a trace of white in the eyes, only pure black eyeballs, like a hidden demon. Seeing the scene, Meng Su was stunned, and then, he picked up the flashlight that Xiang Shucheng dropped on the ground without hesitation, and didn't have time to check the current state of the flashlight, but looked at Black Charcoal, who was getting up from the ground vigilantly. The next second, a person who could read people's expressions scanned over, and immediately revealed Xiang Shucheng's data. Name, Xiang Shucheng. Occupation, Rift Breaker Advanced Zombie. Level 25. Level 25 Zombie? Meng Su saw this, and couldn't help but take a breath, and said it was so scary. This was the highest level zombie he had ever encountered. It was indeed worthy of being the magic city of the municipality. The level of zombies after Siming's death was quite high, and it was beyond Meng Su's expectations. But what does Rift mean? The moment the black charcoal zombie data panel appeared in front of him, the black charcoal zombie had already stood up, staring coldly in the direction of Meng Su motionless. He didn't yell like an ordinary zombie, but he looked like a normal person, but the feeling of him standing there was full of weirdness. He didn't look like a zombie, somewhat like a pseudo-human. Giggle. The black charcoal zombie made a sharp and piercing sound in his throat, somewhat like phlegm that had been stuck for 10 years, and also like a vicious old witch scratching on a blackboard with her nails, making the enemy suffer from the attack of sound waves. Meng Su heard the sound, the eyebrows could not help but frown. The next second slap will make it over, at the same time. He shouted dissatisfied, "You call your mother. Two disturbing people. I slapped it. In the force of exoskeletal magnetic power mech, it is also mixed with the powerful force of 31 points of Banks's body. This one is fighting. Fly directly for this black charcoal zombie." Boom! A loud noise. Black charcoal zombies flew out, strike directly on the street light at the intersection. Break the street light. Break the street. After a swaying sound of crunch, it smashed into a vehicle parked by the roadside, the sound of buzzing. The sound was sharp and piercing. The zombies around had already begun to move in this direction. However, for Meng Su at the moment, these ordinary zombies actually played a role in appearance and atmosphere, telling Meng Su that this was the end of the zombie world. Besides that, for Meng Su, they were no different from ants on the roadside, and could be crushed to death with one foot. In his eyes, there were only charcoal zombies. The current energy remaining was 44%. Please pay attention to energy usage and replenish energy in time. Looking at the energy prompt of the exoskeleton magnetic power armor that appeared in front of him, Meng Su took a deep breath and planned to fire 2 more electromagnetic cannons to send the black charcoal zombie away. Although he didn't know what the level 25 zombie was capable of. It was indeed a bit scary. So he should kill it first. With this thought in mind, Meng Su did not hesitate and shouted immediately, "Xiongda. Xiong air. Entangle the black charcoal. Yen shooting." Step back. Talk to the little zombies around. And tell them not to join in the fun without doing anything. Roar. Xiongda and Xiong'er followed the order and came. Their postures were like the traditional zombies in Mengsu's impression. They immediately attacked the black charcoal zombie from the left and right. Although the charcoal zombie looked very miserable, it was obvious that his actual condition was much better than it looked. He stood up from the miserable ruins in an instant, looked at the two black shadows passing in front of him, and suddenly opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth. As Xiong'er rushed over, the charcoal zombie opened his bloody mouth, like a hound, and bit Xiong'er's arm accurately and fiercely. His copper-like teeth collided up and down, making a crisp sound, and bit Xiong'er's arm hard. The low chewing sound echoed in the air, and Xiong'er's blood and rotten bone fragments slowly rolled in the charcoal zombie's mouth, forming a very disgusting picture. After this bite, small black spots began to appear densely on Xiong'er's arm, as if they were spreading. Roar! Xiong'er let out a fierce roar, and quickly pinched the black charcoal zombie with his other hand. When the other hand was dealing with the crazy fans at the concert, it was accidentally attacked by several mutant zombies, which eventually led to a fracture and was torn off. Now the regrown hand is not as flexible as before. Just when he was about to pinch the charcoal zombie with his palm, the charcoal zombie forcibly stretched his fingers apart, and then hit him hard, and even smashed the bones in his hand out. Roar! Xiong'er roared. And at this moment, Xiong'da had wings on his back, and had come to the side of the charcoal zombie, holding a sharp iron spike, which seemed to have been found in the surrounding ruins, and then cut off a part of it. Swish! The spike stabbed towards the charcoal zombie's head, and stabbed hard at the temple. But the spike was broken by the thick-skinned charcoal zombie at the moment it stabbed the temple, and iron filings flew everywhere, like a gorgeous and dangerous metal rain. After the thrust was broken, the black charcoal zombie did not stop at all, and punched the flying Xiong'da directly. The power of this punch was extremely amazing, as if it contained endless power. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and a huge hole was smashed in Xiong'da's chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar! Xiong'da also roared. And just when Xiong'da was pierced through the chest and Xiong'er's arms were broken, Mengsu also took action. The powerful electromagnetic cannon fired again. The electromagnetic cannon made a sharp whistling sound in the air, and accurately pointed at the black charcoal zombie. With a loud bang, the electromagnetic cannon hit the black charcoal zombie's chest, and a strong electric current spread throughout the body. This electromagnetic cannon made the black charcoal zombie's body lose control again, and the body flew back more than 10 meters, and hit the ground hard, and the dust on the ground was instantly raised, and filled the entire area. The black charcoal zombie tried to get up with difficulty, but his body was weak, and he could only stand up with difficulty. Who? Mengsu exhaled, looking at the remaining 23% of the battery, did not choose to continue firing the electromagnetic cannon, but calmly said, "Start the portable function." With Mengsu's choice, the portable function was turned on, the exoskeleton magnetic power armor was immediately stored, turned into a silver-white box, and the flashlight fell into Mengsu's hands. However, Mengsu did not sigh too much, but directly stepped forward, his shadow flashed, and the next second he appeared in front of the black charcoal zombie. A knee strike, followed by an elbow strike. Black blood gushed out from the head of the charcoal black zombie like a fountain, splashing on Mengsu. But Mengsu did not hesitate at all, and his attacking movements did not stop at all, continuing to hit the head of the charcoal black zombie, to destroy it completely. While continuing to bombard, Mengsu keenly noticed that there were other life forms approaching around. But he was not distracted by this. He could feel that the vitality of these life forms was not strong. They were not masters, and did not pose much threat to him. In contrast, getting rid of the difficult black charcoal zombie in front of him is the most urgent task. Roar! The black charcoal zombie, pretending to be not a zombie, was finally forced to roar by Mengsu, and was eager to get up from the ground. But unfortunately, he had lost the chance to get up. Although Mengsu still didn't understand what the 25th level ability of this black charcoal zombie was, it should not be underestimated. If he didn't bring a portable exoskeleton magnetic power mecha, it might take a hard fight to take this guy down. It seems that his attributes still need to be continuously enhanced, and he can't stop. Mengsu thought to himself, even if the Demon City Siming is so powerful, there are still many cities of the same size as the Demon City in this world. Under Mengsu's fierce attack like a storm, the already decayed body of the black charcoal zombie became more and more broken, and each of its resistance seemed extremely difficult. With the final blow, the black charcoal zombie collapsed to the ground powerlessly, splattering a scarlet blood. Its eyes gradually lost their luster, and its body stopped twitching, and it was barely breathing. Huh? After doing all this, Meng-Su finally stood up, relaxed his slightly sore arms, and then without hesitation, grabbed the head of the black charcoal zombie, started to pry open the head of the black charcoal zombie like prying open a coconut, and dug out an evolution gem from it. Name: Evolution Gem. Introduction. Effect: after consumption, breakthrough point +2, but there is a probability of infection with the zombie virus, calculated according to your physique. Meng-Su did not read the following information, because he knew very well that, after taking the blue pill and the white pill, the probability was 0. But I will still feel uncomfortable and nauseous for a while. However, this time's evolution gem can increase the breakthrough point by 2 points. This is not bad. The evolution gems I got before were not very good. They could only increase a few tenths of a point. The best evolution gem Meng-Su had seen before was given to Meng-Su by Yang Ti after her death. It could only increase 1 point. Holding the evolution gem tightly in his hand, Meng-Su thought about it, and decided to find a place to take it later. After all, Xiang Shucheng, the life master of the demon city, was so taboo after mentioning this factory. This shows that this factory is definitely hidden. And judging from what Xiang Shucheng said, this factory is most likely the one where those alien implant recipients escaped from. If that's the case, it's really hard to deal with. Some defective products are so powerful. So wouldn't qualified products be even more powerful? Moreover, Meng-Su didn't know how many qualified products he had. With this thought, Meng-Su took a deep breath. And after coming to his senses, he looked at the other living beings present. The zombies who came after hearing the news were now blocked. Although Xiongda had his chest pierced, he still dealt with those zombies very responsibly. As a bone-winged zombie, Xiongda's ability to move could even be described as unparalleled in mowing down the trees. As long as the wings behind him spread out, they would be like blades. He didn't need to do anything. He just needed to fly close to the ground, and he could quickly cut the lives of ordinary zombies like a meat grinder. Therefore, under the dedicated work of Xiongda, those ordinary zombies, who served as background boards, had almost no impact on Meng-Su. In this regard, Meng-Su couldn't help but give Xiongda a thumbs up. Good boy. You are so active. You want to be a manager, right? Okay. If you don't die at the end of the trip to the Magic City, I will promote you to the lobby manager. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction. And looking back at Yan Shooting, Meng-Su couldn't hold back. No. I asked you to reason with the zombies. And you really did reason with them? In Meng-Su's sight, Yan Shooting, wearing a cruise ship work uniform, was seriously blocking the way of more than a dozen zombies, and then gesturing to them, as if she wanted to communicate with these zombies with her own sign language. But these zombies, they simply couldn't understand Yan Shooting's self-created sign language, and they were even unconscious, and just wanted to rush over to die, which made Yan Shooting speak bitterly. Meng-Su, I forgot that this is a fool. Next time, I should make it clear. Kill all the zombies around. Just kill all the zombies. I can't let her reason with the zombies. Meng-Su sighed, indicating that this time, I ignored the IQ issue. I can only say that Yan Shooting is not as good as her predecessor Jiang Xiaqiu, and Qi Liu is far worse. She is not even as good as Qi Wei. Qi Wei has now been promoted to the commander of the ground cleaning team. She is doing a good job. As for Xiong Er, he now collapsed on the ground powerlessly. The left arm bitten by the black charcoal zombie has now shown a heart-pounding state of weakness, like a deflated balloon, quickly deflated. The originally firm and full muscles have become loose and weak as if the soul has been taken away. The whole arm from shoulder to wrist, the muscles have shrunk to skin and bones. The originally strong and powerful muscles were tortured to the point that they could only barely support his shriveled palms. And this strange change did not stop, but gradually spread along his arms to his chest. Every minute and every second, this erosion was intensifying, as if it was going to devour him completely. In just 1 or 2 minutes, it became like this. Hiss. Meng-Su couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. At this moment, Meng-Su finally understood what the ability of this level 25 zombie was. This was a very destructive method. Fortunately, he was not injured by it, otherwise it would be a troublesome matter. Are all zombies above level 20 like this, or is it just this one? Meng-Su's heart was gloomy and uncertain. He had no idea what was going on, and he also didn't know how to treat it. In other words, treatment comes at a price. But for Meng Su, it seems not worth it. So, thank you for your contribution to the company. The company now has a special opportunity to give you, which is to give you certain support and encourage you to start your own business privately, and open up a certain market for the company in Shanghai. Meng Su said calmly, because it is a private business. The company has decided to temporarily remove you from the company's employee list, and will also give you an N+1 compensation, so that you can start your own business in Shanghai, and fully display the knowledge you have learned in the company. How about it? Are you happy? After that, Meng Su looked at the small gilded words in front of him. The next second, the layoff inquiry has appeared. After testing, the employee has no major faults, no passive sabotage, and works hard. Please confirm whether to fire him. N+1 is required for firing. After testing, 16,000 yuan of salary is required. In view of the fact that the company advocates people-oriented, 30,000 yuan of human care bonus is required. A total of 46,000 yuan is required. After testing, the company has 2 lawyers, one of whom is a senior lawyer. The final ruling is to pay 38,000 yuan. Meng Su nodded and let Xiong go free. Deduction successful. Current credit point balance, 27.842 million. Although it seems a bit cruel, Meng Su has no psychological burden. Before being hired by him, Xiong had killed countless survivors. Coming to work for him can be regarded as atonement for his sins. Now that he has encountered such a situation, he can only wait for death. I hope that after his death, he can be reincarnated into a world where peace and order have been restored. Meng Su nodded slowly, then turned his head to look at a middle-aged man hiding in a ruin, who was timidly looking at him, and couldn't help laughing. Wow, really awesome. Meng Su gave a thumbs up. This system is amazing. It makes entertainment talents come on their own initiative. This entertainment talent really came on their own initiative in this battle that looks tough. Who is this? I seem to have seen him on the big screen. Most of the time, he plays the role of a boss in workplace dramas, the uncle or father of the male and female protagonists in costume dramas, and the middle villain in martial arts dramas. He is not very popular, but he has a good reputation. I think his name is Gene something. I forgot. But it doesn't matter, I just have a task in the entertainment industry. With this thought, Meng Su adjusted his state, waved his hand at the well-known middle-aged male star, and shouted enthusiastically, Teacher Qin, you are not dead yet, that's great. In the end-time environment, greeting someone you are not dead yet is almost the same as have you eaten yet. I am really a little genius. Teacher Qin, you are not dead yet, that's great. After hearing Meng Su's words, Qin Baochuan obviously shuddered, his eyes were full of fear. It was not just the power of this sentence, but also because of Meng Su's current state. He was covered in blood, and the blood on his face was not even wiped clean. There was still a lot of blood on his hands when he greeted him. Qin Baochuan was very frightened now, and he regretted it very much. He felt that he was really blinded by his own greed. Why did he think of coming here to take a look? Isn't it good to be alive? He had also seen an extremely strange unidentified creature being pressed to the ground and beaten to death by this person before, and even peeled open its head in the end, and took away something. Then 2 very creepy zombies also treated him with respect like little brothers. This. With such performance, can he still be an ordinary person? This is clearly one of the bosses of the end of the world. Normal people, even if they have a good relationship with zombies, would not be like this. Qin Baochuan had met a superpower who could control zombies with his mind, but those controlled zombies were in a daze, completely manipulated like puppets, but not as sensitive as they are now. Such sensitive zombies obeyed this person so well. Could this person be a top zombie that has evolved into the same level as humans? Thinking of this, Qin Baochuan's legs were weak, and he couldn't walk. Although he often plays a hero with extraordinary skills in TV dramas, it is fake after all. If you meet a real one, wouldn't it be scary? Teacher Qin, why don't you speak? Meng Su's voice continued to ring, and he was even a little confused. Then he walked slowly towards Qin Baochuan. Don't move. There are zombies around. Don't let them eat you. At this point, Meng Su showed 2 rows of neat teeth and smiled politely. Seeing this scene, Qin Baochuan's heart stopped, and he retreated without hesitation. Not being eaten by other zombies. Is it because you want to eat me? Hurry. Run. Qin Baochuan didn't hesitate at all. The reason why he can survive until now in the end of the world is that he doesn't get weak in the face of things. And he exercises all year round. So he runs fast. Chapter 229. The little zombie has a rich imagination to eat the evolution crystal. Ming-Su was very annoyed. I was obviously very polite. I greeted people politely, waved to show my sincerity, and showed a very standard smile with 8 teeth. I did this. Why did every survivor who saw me make the same choice and run away? How did I let them down? I am the chairman of a big company. Isn't it enough to give them face by being so polite? Ming-Su was very annoyed. I didn't know why I was so angry. So this time, he stopped pretending and decided to bring Qin Baochuan back to question him. The moment this thought came to mind, Ming-Su's eyes immediately became sharp. Like 2 flashes of lightning. There seemed to be an invisible force stirring under his feet, making a slight sound of wind. He flashed and leaped forward 10 steps like a gust of wind, as fast as lightning. And his target was exactly the direction of the man named Qin Baochuan. His figure drew a graceful arc in the air, like he was dancing ballet, and a little like jazz. Anyway, it was very elegant, which was the basic exercise of Chairman Ming. That's right, Ming-Su is such a person with quality and cultural accomplishment. However, from Qin Baochuan's perspective, his heart was chilled, and he felt as if he had fallen into an endless ice cave, and his whole body was cold. This is definitely the big boss, whose good guy is running and dancing a weird dance. Of course, Ming-Su didn't dance any ballet, jazz, because Ming-Su had never learned these things. He was just dancing blindly based on his shallow understanding of these dances. Therefore, this strange situation was so terrifying in Qin Baochuan's eyes that his eyelids twitched wildly, and he felt an unprecedented horror. After the end of the world, he had never seen such a situation before. Qin Baochuan swallowed his saliva and immediately turned his head back stiffly. However, his eyes blurred, and the strange and erratic weird man appeared in front of him at this moment. The weird man stood straight in front of him, covered in blood, staring at him coldly, revealing a look that Qin Baochuan thought was very scary, and whispered to him, "Why are you running?" "Ah?" The weird man scolding frightened Qin Baochuan so much that his legs went weak. His eyes screamed in fear, and then he fell to the ground, trembling, and couldn't help raising his hand to block himself. But doing so is undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, there is no other way. It is just a subconscious behavior. Qin Baochuan only felt that his time was coming, and he trembled constantly. However, he waited for a long time, but did not feel the heart-wrenching pain. Qin Baochuan was immediately stunned, and raised his head in disbelief, looking at the weird man. The weirdo stared at Qin Baochuan very rudely, and said to Qin Baochuan, "Tell me, why did you run away when you saw me? Did you do something bad and are afraid of being caught by me? Isn't it because he is afraid of you?" Qin Baochuan took a deep breath, and saw that the weirdo did not seem to have any intention of attacking him. So he climbed up cautiously, and said to the weirdo tremblingly, This is the first time I have seen such a strong man like you. I was shocked for a moment, and I couldn't stand your heroism. I felt ashamed of myself, so I had the idea of running away." Of course, he couldn't tell his true thoughts. If he said that he saw the other party as a monster, so he ran away, that would be a real death. And the weirdo, when Ming-Su heard this, he was stunned and began to fall into deep thought. Really? Really? Qin Baochuan's eyes were like torches, and his gaze was firm, as if this was what he really thought. What is the highest level of lying? It is a lie, and you believe it yourself. Now that he knows that Ming-Su will not kill him, he keeps hypnotizing his brain, and he believes what he said. After hearing Qin Baochuan's words, Ming-Su fell into deep thought for a moment. So I have such a strong aura? When the aura of a king is released, is it that I bow down to him, or am I ashamed of myself? Ming-Su felt a little melancholy for a moment, and felt that his aura was too annoying. Alas, sometimes being too good is also a sin. Ming-Su sighed in his heart, and then looked at Qin Baochuan, while using observe words and looks to check Qin Baochuan's background. He said to Qin Baochuan casually, "I am Ming-Su, the chairman of the Peace Order Group. I came from Nanjiang. I want to see if there are any opportunities in the Magic City, and find a few investors to grow bigger and stronger together." Name, Qin Gui. Occupation, actor. Psychic. Level 13. Level 3. Seeing the list of information in front of him, Ming-Su was surprised. A superpower? The guy in front of me is a superpower. How come I didn't see it? Also, isn't his name Qin Baochuan? Why is his name Qin Gui shown on the information panel? Ming Su was thinking in his heart, and at this moment, Big Xiong had finished cleaning up the zombies, and fell from the sky gracefully, and landed behind Ming Su, spattering dust all over the ground, causing Qin Baochuan, who was not far away, to turn pale, and cold sweat on his forehead. After seeing Big Xiong, Qin Baochuan said to Ming Su tremblingly, "It turns out, it's Boss Ming, nice to meet you. I also know a lot of companies in Nanjiang." But although his words were trembling, he was still alert at all times. Seeing this, Ming Su seemed to understand what the other party's ability was. It might be related to adrenaline. When Ming Su came before, the legs of this golden supporting actor were weak. But not long after, his legs were healed again. This might be his real ability as an actor to survive in the end times. Seeing Qin Baochuan trembling while talking to him, Ming Su thought it was quite normal. After all, he had extraordinary masculinity. He was simply a man among men, the king of men. Therefore, ordinary people would feel ashamed when seeing him. It was normal for him to tremble. I have two things to say now. One is that I want to open an entertainment company. In the end times, everyone is under too much pressure. This is a good opportunity for entertainment companies to show their talents. I think you look familiar. Are you an actor? Come to our company to show your ambitions and become the first actor in the end times. Ming Su put on an expression of knowing everything, and then said, "I am familiar with the safety zone in Hiching City. I will ask them to organize a Golden Panda Award, Golden Hippo Award, Golden Baboon Award. Awards like that, when the time comes, we can just shoot a movie and do some behind-the-scenes work, and you will definitely win the Best Actor Award." Qin Baochuan? Ah? Hearing Ming Su's words, to be honest, Qin Baochuan was stunned. It's the end of the world. Big brother, you're still here to be the best actor? Do you still have a chance to film? Who will you film for? Zombies? Qin Baochuan was a little terrified. He felt that Ming Su's mental state seemed a little abnormal. After Ming Su finished speaking, he continued to stare at Qin Baochuan and said to him very seriously, "The second thing. Are you Qin Gui or Qin Baochuan?" "Both. Qin Baochuan is my stage name." Qin Baochuan answered immediately and responded immediately. Ming Su was very satisfied with Qin Baochuan's speed, and then continued to look at him without saying anything. But the meaning was very clear, asking Qin Baochuan whether he would join his entertainment company. Seeing this, did Qin Baochuan have any other choice? No. So Qin Baochuan took a deep breath, whispered to Ming Su, "Boss Ming, I am willing to join your company and become an artist under your company." "Very good." Ming Su was overjoyed, and then suddenly thought of something, and asked with concern, "What about your original entertainment company? Has the contract expired? Will there be any contract disputes at that time? Our company is relatively poor. If there is any lawsuit to be fought, you will pay the liquidated damages yourself. It has nothing to do with the company. These big stars, the liquidated damages are 8 digits. 9 digits. Even a small Karami, the liquidated damages are 7 digits. This BYD, I am the chairman of Ming Su. Money should be spent on the blade, but there is no money to pay the liquidated damages." Qin Baochuan? Ah? For a moment, Qin Baochuan was confused again. The previous company contract has not expired, but the previous company's agent, boss, etc., have all been wiped out now. Can they still be alive? Even if they are alive, who would go to court for this? Who will handle it? I don't even know where the safe zone is. But Boss Meng must have his reasons for saying this, and we should follow his thinking. Thinking of this, Qin Baochuan took a deep breath and said to Ming Su, "I will pay the penalty. I have money. At worst, I can owe it. You are still rich." Ming Su sighed, and then said, "Work hard, our company will definitely support you strongly." After saying that, Ming Su suddenly realized something. I haven't set up an entertainment company yet. This is a problem. What should I call it? Order Interactive Entertainment? That's fine, but I have to go to Heching to do it. I'm unfamiliar with the procedures in Shanghai. It would be bad if I got cheated. After all, Ming Su is a dragon in Heching, but he is just a weak, pitiful and helpless chairman in Shanghai. He doesn't even dare to conflict with others. Congratulations. You haven't opened an entertainment company yet, but you have already recruited the first second-tier artist. That's really great. As the company's first artist to be signed, you naturally have to spend a lot of money to prepare a big movie for him. The first step to the success of an entertainment company is to shoot a high-level movie. Trigger task. The first movie. Task content. With the unnamed company as the leader, shoot a movie with an investment of no less than 20 million yuan. You can find investors on your own. The shooting period is 3 months. After the shooting is completed, the box office is no less than 100 million yuan, and the score on the entire network is no less than 7 points. Task reward. Credit points plus 50 million, breakthrough points plus 3, skill, entertainment to death. Meng Su. No, I was just kidding him, are you serious? Investment is easy, you can just grab a rich dog owner in Shanghai, but the box office is not less than 100 million. Go catch zombies on the street to watch? The score must not be less than 7 points. Oh my goodness, it's the end of the world. Brother, who the hell still watches movies and rates them? In response to this, Meng Su felt very tired, but he was quite envious of the 50 million credit points, so he could only nod his head, indicating that he would take it one step at a time and give it a try. Moreover, Meng Su felt that this entertainment company seemed to have great potential and was a good place to earn credit points. With this thought in mind, Meng Su turned his head and looked at Qin Baochuan. After thinking for a while, he realized that it was not convenient to find a place for Qin Baochuan to hide. So he said, "Okay, you can come with me later. I'm going to do something big." After hearing Meng Su's words, Qin Baochuan had no other choice but to nod, indicating that he would follow Meng Su's steps. Meng Su was extremely satisfied and turned his head to look at Xiongde. He saw that Xiongde was holding 3 or 4 evolution crystals in his hand, and one of them looked like an evolution crystal and an evolution gem. His eyes were eager, and he seemed to be very eager for this thing. Where did you get this thing from? Are there any zombies this strong around here? Meng Su was shocked for a moment, but soon found the source of this thing. Xiong Er. Meng Su. You are colleagues after all, is it that serious? Meng Su was speechless. He didn't expect that it was Xiongde who took out Xiong Er's evolution crystal. But with this, Xiong Er should be dead. Alas, may you rest in peace in heaven. Meng Su prayed for Xiong Er in his heart, and then saw Xiongde looking confused, as if he was saying with his facial expression, "Isn't this the way it should be? If I die, the evolution gem can be eaten by other zombies." Meng Su couldn't help but laugh at this. The little zombie had a rich imagination in order to eat the evolution crystals, and his IQ seemed high. Eat it. Evolve quickly. And you can help me later. Meng Su waved his hand and said, "Give the other ordinary ones to Yan shooting. After you two finish eating, find a place to bury Xiong Er, and give him a grand funeral." Xiongde was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly swallowed Xiong Er's evolution gem in one gulp, and immediately found a place to digest it. To be honest, the evolution gem of Xiong Er could provide Meng Su with 0.3 breakthrough points, but Meng Su did not choose to increase the breakthrough points by 0.3 points, but gave it to Xiongde, in order to let Xiongde upgrade earlier. Even if he could not reach level 20, he could reach level 19.9, making him stronger. Why did he do this? Because Meng Su firmly believed in one sentence, the truth that he believed in most when playing games. Before the war, there must be supplies. Although the heads given by Modus Siming seemed accidental, Meng Su always felt something was wrong, and felt that the other party was giving away equipment. Could it be that there are friendly forces in the extraterrestrial civilization, deliberately sending supplies in batches, with a premeditated plan? In any case, the strength of this mysterious factory should not be underestimated. Even if I have an extra 0.3 breakthrough points, it will not make up a whole point, so I still need to let Xiongde strengthen a little, in order to deal with the next battle of the mysterious factory. The mysterious factory is in danger. Meng Su took a deep breath, then looked at Qin Baochuan, who was sitting restlessly on the side, smiled at Qin Baochuan. The employees are a little stupid, they can't handle such a small matter. It's okay, let's talk about the contract while walking. Baochuan, what is your expected salary? Our company is just starting out, but there is not much money. Qin Baochuan didn't dare to speak. He only had one thought in his mind now. The company's employees, my future colleagues, are they all zombies? Chapter 230, How can a mere ordinary soldier and piece of iron compare to my well-trained body? Roar! Big Bear roared, and he felt that his whole body was full of strength. Meng Su calmly brought a chair from a nearby ruin, sat not far away, and watched the roaring Big Bear, with a look of satisfaction that his child had grown up. Yin Shooting stood coldly behind Meng Su. She had eaten a lot of evolution crystals, and was only level 10 now. Naturally, she could not be compared with the powerful Big Bear, but she could still play a role in terms of appearance, and was much more pleasing to the eye. As for Qin Baochuan, he was sweating profusely now. He was treated well, with a chair similar to Meng Su's, but slightly further back. However, when he looked at the roaring Xiongda, the cold sweat on his forehead never stopped. Oh my god! What level of horror zombie is this? It's too scary. Who can beat it? He didn't dare to speak at all now, and could only listen to Meng Su's words and flatter shyly. Meng Su's questions were all about the content of movies and TV series, and he had to ask about the acting skills of a certain star, whether he was a big shot, etc. Each question made Qin Baochuan sweat profusely, and he carefully considered his answers, fearing that he would give the wrong answer. Why did Qin Baochuan get so nervous? Of course, it was because he had no idea what Mr. Meng Su liked. As an insider, he understood too well how crazy some fans were. What if he accidentally praised Mr. Meng's rival or stepped on Mr. Meng's idol? Wouldn't that be? Qin Baochuan could already imagine himself being reduced to a pile of meat paste. But for this, it can only be said that Qin Baochuan was just imagining things. Because Mr. Meng Su didn't have any idols or rivals, if he had to say that he did, then Meng Su would only say that he liked good-looking ones. Very good. You should have a lot of artist friends. Right? Meng Su said casually, while also checking the current information of Xiongda in front of him through observing his words and expressions. Name, Wang Hu. Occupation, Bone Wing Special Zombie. Level 19.9. Looking at the panel in front of him, Meng Su felt very sorry, and still hadn't broken through to level 20. But, who is Wang Hu? Isn't this Xiongda? Meng Su frowned, and soon realized that Wang Hu was Xiongda's original name, and immediately shook his head, indicating that it was not as catchy as Xiongda. After hearing what Meng Su said, Qin Baochuan immediately answered carefully, I know a few of them. I met them while filming. Many of them are in Shanghai. Do you have any instructions? Boss Meng? Contact them later, and see if we can bring them into our company to make it bigger and stronger. Meng Su said this casually, then stood up, patted the dirt on his body, stretched his waist, and waved to Xiongda. Okay. Everything is ready. Let's go! Roar! After hearing Meng Su's call, the loyal Xiongda immediately flapped his wings and flew to Meng Su's side. He was as well behaved as a kitten, without any fierceness that matched his appearance. At Meng Su's command, Big Bear immediately raised his arms and flew straight into the sky, and began to explore the way for Meng Su. Meng Su felt that having a flying pet, no, flying employees were not bad. At least they could be his eyes in the sky. After witnessing Big Bear flying into the sky, Meng Su looked at Qin Baochuan, but did not say anything. Qin Baochuan immediately recalled several of his artist friends, and immediately patted his chest and promised, Boss, please rest assured, I will definitely persuade them to join the company. The premise is that they have not turned into zombies, and have not died. But it seems that turning into zombies is not a big deal. Right? There are also many zombie employees in our company. As of now, it seems that I am the only human employee, and even Boss Meng does not look like a human. Qin Baochuan was thinking wildly in his heart, and Meng Su was very satisfied when he heard Qin Baochuan's words at this moment. And then he ran forward and headed towards the mysterious underground factory mentioned by Xiang Shucheng, the deity of the demon city. Meng Su didn't know if the factory of his legendary road would be here, but he was sure that the body of Fu Zishan should be here, and the task of collecting the body of Fu Zishan could be completed with a high probability. Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Qin Baochuan hurriedly followed Meng Su's pace. To be honest, facing a boss like Meng Su who was both a god and a ghost, Qin Baochuan didn't want to continue walking from the bottom of his heart. But what could he do about the flying Xiongda in the sky? Suehua following behind him, Yen shooting, which made Qin Baochuan dare not act rashly, for fear that he would become the food of his colleagues in the company tonight. After Meng Su left, the zombies around him were already stirring and began to wander around. Since Xiongda began to break through, these zombies seemed to be afraid to approach because of the smell of the zombie overlord. But after Xiongda left, the sky naturally cleared up. The rain stopped, and the zombies felt that they could do it again. Meng Su and his party headed west, heading for the season with factories. Although Xiang Shucheng, the life manager of the Magic City, showed Meng Su the way very enthusiastically before he died. The terrain of the magic city was complicated. The big city was like this, which confused Meng Su, who was born in a small city. After walking a few steps, he was helpless and didn't know how to go. In this regard, Meng Su could only sigh deeply. Getting lost in a big city is a very normal thing. After getting lost, you must have the courage to approach people and ask for directions. A perfect life cannot be submissive. Meng Su, Meng Wudi, the king of men. You are the boss of a company worth over 10 million. How can you have social phobia? Go ask for directions. Ask for an undefined road? Trigger task. Ask for directions. Task requirements. Ask passers-by for directions to the factory. Until you get the answer. Get the exact location of the factory or ask 1,000 people. Please note that high-end business wars are often cracked by inadvertent details. Please be careful to hide your true purpose. Task rewards. Breakthrough points plus 0.2. Credit points plus 300,000. Points plus 10. Extra task rewards, depending on the degree of task completion. You may get a title. Achievements such as Social Bull, Social Terrorist, etc. Meng Su. How do you ask this? Get the answer, or ask 1,000 people? That's great, the mission has a guaranteed result. Meng Su was powerless to complain for a moment. But he couldn't say anything. He could only take a deep breath, then look around. His face became unfriendly. At this moment, Qin Baochuan, who was walking behind Meng Su, suddenly shuddered, looking at Meng Su's back, full of fear. Why did Boss Meng give people a different feeling all of a sudden? Just when Qin Baochuan was a little confused and didn't know why, he saw Boss Meng suddenly take a big step, like a professional high jumper, jumping several meters, and directly jumped to a third-floor balcony on the side, and then grabbed a dry claw in the gap of the balcony with lightning speed, and then pulled a zombie with deep eye sockets out of the third-floor room with his hands and feet. Bloody. After seeing Meng Su, screamed loudly, thinking all the time about throwing Meng Su to the ground and biting him to death. Qin Baochuan saw this scene, and was somewhat confused. He did not know what Meng Su wanted to do. As we all know, there were some unlucky zombies who stayed at home at the beginning of the mutation. No one opened the door to let them out, and they did not choose to break the window and climb out. Therefore, they stayed at home all the time, suffering from malnutrition and little exposure to sunlight. Therefore, they became skinny and looked a little shabby. However, these unlucky zombies had more attack power, and no matter what, they did not seem to starve to death due to exhaustion of energy. These are all the things Qin Baochuan observed while surviving in the apocalypse these days. Well, actually, it was discovered by the research room of the Magic City Safety Zone. After they discovered this situation, they immediately announced it on the public radio station, so that the general audience could know the news at the first time. However, because the signal coverage is not very good, the news only spread in Magic City and 1 or 2 surrounding cities, and has not spread to further places. The zombie caught by Boss Meng is a typical zombie of this kind. Therefore, Qin Baochuan had no idea what Meng Su was trying to do. And then, Meng Su grabbed the zombie's shoulder and said to him in a familiar manner, "Hey! Come on! Buddy! Do you know there is a factory nearby? Yes, we are here to find a job. Don't worry, we will never run away. Can you introduce us to the electronics factory nearby?" Xiongda, Yan Shooting was indifferent, and Qin Baochuan was stunned when he heard this. Qin Baochuan? Boss Meng is asking for directions? Qin Baochuan was a little confused for a moment, and the zombie didn't understand what Meng Su was saying at all, and the only response to Meng Su was a roar. Roar! Local zombies, so rude. Seeing this, Meng Su was furious, and directly pressed the zombie's head, and twisted it gently, and after breaking its neck, he said indignantly, "It's just asking for directions. It's fine if you don't answer, but why are you yelling at me? Why are you yelling so loudly? If you have any problems, go to the social management." Before, Meng Su thought that the people in Shanghai were of high quality, and they were diligent in swimming and exercising after get off work. But now it seems that their quality is just SOSO, and it's rude to yell at people when they meet them. But Meng Su never discriminates by region. He can only say that there are people of high and low quality in every place, which is understandable and normal. Meng Su took a deep breath, looked at the small gold-plated characters in front of him, and smiled with relief. Very good. Only 999 left. With this thought, Meng Su immediately became energetic. He seemed to have returned to the beginning of his business. The good days of handing out flyers. At that time, he had not yet established a company. And there were only two former colleagues, Shi Wei and Zhang Tao. Around him, they accompanied him to hand out flyers. Ah, it is true that time is gone and can never be returned. And the past can only be recalled. Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help singing out loud. Because he had given concerts and acquired the ability of a top-notch singing voice. Meng Su's casual humming was quite pleasant and melodious. In this in-time environment, it was somewhat out of place. Qin Baochuan was stunned by Meng Su's gentle humming. And his eyes even became wet inadvertently. He thought of the past. But before he could recall the glorious past, he saw Meng Su rudely grab a zombie again, and said to him viciously, "Hey buddy, don't hide in the corner and eat dead rats. You are weak. What can ordinary rats eat? As a zombie, you don't want to eat human flesh, but eat rats every day. Isn't it shameful? Tell me where the factory is, and I will treat you to supervirus rats. Fuck you, you have no manners. Right? Okay, I'll send you to heaven. Don't you have factories in your city? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be such a factory. Speak up, speak up. You, and you come here." Meng Su began to ask for directions frantically, and then he started to kill frantically. Qin Baochuan was stunned. Looking at this bloody scene, Qin Baochuan could only say to himself in his heart, "This boss Meng, is he a lunatic? This mental state is really not ideal. The Magic City Mental Health Center is good at treating mental problems. Should I give the business card of Director Li of the Psychiatry Department to Boss Meng?" After such an absurd idea appeared in his mind, Qin Baochuan was shocked, and then he became panic. Fuck, it's the end of the world. Why do I have such thoughts? Is my mental state not normal? Shock. Yin Shooting has been watching Qin Baochuan coldly. Her mission was to keep an eye on Qin Baochuan and not let him run away. After all, this was the first art assigned by the company, and there could be no mistakes. While Qin Baochuan was questioning his mental state, Meng Su on the other side was refreshed and killed people all the way. Although he had no weapons, Meng Su was still killing people fiercely. Why? Because how could a mere ordinary soldier beat my well-trained body and teeth? This was the confidence that the 31 points of physical strength brought to Meng Su. Will you tell me? Tell me quickly. Where is the factory? Meng Su grabbed a zombie's eye socket fiercely. Black blood kept flowing from his eye socket. And when the head was about to be crushed by Meng Su's hand, the zombie, who was not sure whether he was conscious or not, actually pointed in a random direction. After he randomly pointed in a direction, Meng Su didn't really take it seriously. However, just when he was about to strangle the zombie to death, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of him. Oh my god! What are you doing? Buddy? I asked you to be a social terrorist, not a real terrorist. I'm so surprised. Why did you beat up everyone? Look at them. They should at least be diagnosed with minor injuries if they go to the hospital. Right? Fortunately, none of them called the police. I don't know why. Maybe they want to settle with you privately. But isn't this another kind of social terrorist? Task completed. Task evaluation. Beating people is illegal. Task reward. Breakthrough point plus 0.2. Credit points plus 300,000. Points plus 10. Meng Su was a little dissatisfied with not getting the title and achievement. But Meng Su looked back, the body parts and the zombies he strangled to death, and then he looked at the task content that said the hospital will at least identify it as a minor injury, and then he fell silent. So this guy was beaten to this extent, and it's only a minor injury? It seems that my body, which has been tempered for thousands of times, still needs to continue to train hard.